All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 1555. Delivery Guy. Luke couldn't help but shake his head. You and Elizabeth have been too busy recently. If this goes on, you'll pick up a lot of bad habits. Elsa was vexed but also nostalgic. When we were partners, we could at least eat on time 5 days a week. I can't do that anymore. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, how can you blame me for that? It's not like we can go over to your office every day. Also, how troublesome can ordering takeout be? Elsa said, forget it. The food either tastes like sh*t or is as expensive as sh*t. We might as well eat the hot dogs outside the police department. Elizabeth couldn't help but interject, actually, it's not that bad. It's just that it can't compare with Luke's cooking. Luke raised his hand. Wait, don't tell me you want me to be your delivery guy. Selena immediately rolled her eyes. Luke was always going on and on to her about how he was a plumber, a delivery guy and so on. Luke hadn't considered this. From mental communication, these two ladies indeed missed when they had been able to get pastries almost every day back in LAPD. Thinking for a moment, Luke suddenly clapped his hands. Do you want me to help you find a phone delivery app? In the end, Elsa was still more experienced, and said frankly, calling and texting is about the same. The important thing is that takeout is awful inexpensive. If we eat too much of it, it'll turn into fat which will pile up. Luke understood. TT was one thing for the food he made to be delicious, but he also seldom made deep-fried food high in calories or achingly sweet stuff. For the two female officers who had irregular diets, the most important thing was food that was tasty but which also wouldn't make them put on weight easily. Thinking quickly, he recalled something that Uncle Ben had mentioned recently. The Clinton Renovation Company was doing well, and had recruited a lot of people. Based on neighborhood feedback, however, a considerable number of young girls and middle-aged women were feeling left out. Female laborers usually only appeared in action movies, and weren't common in real life. It was also true that they didn't like that sort of work. Apart from a few clerks, there were few women in the renovation company. Phone orders and food delivery. That was an interesting idea. Clinton was in a good location. It was less than a kilometer from Stark Tower, and NYPD HQ was 5 kilometers away. After the fire last time, half of the people at the shelter had moved out, and the volunteers and foundation's paid staff had nothing to do. They had a big kitchen. However, it would take a few weeks or even a month to make this happen, so he didn't bring up the idea here. The four of them continued chatting. Elsa revealed that the new commissioner, Nelson, had taken advantage of the situation, and that an invasion by an alien fleet had been a good thing for him. Thanks to the early training which the police department had put in place, many officers were able to take people out of danger without needing direct orders. They didn't have to grit their teeth and charge forward to be blown up by the aliens. Most New Yorkers' opinion of the police department improved after that, and the number of officers who died or were injured dropped significantly. When the training first started, the police department's mid- and low-level executives complained that it was simply a formality, and that it was better to increase the pay instead. Many people criticized Nelson for being inexperienced and wasting taxpayers' money and donations as soon as he took office. Now, they could only swallow their words. It couldn't be said that Commissioner Nelson was riding high, but his position was basically secure. The commissioner was in a good spot, and the new chief of police also benefited. The shock wave of resignations could no longer shake their positions. Elsa and Elizabeth would definitely be promoted next year. Dustin could also become someone with real power. After the wave of resignations, the next development in NYPD was a pay rise. Given the increased risks of the job and thanks to donations from various bigshots in New York, Nelson began to increase the benefits for mid- and high-level police officers. These people had weight in terms of their roles and experience, and the police department struggled to hang on to these pillars of experience and capability. After all, patrol officers could be easily recruited at the lowest level, but these mid- and high-level positions required enough capability and experience. Not everyone could do well. Luke casually suggested that Elsa rent a place in New Jersey. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about her house collapsing in the middle of the night or when she was at work. Elsa rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. Luke was referring to the attack by the test subjects and the Chitauri invasion. She was single, and with her salary, it was only right for her to switch to a better place for her own safety. It was time for dinner, and everybody moved to the dining room. There were only 4 people at today's gathering, and it was a slightly more depressing holiday at the very least. Elsa and Elizabeth might be a little bummed. So, dinner soon turned into a small party. Throwing out the rule of not talking with your mouth full, drinking became the main theme. After he was done eating, Luke wanted to slip away as usual and leave the floor to the 3 women. Unlike before, he didn't succeed this time as Elsa nabbed him. TT was indeed weird for 3 women to spend Valentine's Day together. Luke didn't insist on leaving, and simply suggested that they go online on their phones and play cards in the F2F entertainment room. Why not just use real poker cards? Luke's excuse was that they didn't have to clean up the cards themselves. TT was human nature to be lazy. Everybody agreed with him. Then, the 4 of them started gossiping as they drank and played on their phones. Utterly, what they gossiped about wasn't dirt on each other, but on other people. Elsa started with talk about Commissioner Nelson and a certain beautiful department director. Then, Elizabeth revealed how she had secretly dug up dirt online about the former supervisor of the Internet Division, who had been her boss a few months ago and in cahoots with the previous first deputy commissioner. Women who could stick around in the police department for years wouldn't be good girls. The only reason they didn't swear like sailors was that they had good enough manners. In fact, all police officers liked to curse in private, including Luke. It was a professional trait. They ran into all kinds of weird people and things every day. If they didn't vent with a vulgar curse every now and then, their mindsets would really collapse. Cursing out FC King drug dealers, shish TTY hooligans and crazy rich people was common. By the same logic, when it came to certain scandals, even Elizabeth didn't hold back. However, it was probably because her previous boss had targeted her too much that her current description was so vivid. Going in with silk stockings and lipstick on, and coming out with bare legs and wiping at smudged lips, it was an extremely detailed description. The most important thing was that Elizabeth's previous boss was usually very proper, and was very strict and inflexible when doing things. In private, however, this was indeed explosive news. Even Elsa shook her head and sighed. She had only heard rumors. Catching someone in the actual act was rare. As Luke's top spy in NYPD, Elizabeth had indeed picked up a couple of practical tricks from him. They were simple, but effective and practical enough, especially when she was targeting someone in the department. The reason why she hadn't leaked this explosive piece of news was that not long after she received it, this former supervisor was dismissed and then jointly investigated by the FBI and Homeland Security. Compared with the crime of covering for Sachs Industries, the scandal that Elizabeth had gotten wind of was too trivial. It was only today that she could take it out in Luke's secure little hideout and talk about it, since it was no longer of any use. However, Luke used his ability to hint to Elizabeth not to use this sort of method unless it was absolutely necessary, so that she didn't become NYPD's king of dirt. But as a frontline supervisor of the Internet Intelligence Department, she indeed had access to a lot of things. When Elsa dropped names and Elizabeth chased them up, they were able to find out all sorts of things about the higher-ups in the department. There was no need for conclusive proof during this sort of idle chatter, but speculation alone would be enough to get all these senior NYPD executives dismissed. It was a good thing that the 2 women had good characters. Their careers were developing steadily and they didn't lack money. Otherwise, it would be too easy for them to use this dirt as blackmail. At the height of their conversation, Elizabeth excitedly revealed some dirt on Dustin. It had purely been happenstance. It wasn't complicated, and it wasn't really dirt. It was just that Dustin had been driven out of Jennifer's place at 2 in the morning. At that time, he had only been wearing his underpants and had been clutching his clothes. The other 3 got strange expressions on their faces. There was an awkward silence for a moment, before Luke asked, "But it seems that the boss went to a candlelight dinner with Jennifer today." Elsa said with a vague smile, "Yes. Also, it's possible that there's a diamond ring in the box he's carrying." This time, it was the other 3 who were shocked. Selena said, "A proposal? Isn't it too soon? They've only known each other for a year." "Wait, the boss is 42. He's indeed a little old." The other 3 had nothing to say. Luke felt that he couldn't let this private gathering turn into an expo on digging up dirt on the boss. He coughed and said, "Okay, let's change the subject. Elsa, look at the boss's face tomorrow and let me know." The other three looked disdainfully at the guy who clearly wanted to watch the show. Luke said, "Hee, what if he fails and needs guidance? I'm probably the only one who can talk to him." The three women, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Unless they were interested in Dustin, it was impossible for Selena and Elizabeth to comfort an old man whose proposal had failed. Elsa was still single at her age. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she wasn't qualified to comfort Dustin. Only Luke, well, actually, he wasn't suitable either. Dustin, who was enjoying the sea view at night with Jennifer, suddenly felt a little cold. Jennifer noticed and pulled him up. "Let's go inside," Dustin said. "Do we have to rush?" Jennifer didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thinking? I'm just afraid that you'll catch a cold. You're not a kid anymore, okay?" As she spoke, she dragged Dustin into the seaside cabin. He didn't resist, though he still tried to defend himself. "It's just that your hair tickled my nose." "What, cold? My body's fine." "Then don't pretend to sleep for the next hour," Jennifer said unhurriedly. Dustin said, "Fine, might have caught a cold." On February the 15th, everyone took leave, including Dustin, who took sick leave. Who knew how sick Dustin was, but it was a normal hangover for the others. However, Luke and Selena still got up and trained on schedule, while Elsa and Elizabeth, who had gotten seriously drunk, slept in the respective guest rooms. In the end, Luke had escaped first last night, because the three women got really drunk after drinking 6 bottles of alcohol. He had drunk 4 bottles on his own. Apart from needing to pee once, he didn't feel drunk at all. This was the side effect of a super strong physique and resistance to toxins. Tobacco and drugs couldn't do anything to his body. He could only taste these things, and wouldn't get addicted at all. The only thing smoking could do was make him look cool. Alcohol was like soda water to him, and drugs just tasted bad. After morning training, Luke and Selena had breakfast as usual. Gold Nugget was also munching along next to the table. Sensing Selena's gaze, it looked at her inquiringly. "Huh." Selena took a sip of sweet soybean milk to wash down the bun she was eating. "You ran off in time last night." Luke picked up a piece of bright red tofu and stuffed it into his mouth. He had a mouthful of the octopus kanji and said, "That's because you weren't just betting with money, but also with your clothes." "If I hadn't left, Elsa would be flashing her breasts." Selena blinked. "Then you could have just lost." Luke said, "I was only wearing a tank top and shorts. If I lost 3 more times, I would be naked, right? If I lost twice, I would only be in my underwear." Selena said confidently, "You actually knew that Elizabeth was going to lose, right?" Luke quickly shook his head. "No way." Selena was right, but there was no way he would admit that he had been using a program to peek at their cards. That was why he knew he had to play dirty. Elsa and Elizabeth would have definitely doubled their winnings with their cards. Even if Luke changed his cards to beat them, at least one of them would lose. Thus, he decisively withdrew from the game, and the game naturally came to an end. TT was none of his business what the three women did in the living room after that. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as they were happy to do so, it didn't matter if the loser had to run 5 kms naked in the training room. In any case, Gold Nugget would protect them from anything dangerous. After breakfast, Luke went to Polland Academy to look for Elena. Selena and the other two went on an outing, which included lunch, shopping, and a movie. Luke drove Elena to New Jersey's countryside to go camping and for her to collect materials for her drawings. She hadn't drawn any premonitions recently, which was a good thing. They spent the night out in the countryside and didn't return until noon the next day. At that moment, Tony sent him a new message. As Luke sent an exhausted Elena back to the college, his clone went to pay the tycoon a visit. He was very curious about how the tycoon and Pepper's Valentine's Day went. When he saw Tony, Luke sighed regretfully. He wasn't beaten up. Tony, who was still far away, couldn't hear him. He simply said, "What are you talking about?" Luke sat down at the counter. "Jarvis, the usual. A cup of coffee, thanks." Tony threw his tools to the side and wiped his hands as he walked over. "Jarvis, bring me a pot of coffee and breakfast." He then sat down next to Luke and got straight to the point. "What's up with that joker?" Luke blinked. He's a stronger opponent." Tony snorted. "Someone escaped from you. That's new. Before that, there were tech villains. Like Obadiah and Ivan Vanko, and later, there were hordes like the test subjects and the Chidori. Along with Loki, this, God Air, they had all been caught by Batman." "Ow," Batman had just changed into the Dark Knight, and a nobody like the Joker escaped him. Sorry, Tony didn't believe this theory. S.H.I.E.L.D. believed it because they didn't know that Batman was the Dark Knight. Tony could guarantee that Nick Fury and Phil wouldn't believe it, because they knew that Batman wasn't dead. Luke smiled. Unlike his good guy smile, Bale's smile was indifferent and composed. In other words, it was a high and mighty smile. This expression was basically a powerful taunt for someone as arrogant as the Tycoon. Tony immediately summoned a virtual screen and projected a video of the battle between the Joker and the Dark Knight. When did you become so weak in close combat? Also, you didn't use any support weapons. That's not your style. Luke finally smiled more sincerely. Oh, what's my style? Tony said, once you take action, you don't leave any room for the other party to fight back. Every time they struggle, they fall deeper into a trap. Now that the Joker has escaped you, you have nothing to say. Luke nodded and caught the tray that was about to fall again, putting it on the counter. Good boy. The robotic arm waved. Who knew if it meant, happy, or, you're welcome. Tony tapped it angrily. Go stand in the corner for an hour as punishment. Don't come out before then. Little Dummy immediately waved its robotic arm again, as if saying goodbye to its master, before it slowly glided away. Turning around, Luke poured the coffee on the tray into 2 cups and added milk and sugar to his own. Tony wasn't in a hurry. Since this guy hadn't slipped away, Luke had to give him some inside information. Mixing the coffee in his cup, Luke said, let's do a trade. How did it go with the idea I gave you? Was Miss Potts happy? Tony's face stiffened. He hadn't expected Luke to bring that up. Recalling how he had jumped out in an inflatable dinosaur costume the night before, only to be hit in the head with Pepper's purse, the Tycoon was pretty annoyed. He could only be glad that he hadn't listened to Luke and given Pepper a baseball bat as a gift. Otherwise, Pepper might have picked it up and hit him with it. But on the upside, a lot of the anger that Pepper had been holding in really disappeared. Coupled with the metal rose that he had hastily put together as a gift, his bedroom that night finally had 2 occupants. Well, he hadn't been chased to the workshop, nor had he slept alone. From this point of view, Luke's idea hadn't been bad. Even as he thought this, he had a sage expression on his face as he said with a lofty smile, HMPH, I didn't need it at all. Luke silently watched the Tycoon toot his own horn, and didn't call him out. He couldn't use mental communication to directly view the other party's consciousness, but from the rough emotional fluctuations and with ample analysis, he could easily make a rough guess. So, he knew 2 key points. Firstly, the Tycoon was lying, and had indeed used this fawning method. Secondly, the Tycoon had succeeded. Otherwise, he wouldn't be rejoicing at having escaped death. Luke wasn't proactively peeking into the other party's thoughts. Tony's mental fluctuations were very obvious. He nodded and accepted Tony's explanation. You can play with the Joker when you have the chance, but he doesn't have a good temper. You have to take care of yourself. Otaking Luke suddenly glanced down with deep and calm eyes. The Tycoon's groin turned cold, and he couldn't help but close his legs. Wait, don't tell me he likes to play dirty tricks too. Seeing Loki do air splits had been scary enough. Tony didn't want to become the second victim. Luke raised an eyebrow and pointed at the image on the virtual screen. His close combat skills are indeed useless against me, but against you, hee. Seeing that Tony was about to retort, he raised his hand to forestall Tony's words. He also has various types of support weapons. Let me give you a piece of advice. The armor has to be especially tight, or, Sexy Iron Man's hot dance, will definitely make the headlines worldwide. Tony's suspicious expression carried a trace of dawning realization. So, an enemy or a friend? He stressed the word, friend. Luke knew that Tony was trying to confirm the Joker's identity. They were 3 completely different types of friends, absolutely trustworthy teammates, allies who could be trusted, and temporary colleagues working for mutual benefits. Passerby, said Luke casually as he took a sip of his coffee. Tony nodded and didn't ask any more questions. What Luke was saying was that the Joker wasn't an enemy nor a friend, so Tony should keep his distance. Luke then turned the topic to S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Tony was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s consultant, he might not know what Nick Fury was up to. He really was unreliable sometimes. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't his department, and it wouldn't affect Stark Industries much if it collapsed. Tony was startled when he heard the theory that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated to an alarming degree. But putting together all the intelligence gathered, it was very likely. This also gave him a reasonable explanation for Luke's peculiar attitude toward this homicidal maniac. Maybe the man was just a tool that Luke had found to distract S.H.I.E.L.D. QN Tony didn't need to give the inker Yunao art nor look for Trainal with him. Chapter 1558 Safeguarding a perpetual motion machine of skills. Tony was confused for a second before he finally pulled his mind away from S.H.I.E.L.D. and understood what Luke meant. His face was a little dark and doubtful. Is that really useful? Luke took a sip of his coffee and said, it should have some effect. If you only have 5 minutes of stamina left, it would definitely be very useful. Tony coughed and snorted. Then it's useless. Then, he thought of something. Can I get a regular supply of Life 1? I don't need much. Luke was interested. Did you find something? Tony had studied the drug for months, and had made a lot of progress. However, most of the research wasn't within Tony's abilities. The tycoon, who didn't have much time, had given this task to a research team. Luke also had a small number of test subjects, most of whom were suffering certain illnesses and could only wait to die. They were willing to undergo experiments for a little bit of hope, and at the same time get a considerable amount of cash tax-free. The poor at death's door didn't care about the IRS. So far, it seemed that there were no bad side effects of Life 1. That was within Luke's expectations. After all, the original version of Life 1 was a medicinal bath, which the fraternity had used for over a century. After such a long time, there would have been some record of hidden dangers, and Sloane wouldn't have let himself and the elite assassins use the bath often. Of course, there was another possibility: the hidden dangers took more than an ordinary person's lifespan to develop. At that time, whether there were side effects or not didn't matter. Tony nodded. It has been confirmed that it rapidly heals external injuries, cures certain types of illnesses, and slows down aging, and there are no side effects. Luke nodded. I'll help you make a call. You can negotiate with the big shot. He then changed the topic. You're not planning to use it as a special medicine for your waist, are you? Tony's face stiffened. That was indeed his plan, but that would take at least 3 to 5 years. He would never use such a mysterious drug on himself unless he had tested it for a long time. It wasn't because he suspected that Luke had bad intentions, but because he would cry if the side effect was something like increased muscle strain. After all, this thing was used to save lives in the first place. It was fine to pay some sort of price for saving lives, but in healthcare, any obvious side effects were undesirable. Luke patted his shoulder. Then you should practice the Kai refining technique more. I can guarantee that it won't cause you any harm at least. Thinking for a moment, he added, you can ask the big shot for a light dagger. If you use it to boost your cultivation, the effect should be pretty good. Compared with a scientific approach to Life 1, the light dagger supplied pure life force, and would indeed boost the Kai refining technique. Extravagant. No way. This thing couldn't appear on a large scale, or a lot of people would go crazy looking for it to extend their lives. In a sense, the life force in the light dagger was omnipotent. Most terminal illnesses could be delayed even if they couldn't be cured. Coupled with some medical treatment, there was a high chance that the patient would recover, whether fully or partially. Tony had already used several doses of Life 1, but had only used the light dagger twice. Clearly, they were very rare. Tony was delighted to hear that. Can I have 12 first? Luke said, 2 at most. It's just a temporary boost in the effects of the Kai refining technique to delay aging for a few months so that you won't die suddenly from muscle strain. Tony was lost for words. Luke was so concerned about Tony's quality of sleep and waist muscles, not because of Pepper. The tycoon was currently a 1-star teammate, and his abilities could be refreshed at any time. Since he had become Luke's perpetual motion ATM of skills, it made sense to ensure that it was running smoothly and efficiently. Now that Tony's body was fine, he could work a few more hours every day, and his efficiency had also increased. There was no exploitation taking place. Luke himself only slept 2 hours a day. Why should he feel sorry for Tony, who could sleep more than 6 hours a day? Luke indeed had to take care of this perpetual motion machine. A dead enemy was a good enemy. A living teammate was a good teammate. It was in Luke's best interest to have a teammate with this sort of output. Half an hour later, Luke left with all of Tony's research on Life 1. Tony would share the results on Life 1 with Luke, and Luke would continue to provide Life 1 for experiments. Next, both parties reached a tacit understanding over the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony wouldn't intervene. It also wouldn't be good to do so. But following a hint from Luke, He promised to claim some of Shield's legacies when the time was right. It was typical for capitalists to discuss splitting up an inheritance even when the other party was still alive. The two big capitalists who had made this decision didn't feel any guilt at all. They couldn't let Hydra take advantage. Valentine's Day passed, and the Joker was unwilling to remain silent. On February 17th, two more politicians died. They were cousins, one was a businessman and the other was a mayor, and they had colluded on a lot of unsavory matters. They were worth 5,000 experience and credit points in total. The survivor was the businessman's son. Although this heir was only 15, he was already a light red evil. Who knew if he would turn over a new leaf after seeing his father and uncle dealt with on the spot? Luke wasn't too hopeful. There wasn't a big difference between whether there were more good people in society or whether there were more experience and credit points for him. While his Level 1 clone was doing a live broadcast, Luke talked business with CEO Jenny. Using the initial design for the Messenger app, which Luke had completed based on a similar software from his previous life, creating a food order app wasn't hard. Jenny's professional team would take care of the specific details. For example, Americans like to use bank checks and credit cards, and were naturally resistant to online payments. The big capitalists in the American banking industry wouldn't let outsiders break into their territory and steal such huge benefits. The power to issue currency didn't lie with the government, but with the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve adopted a two-part structure that was composed of federal government agencies and nonprofit organizations, thereby preventing monetary policy from being completely centralized under the federal government. No matter how confident Luke was, he didn't think it would be easy to steal their piece of the pie. Of course, it wasn't that hard. Following the explosive development of the internet and phone networks, a PayPal-like platform already existed for online shopping. At Luke's prompting, Jenny invested in the platform in advance. She then reached an agreement with Amazon, the largest online shopping platform, and held shares in it. With this payment platform in place, opening up a food order service wouldn't be hard. Everything would be done in a month or two. The only problem was how many eateries would take part. Right now, Luke was just opening a small kitchen, which wasn't hard for a single businessman to operate at all. Jenny couldn't be bothered to ask more questions. She simply handed the matter over to her subordinates to do a test run. It wasn't easy talking business with Luke. After talking to Jenny, Luke found Aunt May the next day. Aunt May, who often helped out at the shelter, suddenly became the person in charge of the first shop to participate in the hungry takeout service. The name of the shop was plain and simple, Clinton's Tesnack, Tasty Snacks. The name was more festive when Tesnack was read out in Chinese, Heavenly Food welcomes guests. The phone company sent two lawyers to specially handle the formalities for the shop's opening. As the person in charge, Aunt May just needed to follow along. They would hire managers as needed once the shop expanded. At that time, Aunt May would become a supervisor or a board member of the charity foundation, and would be able to supervise the work or handle specific matters. Naturally, she would oversee the fast food made by the foundation's shop. The main thing was that Aunt May was very concerned about little Peter and wouldn't give up on taking care of him to turn into a career woman. Thus, a supervisory role with flexible hours was more suitable for her. Aunt May was honest and not greedy, and was more suited for doing the actual work than managing the shop. After the shop was set up and employees were hired, a test run was carried out for a few days. The food made was supplied to the relief shelter, the renovation company and the freight company, and these, close contacts, were used as guinea pigs. Luke didn't ask for much from the shop. Hygiene and quality had to be maintained at all times, and he would decide on the final taste samples. When it came to fast food, there was nothing to say about taste. Most famous old establishments had their own special sauce configurations. They were classified as secret recipes. As for the content of things like sandwiches and burgers, there wasn't much of a difference. As long as there was quality control and they didn't use rotten substitutes, they could at least come up with a higher-end product. The old stores may strictly guard their secret recipes, but that didn't prevent food experts relying on their taste buds and experience to reproduce something that was 70 to 80% similar. With a little more effort, it wasn't impossible to invent new recipes on the same level. That was how many specialty stores started. Luke didn't have to do that at all. Many of the people he killed had basic cooking skills. When prodded, Daddy's system would list out the ingredients in the sauce or marinade mix. Basic cooking only cost 100 credit points. Now, Luke just needed to switch around among these basic cooking skills to examine special sauce configurations and then input them into Little Snail's database so that the AI could continue testing them out on the kitchenware at home. Luke, Selena and Gold Nugget did the tasting. They finished the good ones, while the bad ones were finished by Gold Nugget. For the time being, the test run used Luke's exclusive secret recipe. The surplus secret recipes could be used to enrich his own depository of recipes as well as backup trump cards for when the shop expanded in the future. Titanium Phone Company was now a big patron of various official organizations in New York, and its annual fixed donations totaled more than 10 million. The Clinton Charity Foundation was also somewhat well known in New York. There really weren't many people who would fork out money for nothing in return, just to help preserve stability in New York. But that didn't mean that the Clinton Charity Foundation was easy to mess with. Conversely, the foundation already ruled Clinton. As long as it wanted to, it could absolutely summon thousands of residents of the Clinton area to make trouble for the authorities in New York. With the cooperation of both parties, all the formalities were processed without a hitch. The next day, even the mayor, Mike Soderberg, personally asked about the shop and said that he strongly supported the development of local businesses. Luke knew that Mike Soderberg could see which way the wind was blowing. A simple fast food shop wasn't a big deal. It would already be pretty good if a small to mid-sized shop could create 30 to 50 jobs. But this fast food shop was the first collaborative test run of a food order and delivery service, which could create more jobs. Soderberg knew Americans too well. People did their best to slack off. If they could order fast food over the phone and have it delivered to their place, that was definitely more attractive than going out to get it themselves. Putting on a show, he even used his phone to order takeout for his staff. He then realized that the Hungry Takeout app gave him 10% back in credit in the name of promoting sales and getting feedback. The credit would go into his next order. When the order was made, there was also a notification about the estimated time of delivery and a reminder about the delivery range. According to the notification, food would be delivered in 30 minutes at the most. If the order would take more than 30 minutes to deliver, the shop wouldn't take the order. In other words, most orders would be delivered in a time range of 10 to 20 minutes. After all, it was improbable that all the orders would come from the largest delivery range. If New York eateries participated in this food delivery app, anyone would be able to get takeout in 10 to 20 minutes. Also, customers who ordered could rate the shop and the delivery service separately from 1 to 5 stars. The average of these ratings would then be publicly displayed after the name of the shop and the delivery company. Mayor Soderberg, who had been a businessman, immediately realized the implications. This 5-star rating system was very direct. There was only one shop and one delivery company right now, but when more came on board, they would need to rely on customer ratings. If they wanted more people to choose them, with enough time and customers, the good and bad comments would inevitably get closer and closer to the actual situation. Pondering for a moment, Mayor Soderberg called his cousin. "Jeffrey, are you free tonight? I have something to discuss with you." "No, it's business." He hung up and took a deep breath. Looking at the food delivery app and Titanium Phone Company's attitude, he smelled money. It was also the smell of political success. Statistics also figured into political achievements, and one of them was the employment rate. This delivery service was clearly a new industry that could generate jobs. In essence, the more convenient this delivery service was, the more people would be willing to pay for it. If there were 1 million people in New York who didn't want to waste time every day, at least tens of thousands of delivery staff would be required to meet the demand. TT wasn't a small number. Also, the initial business investment wasn't large, and the profits weren't bad. It could increase his political portfolio, and he could let his cousin handle it. Luke didn't know that in just 2 days, smart people had appeared. However, he knew that there were a lot of smart people like these around. If it wasn't Soderberg, it would be someone else. As long as Soderberg didn't want to meddle directly, it was fine. All sorts of industries had developed out of online networks, and Luke wasn't interested in getting involved. Even this food order and delivery business was purely for the sake of creating new jobs in Clinton. In this regard, he and Tony had the same attitude. Making money was too easy, he just needed to pick where to make it. Tesnack and the delivery service soon picked up speed, and Luke gave NYPD and the 15th Precinct some benefits. He gave them $1,000 5 discount meal coupons every month, which could be considered a goodwill donation to NYPD. As the boss, Luke wasn't insistent on making profits with the fast food shop, and the food was good, so this could be considered a bargain. A few days later, the number of returning customers increased, especially all the police officers of the 15th precinct. Their orders came with free drinks, and the food was delivered to the 15th precinct in 15 minutes. Or, they would place their orders and go pick them up in passing. Less than a week later, May told Luke that Tesnac was already starting to make money. Of course, that didn't mean that Luke had already recouped his investment, but that the daily losses had turned into slight profits. This was a big deal in the food business. Most eateries took a few months to get through the difficult opening period, while Tesnac had only taken a week. Looking at May, who was very happy, Luke simply thanked her and told her not to forget to take care of little Peter. There were actually several reasons why Tesnac was making so much money. For example, the meal coupons were free marketing for the shop, since Luke covered the costs. The shop was located in the relief shelter, so it didn't have to pay rent. It was rare for a boss who didn't lack money and who wasn't chasing profits to help promote a business. Tesnac's success hence could only be said to be inevitable yet also by chance. What Luke really found interesting was the surprise on Elsa and Elizabeth's faces when he gave them the coupons. As minor leaders at HQ, they naturally got coupons. After trying Tesnac, both of them felt that the taste was above average, and there was somehow an indescribable sense of familiarity. But they had been too busy during the day to dwell on it. It wasn't until Luke gave them more coupons that they suddenly realized that the food reminded them of Luke's cooking. Of course, Luke didn't tell them that he was the boss. He just said that he had contributed a special sauce, which earned him special privileges. Elsa didn't doubt him. If it wasn't for the sauce, Tesnac's food would have immediately gone from above average to below average. This difference couldn't be underestimated. That was why most customers remembered and chose Tesnac. Then, they realized that Luke had given them different coupons. They looked identical, but the coupons from Luke had an S in the corner. Luke raised an index finger to his lips. It's a secret. This is a special coupon. The ingredients are better than for the regular coupons, but most people won't notice unless they look carefully. Naturally, this was a special privilege for the person who provided the secret sauce recipe. In the entire police department, only the two women and Dustin could get these special coupons. That was right, this was the legendary special product. Whether they ate or not, the fast food shop would have the ingredients on hand every day. If they were lazy, they just needed to make a call to set up a daily delivery to the office. When Elsa and Elizabeth heard this, they were moved at first. After thinking for a moment, the two women then reacted and looked at Luke with wide eyes. So, you're really willing to do everything you can just so that you can goof off. With the coupons, their lunch problem was solved. It was a custom-made lunch with guaranteed quality ingredients, was nutritionally balanced, and wouldn't make them put on weight. It absolutely met all their requirements. Dustin, this old man was just a side character. Luke gave them the coupons and left feeling pleased. After using up the special coupons this time, Elsa and the others could pay on their phones. In any case, the three of them plus Luke and Selena were special customers in Tesnac who enjoyed the highest level of service. The head chef at Tesnac just needed to personally make food for these special customers every day. For the rest of the time, the chef just needed to supervise everyone else in the kitchen and didn't have to fulfill any other requests. Given his generous salary, he had to ensure that there were no problems with the ingredients and taste, or he would be kicked out. During the 10 days that the food order and delivery service got on track, the frequency of the Joker's activities wasn't affected at all. After the two cousins, 2 more S.H.I.E.L.D. teams were caught and split up once more. In the end, 5 people lived and 5 more died. Hydra finally couldn't sit still anymore. Someone from DC had already sent a message to S.H.I.E.L.D., and gave Nick Fury 2 options: either capture the Joker and hand him over to the American government, or share all information on the Joker so that the authorities could participate in the hunt for him. Luke had expected that. It definitely wasn't a small matter for the Joker to kill 4 key figures in state politics. As long as Hydra leaked some information and added fuel to the fire, the American government wouldn't be able to tolerate the Joker's provocation. But since it was the Joker who did everything, Luke wasn't scared at all. If they had the ability, then go beat up the Joker. TT was just 100,000 credit points. Luke had already earned that much from the last few rounds. What depressed the American government, however, was that they could only investigate this matter in secret, and couldn't go public with it. That was because the Joker always left behind a huge pile of incriminating dirt on the dead. If a public arrest warrant was issued for the Joker, it was very likely that all this dirt would be leaked. Apart from scumbags, the other people worthy of getting on Luke's blacklist were super scumbags. Killing people was nothing for these scumbags. The evil they did was completely beyond what an ordinary person could tolerate. Every one of them should be sent to the electric chair to die 8 or 10 times over. If any of the dirt on the 4 murdered people was made public, the American government would be caught with their pants down. Thus, the Joker had yet to come to public attention. TT was already March. After the Level 1 clone killed the 5 Hydra Shield members, it went to Chicago to look for its next target. The situation in Chicago was quite similar to what was happening in Baltimore. There were too many of the poor and too few jobs. Luke had been here a few times before, and had to raise his bottom line. It wasn't because there were too few targets, but because there were too many. If he followed his usual practice in other cities, he would have to break the bones of 20% of the people in this city, and directly kill 10% of this number. That was how ridiculous it was in Chicago. The number of soldiers who died in American military operations after 9/11 was still lower than the number of murders committed in this city. Luke's targets in Chicago this time were 2 businessmen. They controlled the human and drug trafficking rings in Chicago, and were also big philanthropists in the city. Although they didn't hold government positions, Luke felt that it was better to make use and then dispose of scum like these as soon as possible. It wasn't like the higher-ups didn't know what these 2 were doing. They were the moneybags for the big shots in the city. These big shots were also on Luke's blacklist, but there were a little too many of them. Luke planned to deal with all of them in one go later, to prevent the rats escaping a sinking ship. Under the setting sun, Luke wandered along Lake Michigan in a hoodie. Dusk had just fallen, and the lake sparkled gold and red in the light of the setting sun. There were still a few hours before his operation. He sat on the grass and took out some food from his bag. Work required a suitable buffer. It would be another live performance tonight, which wouldn't be easy. His action plan and the judgment method was something Alfred had cobbled together from various cases and films, but acting was really hard. Luke couldn't relax in his pursuit of acting. It was getting late, and every now and then, a jogger or a cyclist would go by on the trail in front of him as they made use of the last of the light to work out. 10 minutes later, a young woman ran past. It was the beginning of spring in March. She was wearing a skin-tight exercise t-shirt and shorts, and her body was tight and round in the right places. When she ran past Luke, she subconsciously glanced at him. Then, she slowed down and couldn't help but look back. Luke's gaze fell on the part getting the most workout. The woman stopped and hesitated for a moment, before she turned around and ran back to stand in front of Luke. "Hi, are you a college student?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "No, I'm just on a trip." The woman's eyes lit up and she smiled. "Really? I'm Lily. What about you?" Luke said. "Bale, from New York." The woman gestured. "Can I sit here, Bale?" Luke shrugged. "Whatever you want." Even without mental communication, his sharp nose could tell that she was releasing pheromones more quickly, and it was obvious what she wanted. But Luke was very picky at the moment, and it was impossible for this girl to get what she wanted. He had nothing to do at the moment, however, and didn't mind chatting. The girl was lively and easygoing. She asked him some questions like what New York was like in places he had visited in Chicago. After chatting for a moment, Luke pointed at the sports jacket tied around her waist and said, "Put that on first, or you might catch a cold." The girl thanked him helplessly. "I've been showing off for so long, can't you compliment me?" After she put on her jacket, Luke asked her what fun places there were in Chicago. For example, the places with the most buzz, as well as more dangerous places that should be avoided. Delighted, the girl wondered where to invite Luke to go later. She was a fitness enthusiast. Although she wasn't the type to go crazy in the gym, she still had good eyes. The man in front of her had a great physique. 20 minutes later, the sky turned dark. When the girl named Lily finally opened her mouth to invite Luke to dinner, his phone rang. He smiled apologetically. "Let me take this." He then took out his phone. Luke raised an eyebrow, and Lily subconsciously clamped her legs together. It was such a seductive gesture. He looked like a cold and overbearing young master. Although Lily didn't see any brand names on Luke's clothes, she promised herself that she didn't care if he was rich or not. She wasn't looking for a husband. Luke turned around and looked at her apologetically. "I'm sorry, Is Grand Rapids in that direction? He pointed to the northeast. Stumped for a moment, Lily nodded. Yes. Where do you want to go? I'm afraid you'll have to find a car. If you need my help. Luke hugged her with one arm and said, no need. Thank you for the chat, Lily. Pulling out his backpack from under the stone bench, he stood up and opened the zipper to take out a black briefcase that looked thicker and bigger than normal. I should go do my thing. Goodbye. Lily stared blankly at the young and handsome man next to her. The last bit of sunlight on the horizon illuminated half his face. The corners of his mouth curled up, as if he was in a good mood. Lily suddenly felt weak and wanted to lie flat on the grass and shout, "Ah, I'm full," but the next moment, she froze. Luke put the briefcase on the ground and stepped on it. With a faint crackle, bright silver and black pieces melded together and extended upward from his feet to cover his entire body in 10 seconds. Then, the armor plates locked in place, and the mask finally fell to cover that handsome face which Lily liked. The eyes of the black mask suddenly lit up with a blue and white light, and the black cape on its back flapped in the wind. The black figure nodded at Lily and suddenly sped up. Boom, whoosh. With a low rumble, the black figure charged up into the dark sky in the direction of Grand Rapids. Lily was left staring blankly at the sky, her mouth wide open. A long while later, the people who were gathering around her finally woke her up. Hey, what's wrong? What happened here? Did I see someone flying away from here? I saw it too, but it looked like a big bird. That's impossible. A bird isn't that big, nor is it that fast. Lily's lips moved, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Could she say that Batman, no, that the Dark Knight transformed in front of her and flew away? Or should she tell these people that she had talked to the Dark Knight for almost half an hour? As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Lily suddenly felt excited. Her body, which had felt a little cold, heated up, and the stone bench under her felt hot. Luke, however, had already tossed this to the back of his mind. Revealing his face was a character setting for the Dark Knight. It was enough that Batman had never revealed his face, his successor didn't have to do the same. It was good to reveal some clues and let those with ulterior motives investigate. In any case, they wouldn't be able to find anything. He asked, "What's the situation on the other side?" Alfred immediately gave him the latest intelligence. The local police say it's a suspected terrorist attack, but from the images and videos posted online by local residents, I believe it's likely to be an extraordinary event, emergency code orange. After watching the videos which Alfred pulled up, Luke basically understood the current situation in Grand Rapids. The attack had actually happened at 4 in the afternoon, but it had been treated as a separate act of violence. After all, there were too many violent crimes in America every day, and Alfred couldn't keep Luke apprised at all times. Otherwise, there would be no end to it. Alfred had been compiling online information over the last 3 hours, and in the end detected something suspicious and connected the dots. Grand Rapids had fallen into chaos at that moment, to the point that Luke had to be informed. But that was just Alfred's speculation based on the information. Luke had to figure out the truth himself. Looking at the dark clouds in the northeast, he murmured, "It's going to rain." Grand Rapids wasn't far from Chicago. It was on the east side, and Chicago was on the west. They faced each other across Lake Michigan. Luke crossed a distance of 200 kilometers in less than 10 minutes and reached the outskirts to the west of Grand Rapids. Smoke and fire rose from many parts of the city, but there were no firefighters putting out the fire. There weren't even any police officers to maintain order. A lot of people were driving away from the city in a panic, and the roads were jammed, but the police didn't care. Luke didn't bother with them. It wasn't like they would die from a traffic jam. Compared with that, he would rather solve the root cause of the chaos. It was much easier to deal with bad guys than a bunch of quarrelsome civilians stuck in a traffic jam. Luke released 4 mid-sized stealth drones and hundreds of mini drones from his inventory. The 4 mid-sized drones scattered and took up positions to form a signal hub for the mini drones, which set up a complete surveillance network that covered all of Grand Rapids. A lot of information started to flood in. After a quick analysis, Alfred gave an answer similar to what Luke had guessed. The attack is mainly in the center of Grand Rapids. A lot of unknown creatures are attacking the citizens. Luke asked, "Has everyone been informed?" Alfred said, "Bastet, Hammersmith, Iron Cage King and Lady Deathstrike are ready to go online." Luke nodded and landed on the roof. He opened the door and walked in. Luke closed the door, and with a thought, he took out a large weapons cabinet from his inventory. Then, 5 special model remote-controlled androids appeared around the weapons cabinet. With these androids that could be mentally controlled, it was very easy for his teammates to go online remotely. Thus, when Luke went on missions nowadays, he would release 2 drones at appropriate distances to act as a signal hub for the mental control terminal in Nassau County. As a result, the effective remote control range for the robots could be extended to about 1,500 kilometers. Even at a range of 2,000 kilometers, a robot could still carry out basic operations. It was just that it would jam or disconnect easily and couldn't be used for combat or delicate tasks. The difference between the special model android and the common use robot was that each special model was tailored for a specific team member. The power and structure of each special model had been modified in line with each team member's traits. It also had different armor and support equipment, as well as different appearances. For example, Big Dipper still had the black and white skull mask. Frank had the white skull which he had designed himself on the chest. Angel's special model still looked more like antique armor, and Selena still had a cat face, green eyes, and retractable claws. Alice's special model was the most ordinary, and looked similar to the original prototype. The next moment, the eyes of the 5 androids lit up at the same time, and they went from standing mechanically to the team members' customary stances. Frank said directly, "We don't have enough information. We need more." Luke said, coming right up. Selena asked, "Where's the enemy? My fists are itching." Angel subconsciously raised her hands. Fists. Apart from Big Dipper and Batman, was there anyone else in the team better at that than her? She had always relied on her fists to make a living. Alice remained silent. Anything was fine with her. In any case, she would just do whatever Luke said. Luke pointed at the weapons cabinet. "I'm sorry, but there are a lot of enemies today, and they'll be using all kinds of weapons. So, it's best to use firearms." Both Angel and Alice were stumped a little. Guns. They weren't good with these. It wasn't that they couldn't, but compared with close-range combat, it was like the difference between passing an exam and scoring 90. Luke didn't waste any time. He simply said, "Don't worry. This has a shooting support system. It's enough for long-range support. Also, I'm not stopping you from close combat. It's just that it would be more efficient when paired with guns." As he spoke, he opened the weapons cabinet and took out an assault rifle and an ammo belt. Gesturing for Selena to turn around so that her back was to Angel and Alice, Luke slung the ammo belt over her shoulder and put the rifle on her back. In less than a second, the 2 components were locked in place. The 2 women immediately understood. The android had several support fittings on the shoulders and back. In any case, given their shooting skills, it didn't make a difference if the gunfire support was slower or quicker by 2 or 3 seconds. They also wouldn't need to waste time reloading. Selena had already played around with the special model before. She took off the assault rifle and the ammo belt, and tossed them to Alice. "This is for you. Since we have to use guns as much as possible, I'll use something more fancy." As she spoke, she took out another weapon from the weapons cabinet and a huge backpack-style ammo box. She quickly assembled the parts together and put them on. She pressed a button, and the 6 barrels started to spin. At that moment, Selena transformed into the legendary Gatling gun Buddha. Alice. Angel. Frank's eyes lit up, before he immediately suppressed the impulse. He chose an automatic rifle that he had modified himself from the weapons cabinet. He could be considered the best here at using guns. Unlike Selena, he couldn't willy-nilly choose a weapon of mass destruction. His modified automatic rifle had sufficient mid-range precision and could provide ample firepower support. It was much more suitable. As he quickly examined his gun, he walked out. "Our first objective is to eliminate the monsters in the city center and protect the citizens. Our second objective is to gather enough information and find the key to resolving this matter." "Is that clear?" Everybody replied, "Understood." They had gone through this sort of basic team communication before in the Battle of New York. Alice and Angel, who were less adept at this sort of thing, had brushed up on this aspect after the battle and weren't total newbies anymore. Frank. Knight will be the main attack force. He had to ask Luke for his opinion in order to avoid any undesirable changes during the battle. Luke nodded. "Can do." Chapter 1563. The squad moves out, and news blackout. Frank then looked at Big Dipper, who was under the Level 2 clone's control. Big Dipper, Vanguard. Vanguard soldiers could be understood to be scouts or sentries, or could also be understood to be cannon fodder. An outstanding vanguard could effectively prevent troops from falling into an ambush. They could lock onto a mission target beforehand and attack first to prevent the enemy from attacking or retreating. This was one of the most important positions in the team. An incapable vanguard might be killed by their teammates, since it would be very easy for them to lead the entire team to their downfall. In this team, only Frank, Luke and Selena were qualified to be the vanguard. But Frank was the commander, and had to stay in the rear to control the situation. Selena had already chosen the Gatling gun. She was clearly going to be the firepower to overwhelm the enemy. With two aliases on this operation, Luke could only be the vanguard and main attack force at the same time. That wasn't a bad thing, however. Rather, it would be easier for him to confirm the latest intelligence on the front line at any time. The two clones were definitely better than working with other people. Big Dipper nodded. Okay, Frank. All right, switch to internal comms. No outside chatter. This was a reminder to Angel and Alice. Nobody else would make such a mistake, but it might not be the case with these two. Everybody replied, understood. Frank pushed the door open and said, move out. Copy that. Everybody filed out. Luke, who was the last to go out, put the weapons cabinet away. Everyone else was already running. Big Dipper took the lead. With one leap, his figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared into thin air. It had only been 2 minutes from the moment Luke released the weapons cabinet and the android. They had already done their best to communicate briefly and effectively before the battle, as the situation in Grand Rapids wasn't good. Black humanoid monsters were wreaking havoc downtown. What was even more astonishing was that these monsters were all using weapons, including cold weapons and firearms. This made them extremely destructive and lethal. They still had to run and jump around with physical attacks, but with guns, they just needed to pull the trigger. There was a lot of fighting in Grand Rapids, but even more people were running away. Even then, only those in cars sped down the streets. It wasn't that the drivers were brave, but that it was impossible to hide. If you wanted to make a quick getaway, they could only rely on luck. Other people on bikes and on foot were panic-stricken but also careful as they quietly fled. The Dark Knight didn't use a gun, and the new model bat darts that he used didn't cost much, each one cost no more than $10. As the main attack force, he didn't need to sneak around like the vanguard, Big Dipper. Instead, he turned on glide mode on his cape and sent bat darts flying in all directions, killing the scattered black humanoid monsters that were in his path. In less than 2 minutes, the team members had gathered basic intelligence on the monsters. Frank warned, attacking the heart is no use. Cutting the spinal cord will immobilize them. Cutting off and blowing up the head will basically kill them. They don't feel pain and they're far stronger than ordinary people. Remember this in close combat. Pausing for a moment, he then added, bullets do stop their movements to some extent. Deathstrike and Iron Cage can hit the torso first before shooting them in the head. Luke said at the same time, I second that. Also, no need to conserve bullets. Firing tens of thousands of bullets in one go isn't an issue. Except for you, Bastet. You don't have to be so quick-fingered. Selena didn't say anything and simply sent a grimacing emoji to the team chat. Frank didn't say anything. 1 or 2 clowns on the team was good for taking care of the mood, otherwise, it was too easy for the overall mood on. The battlefield to be downcast or gloomy, and for things to spiral out of control at some point. Back then, Gray Rabbit had been the one to bolster the mood. It wasn't like he was deliberately doing it most of the time, but his luck was just that rotten, and always got a laugh out of everyone else. As everybody advanced, the gunfire gradually turned more intense. Frank was practically flying over rooftops as he advanced. Gunshots rang out from time to time, some far and some close, and some in a constant stream, depending on the situation. Alice and Angel advanced over the ground, which was what they were most familiar with, and obediently opened fire whenever instructed by the shooting support program. Their 3-round bursts weren't astonishing, but they were practical and brainless. As long as the red cross which represented the gun locked onto a target and a yellow circle appeared, the trigger could be pulled. There was a 30 to 50% chance that the shot would hit the target. The main reason why it didn't hit was because of the humanoid monsters, quick and erratic movements. Reason Oz if the enemy paused for 1 or 2 seconds, however, they would be hit. Selena was different. When it came to using a gun, she indeed wasn't as good as Luke, who had a cheat, or Frank, who had used guns for more than 20 years. But in her incomplete symbiotic form, her reaction speed was significantly increased. As she fired the Gatling gun, she could easily maneuver it to fire around here. The gunfire swept over the monsters in its path and blew up most of their heads. At that moment, Luke raised an eyebrow. Alfred had sent him a message. He thought for a moment, before announcing it on the team's internal comms. The American government has cut off all online communication within 100 kilometers of Grand Rapids. Neither Alice nor Angel really understood what that meant. Frank, however, reacted quickly. F2F and Messenger. Luke said, those are the two main ones, but it's the same with other communication apps. Angel frowned. Are you saying that they can't be used? Selena said, no, people in Grand Rapids can still upload pictures and videos, but the relevant data won't reach the outside world in real time. In the end, Luke explained, the government is restricting the apps, but they also need to understand the situation here through the photos and videos. They're just preventing the news from spreading. Who the hell knew whether or not this incident had to do with the government? A news blackout like this would prevent the outside world from taking notice too soon, and would allow the government to cover up the truth and shift the blame later. The more proof that was left behind, the heavier the responsibility, and the harder it would be to shirk responsibility. Frank, all right, we need to pick up the pace. The government should be responding soon. A news blackout was often related to an operation. Frank didn't have a good impression of the government, and didn't want them to interfere. At the same time, in Stark Tower, New York, Jarvis said, Sir, the latest news on Mr. Wayne is online. Tony raised his head. Where's that guy now? Jarvis said, he appeared in Grand Rapids and is dealing with an attack by unknown creatures there. Tony paused. Show me. Jarvis immediately projected photos and videos uploaded by civilians. Although the figures were a little blurry, Tony immediately recognized them. Big Dipper, Black Cat, Hammersmith, Iron Cage King, Lady Deathstrike. That was half of the Bat Squad's fighting force. They had actually all rushed over at the same time. Jarvis said, the government has taken control of F2F and other communication apps. Most of the communication in Grand Rapids has been cut off. Tony frowned. That meant that this wasn't a small matter, or the government wouldn't casually touch Titanium Phone Company's channels. To put it another way, Titanium Phone Company hadn't said anything, which meant that the situation was really serious. But a news blackout by the government was meaningless to Tony. Jenny had lost some of the back doors to Titanium Phone Company's F2F and Messenger to Pepper long ago. It was nothing more than a mutually and tacitly acknowledged oversight. Thus, Tony had much more authority than the American government in these two most popular social media apps. Jarvis could still monitor the news coming out of Grand Rapids online. Send a message to Bruce and ask if he wants help, Tony instructed as he read the intelligence on Grand Rapids. Less than 2 seconds later, Luke replied, up to you, but we'll try to wrap things up in 20 minutes. Tony snorted and gulped down the energy drink he was holding. Ellipsis. An old trick. You're trying to provoke me again. Do you think I'll fall for it? 30 seconds later, a long trail of flames streaked through the night sky and headed west. As Luke and the others advanced, the police and the National Guard finally caught their breaths. The moment the team started to advance, Luke hacked into the two parties' wireless comms and started giving them orders. While the highest-ranking officers didn't say anything, most of the mid- and low-level officers listened to the orders because it was the Dark Knight and Black Cat. If it were last year, the National Guard wouldn't have shown up so quickly. After the Battle of New York, various states passed emergency legislation to give the National Guard the right to act quickly in the face of major events. When it came to non-humans, the National Guard could act accordingly and didn't have to worry about being held responsible for taking risks. Today was just not their day. The troops closest to Michigan entered Grand Rapids 2 hours ago. Then, they were soundly routed. Half an hour after the battle started, their command center was wiped out. At that time, the various troops in contact with the command center only heard screams and cries of alarm. Then, there was no longer any activity on the other side. The soldiers' morale plummeted. They had lost their leaders in one go, and were surrounded by humanoid monsters. In less than an hour, they had been beaten to a pulp by the terrifying monsters. If it wasn't for the police, who were familiar with the local terrain, they would have been wiped out long ago. Even then, before Luke took charge, the police officers and the soldiers could only hide in solid buildings and do their best to fend off the humanoid monsters. Without reinforcements or orders, nobody knew what to do. Everybody felt that they were going to die here. The sudden appearance of the Dark Knight and his orders embarrassed many people, but it also gave them hope. Most troops still hesitated and didn't take action right away, but the braver troops decisively followed orders and managed to reconvene with the remaining troops. These troops were all on the Bat Squad's route. It was understandable that they were braver. After all, they saw with their own eyes how the Bat Squad charged over and shot and killed all the monsters around them. If they didn't move now, when would they? Even if the humanoid monsters immediately counterattacked, there was still the Bat Squad in the front. The soldiers weren't the monsters' match, but these monsters weren't the superheroes' match either. After some soldiers sent images of the scene to their allies via F2F and Messenger, the other troops started moving. In fact, the situation they were facing wasn't as bad as they thought. In most areas, their numbers and firepower were enough to take down the enemy. Luke told Alfred to calculate the route, and told the remaining troops to reconvene before retreating steadily with the civilians. As long as they didn't panic, they weren't in too much danger for the time being. It couldn't be helped. Just as Luke sent a casual reply to Tony, the Big Dipper clone sent intelligence back to the team. Something's up. The monsters are rounding up civilians and sending them to the city center. Some officers in the National Guard who haven't been killed have also been sent over. Frank, are there a lot of them? Big Dipper said, anyone who is not dead is escorted to the city center by the monsters, and the number of monsters is still increasing. Frank, switch to prioritizing stopping the incident at the source. Any questions? Everybody said, no. Frank said, Knight, Bastet, attack the city center. Don't go too fast and try to distract the monsters. Deathstrike and Iron Cage will slow them down and cover the left and right flanks. Big Dipper, try not to attack. Find an opportunity to sneak into the city center and check the enemy's situation. He then said to Luke in private, can you set up 2 firepower support units? For you and Bastet. Luke said, okay, give me 30 seconds. Luke and Selena entered an underground car park. A moment later, 2 firepower support units that looked like mobile gun turrets appeared. They could reach a speed of 200 km per hour. Coupled with ample muzzles and launchers, as well as a huge amount of ammo, they couldn't be any more practical. The sound of the machine guns was a nightmare for the humanoid monsters, but to the officers and the soldiers, it was the sound of heaven. The National Guard had also arrived in armored vehicles, which had been besieged and wiped out in 20 minutes. However, the soldiers were certain that the 2 Bat tanks in front of them, which had been a highlight in the Battle of New York, were definitely different from the garbage used. They were not disappointed. With Alice and Angel protecting the sides, the 2 tanks cut through the increasing number of humanoid monsters like a hot knife through butter. 4 chains of fire swept back and forth, blowing up the monsters that dared to attack them. Luke and Selena didn't go at max speed, but advanced steadily at 30 km per hour. The humanoid monsters' attention was mostly focused on the powerful tanks, which gave the people in the city precious time to escape. At the same time, with the squad protecting them, the tanks weren't surrounded by the monsters, and the damage output was much higher. Big Dipper also took advantage of this fierce battle to sneak into Grand Rapids Central Station via an underpass. Not long after the Bat Squad started moving, 2 Chinook helicopters flew over from the southeast. In the first helicopter, Flegg said solemnly, we're about to reach Grand Rapids. I'll give you one last reminder. He paused for a moment and looked around at the people who wore varying expressions but didn't say anything. He then continued, firstly, don't try to run, or your heads will explode like watermelons. Secondly, unless I say so, do not engage with the Bat Squad. Do not provoke any of them. Their expressions immediately changed. A brawny Native American middle-aged man spat, are you kidding me? You want us to run the mission with them? Is that necessary? The face of another white man turned blue. Are you FC King messing with us? Batman is dead, but Black Cat is still here. On the side, a brawny African American man asked, who's here? Flegg didn't even bother to look at the first 2 men. He nodded approvingly at the black man. Smart. At least you're not like those 2 idiots who got scared without even asking for names. The 2 who spoke first immediately looked embarrassed, but they couldn't argue with that. Flegg said, Dark Knight, Black Cat, Big Dipper, Iron Cage King, Lady Deathstrike and Hammersmith are the only 6 people here. Gulp. The black man swallowed. Iron Cage King, Lady Deathstrike. The white man, however, took note of the first name. Dark Knight, isn't Batman dead? Flegg sneered. The Dark Knight isn't Batman. The white man relaxed. In the end, Flegg continued, but many people call him Batman's successor. The white man sneered. Who doesn't know how to brag? Flegg nodded and said, then let me tell you something else. A lot of Batman fans call him the strongest cosplayer. That means he's the strongest person to cosplay Batman. The white man felt his mouth go dry, but he didn't want to show weakness. What, you think you're Batman just because you wear a black mask and a black cape? HMPH, let me tell you, even if Batman comes back to life and stands right in front of me, I won't be afraid. Flegg had a strange expression on his face as his mouth worked, before he finally gave a thumbs up. You have guts. Oh, I think I heard a rumor that Batman and Black Cat will find whoever talks about them behind their backs, especially those who do too many bad things. I have faith in you, George. The face of the man named George changed, but he didn't dare say anything. The others also had strange expressions, but they all shut up. Although they hadn't been locked up with regular criminals, they had heard about Batman and Black Cat's glorious achievements from the prison guards and some of the criminals who came in later. Few people would dare pat their chests and say that they weren't afraid of this superhero duo who could cripple anyone. Even George was tight-lipped as he thought, stay as far away as possible later and don't say anything. As for what he said just now, did he say anything? It was all lies. Flegg was very satisfied. He wasn't Amanda, and didn't hate superheroes like Batman. Their hard work during the Battle of New York alone had earned his respect. Checks and balances or precautionary measures had nothing to do with a soldier like him. As long as those superheroes didn't turn into supervillains, they could do whatever they wanted. Violate the law, what he himself did for Amanda wasn't by the law, but because he was loyal to the country. He didn't feel guilty at all about using the Bat Squad to intimidate these guys. These men he was using all deserved to die. It was just that Amanda wanted a superpower team similar to the Bat Squad, which was why she recruited these damn scumbags. In other words, Flegg's heart wouldn't ache if any of them died. He was thinking that. The pilot up front reminded him, Commander, we'll be landing in a minute. Please get ready. Flegg, copy that. Everybody, get ready to land. Luke was on a killing spree with the firepower support unit when Alfred sent a message. Someone from the government has arrived. He looked at the image and locked onto Flegg. He was very familiar with this person. There were two people behind Flegg who looked familiar. Luke glanced at the information which Alfred had given him and roughly understood what was going on. Thinking quickly, he said casually, ignore them. We'll do our own thing. He was now performing a highly intense dual-mode operation. The android controlled by the Level 2 clone had already reached the subway tunnel 100 meters from the station. It was trying its best to advance stealthily, and had no time to bother with the government troops. In any case, Flegg shouldn't die, right? Inside the station, a woman's voice rang out. Little brother, our enemy is here. We have to kill that bad guy. A tall but thin figure strode out. I've only recovered half of my strength. When will your weapon be ready? The woman said, regular puppets are useless against them. Devour these people. You should still be able to replenish some of your strength. The tall figure's eyes glowed red as he looked at the close to 1,000 people in one corner of the hall, and chuckled. It's time to show these lowly slaves my true strength. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands, and his thin arms turned into sharp tentacles to stab at the people in the corner. Suddenly, loud music rang out from the subway tunnel. Amidst the heavy and distant sound of bells, a man chanted, the Supreme Edict, Supreme Lonely Souls, all ghosts and charms, 4 lives with grace. The tall figure paused and suddenly turned to look at the subway tunnel. At the same time, the woman said, this voice, it's that guy. It's the guy who injured me last time. Be careful, he has a mental attack that can hurt us. The tall figure was surprised. He waved his hands, and the tentacles turned and lunged at the subway tunnel. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, and the tall figure was stunned. You want to run? As he spoke, he jumped into the subway tunnel. The woman shrieked, don't be careless. That guy is very cunning. But it was too late. Intense explosions rang out in the subway tunnel. It sounded like 2 giant beasts fighting inside. Less than a minute later, everything quieted down. The woman screamed again, little brother, all of you, hurry up and save him, A tall figure walked out of the subway tunnel with a broken body in his hand. He looked skeptically in the direction of the woman's voice. Is this what you mean by very strong? Also, it doesn't seem human. The woman, Then, the woman noticed something unusual. No, this is just a machine. A machine can't launch a mental attack. It's fake. A kilometer away, Luke frowned. Frank, I think I know who the enemy is. I'm sending the information right now. Don't advance for now. Move sideways and attack. Frank opened the information which Luke had just sent. After reading it for a moment, his cold face turned solemn. He immediately sent Luke a private message. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this intelligence? Luke said, I'm sure. Also, it was another monster who stopped Big Dipper just now. That enchantress called him, Little Brother. He has formidable defenses, strength and dexterity. Ordinary firearms and armor can't do anything to him. Frank didn't say anything else. As he spoke to Frank, Luke exchanged a few words with Selena before driving the firepower support unit into a building. A moment later, he drove out again. Nobody knew that the Dark Knight in the tank had turned into a special android, and the level 1 clone had turned into Big Dipper and was charging toward the central station. Luke, who was moving stealthily, sent a message to Tony. How much longer? The Tycoon, who was moving at top speed in the air, was silent for a moment before he said, in 10 minutes. What? You can't handle it? Luke said, let me tell you a piece of good news. There's an old acquaintance of ours here in Grand Rapids, and she's brought her little brother along for revenge. Tony asked, who? Luke said, the witch who almost killed you in Wall Street Station. Tony's face darkened. Kill me, dream on. You were too fast last time. Leave her to me this time. Watch me beat the sh*t out of her. Luke said, don't be crass. Also, let me warn you that her brother is very strong. I'm afraid your Mark 7 won't be able to handle him. Tony was surprised. Are you kidding? He felt that his Mark 7 was really strong, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the witch, but Luke actually said that he couldn't stop the brother. Tony didn't think that Luke would joke about that, and immediately replied, my Hulkbuster suit can be sent down at any time. Just wait and see me beat the sh*t out of these siblings. Your what suit? Luke was stumped. Tony said, that's not important. Luke didn't waste any time. Then you better hurry. Big Dipper has already gone over to save people. That monster brother is preparing to devour 1,000 or so people in the subway station to recover his strength. Tony's heart turned cold. Devour? Are you serious? Luke said, why else would I call you? Tony, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Hang in there. As he spoke, he fully activated the thrusters on Mark 7, and his speed skyrocketed once more as he charged toward Grand Rapids. Luke really needed the Tycoon's help this time. He had indeed lost the battle between the remote-controlled android and the Enchantress's little brother, and very quickly at that. Luke wasn't embarrassed. The remote-controlled androids could only unleash 20 to 30% of his and his clone's combat ability. Without a body to support them, many of his abilities were useless. It was practically impossible to break the monster's defenses with just the strength of the special android's strength. The enemy was too destructive, and the armor the android had been wearing was destroyed in less than a minute. This was the advantage of absolute strength. But Luke wasn't scared of the monster. If the android couldn't do it, then the clone would. He was in a hurry because of the innocent civilians in the station. There were almost 1,000 people inside the hall, but 2,000 to 3,000 people were still being escorted over. He didn't think that the monster would stop at eating just 1,000 people. The Enchantress had made it clear that these people would be used to help her brother recover his strength. Thus, Luke had to save these civilians and stop the monster from recovering its strength. Less than 10 seconds later, Big Dipper dashed into the central station. In the station, the tall figure who had just pierced more than 10 people with his tentacles was enjoying the sensation of recovery. A shadow approached from the corner of his eye and hit him hard. Boom! There was the sound of a violent collision, and the civilians and humanoid monsters nearby collapsed. The tall figure was nowhere to be seen. Boom! There was a loud bang from the subway tunnel wall in the distance, and dust and gravel flew everywhere. The clang of metal rang out non-stop, like the sounds of a forge. Both the civilians and the humanoid monsters subconsciously covered their ears and shook their heads to try and muffle the sounds. Bang! Bang! A black and white figure was sent flying through the smoke and dust in the subway tunnel into a group of humanoid monsters. Then, the man twisted in the air and landed hard with his feet on the ground. The enormous force pushed the black and white figure back, and a 10-meter-long trench was left in his wake. The black and white figure finally stopped. He slowly lowered his arms from where they had been crossed in front of his chest, and several cracked pieces of armor fell to the ground. Dong, dong, dong. Heavy footsteps rang out in the dust, and a tall figure walked out. It was none other than the enchantress's little brother whom Luke had sent flying into the tunnel wall earlier. Luke had already given the guy a nickname, Warlock. Unlike the scantily clad enchantress, her little brother was about 2.5 meters tall, and his thin frame looked like a skeleton without much flesh on it. However, this skeleton clearly had something that looked like armor on it. His entire body was covered in a flickering, fiery orange light which could make a person dizzy if they stared at it for too long. He also wore a T-shaped helmet, and the orange light also moved over that African-American face which didn't look very human anymore. The light in the warlock's eyes flickered like flames. "This one probably isn't fake, right, sister?" the enchantress said. "I smell a living person." "That's right, it's him." Luke turned his head and looked at the twisted metal construction which served as a door deeper in the station, but he couldn't see the enchantress. "Oh, it's you. You've recovered from your injuries last time," the enchantress said. "You came at the right time. This time, both you and that bad guy will die." Luke unhurriedly activated the release catch, and his warped vambraces fell to the ground. He flexed his wrists. "Is that so? Just because you found your little brother who has been missing for years?" Saying that, he tilted his head and looked at the warlock who was slowly walking over from dozens of meters away. "But he doesn't look very smart." The enchantress laughed. "He'll tear you into pieces slowly and swallow you whole. Don't beg for mercy then." Luke clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Why is your brother so black? He doesn't look like you. Do the two of you have different mothers?" A fierce light flashed in the enchantress's eyes. "Talk more while your mouth is still intact, you won't have the chance to use it later." "Huh, do you like being scolded?" Luke was surprised. "I've never heard such a strange request before." He coughed and said, "Then listen carefully. B*TCH, B*TCH, B*TCH. After a brief silence, the enchantress gnashed her teeth. "You and that bat are indeed the same. I was going to let you live a little longer, but you can go to hell now. Little brother, kill him." Actually, Luke and the enchantress had their own motives for the byplay. The enchantress was trying to buy time to complete her weapon. Killing her opponent then would be a piece of cake. Luke's initial plan had also been to buy time, but the enchantress's actions made him suspicious. If it was something the enemy wanted, he definitely had to destroy it. Although it was unlikely that he could take care of the siblings on his own, he couldn't let the enchantress hide and cause trouble. So, he decisively did what the enchantress wanted, and delivered a critical triple hit. At the enchantress's order, the warlock, who was 10 meters away, exerted strength and charged forward. He was so fast that he turned into a dark orange afterimage and instantly appeared in front of Luke to kick him. Luke swiftly stepped back. 2 silver rods appeared in his hands and, like magic, turned into 2 long whips. Like a viper that had come to life, a long whip lashed out at the warlock. Since Luke didn't have the absolute advantage in strength, he had to bring the strength of his opponents down to the same level. With a crack, blue and white electricity sparked on the whip. The other whip spun and generated a strong electromagnetic force to deflect the warlock's kick as both people were pushed back in 2 different directions. A red light flashed in the warlock's eyes, and he threw out thick tentacles at Luke. He didn't care about the other whip that was coiled around him at all. The next moment, the warlock was sent flying. Boom! The tentacles weren't able to hit Luke either. Instead, they were deflected. At the same time, the whip around the warlock exerted a huge repulsion force. With the added push from the whips, the force of the warlock's failed attack sent him flying through the roof of the station. Luke charged after him. The long whips in his hands didn't stop moving, and the electromagnetic force around the wizard increased. Of course, Luke couldn't fight this guy at the station. The warlock didn't care about human life or death, and could devour the civilians to recover his strength. At any time, while Luke had to do his best to keep the thousands of civilians alive. Also, with the warlock around, his teammates themselves may not be injured in person, but the special androids might be swiftly destroyed. Luke didn't have many of them. Except for him and Selena, the others only had 1 each. He had a lot of the original robots, but they would be useless against the warlock. The best solution was to get rid of this guy. This was also the plan he had just discussed with Frank. Frank saw 2 figures fly out from the top of the station in a huge arc. Luke also signaled, "Clear," on the internal comms. "Attack at full speed." Frank immediately gave the order to the other members of the team. Head right for the central station and rescue the civilians there first." Everybody moved quickly. Only the Dark Knight and Selina were slightly slower and fell behind in the firepower support units. But that wasn't a problem. The tanks fired at full force and quickly eliminated the humanoid monsters in the area to ensure that they couldn't stop the team members from advancing. It took less than 10 seconds for the special androids to cover a distance of less than a kilometer. A guided missile arrived on time and hit the northeast corner of the station at an angle. The missile exploded with a loud bang, and the enormous shock wave sent a large part of the wall flying dozens of meters away from the station. A hole 7 to 8 meters wide appeared in front of the team. Angel didn't stop as she stuck close to the ground and rammed into a dozen humanoid monsters and sent them flying as she charged into the station. Alice followed her. Frank then arrived, but didn't follow them in. Instead, he waited for a moment. At that moment, the tanks trundled over. Selina didn't stop and simply charged in as the tank made the hole bigger. The Dark Knight, however, got out of the tank and jumped through the hole. Frank, who was waiting on the side, immediately jumped up into the tank. At the same time, he ordered, "System link." Several wires instantly connected to ports on his armor, and his suit was locked in place. The humanoid monsters who had been caught off guard by the surprise attack finally came back to their senses. Most of them had been escorting the residents, and thus escaped the earlier barrage from the tanks. They reacted quickly. Some of them charged into the station, while the others surrounded Frank. Frank's expression was the same as ever as he quickly inputted instructions into the firepower support unit's interface with his left hand. He fired the assault rifle that was in his right hand and took down the guys that had been the fastest to react. The clip was empty. Frank tossed the gun away and gripped the control handle with both hands. At that moment, the humanoid monsters pressing forward were just over 10 meters away. In less than a second, the tank would be buried under the swarm. When Frank gripped the control with both hands, red targets locked onto all the humanoid monsters on the light blue virtual screen. With a thought, the tank retreated nimbly in a direction without any monsters. The twin autocannons on the tank also instantly switched directions. Thump 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 thump. These fierce humanoid monsters were no different from ordinary humans in the face of 20mm caliber bullets. They exploded like balloons filled with black dye, sending black fluid and broken parts flying everywhere. In just a few seconds, the ground around the station turned into a wild jungle with black flower blossoms. The humanoid monsters that had charged forward too quickly were turned into sludge. A number of them still charged over, but they no longer had the overwhelming air of locusts. As Frank cleared the area outside the station, the people inside were already fighting. As the vanguard, Big Dipper was very conscientious. When he charged into the station twice before, a lot of drones were released during the chaos. Thus, the squad members could clearly see what was going on inside the station. Under Frank's arrangements, everyone had a clear objective. Angel, who was the first to charge in, had already smashed her way through the humanoid monsters bare-handed, like a cannonball. Her arms and legs swung out, and sent the monsters flying far into the distance. When she charged through the hole created by the missile, the civilians were in the corner diagonally behind her. Angel just needed to attack the humanoid monsters within a 180-degree angle to avoid accidentally injuring the civilians. Also, she charged toward where the humanoid monsters were most densely packed together and completely ignored the sporadic attacks from a scattered few. Alice, who had followed closely behind her, was still invisible. A transparent and distorted shadow moved quickly through the dimly lit station as black claws cut through the air and cut open the heads of the scattered humanoid monsters. When the enchantress noticed, she couldn't help but curse her lackeys. Idiots! The metal door suddenly opened, and a black light beam shot out at Angel, who was charging through the crowd. The black light beam was so fast that Angel was hit before she could react. The beam of light then deflected off her and headed right for Alice, despite the latter being invisible. When the black light beam shot out, Alice nimbly flashed past two humanoid monsters and pierced their heads with her hands. She then brought her hands together to use the monsters' bodies as a shield. The black light beam hit the humanoid monsters. As if coming back to life, the humanoid monsters struggled violently. Thanks to the 3 claws in their heads though, they died once more, and they went limp again. Then, thanks to the black light beam, they came back to life again, and then died again. Protected by this monster shield, Alice was pretty much unscathed. At that moment, the black light beam turned around to shoot back at Angel. Seizing that moment, Angel decisively raised her hands to use a pulse cannon in a rare moment. She didn't use the most common attack mode, but the high-energy plasma mode. The bright plasma beam instantly collided with the returning black light beam. There was a strange, low hissing sound that made one's ears tingle. The energy contained in the black light beam was extraordinary, and it quickly overpowered the plasma beam as it approached Angel, albeit at a much slower rate. At that moment, there was a loud bang and Selena charged in with the tank. Everybody could see what was going on. The attack on Angel had been part of the plan. She had the thickest armor of them all, and her reactor consumed the least energy since she didn't use the flight function or pulse cannon much. She was best at fighting head-on. Conversely, it was best not to give her too complicated a strategy. As for Frank, for whom the mission always came first, he could always make things very simple. Angel's task was to distract the Enchantress and then hold on until reinforcements arrived. At most, they would just lose a special android. In any case, the big boss was rich, and they could afford the loss. The big shot who sold everything was also very good at taking things back. There was no need to worry about the damaged special models and armor being picked up by someone else. While Angel was fending off the attack, Selena charged in between the plasma beam and the black light beam. A piece of heavy armor in the center of the tank pulled back to reveal the reactor that was protected inside. The white light quickly turned bright enough to blind people. Boom! A plasma cannon that was 5 times stronger than Angel's pulse cannon shot out and hit the black light beam. The bigger the bulk, the stronger the energy. The size and position of the reactor had to be taken into consideration, as well as how durable the parts were during a high energy output. The firepower support unit was about the size of an armored car. Giving it a reactor the size of a bucket just meant 1,000 artillery shells less. Or of course, Luke wouldn't give it such a high configuration. The reactor was only as big as a bowl. The energy was shot out through a circular barrel which didn't take up a lot of space, but which was enough to launch an extremely powerful energy cannon attack. The difference in power between an energy cannon and a pulse cannon was like the difference between a 150mm field cannon and a 20mm machine gun. The black light beam, which could suppress Angel's pulse cannon, collapsed under the violent output. The black light beam was instantly vaporized by the thick white plasma beam. Remnants of the white plasma beam shot toward the station entrance. Selena turned the tank at the right moment, and the plasma beam swept over dozens of humanoid monsters which ran inside, instantly vaporizing half of them. Everybody had a rough idea of each other's movements, and Frank's simple instructions and reminders rang out every now and then. Angel retracted her pulse cannon in time, but still light scored the tank when Selena cut in. At that moment, another opening appeared in the metal door. Selena didn't even turn around as she fired. A mini-guided missile shot out with a bang toward the opening. Boom! Selena sighed regretfully. Clearly, the Enchantress had quick reflexes. The opening closed in time and didn't hit her. Selena ordered the AI program to start playing the pre-recording on a loop, then asked, "How's it going with Big Dipper?" The remote-controlled special model Dark Knight said casually, "He's landed and is holding the other party back. We have to pick up the pace with the rescue operation." The ears of the civilians in the station rang with the sounds of fighting and explosions. However, a loud electronic voice was still audible in the hall. "The monsters outside have been eliminated. Everybody, leave through the gap." As the recording played again, several drones in the hall projected a series of white arrows on the ground toward the corner which the team had blown open earlier. There was now a gap that was over 10 meters wide. After the missile broke the wall, Selena had used the tank to push away most of the debris, thus creating an extremely convenient escape route. The civilians were stumped for a few seconds. Finally, someone made up his mind and stumbled forward. This smart man bellowed as he pulled his shaky wife along, "Let's go. Are you going to stay here and wait for death? There's still another one inside." He didn't continue. He had seen for himself that the female monster behind the metal door could hear what the people outside said. Only after he pulled his wife along over 10 meters did the rest of the confused civilians catch his meaning. There was also a monster behind the metal door, and she was the one who had turned the officers and soldiers into monsters. The superheroes who arrived would definitely fight the boss monster. If the civilians ran now, there was a high chance that they would survive. If they stayed here, they would definitely become cannon fodder. Death was practically a guarantee. Thanks to the smart guy's actions and words, most of them understood, and they endured the dizziness and ringing in their ears as they tried to move. Gradually, All the civilians subconsciously started running for their lives toward the gap. Luke, on the other hand, maneuvered the Dark Knight into setting up a perimeter around the metal door. He had already scanned it several times with various equipment to confirm that it was a pure metal fortress, or a machine. It was hidden in the depths of the station, away from the outside world. But there was no hiding the strange metal texture or the increasing energy reactions from Luke. Thus, he didn't have the Dark Knight join the battle. Instead, he began to set up a perimeter around the metal fortress to destroy it. In any case, the civilians had to be chased out first, or Luke wouldn't dare use too powerful a weapon. Thankfully, Luke had taken the Enchantress's troublesome brother with him. They were 2 kilometers away, which gave him some time. The Enchantress was in a dilemma. If she abandoned the machine she was creating, she could only rely on her own body to fight. Given her understanding of human technology, she didn't dare let her and her brother face the bombardment of human weapons unprotected. Even though her brother was very hard to take down, he wasn't immortal. Only by using the knowledge she had learned from humans to complete this mobile tower of machine and magic would they be able to move freely. The human experts who had charged in clearly weren't here to watch her complete her magic tower. Once all the civilians in the station evacuated, the enemy would attack. So, she didn't kill the civilians. Even if the tower could kill them easily, it would be meaningless. The firepower support units had killed thousands of puppets outside earlier. If all the civilians died, the Bat Squad would lose their last scruples and attack her immediately. For a moment, both parties were in a silent deadlock. Secretly, the Enchantress used a spell to send a message to the Warlock, telling him not to fight the man and to return immediately. But the message he sent back indicated that it would be difficult. The Enchantress could only get all their puppets to return and attack the civilians who had left. On Luke's side, he finally welcomed an unexpected ally. The 2 Chinooks stopped in the air 200 meters away. Black ropes were thrown out and figures quickly descended. Fleg's feet had barely touched the ground when a voice rang out on the comms. "This is Bastet, you know me as Black Cat. Major Fleg, please have your men provide support to the civilians coming out of the station. Split them up and move them to safe locations." Stumped for a moment, Fleg then realized that his comms had been hacked. He found the unknown user who had suddenly appeared in the comms. "Sorry, we have our own mission. The rescue will be carried out by someone else." Naturally, it wasn't because Fleg had a good temper that he was so polite, but because he couldn't afford to offend Black Cat. Selena said, "Major Fleg, this isn't a negotiation, but an order. Otherwise, we'll make it public to the whole world that you were the ones to set the Enchantress free, and caused this tragedy in Grand Rapids." Fleg said, "You," before he immediately stopped speaking. If he asked how the other party knew, it would be equivalent to giving her ironclad evidence. That would be too stupid. Selena said, "There's no need to doubt us. We also know that the Enchantress was an accomplice during the New York subway explosions. Without your permission and tacit approval, those criminals wouldn't have had the opportunity to detonate the explosives. If you don't want to become a traitor along with your boss, follow the order." She then cut off communication with Fleg, before she spoke to the Dark Knight in private. "Will this work?" The Dark Knight immediately replied, "Don't worry. Fleg might dare to become a criminal, but he definitely doesn't want to be a traitor. Soldiers with such a strong sense of honor wouldn't want to be labeled traitors." Furthermore, he had gotten Selena to bring up Fleg's boss. That would give Fleg enough reason to force him to cooperate with them. It wasn't like Fleg was here to stand up for justice. Based on previous intelligence and the current situation, it was very likely that they had lost control of the Enchantress. Fleg was probably here to clean up his boss's mess. His boss definitely didn't want people to spread rumors about this sh*t before her ass was wiped clean. She wouldn't be able to shift the blame otherwise. After hesitating for a moment, Fleg immediately issued a new mission to his team. They looked at him suspiciously. This wasn't the mission they had discussed before. Turning supervillains like them loose to protect civilians and retreat. Was he crazy? Fleg wasn't interested in explaining himself to them. If he did, they wouldn't work harder and would even ridicule him. They could just hold it in. He simply waved his hand. "Follow orders." The soldiers from the helicopters immediately started to take down the humanoid monsters that appeared one after another. Then, they saw a large number of civilians rush out of the station. They stumbled along as they wept and yelled, but they weren't slow at all. Fleg felt his head ache. How annoying. Once things fell into chaos, the dozens of people he had brought with him would be useless. This horde of over 1,000 people would trample them to paste. He immediately roared at someone, "Chato, light up the sky, or they'll trample themselves to death." A bald tattooed man hesitated for a moment, but didn't move. Flegg stressed, "You better hurry if you don't want more of them to die. You're the only one here who can scare them." The bald tattooed man, Chato, sighed and raised his hands. Boom, whoosh, two thick columns of fire shot out of his palms. In the dark night, the flames were intimidating and startling, and the civilians slowed down. Seeing the opportunity, Flegg immediately turned on the loudspeaker on the helicopter. "This is the U.S. Marines. Please don't panic. Follow our soldiers to a safe location. Be careful. Don't push or step on anyone. Try to stay quiet." After saying that 3 times in a row, Flegg gave his men tactical signals. The 50 soldiers split into 5 teams and quickly led the civilians away. Their orders were simple, orderly, and clear: "Follow us. Don't stop. Don't talk." The civilians calmed down. Those fire columns were quite intimidating. Also, no matter how unreliable the American army was, the soldiers were still human and far more pleasing to the eye than those humanoid monsters. Besides, the army had weapons that could be used against the humanoid monsters hunting people. It was much safer here than running around. While the civilians withdrew from the station, Luke was at an impasse. He had no choice but to send his friend a distress signal again. "Where are you? This guy's skin is too thick. If you don't get here soon, he'll hide behind his sister's skirt." In any case, Big Dipper wasn't the tycoon, and didn't have to worry about saving face. Tony said, 2 minutes. At least 2 minutes. Saying that, he couldn't help but ask, what happens if he runs back to his sister? Luke sent the information that the Dark Knight had obtained from the metal fortress. Tony took a glance and sucked in a breath. What the hell is this? The energy is climbing so fast, and the composition is very strange. Luke said, "I don't know, but I think they're waiting for that thing to reach a certain level. We might be in big trouble then." After a brief silence, Tony sent, "I'll be there in 100 seconds. But which side should I hit first?" Luke said, "If possible, help me restrain the warlock for 10 seconds. Then head over to the station and help Knight tear down the metal fortress." Tony understood. Okay. The two of them quickly put together a subsequent attack plan. Luke was talking seriously, but the warlock, who was Big Dipper's opponent, was cursing non-stop and could only hide. No, that was right. Unlike the brief confrontation at the station, Big Dipper was currently crushing the warlock. After they left the station, the warlock was met with a storm of attacks the moment he landed. Luke only buffed his telekinesis twice with credit points before he gave up. He realized that the man's body was very resistant to telekinesis. The surface of the warlock's body produced an electromagnetic repulsion effect which forcibly deflected the telekinesis. Enchanted telekinesis thus had no lethal effect on him. Luke also used an attack with elementary annihilation. Even though the vigilant warlock suddenly turned his head at the last moment, half of his head was still cut. It was a severe injury, and the warlock turned from arrogant to extremely cautious, and no longer gave Luke a chance to attack his vitals. Currently, the warlock was running around and blocking Luke's attacks with his annoying tentacles. Even when part of a tentacle was cut off with elementary annihilation, it could immediately regenerate. The cut parts would go crazy and run around the city at high speed, devouring any civilians they encountered to replenish energy. Just like that, the two parties fell into a war of attrition. Neither of them could return to the station to support their comrades. This was a huge headache for Luke. An opponent who was very fast and agile, and whose strength and defenses made it impossible for anyone else to restrain him, was really annoying. As long as he was still alive, he would immediately flee and frantically devour people for blood. This sort of big boss with a HP regeneration ability was practically a cheat in a big city. So far, Luke had left in his wake half of the guy's head, more than 100 tentacles, half of his ribs, a leg, and part of his sternum with the heart attached. It was enough for a barbecue. However, Luke still couldn't kill him. Instead, the other party devoured more than 20 civilians and was still alive and kicking. What Luke needed now was a teammate who could take a beating and with strength and output no less than his to restrain the warlock so that Luke could kill him instantly. The Hulkbuster suit sounded sturdy and strong, otherwise, it would be smashed to bits by the Hulk in just a few hits. The Tycoon wouldn't pass up this mission. Thinking that, Luke tried his best to control the warlock's movements and prevent him from returning to his sister. He had only been able to throw the other party into the air when the latter was off guard. How could he let him go back? The enchantress was fragile. If there was an opportunity, it would be possible to kill her in one blow. But if she teamed up with the warlock, given the latter's quick reflexes and durability, it would be more than 10 times harder to kill the enchantress. Even if you die, you have to die out here. Making up his mind, Luke chased the warlock and kicked him. The warlock blocked him with one tentacle and didn't stop running. He didn't understand how things had developed to this point. But his sister was right. The black and white face in front of him was a monster. The previous robot didn't even have 1/10 of the original's combat ability. In terms of speed, they were basically on the same level. Without a speed advantage, Luke would still be a lot weaker. Now, however, he was a huge threat because of that energy which could cut the warlock's body easily. These terrifying energy cuts weren't like the mental attack described by the warlock's sister. As long as he was caught, he would be instantly cut into pieces. He wouldn't die, but he wouldn't be far from it. He had to get back to his sister. Only with her magic support would his close-range fighting ability be more of a threat, and he could avoid this one-sided beating. For a time, everyone was at an impasse. The chaos in Grand Rapids had settled slightly, while Flagg's side was doing all they could to evacuate people. Flagg had already received the intelligence from Frank. When he learned that the enchantress's brother could recover his strength by devouring human blood, his initial unwillingness disappeared. He knew how difficult it was to deal with the enchantress. He would be crazy to let her use her brother as protection, and to leave so many blood bags around for him. He was here to complete a mission, not to die. The civilians had to be sent as far away from the station as possible, and to several different locations. They couldn't give the warlock a chance to recover quickly. The delicate balance lasted for a short 100 seconds, and officially ended with Tony's arrival. Tony had summoned the Hulkbuster beforehand, and a huge oval metal capsule fell from the sky to cover him. Less than 10 seconds later, a gigantic suit more than 3 meters tall appeared, and with one jump, it entered the battlefield hundreds of meters away. The warlock, who had been fleeing ignominiously after Luke's fierce beating, suddenly sensed an enormous figure on one side. Without any hesitation, he lashed out with one tentacle. At the same time, another tentacle grabbed onto a wall for him to make a quick turn. He didn't care who the newcomer was. In any case, he absolutely couldn't be slowed down by this unexpected factor. That lunatic behind him had already cut off more than 500 kilograms of his mass. However, 2 whips suddenly blocked his escape route as they spun rapidly to unleash a huge electromagnetic force. The warlock had no choice but to slow down. Tony, who had been in contact with Luke the whole time, lunged forward, and 4 thick metal limbs wrapped around the huge body of the warlock in a killing embrace. Tony suddenly attacked from the side, and the warlock subconsciously turned around so that they weren't facing each other. The Hulkbuster reached under the warlock's right armpit to grab his left arm with both hands. Its powerful legs wrapped around the other party's legs, and the back of its head was pressed to the back of the warlock's head. With their legs tangled together, the warlock and Hulkbuster rolled over the ground for more than 10 meters before they stopped. The warlock was alarmed and angry. He struggled with all his might, but couldn't escape for the time being. His right arm was stuck under his left arm, which was being held tightly. The only attack the warlock could use was to extend tentacles from his hands and stab at the Hulkbuster armor. Its physical strength was completely limited. It was impossible for the tentacle alone to break through the Hulkbuster's thick armor. The next moment, the black and white skull face appeared in front of the warlock, and it raised those dreadful longswords. The warlock struggled frantically and screamed in fear. "No, sister, help!" In the face of death, the warlock released a burst of strength and rolled away with the Hulkbuster. But compared with his earlier speed just now, this was completely different. The remote-controlled android which the warlock had taken apart was the best proof. Without superpowers to increase reaction speed and lethality, even a super robot with extraordinary strength would only be able to last for a minute. At that moment, with Tony hanging on to the warlock, the latter's fate was sealed. 2 silver blades flashed, and the wildly waving tentacles fell away to reveal the terrified and twisted face of the warlock. The silver longswords, which contained the power of annihilation, swung silently at the warlock's neck and waist, which weren't blocked by the Hulkbuster. The warlock stopped and looked down at his broken body in despair. His lips moved as he murmured soundlessly, "Sister, Boom. A black light beam shot up into the sky from the roof of the train station. Almost at the same time, the Dark Knight activated the setup outside the metal fortress, and a dozen thick plasma beams shot toward the metal fortress in the center. But 2 seconds later, Selena, Angel, Alice, Frank and the Dark Knight's names turned gray. This meant that the signals from the special androids in the vicinity of the station had disappeared, and the internal comms had automatically switched to offline mode. Luke didn't hesitate at all. He stopped using the destructive power of annihilation. This time, when he swung his longswords, they were infused with the power of faith. The blades blossomed with a light golden light which was enough to blind Tony's eyes. Poochie, poochie. A blade pierced the brain at an angle through the neck, while the other pierced the heart. The 37,000 faith value in the system dropped, and a light golden light spread out from the brain and heart of the warlock who had been stabbed with the longswords. The warlock howled miserably. "That's impossible. This is the power of God," those were his last words. The light golden light completely covered his head and chest as countless cracks appeared on his body. Luke drew out his longswords and stabbed twice more without hesitation. The lower half of the warlock's body and 2 remaining tentacles were pierced by the glowing longswords again. Less than a second later, the remaining parts of the warlock turned golden. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, and the golden head and torso began to turn into what looked like threads of golden dust before they completely collapsed. The moment Luke drew his longswords out, a system notification finally popped up. System: kill the ancient warlock. Mission accomplished. That was the reason why Luke hadn't overlooked the lower half of the warlock's body and tentacles earlier. The guy might have been screaming wretchedly, but he wasn't dying at all. It was very likely that he would have been able to regenerate from his cut lower torso and tentacles. If Luke wanted something done, he had to go all the way. Otherwise, it would be a waste for Luke to summon the Tycoon as a shield. It was also how they had split the work last time, which was how they had been able to beat the sister back. All of the family should be treated the same way. At that moment, Tony got up from the ground and immediately charged toward the station. He didn't forget to mock, "Hee, you killed her brother. That old woman's gone crazy." Luke followed Tony. We killed her brother. If you have any more awesome gadgets on you, take them out. The energy of that metal shell is too powerful. Don't let her kill you in seconds." Tony didn't stop. "This is my armor with the strongest defenses. What about you? Don't tell me you'll just be wearing that chicken suit. Give me 5 seconds. Luke charged into the bottom of a nearby building. A moment later, he charged out again with an incomplete support unit. At that moment, Tony had already flown 100 meters to the station, and he activated his most powerful move without hesitation. Bam! The 3 beams of light released from his hands and chest converged into one fierce blast which hit the metal cone floating behind the station. Boom! The 3-in-1 blast caused the ground around the station to shake, and Tony's expression turned even more solemn. That was because the attack had only caused the black light around the metal cone to ripple, and hadn't broken through it. Also, it was a light ripple. No matter how he looked at it, the power of his attack was still a little lacking. At Tony's attack, the metal parts moved more quickly and stacked up together. The cone grew bigger and bigger at a visible speed before it was complete. The wind kicked up, and all kinds of junk were sucked toward the cone. Some were directly swallowed up by the cone, and most were sent flying by the wind. Tony had a bad feeling. He immediately changed his attack pattern. A bright orange light beam hit the black light shield and continued to burn it. At the same time, he warned Luke, "You better hurry. I feel that this metal shell is about to be completed. I think I need to change to something more specific." At that moment, Luke charged out of the building. As he ran, a huge reactor appeared in his chest. Before he arrived, a plasma beam no smaller than Tony's shot out. The black light shield rippled even more intensely, but it didn't seem to be breaking. Tony said, "You take over." Bang! 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 Before he finished speaking, a black light shot out from the tip of the cone and sent him flying 100 meters away. Luke was lost for words. Fine, it seemed that he really had to take over and do it himself. The thrusters under his feet activated at full force as the enormous defense unit charged straight at the metal cone. This time, Luke didn't make any fancy moves with his blades as he swung them straight ahead. 2 streaks of golden light hit the black shield. Both blades sank halfway into the black shield, and the golden light spread out. However, it was countless times slower than when it had killed the warlock. In 1 second, the golden light spread less than a meter in diameter. However, the black light shield shook violently, and the golden light looked like it was about to shatter. The remaining 23,000 faith value dropped again. In the blink of an eye, the number turned to 10,000. Luke remained calm. From his previous experiments and killing the warlock just now, he could determine the rough effects of several attacks. To use an analogy, faith value was like oil with a lot of impurities, which could nevertheless burn with enough lethality. Credit points were like gas that had been filtered and purified. Not only could it burn, it could power internal combustion engines without causing damage to the machines. Annihilation was atomic energy, and was far more lethal. But of the three, oil, faith value, was the easiest to obtain and didn't require much processing. Gas, credit points, needed to be processed. If oil could be used, it wasn't worth using gas. The raw materials for atomic energy, annihilation energy, on the other hand, were the rarest. The quality was very high, but the consumption rate was very fast and it took even longer to accumulate. For Luke, credit points were the least lethal and the value of faith was much higher, but they were both far less destructive than annihilation. Nevertheless, the advantage of the first two was that they were stored in the cheat that was the system. To use them in an attack, there was only one word for it: pay. If 1,000 wasn't enough, then 10,000. If 10,000 wasn't enough, then 100,000. As long as he had enough savings, he basically didn't feel any burden. On the other hand, Luke needed to use mental strength to control annihilation energy. It was a personal skill that consumed mana. The metal cone in front of him was stronger than the warlock in every aspect, except that it couldn't move. Thus, Luke didn't hesitate to make in-app purchases to kill the other party. Sure enough, the enchantress's furious voice rang out, "DMNU, I'll kill you to avenge my brother." As she roared, two long, ridged-looking metal whips suddenly flew out of the metal cone and swung at Luke fiercely. Luke's hands weren't free. The thrusters under his feet just revved up and he instantly flipped upside down in the air while the reactor in his chest glowed even brighter. Bang, bang. Two blast cannons hit the metal whips, but the enormous force didn't stop them as they brushed past. The metal whips missed Luke by a hair's breadth. Luke didn't stop as he continued to spin. He suddenly spread his legs and stepped on the two slender whips that launched a sneak attack from below, before he tied them together. By now, the two pools of golden light on the black light barrier had already melded together and expanded. The black light shield rippled violently. Ah! The fury in the enchantress's scream was clear. Her mechanical magic tower had been activated too early, and only 70% of the energy reaction was completed. Now that Tony and Luke were attacking the black light shield incessantly, there was only 40% of energy left. This greatly affected the tower's functions, which couldn't be activated. The enchantress didn't dare use another energy blast, since it would further cut down on the progress of the energy reaction. If she couldn't activate this magic tower in time, she wouldn't be able to move quickly, and would have to escape on her own. After working so hard for so long, her brother was dead. She didn't want all her efforts to be for nothing. Luke was happy when he sensed that the enchantress was unhappy. Making the other party suffer in battle was also one kind of success. The fact that she hadn't appeared yet proved that there was something wrong with the metal cone. If he didn't deal with this metal shell, however, he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Now that the first step had been accomplished, it was time to take the second step. When he thought that, the faith value in the system continued to drop rapidly, from 10,000 to 9,000 to 8,000, the golden light suddenly spread faster and covered 1/3 of the black light shield. The black light shield shook violently before it disappeared with a dull thud. The two blades that had come loose swept over the metal whips. Luke used the momentum to press down on the whips under his feet. He exerted strength in his hands and feet at the same time, and the enormous defense armor he was in suddenly sped up as he crashed into the metal cone. Creak! There was an ear-piercing, drawn-out screech as the two longswords made contact with the metal cone. A straight cut rapidly appeared over the cone. As if it sensed a fatal threat, the metal cone suddenly sped up, and a dozen ridged whips lashed out at Luke. At the same time, black holes the size of bowls appeared on the surface of the cone, and the energy fluctuations increased rapidly. Luke's expression was calm, but there was excitement in his eyes. This was a worthy opponent. Trash like the warlock, who just ran around, was boring. He wasn't as tough as his sister. Sheathing the blades on his back, Luke grabbed the edges of the cut and pushed. There was the sound of metal being twisted and broken, and the crack grew even wider. The metal whips lashed out at Luke's back, but the enormous armor didn't dodge as it withstood the attacks. Luke took advantage of the situation to squeeze through the gap. With a clatter, pieces of broken metal were thrown out of the gap. Sensing that something was wrong, the metal whip stabbed into the gap in a frenzy. The black holes, which fluctuated violently with energy, couldn't attack inside, so they were naturally useless. The metal whips were beaten back out of the gap once more. In the gap, Luke swung his limbs wildly as he grabbed various metal parts and pulled hard. He laughed. So this is what it's like when the Hulk smashes things. The defense armor which Luke was wearing at that moment had been inspired by the Hulk during the Battle of New York, and was geared towards super defense and strength. Luke only had this one prototype, and had never used it in real combat. This defense armor also had a humanoid form like the Tycoon's Hulkbuster armor, but the structure was relatively simple. Apart from the chest reactor, which could generally be used for long-range attacks, it didn't have any support tools like pulse cannons, guns, missiles, or anything else. All these functions had been omitted in favor of the thickest shell, the sturdiest structure and the highest level of physicality. While it basically lost the ability to kill opponents on a large scale, its damage output was now the greatest against a single target. It could completely suppress a difficult opponent without falling into a disadvantage. In a sense, the Tycoon's Hulkbuster armor was the same. However, the Tycoon still couldn't change his showy ways. The Hulkbuster still had numerous functions, and it cost over 10 times more than Luke's defense armor. In this regard, Luke was full of firm disdain for the Tycoon. Money could solve everything. Would Tony dare throw away the defense armor if it broke? It seemed he really would. When you were rich, you could do whatever you wanted. They clearly had different views on the external armor. For example, Tony had chosen the name Hulkbuster, which had a simple and obvious meaning now. Before the Tycoon could use it against the Hulk, he had run into this old warlock, and was able to confirm that the armor could take a beating. Luke, on the other hand, had an extremely simple name for his defense armor, Blue Glider 1. Its biggest use was just to smash, smash, smash. There was no difference between smashing people, monsters or something like this metal cone. In the face of this demolition, the huge metal cone trembled slightly. The enchantress, who was controlling the cone, was angry, but also a little overwhelmed. In a typical situation, it would be the warlock who would be fending off Luke in a close-range attack like this. However, the warlock had already been killed, and the tower was missing its most important pillar of support. Gritting her teeth, the enchantress finally couldn't help but roar. There was nothing she could do but act. She couldn't care less about the energy consumption. If this went on, this lunatic would tear a passage into the tower and appear in front of her. Luke, who was tearing through the metal cone, suddenly sensed the metal parts around him retreat, and a hole 1 meter in diameter appeared in front of him. Alarm bells went off in his head. He raised his hands in front of him without any hesitation, and as he leaned back, he kicked out with both legs. Flames burst out of the thrusters as he retreated. He was fast, but so was the enchantress's tower. A thick black light beam shot out of the hole. Bang! The black beam hit Luke. He only felt a slight impact before the armor on his arms crumbled. Surprisingly, it wasn't destroyed. Instead, it was directly dismantled into various parts that abruptly fell apart. It was as if the armor had been instantly dismantled by invisible hands. Luke's eyes widened. WTF? What kind of magic was this? It could actually dismantle the armor. After breaking apart Luke's armor, the enormous black light beam didn't stop as it shrunk in size before immediately hitting Luke in the chest. Clang, clang. Luke retreated from the debris that filled the sky and avoided 7 or 8 metal whips. The bad news was that his defense armor had been completely dismantled. The good news was that only the armor on his arms was damaged, and the rest of the Big Dipper armor was basically intact. That was because when the black light beam broke up the defense armor, Luke had decisively dodged to the side and away. With his arms bare now, however, the Big Dipper armor looked like a sleeveless vest, and it wasn't much better than running around naked. On the other side, Tony couldn't help but whistle at the sight. Yo, this outfit suits you, Big Spoon. Luke's lips twitched. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I was just hit by that black light beam, and I became like this. If I had been slower to dodge, I guarantee there wouldn't have been anything left of my armor. Tony cursed inwardly. Big Dipper himself was an extraordinary being. Even without his armor, his combat ability was still very strong. If Tony didn't have his armor, he wouldn't even have 5% of his combat ability. This was a battlefield, and there was no time or space for him to make new equipment. He also had to rely on the Mark suit to outfit himself with the Hulkbuster armor, and he couldn't directly equip it. In other words, Tony would look just like Big Dipper if he was hit by the black light beam. Tony cautiously raised his left hand. His palm had turned into a hard and red gigantic cannon. As he raised his hand, the muzzle lit up with a blinding light. Z, Z, Z. There was no loud noise, only the faint sound of plasma. A huge white ball of light flew out, like a shooting star with a long tail, and shot into the hole Luke had created. It didn't stop there. The huge cannon that was Tony's left hand didn't stop as he fired at the metal cone every 2 seconds. He shot in a line from the hole, clearly in an attempt to blow the cone into 2 pieces. Luke didn't waste any time. He dashed into a nearby building and changed into a set of regular gear. The shoulder cannon and countless mini-missiles rained down on every hole in the metal cone. No matter what the Enchantress wanted to do with these holes, he would first shoot a few shells or missiles into them to make it hard for the other party to counterattack. Although Luke also wanted to see the sexy Tycoon run around, it was just a thought. The Tycoon wasn't his clone. Without his armor, he would be killed in minutes. At that moment, the Enchantress was also flustered. Tony's energy cannon was too powerful. This was an experimental product based on Chidori technology. It was originally built with a target like the Big Worm battleship in mind. The metal cone was about 50 meters in height. In terms of size, it was on par with the battleship. After Tony was sent flying, his first thought was to use this energy cannon. Even though it wasn't fully developed, the cannon's power was still beyond what the cone could withstand. The Enchantress tried her best to resist, but was unable to change the speed at which her half-finished magic tower collapsed. Hesitating for a moment, she then gritted her teeth. "Just you wait, I'll come back for you." With that, she activated the self-destruct sequence for the magic tower. With a thought, she turned into black smoke and was about to use a spell to teleport away. But the next moment, her body coalesced once more, and she flew out to hit a metal wall with a bang. Struggling with pain, the Enchantress said in disbelief, "How is that possible? How can they restrict my magic?" Luke and Tony, on the other hand, heard the notification in their ears. "The space obstruction device has detected strong space fluctuations." Luke said, "She's going to run. Be careful not to let her run beyond 500 meters, or the obstruction device will be useless." Tony said, "No kidding. I was the one who gave Bruce that thing." Luke had nothing to say to that. He could only control the android wearing sniper gear, which he had placed in a building earlier, to aim at the upper part of the metal cone. Boom, bang, a huge crater several meters in diameter appeared in the upper half of the cone. Luke smiled. It seemed that a 200mm electromagnetic cannon was quite effective on solid metal. As the saying went, the caliber of a bullet was justice. The bigger the shell, the more justice it could mete out. That extremely hard metal cone wasn't too difficult to deal with when the special armor-piercing and explosive bullets were used. Tony couldn't help but click his tongue. "Black Bear is here too. Why isn't he on the team channel?" Luke said, "You're overthinking it. That's a remote-controlled robot." Tony was lost for words. He could make something like this too, but firstly, he didn't have many teammates who were in urgent need of one, and secondly, they might be intercepted by someone else. So, he only used remote control tech on his armor. Looking at what Luke had come up with, Tony was a little tempted. It wouldn't waste time to send a robot to check things out in an unclear situation. Sensing that something was wrong, Luke frowned. "Is that fog? There shouldn't be fog in this weather." Grand Rapids was dozens of kilometers away from the sea, and fog wouldn't come and go like that. Tony said, "There's something wrong with this fog. It can block surveillance." "It's her again." Luke noticed the same thing. Looking at the metal cone that had disappeared into the fog, he felt a slight headache. A sorcerer or a wizard or whatever were too troublesome. Up until now, the Enchantress had already shown that she could transform people into puppets, teleport, and break things down with that black light. Now, even battlefield cover like this fog had appeared. How were they supposed to fight her? Under the cover of the fog, it was very likely that she would run 500 meters away. In fact, the Enchantress had already slipped away from the metal cone. Of course, she wouldn't head in Luke and Tony's direction. As a witch, she had no interest in fighting anyone. It definitely wasn't because she was scared of Big Dipper beating her up. Suddenly, Tony chuckled. Luke frowned. If you have something to say, say it. Can you not smile like an idiot? Tony snorted and felt that this big spoon wasn't fun at all. If Bruce were here, he would definitely play along. He didn't beat around the bush and sent a program over. Luke took it. What's this? Don't tell me it's a hack. Tony wasn't in the mood. It's a modified version of the mental control program. It specializes in detecting mental fluctuations. Stumped, Luke cursed inwardly. He himself had turned the mental control system into a mental polygraph. But the tycoon was also a genius. He actually put together a mental probe. Wait, was this for him? Luke suddenly realized something. While this thing couldn't be used directly in battle, it was undoubtedly very effective against stealthy enemies like Batman. If a special detection program was added to this probe so that it could discern people via their thought waves, wouldn't it be able to lock onto Batman? Luke cursed inwardly, but didn't panic. His thought waves were different from his clones. That was because the clones were created by the system with credit points plus the cloning skill plus elementary spirit form. The main point was that when Luke and the two clones were in the remote-controlled androids, they wouldn't be recognized as one person, but as three separate individuals. It would be practically impossible for the tycoon to uncover Luke's real identity with this. On the other hand, he could lock onto his clones' aliases. It seemed that he had to upgrade the armor as soon as possible and complete the blocking function for thought waves. Thinking that, Luke finished setting up the program on the remote-controlled android. This program could only be used with components that had a function for receiving thought waves. Tony had clearly integrated this function into his armor, but Luke didn't have it. He could only have the android take care of it and share the information. Tony could also share information with Luke, but it was more stable to have another probe in the current situation. At the very least, they could cover both ends. That was indeed what Tony was doing. As he opened fire, he moved to the side to put some distance between him and Luke. Then, he perked up. Hee, look what I found. A little enchantress hiding in the shadows, letting us quietly sneak up on her. Holy sh*t. In the fog that was so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, a faint black light flashed. Luke also heard familiar sounds in his earpiece. Bang. Crash. Bang. The android immediately fired at the location of the enchantress's thought waves, not giving her a chance to attack. Luke moved quickly toward Tony, praying that the guy's clothes hadn't been blown apart by the enchantress. Otherwise, he could only have the android take Tony and run. Tony really was a super strong teammate. Whether it was holding the warlock in place, blowing through the defenses with the cannon, or coming up with the mental probe, every single one had changed the flow of battle tonight. In battle, he wasn't as arrogant as usual. He was decisive and ruthless. Putting everything together, Tony was definitely Luke's best teammate. It would definitely be a huge loss for Luke to quit a battlefield like this. At that moment, Tony's voice finally rang out. DMN, half of my Hulkbuster armor has collapsed. That D**MN black magic. Relieved, Luke asked casually, only half. Tony said, yep, but it's from my chest down to my stomach. There's still Mark 7 underneath, but I don't think I can take a second hit. Luke was lost for words. Tony's vitals were all exposed. It would be a miracle if he could take a second blow. If things went wrong, and even Tony's clothes underneath were torn apart, then, Luke shivered and didn't want to think about such a gross image. As Tony spoke, he fired the cannon again without hesitation, and a series of mini-missiles flew out. They had locked onto the enchantress's thought waves. She had sensed the electromagnetic shot by the android earlier, and had dodged it. Tony had noticed this, and simply attacked her. This time, the enchantress screamed miserably in the fog. Luke was shocked. Did you hit her in her vitals? That was a pretty miserable scream. As he spoke, he fired dozens of bullets, and several mini-missiles also flew out. Miserable. It would be good if she was. It would be really dangerous not to kill an opponent like the enchantress in one go. While the two guys used their X-ray vision to pummel the enchantress mercilessly, she was struggling to fend them off. The enchantress didn't have many trump cards left. Who the hell knew why she couldn't kill them in one hit with her magic, but these two guys had gotten even fiercer after they killed her brother. DMN humans, D**MN technology. She cursed inwardly as her body flashed non-stop to dodge the barrage of firepower. She had dodged the terrifying electromagnetic cannon in the same way, or she would have been turned to dust. Thinking that, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved that she couldn't use teleportation. Hold on, Just hold on a little longer. A huge explosion was about to happen, and neither of these 2D*MN slaves would survive. Keeping up the gunfire, Luke asked Tony, "Is there a way to trap her?" Luke's electromagnetic cannon, Tony's energy cannon, and their missiles blew up the Enchantress's position. In the end, apart from letting out 2 screams, she was still moving resolutely. Their attacks could only slow the enemy down, and couldn't stop her. What was even more awkward was that if Luke wanted to close in for an attack, he had to stop his barrage, or he would be the one to be hit in the face first. Luke wasn't afraid of death, but if Tony hurt his teammate, he would still be stunned for a short period of time, and the Enchantress might take advantage of that moment to attack. Whether the other party used magic or hastened her escape at that time, it would be a huge problem. Her magic could destroy their armor with the black light, and could make one or both of them lose control of their firepower on the battlefield. Once she ran beyond 500 meters, they could only pray that she didn't try to teleport. If that happened, she would be able to go anywhere in the city and even directly teleport dozens of meters underground. It would be hard for them to chase and catch her then. Tony said, "I brought a device with me. It should be able to trap her, but we have to make sure it isn't destroyed before it takes effect." Luke was surprised. "What is it?" Tony said, "It's a mental interference device, and works a little like a net gun. It automatically releases a signal when it gets close, and interferes with the body's ability to receive mental signals. However, it absolutely can't withstand her magic." Thinking quickly, Luke said, "Okay. Later." He suddenly turned his head and looked at the metal cone in the fog not far away. Tony did the same, and was just as surprised. He cursed. "Is she going to detonate this thing? No wonder she was in a hurry to escape." Luke dashed forward. "You distract her. I'll take care of it." Tony didn't have time to worry about how Big Spoon would take care of such a huge metal cone. He had already realized that the Enchantress was picking up her pace as she fled. She was clearly preparing to escape once the cone exploded. Tony simply silently aimed the part of the Hulkbuster armor that was still intact at the cone and increased the firepower. In short, he couldn't let the Enchantress escape. Luke sped up and activated his mental strength full force the moment his hands touched the metal cone. The enormous metal cone twisted slightly and disappeared in the fog 2 seconds later. Luke's complexion turned slightly pale. The level 1 clone that had come today had the lowest mental strength. Coupled with the interference from the cone's energy reaction, Luke almost hadn't been able to store it away. Based on the energy fluctuations that the fog couldn't hide, the cone could explode at any time, and it might be as powerful as a nuclear weapon. If it really exploded, thousands of Grand Rapids residents in a range of several kilometers would die. As soon as Luke put away the metal cone, the fleeing Enchantress was suddenly stunned. Wait, why were there no more energy fluctuations from the magic tower? While she was still in a daze, she was injured by Tony's fierce gunfire. After her form coalesced once more, half of her calf was missing, slowing her down further. She couldn't take it anymore. Ignoring the fact that attacking would delay her escape, she sent a streak of black light at the guy. Tony was enjoying himself when he saw the black light fly over. His heart jumped, and he dodged decisively. Putting the matter of destroying the black light aside, he could still hold out. However, he absolutely couldn't let the black light hit him, or his armor would basically have to be ridden off. It was a good thing that the Hulkbuster armor was an external suit with its own independent operating system. Otherwise, it would have been long over for him after the earlier shot. Luke sent a message. "Get ready. I'm going." What could Tony say? Got it. The Enchantress had to run out of the range of the space obstruction device. This was her last chance. It was do or die. As soon as they spoke, Luke and Tony lunged at the Enchantress at the same time. Luke quickly gathered his telekinesis and injected it with faith value at the same time. A beam of golden light shot out at the Enchantress. Sensing the attack, the Enchantress turned incorporeal again, and the black smoke coalesced into a human form again several meters away. Then, she gave a wretched scream. Under Luke's control, the golden telekinesis swung around like a whip and hit her. His telekinesis was very fast, and he instantly locked onto her. The remaining 7,000 or so of faith value in the system were released in a flood. That was why the Enchantress had screamed. Compared with bullets or ordinary energy damage, faith value was much more lethal for someone like her who used magic. Not only did it injure her body, it also attacked her mind. It was the manifestation of the mental essence, collected from countless people, and could be considered poison to magic practitioners. When the faith-infused telekinesis hit the enchantress, Luke shouted, "Catch!" The special device on Tony's right arm had been ready and waiting. At Luke's shout, Tony immediately pressed the launch button. With a bang, a silver cylinder flew at the enchantress. It expanded in the air and turned into something that looked like an octopus. It covered the enchantress and then quickly contracted to wrap around her. Tony paused before going forward cautiously. "How is it?" Luke turned his head in surprise. "Isn't this yours?" "I don't know anything about it." Tony moved closer and finally saw the enchantress in the dissipating fog from 2 meters away. At that moment, she was lying stiffly on the ground like a fish on shore. Tony remained vigilant. "That's not right. I don't think my interference device has this sort of effect." Luke asked, "Exactly what sort of effect should it be?" Tony said, "She shouldn't be able to control her limbs." Luke interrupted him. "Get to the point." Tony coughed and said, "The point is that she can still move, but if she tries to run, she might kick herself, or if she raises her hand, she might slap herself. Either way, she shouldn't be this docile." Luke, he had some guesses, but seeing that there were still several hundred points of faith value left in the system, he felt that there was no need to waste them. With a thought, he gave them all to the enchantress. Bang, 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 bang. The enchantress jerked. Tony also seemed to realize something. He looked suspiciously at the light golden telekinesis which pierced the enchantress's abdomen. "What's this?" "It's pure energy and has a strange mental fluctuation." "Interesting." Luke didn't say anything. "Keep guessing. In any case, don't expect me to tell you," he murmured inwardly. The tycoon's inspiration for his research was too bizarre. He could come up with something extremely unscientific for no reason. Other people relied on accumulated research, but this guy relied on inspiration. It might take a group of several hundred people several years or decades to solve a problem. Tony, on the other hand, might wake up with the solution in his head. There was no way Luke would reveal his trump cards to such a cheater. The faith value was quickly depleted, and the enchantress finally stopped struggling. Gasping for breath, she stared at the two people in front of her with vicious eyes. Observing her reaction, Luke asked, "Is this really effective? How long will it last?" Tony was also studying the material in front of him. He said casually, "As long as it's under control and the module isn't damaged, it should be able to run normally for 3 to 5 years. However, the mental signals she gets will be completely out of whack, including those for xianxia and eating, so, you know." Luke's nose twitched, but he didn't smell any sh*t. "It seems that a witch doesn't need to eat her sh*t. Tony said, "She's lucky." As they spoke, a helicopter's searchlights came sweeping over. From the moment the enchantress was caught, the fog had dissipated at a swift rate. The only thing left now was a faint mist. A group of people had already run over. Luke said, "She's mine." Tony hesitated for a moment. "Are you sure? Why don't you just kill her here with that earlier move?" It wasn't that he was unwilling to hand the enchantress over to Big Dipper, but that he wasn't sure if the other party could deal properly with this old witch. Luke shook his head. "She can't be killed. Part of her body isn't here. Destroying this body will only allow her to escape our control and to be reborn in another body. That might take years or even decades. We can't always keep an eye on her." Tony frowned. "Where's the rest of her body?" Luke turned around. "Why don't you ask them if they're willing to hand the rest of her body over?" Tony also looked at the team that ran over, and his expression turned cold. "Forget it. They're from Argus. It's a branch of the American government which specializes in collecting these D*MN things." Luke said, "The enchantress is mine." Tony nodded. Their conversation was on the private channel, and nobody outside knew that they had reached an agreement. Almost all the people who had run over stopped 30 meters away and ducked behind some houses. Only one person approached within 7 or 8 meters of the two. He slowed down and called out, "I'm Rick Flegg, a colonel of the United States military. Mr. Stark, Mr. Big Dipper, thank you for your hard work and for helping us complete this mission." Tony didn't say anything. The person behind these people was pretty annoying. He couldn't be bothered to squabble with them. Tossing the responsibility to Big Spoon was the best choice. Luke picked up the enchantress, who twitched every now and then, and looked at Flegg. "Mine." Flegg was stumped for a moment, but held onto his solemn expression. "Mr. Big Dipper, she's a fugitive we've been doing our best to catch. Please give her to us." Boom. Flames suddenly burst out of the thrusters on Luke's back as he charged into the night sky with the enchantress. Flegg heard an indifferent voice in the air. "I caught her. She's mine. WTF." Flegg's eyes widened as he watched the flames turn into a dot of light in the west and disappear. He subconsciously looked at Tony. "Mr. Stark." Boom. Swoosh. There was an even louder explosion, and the half-damaged Hulkbuster armor rose into the air. "I wasn't the one who caught her. It's none of my business. Go find him if you can." The enormous armor quickly flew east and disappeared. Flegg. **CKER. Despite his cursing, Flegg could only obediently maintain order and inform the rescue team to hurry over. Half an hour later, he heard his soldiers report one bizarre thing after another. "Boss, the metal cone is gone. There are only fragments left. Boss, the body of Target 2, Incubus, has completely disappeared. There's no sign of it. Boss, Iron Man and the Bat Squad didn't leave behind any significant remains of their armor." Flegg put his hand to his forehead. "Then what did you find?" In the face of this question, all his men fell silent. A moment later, one of them smiled bitterly. "We found a lot of survivors." Flegg sighed weakly. "Then do your best to save them and don't cause any more trouble." Just as Flegg's men started to sort out order in Grand Rapids, Luke flew more than 10 kilometers with the Enchantress. He activated the stealth system and landed in a forest. Walking into an abandoned cabin in the woods, he used his Batman identity to ask Tony, "Can the power be increased on this interference device?" Tony replied, "Find the knob on the reactor and say, 'Iron Man is awesome.' Then, turn it clockwise to increase the interference effect." "Luke, how awesome of you." Tony was pleased. "Hee, it's good that you know." Giving the tycoon the middle finger in his head, Luke cut the communication and surrounded the Enchantress with annihilation first to prevent her from escaping. Then, he followed the tycoon's instructions and slowly increased the power of the interference device. The Enchantress, who had been quiet, instantly sat up, and suddenly, did a split on the ground. Luke's lips twitched as he looked at the Enchantress. He grew even more suspicious. Was this thing for revenge? Otherwise, why did this posture look so familiar? But on second thought, whether it was the mental probe or the mental interference device, they were in fact directed mostly toward the Enchantress. This was also the reason why her weird and tricky spells lost out to the cooperation between Luke and Tony tonight. It wasn't because the Enchantress was weak, but because Tony remembered her. Luke was petty, and so was the tycoon. He had been covered in dirt by the Enchantress at the subway station last time, and hadn't even gotten the chance to take action. When he arrived tonight, Tony had specially brought the anti-Enchantress gear with him. Otherwise, Luke might have been able to seriously injure her, but it would have basically been impossible for him to capture her alive. Thinking that, he looked at the Enchantress whose eyes had rolled back into her head, and thought of something. Her mental strength had been severely damaged by the faith value. Now, with maximum output from the interference device, the Enchantress finally couldn't take it anymore and lost consciousness, and finally entered space 2. Luke was relieved. He had tried several times earlier in the air, but she had still been conscious and couldn't be stored in space 2. Now, Tony's interference device was the final straw which broke through her mental defenses. Throwing the Enchantress into the special little dark room in space 2, Luke finally heaved a long sigh. Finally, this tricky old witch had been taken care of. Chapter 1577 Harvest, Technology and Magic. Of course, the Enchantress hadn't been completely eliminated yet. As long as her body was locked up in space 2, however, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything big for the next 3 to 5 years at least. Luke wouldn't give her that much time, in any case. Now that such a big thing had happened, as long as he followed Flegg, he would be able to find Amanda Walker sooner or later. Only by finding this woman would he be able to obtain the important body part of the Enchantress, which she controlled, the heart, which contained part of the Enchantress's core energy. If he couldn't find it, he would ask Amanda if she had any other parts of the witch. Until then, Luke really couldn't kill the Enchantress. Otherwise, the other party would definitely be reborn and come back to life. In this regard, these secret organizations were absolutely useless. It wasn't that they were stupid, but that there was a price to pay for trying to control extraordinary power. Thinking that, Luke returned to Grand Rapids less than 2 minutes later. While Flegg and the others were still busy, Luke snuck through the city and collected all the important items. For example, the Warlock's tentacles, fragments of the metal cone, the remains of the special androids, parts of the Hulkbuster, the space obstruction device, and so on. That was why Flagg's men hadn't found anything. They were from Argus, which would inevitably be purged by Luke. He naturally couldn't leave any of his in the Tycoon's tech for them to find. After a stealthy sweep, the Level 1 clone remained in Grand Rapids and waited for Flagg and the others to be done with their investigation. In New York, Luke had the time to check his harvest tonight. First was experience and credit. The smallest amount of 30,000 came from the humanoid puppets. That was because they mainly helped the siblings catch people to be turned into puppets. Killing wasn't their goal, they just got rid of resistance and caused collateral damage. Naturally, the bulk of the points were from the siblings. The Warlock was worth 210,000 experience and credit points. Luke's contribution rate to the kill was only 72%. The rest was Tony's. Theoretically speaking, he had lost tens of thousands of experience and credit points. But if the Tycoon hadn't held the Warlock down, Luke probably wouldn't have been able to earn these points at all. Instead, the siblings might have counterattacked. A tank plus mage combo was much harder to fight than in a 1v1. Thankfully, Luke had been quick enough to immediately call Tony over when he realized that something wasn't right. It was only because they had ganged up on the other party and taken them down one after another that Luke and Tony could still smile at the end. Luke had contributed more than 70% in the mission to kill the Warlock, so he was the main attack force. As for the mission to capture the Enchantress, the system only gave him a 40% contribution rate. An 11% contribution rate was distributed among the other members of the Special Force. The Tycoon's contribution rate was 49%, he had definitely been the main attack force. The system was fair. This also meant that the Tycoon was the lead character when they arrested the Enchantress, while Luke was the second male lead and earned 50,000 experience and credit points. It was a fact that Tony had helped. Besides, Luke still had the Enchantress's head. According to the system rules which Luke had figured out, the points he got after capturing the Enchantress was only for stopping her operation in Grand Rapids. Killing the Enchantress would be the real thing. The Warlock who had been cut up and turned to dust was already worth 300,000 points. As her sister, the Enchantress naturally wouldn't be worth any less, and Luke might even be able to squeeze more out of her currently. The host's experience was 6,265,000 7 millionths. Credit, 2,752,000. Next was a list of the siblings' abilities. The Enchantress's elementary black magic and the Warlock's invulnerable body had a evil power, unavailable, tag. However, there were no restrictions on learning pure theory. Like elementary black magic knowledge and elementary demonology, both abilities cost 100,000 credit points each, and Luke bought them without hesitation. Even if he couldn't use black magic, it was still good for finding a way to deal with enemies similar to the Enchantress. Knowledge was always precious. For the superhuman community, such knowledge was something that was very hard to buy with money. It was even more priceless in the hands of Luke and Tony. The final reward was the Enchantress's mechanical magic tower. Although Luke and Tony had pummeled it hard, it didn't seem to do anything and looked defunct. After learning elementary black magic knowledge, however, Luke looked up the relevant information and then realized how dangerous the battle tonight had been. Once the energy reaction in the tower was completed, the energy supply would have increased dramatically, like with nuclear fission, and wouldn't have stopped until the Enchantress's magic was completely consumed. Because Amanda still had her heart, the Enchantress had yet to fully recover her strength. If she had her heart, her strength would be double what it had been tonight, and it still wouldn't even be 1/10 of what it had been thousands of years ago. With the help of the magic tower and the Warlock, she could have instantly taken back her heart. At that time, the abilities of the mechanical magic tower would have increased further. It was unlikely that she would be able to withstand the high-tech weapons of Earth, but she could hide dozens of kilometers underground, and would be able to come and go without a trace or fear of being hunted down. If that happened, she would have the upper hand, and Tony and Luke would have to live in fear of an ambush every day. In terms of a victory, obtaining the mechanical magic tower couldn't be considered much. But it had to be said that the Enchantress was a genius in a sense. She was actually able to combine machinery and magic. For Luke to fuse science and magic together, there were a lot of things he would have to test out at the beginning. As for the mechanical magic tower, it was a product that had already been put through a real-life trial run. Although its functions were crude and still belonged mostly to the realm of magic, it did contain some scientific components. It was just like how most people wouldn't think of turning a steaming kettle of boiling water into a steam engine. And soon after the steam engine appeared came the steam turbine, and then the internal combustion engine. When it came to scientific progress, what was required most of the time was a direction. That was the implication of the Enchantress's mechanical magic tower. It was also the first product to combine machinery and magic which Luke had encountered. Coupled with the Enchantress's black magic knowledge, he could totally look forward to the day when he could use technology to produce magic. If magic wasn't enough, technology could make up for it. Since he himself couldn't cast spells, he could have other equipment do it for him. Putting everything else aside, the space obstruction device, mental probe and mental interference device which Tony had given him could be considered technological products with magical effects. In terms of lethality, most of what the Enchantress could do with her magic, humans could do with their weapons, and even do better. After all, a mage had to consume mana to cast a spell, while an ordinary human just needed to undergo training in order to fire a weapon. They were on completely different levels. What Luke looked forward to, however, were magical abilities with effects like teleportation or turning incorporeal or into mist. These goals would definitely be hard to achieve, but people had to have dreams. Who knew when they might succeed? Chapter 1578 Fusing Magic and Science, and breaking news: Luke would never have enough experience and credit points. But he and Tony had gotten their fill with black magic knowledge in the mechanical magic tower today. Last time, Luke had only obtained the knowledge of a maintenance engineer when he fought the Chidori. This time, it was the Enchantress's black magic knowledge. The maintenance engineer was just an insignificant screw, while the Enchantress was a black magic specialist. Tony and Luke had spent 4 months coming up with several spin-off products from the mental control tech. This time, the black magic knowledge in the magic tower would be enough for them to play with for years. This also wasn't taken into account the fact that Tony's interest wouldn't always be focused on one thing. As for the tech, it would be enough for the tycoon to play with for the rest of his life. Tony didn't know the good news yet. On this trip to Grand Rapids, he had killed the Enchantress and her brother, and finally regained the dignity he had lost at Wall Street Station. Now that he had gotten his revenge, he left quickly and happily, and even forgot to take back the Hulkbuster armor and the space obstruction device. It was only after Luke was done cleaning up that he told Tony that the equipment had been retrieved in the name of the big shot who sold everything. Tomorrow, the big shot would deliver to the tycoon the parts that belonged to him, and complete the deal that they had agreed on at the same time. This was a necessary procedure to deepen the mysterious businessman's character as a big shot, and also because of Tony's own pride, his points would officially go online on the Bat Squad's side. Tony didn't want credit points from the Battle of New York. He didn't think that he needed Batman to give him credit points for protecting his Stark Tower in New York. But this time in Grand Rapids had clearly been a personal request of Luke's. The tycoon had even used the Hulkbuster armor and anti-Enchantress suit. He had gone for revenge, and killing the Warlock had definitely been unexpected. Furthermore, the premium goods, which the big shot had, couldn't be bought with money. He didn't want Batman to make up his points, so he naturally followed the rules. As a businessman, he was more used to dealing with big shots. For the tycoon, it was the hardest to return favors, since money was usually enough. As dawn broke, the media and the internet were already buzzing over the incident in Grand Rapids. The government definitely didn't want that to happen. After all, it was Argus who had made a mistake and let the Enchantress escape. The only good thing was that very few people knew about it. However, the Dark Knight was very troublesome. No matter how much Batman's hardcore fans dissed this successor, the government knew that the Dark Knight wasn't any easier to deal with than Batman. From the Dark Knight's appearance last night, to the Bat Squad moving out together once more and Iron Man providing fire support, there was no doubt that the Dark Knight wasn't just a cosplay fan. His identity and status had been unanimously acknowledged by Batman's comrades. This Dark Knight probably wouldn't be some good boy, nor would he work with the government. The reason he hadn't given Amanda a thrashing was probably because he hadn't found her yet. The government didn't dare let the Dark Knight find Amanda, or a lot of involved parties would be caught in the crossfire. By initial estimates, more than 10,000 people had died in the incident in Grand Rapids. Most of them had been killed after they were turned into humanoid puppets and attacked the Bat Squad. But online videos already confirmed how a small number of the humanoid monsters in the end directly turned into rotten black sludge. Clearly, the humanoid monsters wouldn't return to normal after the enchantress's control over them disappeared. They were already dead the moment they fell under her control. Naturally, the Bat Squad killing thousands of humanoid monsters couldn't be described as a massacre of citizens, since everything started with the humans first being transformed into the monsters. The Dark Knight also knew the truth about the government's part in the incident in Grand Rapids. If the government really buried this super landmine, it was more likely that it would blow up in their face. The easiest thing to do was blame the deaths on the humanoid monsters. In any case, it was natural for monsters to kill people. It definitely wasn't the government's fault. At first, the media kept silent about what happened in Grand Rapids. Even though media helicopters arrived soon after the incident started, none of the footage was released. It wasn't until the morning news that the videos were released. It wasn't because the media had a conscience. For the biggest and most professional creators of fake news, this sort of thing didn't exist. The footage was aired only because the news was already all over the internet. Even if the media didn't do so, messages, photos and short clips of what happened in Grand Rapids were already all over F2F and Messenger. Although there were only slightly more than 300,000 residents in Grand Rapids, excluding the tens of thousands of casualties, there were still more than 200,000 left. Those who were too old and too young weren't likely to be active online, so that was several tens of thousands fewer people. It wasn't hard for the remaining 100,000 or so residents to post on F2F and Messenger. On Messenger in particular, you could send a voice message right away with a lot of breaking news. Combined with the youngsters who were obsessed with sending photos and videos, there was no way to hide the situation in Grand Rapids. Everyone in Grand Rapids was basically related to the dead. They were either family, neighbors, friends or colleagues. Even a tramp could say that a few familiar faces were missing in his area. This sort of news couldn't be suppressed, and it was even harder to steer it in a particular direction. Even though the government had already started to delete posts online and erase all sorts of extremely anti-government statements and images, the shocking news and images were everywhere. Ever since the day cell phones and the internet emerged, the world had changed. Perhaps the government could still use their own resources to suppress the news, but it wasn't on the same level as the silent oppression in the past. No matter how soft and unremarkable an ordinary person's voice was, they at least had a chance to make themselves heard. Once this sound was detected and magnified, it would become hot. The direction things took could only be determined by the people. The government could use tricks to speed up the incidents passing, but they couldn't make it disappear from existence. It was the same for Luke. He couldn't control the spread of this information, and could only guide it toward bringing out some positive results. For example, he could pull down certain officials and prevent them from continuing to do bad, and didn't have to take responsibility for any of it. On the other hand, he had Jenny basically cooperate with the government, but she had to ensure that the core of their software was protected at all costs. Many backdoors were open to the government, but control of the core was never yielded to them. Or was nay, the government could use a backdoor or use a loophole in the algorithm if they wanted to do something, but Titanium Phone Company wouldn't use its power to directly manipulate public opinion. Even if the matter was exposed and Titanium Phone Company received a lot of criticism, it didn't matter. At the very least, a lot of people had backdoor access to the Titanium Phone software. Whoever had the capability could use it. Everyone had a fair go. But if some other hacker attacked the government, it had nothing to do with the company. It was their own fault for being so incapable. Chapter 1579 New Emperor and Teammates. In fact, the huge number of casualties revealed in the morning couldn't be considered explosive news. Big Brother, New York was well ahead. Not only did the test subjects and the Chitauri come one after another, the American government had even almost dropped a nuke on the city. While what happened in Grand Rapids was a tragedy, it really wasn't as sudden and shocking as the attacks by the test subjects. Thanks to the widespread use of cell phones and the internet, everyone could find out what was happening in other cities. On Earth, no one was far from danger. After the initial shock, many people quickly started digging life wasn't easy. Most people didn't want to think about sad things. It was also the reason why many people didn't like watching highbrow films and only liked to watch football games and soap operas. They were simple, cheerful, and didn't require brainpower to follow along. Now, a lot of people had another way to amuse themselves, going online on their phones and going crazy over the superheroes they liked. Whether it was nicknames, armor or equipment, or combat ability and performance, people argued about everything with fans of other heroes. Naturally, the Bat Squad had the most supporters. Not only did it have the invincible and righteous Batman, it also had several superheroes with unique abilities and styles, and it had a wide range of fans. It was also impossible to talk about the Bat Squad without mentioning Iron Man, who was a one-man army and had an equally huge reputation. Even the staunchest Bat Squad fan had to admit that Iron Man wasn't an outsider to the Bat Squad. After the Battle of New York, the Bat Squad had gone completely silent and practically dormant for months. In the past, Batman and Black Cat would beat up plenty of people on a daily basis, but this also stopped in the wake of Batman's sacrifice. This made the people, who had been constantly bombarded with news of Batman before, start to miss the team again. It wasn't until a while ago, when a superhero called the Dark Knight appeared, that Batman, indirectly, returned to everyone. Even so, most people didn't think much of the Dark Knight. He was like some celebrity who was so-and-so's successor, or the second so-and-so. People at most only saw him as dressing. Who knew if he would disappear again in a couple of days or so? Nobody was expecting him to be strong. It wasn't until last night that someone saw the Dark Knight transform and rush to Grand Rapids. At this point, cosplay fans could only say that he had a good character and that his armor was a top-quality fake. But when members of the Bat Squad's main attack force worked together with the Dark Knight, the entire internet exploded with activity. So, Batman's successor actually wasn't a self-proclaimed title, but he had been acknowledged as the rightful heir by the Bat Squad. What fans said wasn't important. The fact that the Bat Squad had chosen to take the Dark Knight with them was the truth. Among them, Black Cat was undoubtedly the most important. Although nobody had any concrete proof, almost all the fans tacitly agreed that she was Batman's partner. But there was also a small group of heretical fans who insisted that only Iron Man was qualified to take that position. But the fact of the matter was that Tony, who had probably received a request for help from the Bat Squad, had hurriedly taken off from New York for Grand Rapids to fight alongside the team. Thus, it was hard for the heretical fans to deny the legitimacy of the Dark Knight being the successor. This was similar to how emperors succeeded the throne in ancient times. The old emperor had unexpectedly collapsed. When the new emperor took the throne, the old officials with prestige had to come out and confirm the new emperor, so that the new emperor could legitimately ascend the throne and not be considered an usurper by the people. In the Bat Squad, Black Cat was an old official, while Iron Man was powerful, foreign aid. Their attitude was naturally more important than that of the citizens of the Bat Empire. Ordinary passers-by didn't have any objections. Loyal Batman fans were a little upset. For example, Sky, who was living in isolation, wanted to go online and argue with someone, but after thinking about it, she felt it would be useless. The Dark Knight didn't say that he was Batman. He had just saved hundreds of thousands of people in Grand Rapids. How could anyone deride him for cosplaying while rescuing people? Damon was calm when he wasn't summoned last night. Master Splinter didn't say anything either. It was the miners in the team who exploded. Mindy's message said one thing: "Why didn't you take me with you to play?" On behalf of the four brothers, Donnie sent a congratulatory message: "May Mr. Wayne and Miss Bastet have good fortune. By the way, can you take us with you next time?" Donnie actually didn't want to send this message. But ultimately, his bros used a killing blow. "We don't have many credit points left. It's because you exchanged them for spare parts. If you want to tinker with stuff again in the future, send the message." After hesitating for 2 seconds, Donnie did as he was told. It wasn't that he didn't want to send the message, he just didn't want to use his own name to do so. But the other three brothers had amply demonstrated that they didn't know how to use computers, so this mission could only be left to him as the one with the best skills. Luke scratched his head. Damon and Mindy, and the little turtles and their master, hadn't participated, mainly because their current locations weren't too safe, so they couldn't safeguard the mental control equipment if Luke gave it to them. The mental control equipment was a big help to the team, and would be an even bigger help to the government. Who could compare with how many people that the government had? With this mental control equipment, they could easily use their resources to overwhelm any superhero or even other countries. Even if they failed, nobody would be able to use the robots to point a finger at America. The mental control equipment and the arc reactor could cause a terrible shift in power for the American government. It absolutely couldn't be allowed to obtain these things. It was best not to dwell on how they could be used to increase the government's combat ability. Organizations like Argus, Sentinel Services and SHIELD had a lot of advanced technology. Did they share them? Many products could already be mass-produced and promoted, but the capitalists who controlled the industry were unwilling to upgrade too quickly. It was common for capital groups to squeeze out as much of the remaining value of a technology as possible. Anyone who made the same amount of money every year would prefer to earn for 50 years straight than to spend 5 years on upgrades. Secondly, Tony was also a national defense supplier. Even this tycoon who relied on national defense to make a fortune didn't say anything about handing things over to the country, so why should a minor NYPD detective like Luke worry about it? Regardless of what the public thought, Luke started to visit his teammates one by one to appease them. He didn't find it troublesome. Teammates were better than regular friends. It could even be said that this relationship was stronger and even closer than that of ordinary people. Spending some time chatting, eating and drinking with them wasn't useless. In comparison, there wasn't even a fart from that cheap person Wade, as if he had no idea of the Dark Knight's appearance at all. Luke could only say that lunatics weren't easy to dupe, and that lunatics who loved money were even harder to dupe. Wade had gotten so many benefits, and Luke had helped save his wife, but Wade still wasn't a one-star teammate. Luke could only silently make up his mind to find an opportunity to make Wade regret it. Do you like money? Then I'll show you how much you'll lose if you don't kowtow to me. As he thought about how to deal with the heartless Wade, he first visited Damon and Mindy as V. These two were easy to deal with. Damon had no objections at all to doing one less mission. Luke had said before that it wasn't compulsory for the team to participate in most missions. As for Mindy, she beamed when she heard that there was a new toy ready for use in the Batcave. After dinner, they drank and chatted for an hour before Luke said goodbye. Damon and Mindy were doing well. However, Mindy shared 3 to 5 experience and credit points every now and then, which proved that this girl was still quite active. At the same time, there were no experience and credit points from Damon. It was clear that Mindy was doing all this behind her father's back. Luke now didn't know if he had been right to give her so much safety training and a full set of surveillance drones. But if he didn't, this girl would still go out and cause trouble, and might run into danger. On the other hand, she seemed to be even more excited now. It was all Damon's fault, and no one else's. Luke immediately shifted the blame. He wasn't Mindy's father. Why should he be held responsible? For men, raising children was much harder than giving birth. Luke was still a kid, and shouldn't need to consider these sorts of things. After leaving Damon's house, Luke took Selena with him to visit the little turtles and their master. Selena insisted on going with him to visit her pets, whom she hadn't seen in days, and to feed them cheese pizzas which she had, personally, baked. Looking at Gold Nugget, who didn't react, Luke felt that Selena was indeed good at handling pets. Naturally, he didn't reject her proposal. Luke was gratified when he saw the little turtles and their master again. Their biggest problem was still April. After months of safety training, plus the portable warning program which they carried around, the little turtles had already learned to keep secrets. They had met the female reporter, April, a few times, and hadn't revealed any important information, which boosted Luke's trust in them. As long as they could keep secrets from this savior of theirs, Luke could let them participate in more secret missions. In fact, it was even easier to placate the little turtles and their master than to placate Mindy. Splinter felt no resentment at all. As an elder, he always maintained a calm and tolerant attitude. In particular, after Luke gave them all sorts of training equipment and classes, this big rat seemed to let go of its biggest worry, and relaxed. After Luke gave him all sorts of Chinese tea leaves, Splinter became even more of an immortal. It had to do with his bearing and behavior. What he liked to do most now was to drink tea, read books, cultivate kai, and teach the little turtles some life philosophy. After briefly explaining the situation, Luke gave them the same treatment as Damon and Mindy, and said they could try out a new toy at the Batcave. If they liked, they could stay in the Batcave long-term. Unlike Damon and Mindy, the little turtles didn't usually need to go out during the day. What was usual for them was wearing armor or stealth suits at night. Additionally, Luke had met with Donnie in the guise of the big shot who sold everything. This first meeting could be summed up as, the big shot was very easygoing, Donnie was very cautious. But Donnie definitely wouldn't be so guileless if he didn't trust Batman so much. Even Jarvis had restrained itself when the big shot appeared on the top floor of Stark Tower. In front of Batman, it had itched to scan him down to even the color of his underwear. This time, however, it didn't do a thing. When Tony heard the big shot give his name, Alfred Pennyworth, his expression turned strange. The big shot added with a warm smile. Usually, young Master Wayne calls me Alfred. Tony was lost for words. Luke successfully took the wind out of the Tycoon's sails and shut down the topic. The Tycoon was a very inquisitive person, so it was best to give him a question to ponder, and then hint that Batman had the answer. Then, he would think of a way to get an answer from Batman rather than the big shot. He didn't like owing people favors, it was just that he owed Batman a little more. In interacting with a businessman like the big shot, it was best to set a business as business tone at the beginning to prevent everyone from being unhappy. After the small talk, Luke waved his hand, and the goods emerged out of thin air like a magic trick for Tony to take stock. There was no way that Tony was in the mood to inspect the goods at that moment. He looked at the big shot with burning eyes. "Mr. Pennyworth, is this a space superpower?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "That's a secret. You know that as a businessman, you need to keep some cards up your sleeves, or it won't be easy to do business." Tony once again hit a brick wall. He felt that the big shot was hard to deal with. He stopped probing. After all, it wasn't like the other party was his father, he wouldn't reveal his business secrets. After checking the goods, the credit points which Tony used to pay the bill with were directly deducted from his account with the Bat Squad. Luke took out a storage device and placed it on the coffee table. Then, he slowly stood up with his cane in hand. "Young Master Wayne told me to give this to you in passing. He's been a little busy recently, so he won't be coming." Tony nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Pennyworth." Luke bowed slightly in acknowledgement and walked into the elevator. After the elevator went down, Tony summoned a virtual screen. Looking at the data, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. What an old fox. It was a test product which he had created based on the mental probe. In this room on the top floor, a preset receiver could passively receive and record the distinctive mental fluctuations of a person. On the virtual screen was a straight line. This meant that Alfred Pennyworth had zero mental fluctuations and that he wasn't releasing any mental signals at all. Tony accepted this outcome readily enough and even felt that it was within his expectations. It was Batman who had given him the mental remote control technology. It would really be impossible for Pennyworth to not have taken any precautions. While the Tycoon was swiftly building up the level of a certain noob researcher's skills, the level 2 clone who had assumed the identity of the big shot communicated mentally with a certain alien dog head. "Is the energy tasty?" Gold Nugget said. "Father Pennyworth, no, Grandpa Pennyworth, give me more." "Just a little more." Ignoring the fawning, Luke simply asked, "Then be honest. Rank all the energies you've ever eaten on a scale from most to least tasty." The dog head didn't prevaricate at all. "Selina is first, Grandpa is second, and Luke the Fiend and Claire are both third." Ignoring the dog head who called him a fiend behind his back, Luke walked leisurely down the street. "Is my energy half as tasty as Selina's? Or a little less tasty? Or a lot less?" The dog thought for a few seconds, as if weighing the difference in taste, before it finally said, "A little more than a little less tasty." Luke long understood how this guy used words. He nodded thoughtfully. "Then it's a lot less, but still very tasty." The dog head said, "That's right. Grandpa Pennyworth, you're too smart." Luke wasn't moved by the flattery at all. He continued asking, "Then are Luke and Claire's energies half as tasty as Selina's?" "Theirs is indeed a lot worse, but still more than half," the dog head replied quickly this time, clearly already having a measure in place. Luke nodded. To use a score out of 100, the energy in Selina's body was worth more than 90, the energy from the credit points he had just fed Gold Nugget was around 80, and his elementary self-healing and the special energy in Claire's body were worth over 60. Previously, he had found an opportunity to combine with Gold Nugget and quietly evaluate the other members of the team. Alice's intermediate self-healing and her daughter's mental energy were also over 80. Angel's was over 50, and the little turtles and their master were over 70. The Kunlun Kai refining technique hovered between 60 and 70 plus. Each person's cultivation progress affected the taste for Gold Nugget. Elena was more unique. Gold Nugget said that the taste of her energy was indescribable. It tasted delicious, but was hard to eat. In the end, Gold Nugget described the taste of Elena's energy like a combination of an In-N-Out cheeseburger, fried stinky tofu and spicy garlic paste. The gist of it was, good food plus good food plus good food. When mixed together, it turned into a strange tasting combo that was tasty but hard to eat. Wade's energy naturally tasted weird. Gold Nugget had described it very precisely early on as a combo of chocolate plus sh*t, which completely matched Luke's impression of the lunatic. Although he was useful, he was intolerable. Luke had slowly figured out how Gold Nugget's taste test ability worked. His own strength had been average in the beginning, when he had only just started studying the system's rules and functions. His research and use of superpowers had also been at a very low level. At that time, he had been very wary of Gold Nugget's symbiosis, and naturally didn't want to take the risk. If this dog had learned the shocking secrets in his head, who knew what would happen? But in recent months, as various research achievements came out one after another, he finally focused on Gold Nugget. This dog head was too useful and knew too many secrets. He had to thoroughly study it. But because it had been brainwashed at the beginning, the dog head was now very sensitive to being studied. Even Luke's forbidding might couldn't overcome its resistance. Gold Nugget was an important teammate. It was probably because it wasn't human that it couldn't pass the system's teammate assessment. However, it was a smart creature who knew the most about Luke's secrets in this world, apart from Selena. After 2 years of education, Gold Nugget was already a mature dog head. Not only was it easy to take care of, it didn't cause trouble and was very obedient. It could also be Selena's bodyguard, pet, and confidant, and run errands and scold people online on her behalf. The one thing it was bad at was math, but it wasn't any worse than many people, so this couldn't be considered a shortcoming. Luke's attitude toward the dog head slowly changed from stern and intimidating to stern but benevolent. Gold Nugget didn't notice anything as it ate and played every day. However, it indeed wasn't as fearful of Luke as it used to be. It thought it had mastered Selena's unique skill, find the right time to act cheeky, and it would be fine. Actually, Luke wasn't a stern person to begin with. It was fine as long as Gold Nugget did things properly and didn't mess around in any case. There had been a saying in his previous life, a dog is a son, a cat is a master. How many sons were naughty? Thus, Luke used the excuse of researching taste and studying mental resistance to trick it into participating in various tests. Gold Nugget couldn't resist sampling energy. Selena's energy was top-notch, but Luke was afraid that it would affect Selena's body, so he only gave Gold Nugget a 1% quota. Besides, after eating Selena's energy for so long, it did need a change. After multiple experiments, Luke concluded that Gold Nugget couldn't access all the information in its host's brain through the symbiosis. So, Gold Nugget combined with the clone as a test. Combine with Luke's real body. That was impossible. The clone, as a system code, was the most reliable test subject. Sure enough, after the symbiosis, the system sent a notification, mental energy link from symbiote detected. Except, Luke chose no. The symbiosis could still happen, but when Gold Nugget was asked, it said that it could only sense the clone's more intense thoughts. It could sense fleeting thoughts during the symbiosis process, but according to Gold Nugget, the clone's brain was empty. Although it was an annoying reply, Luke knew that it wasn't like the dog head was actually scolding him. To its senses, the clone had a blank consciousness and didn't have any thoughts. When Selena and Gold Nugget combined, it got a whole bunch of information from her. Gold Nugget could easily sense surface thoughts, like body movements. Under that were random thoughts that popped up, like wanting to eat char siu, sweet and sour pork, tomato, squirrel, fish, and so on. At an even deeper level, Gold Nugget would have to carefully discern the thoughts in order to understand them, like what Luke was doing now, how many people he was beating up tonight, and so on. These 3 levels of the host's consciousness were what this symbiote was most familiar with. It took a great deal of effort to communicate with the consciousness at an even deeper level, and was generally unnecessary. Luke speculated that what Gold Nugget was connected to during the symbiosis was part of the host's self-awareness. This was mostly focused on the self, like eating, drinking and having fun, which were typical biological instincts. Gold Nugget automatically steered clear of the part that dealt with the host's ego and conflict. That way, it wouldn't go crazy. At the same time, it was influenced by Dollar's instincts, and recognized Selena as its master. When it came to the clone, Gold Nugget could only sense and communicate with the first layer of consciousness. This hollow shell was what the dog remembered. As Luke pondered, Gold Nugget suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, something big's happened. Grandpa, send me back." In order to keep the dog head happy, Luke had personally delivered Gold Nugget to the big shot who sold everything to combine with the latter. Its main body was just a golden slime ball that wasn't very mobile. To get home quickly, it could only have the big shot hurry back. The next moment, the old man in black suddenly disappeared. A few passers-by who noticed were shocked, but seeing the people still coming and going in a hurry, they could only wonder if they had hallucinated it. Luke didn't care about being noticed. The big shot's appearance and identity was on file in many agencies. Just now, several police cameras had already filmed him. The big shot was in a good mood today and was willing to go out for a stroll. Who cared? The clone returned to the nest in less than 2 minutes. This was how close the tycoon's house was to Luke's. The reason the dog head was in a hurry was because it refused to explain the situation to the big shot. That was because it had to do with Luke's private affairs, and couldn't be said carelessly. Also, it was a big situation but not urgent, so there was no need to explain it to the big shot. Luke could only have his clone hurry up and send Gold Nugget back in order to figure out what was going on. Luke and Selena had just gone out to investigate a case, but Dollar was still at home. Gold Nugget just needed to combine with Dollar again and then send Luke and Selena a message. After saying, "Thanks, Gramps," in the underground passage, Gold Nugget turned into a ball of liquid and flowed toward the basement entrance. In the basement, Gold Nugget said to Little Snail, "Where's Dollar? Transmit my voice to it." Saying that, the glowing golden dog head whistled. Dollar was lounging in its bed in front of the living room window, the sunlight making it drowsy. The guy who was always talking in its head was quiet today. It could finally sleep. When it heard the whistle, however, its ears perked up and its eyes immediately opened. It got up and looked around. Gold Nugget said helplessly, "Stupid dog, come downstairs." Dollar immediately switched directions and ran down from the second floor to the workshop on the first floor. It had very good hearing now, and had long heard Gold Nugget calling, "Silly dog, stupid dog, lazy dog," from the workshop. If a person heard that, they would definitely fall out with Gold Nugget. But for Dollar, this was a partner who whispered in its ear every day. It was an extremely familiar summons. Thus, it ran into the workshop and licked the golden slime like crazy. Gold Nugget was angry. "Annoying. You have too much saliva, you silly dog." That being said, it still rubbed Dollar's real dog head with its golden body. Dollar also pawed at the golden ball in front of Gold Nugget said, "Okay, I have something to talk to the fiend about. I won't play with you anymore. Go lick Selena later." The golden slime attached itself to Dollar's body. Sensing the familiar sense of power and vitality return, Dollar barked excitedly. Gold Nugget couldn't be bothered with it and said to Little Snail, "Little Snail, tell Luke to come back. There's something important I need to explain in person." Little Snail, "Okay, Gold Nugget." For the next few minutes, Gold Nugget paced around the room in a daze. When Luke and Selena returned, they entered the workshop and closed the door. Luke raised an eyebrow and asked, "What big situation?" "Claire." Gold Nugget was obsessed with watching dramas, and shopping and scolding people online every day. For it to call something big but not urgent, it could only have to do with Claire. After all, Gold Nugget number 2 was always with Claire to protect Luke's precious sister. This time, Gold Nugget hesitated, which was vast rare. It turned its head slightly and looked at Selena guiltily. Selena immediately understood its meaning and grabbed its ears. "Why are you keeping it a secret from me?" Gold Nugget was aggrieved. "But this is Claire's private matter." Selena snorted and let go of the dog's ears. "I'm going to train. Call me when you're done." Luke pressed down on Selena's shoulder and said, "No need. Gold Nugget can tell both of us." A long time ago, he had indeed told Gold Nugget not to casually reveal Claire's secrets, including to himself. But asking Selena to leave now was clearly too much. Although it was a little unfair to Gold Nugget, Luke still decided to let the dog head take the blame. Selena was very magnanimous and wouldn't hold it against the dog head for long. It just needed to lick its wounds for 2 days and everything would return to normal. He could compensate it later. Gold Nugget didn't dwell on it. Since the fiend had agreed, there were no more concerns. "I think Claire might be in love," Gold Nugget said decisively. Selena was lost for words and a vein immediately throbbed on Luke's temple. A moment later, Selena coughed and said, Should I leave?" Luke glanced at her and tapped her head. "If you really wanted to leave, you wouldn't have asked." Earning back to look at the dog, he said, "That definitely isn't the point. Tell me, What's the big deal? It wasn't unusual for a 19-year-old college student to fall in love. Then, the problem was whether or not the love interest was suitable. Looking at Gold Nugget's face, Selena mumbled inwardly, a tramp, an artist, or some playboy. Claire had been a star for over a year and she had old man Gold Nugget protecting her. Ordinary guys couldn't fool her at all. Gold Nugget was a little uneasy. It wriggled a few times before its resolve finally hardened. Claire found a girlfriend. Selena was lost for words and Luke was dumbstruck. After a weird silence, Luke covered his face with his hand. Several seconds later, he took a deep breath and lowered his hand. Who is it? It was impossible for Gold Nugget to not know since he was in symbiosis with Claire. The dog head would pay attention to important things like these in life, or it wouldn't have called Luke back in a hurry. Gold Nugget said, Carly Green. She's also 19 and an employee at the record company. Claire ran into her at work. Luke suddenly raised his hand to stop Gold Nugget. Little Snail, show me the girl's file. Little Snail immediately projected a virtual image of the girl, along with all kinds of information and data. Gold Nugget immediately nodded. That's her. Luke's thoughts whirled. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only gesture for the dog to continue. Support for same-sex relationships had been increasing in recent years. From what Luke saw in the news, it would only take 3 to 5 years at most for a bunch of politicians to use this issue to win votes from this group. Thus, it wasn't strange for Claire to fall into this sort of relationship. Claire's relationship itself was very ordinary. Carly, who was an extra on various film sets, accidentally ran into Claire when the latter was taking part in some show. The recording for the show didn't take too long, only a few days. But Carly, who had heard of Claire before, was very curious. Because of the wizard's warning, she didn't use her abilities and only got along with Claire normally. They got closer when Carly just so happened to save the damsel in distress. Of course, Claire didn't need Carly to save her. However, she was curious about someone of her own kind, so she and Carly got closer. They parted ways after the end of the recording, but Claire wasn't short of money, and neither was Carly. Their identities were special to begin with, and Carly soon went to Los Angeles, and they met more often. Gold Nugget hadn't reported Claire's contact with Carly Green because it hadn't sensed anything unusual. It didn't have a gender, and Selena wasn't gay, so it had always thought that the two girls were just good friends. But just now, Gold Nugget number 2 had watched Claire and Carly get closer, and had vaguely sensed that something was wrong. However, Gold Nugget number 2 hadn't said anything right away. If it reported falsely to Luke before things were clear, that would truly be a big situation. But Gold Nugget had still been with Grandpa Pennyworth at the time to prevent his mental fluctuations from leaking. So, after listening for a while, Gold Nugget number 2 was completely stunned when Claire and Carly confessed to each other. Claire falling in love was an important thing that Luke had told it to report. That was the moment when it urged the clone to send it home. As Gold Nugget described the situation, Luke's expression remained a little strange. Selena knew him too well. She could tell that something was on his mind. She couldn't help but ask, is this Carly a big problem? Luke sighed. Do you remember the girl who turned into Hondo in LA? Selena nodded, then widened her eyes. Carly is that, Stacy Carlisle. That's her name, right? Luke smiled bitterly. That's right. Selena observed his expression carefully and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Don't tell me she has something to do with you. Luke said that he had taken care of the aftermath, so she hadn't asked any more questions. Luke had too many secrets. She didn't want to be a gossip girl and ask everything. So, she didn't know that Stacy was Carly, and neither did Gold Nugget. However, if this Stacy was just a suspect whom they had crossed paths with before, she could break bones and viciously cripple her. As long as it was a bad guy, they would get this treatment, regardless of gender. Luke had always treasured his sister. When it came to Claire, making the other party disappear would be very normal, even if it was a girl. Looking at the expression on his face now, it was most likely that the girl was one of their own. Since this had already happened, Luke no longer hid anything from Selena. He told her how he used his wizard alias and secretly trained the Supergirl trio. Selena was shocked at first, but it was soon replaced by a look of understanding. In the end, she nodded calmly. I see. She knew a little about Luke's habit of collecting teammates. Wasn't that how she, Mindy, Alice and Angel had been pulled in? She didn't suspect Luke of ulterior motives. That was because Tony, Damon, Frank, Ivan and Wade were all men. There were far more men than women in the team. Even taking the non-humans into account, Gold Nugget could be considered half female, while the 5 members of the ninja squad were all male. Thinking for a moment, she said to Luke, who was deep in thought, "Do you want me to go to LA for a look?" Luke shook his head. "No need, I'll find a chance to talk to Claire." Selena said, "Then, that's Stacy." Luke smacked his lips. "Look, have Robert and Catherine ever interfered in my private life?" Selena immediately got it, but she couldn't help but curl her lip. "That's because you're too mature. When you first started following me on the job, you didn't feel like you were 18, but like a 28-year-old old man." "Luke, thanks for the compliment." Selena chuckled and patted his head. "You're too mature, which is why Robert and Catherine were unwilling to say anything." As for Claire's Stacy, she shook her head slightly. Luke understood what she was getting at. Whether it was her background or her criminal record, Stacy didn't seem like a suitable partner. It wasn't because Claire was a girl. Even if Claire and Joseph switched ages, Stacy still wasn't a good choice. It was one thing not to interfere with Claire's private life. However, if the other party didn't have good moral conduct, it became a big life problem. There was nothing wrong with Selena's way of thinking. What she didn't know was that Luke had pheromone control. With this ability, he really wasn't worried about Stacy causing any trouble. The only problem was Claire. As for Stacy, that was just a matter of how much effort that would take. As someone who severely lacked a sense of security, Luke had never liked to interfere with his family's personal choices. It was just like how his grandpa Drax liked to live on a ranch, and Robert and Catherine liked spending their days leisurely in Texas. Luke never thought of forcing them to become part of the upper class. At most, he made sure that they didn't lack money, and that they had the capital to spend whatever they needed to. By the same logic, when Claire went to college, became a star, and then became a vigilante, Luke just did his best to ensure her safety. He had never forcefully meddled in the choices she made. This was nothing more than dating, and the other party was a backup teammate whom he had been educating for more than a year. He didn't need to act like he was facing a huge enemy. That was why Selena could easily sense his emotions. He didn't plan to hide anything, it was just that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, Luke had long thought that Claire would fall in love in college, and had also considered that the Supergirl trio would fall in love. He had just never thought that it would be with each other. The most he felt at that moment was awkwardness. Suddenly, Luke thought of Joseph. All this time, the little girlfriends around his little brother had been changing constantly. But it seemed that Joseph was indifferent to their squabbling over him. Don't tell Luke he would have to face an even trickier problem in the future. His expression turned even more conflicted at this weird train of thought. Where on earth did things go wrong? His family members had all been very regular people before. Why did things suddenly start feeling shaky? For a moment, Luke suddenly felt like pulling his hair. For the next few days, Luke looked as calm as ever. Selena didn't notice anything unusual about his behavior after that. What she didn't know was that the 3 girls all had phones that were being monitored by the AI program Butterfly. Whatever Stacy did wasn't a secret to Luke at all. But it wasn't like he planned to check when Stacy ate, slept, or went to the bathroom. That was unnecessary. He simply had little snail screen some of the conversations between Claire and Stacy to understand the ins and outs of the situation. He couldn't count on Gold Nugget. Before it had discovered anything unusual, Stacy was just a passerby in its memories. Claire came into contact with a lot of people every day, and it couldn't remember all of them. After checking the history of Claire and Stacy's romance, Luke was relieved. At the very least, these 2 kids had only just entered the preliminary stage, and were still far from being in love. When love faced strong external pressure, there were usually 2 outcomes. 1, it would shatter directly. 2, it would grow even stronger. Luke didn't want to be like the parents in the movies and run over to stop them, only to become the catalyst for their relationship. For example, when Selena said that she would go to LA to take a look, that would be too obvious. Actually, there was no need to go to that trouble. A week later, Claire came to New York at an invitation from Titanium Phone Company to take part in a charity concert. A few days ago, photos in the list of celebrities participating in the charity concert were released. Although only a small part of her figure could be seen on the poster, her wig was absolutely eye-catching. Luke sent Claire a message. I saw the poster. You're coming to New York for charity. Claire quickly replied, yes. Luke asked, do you have time to visit me? Claire, haha, Luke, you miss me. Luke smiled. Be careful, I'm going to check whether your grades in general knowledge have dropped. Don't blame me for giving you extra tuition if you don't do well. Claire, I'm about to enter my senior year. I'm almost done with my course. I'll do my best to get my degree in the second half of the year. Luke said, that's good. Let me know before you get here. Claire, okay. Putting down his phone, he chuckled. Was it hard to meet with Claire? As long as he spent money in the right places, it was just a matter of a phone call. There was no need to worry about Stacy. She had to meet V once a month for counseling. For the Supergirl trio, this was a regular inspection by the wizard, which included but wasn't limited to random testing of knowledge, the law, safety training, combat and so on. If an ordinary student went overboard, it was very normal for them to be held back and monitored by the school. This was the price the three girls paid for messing around in the past. They had nothing to complain about. When Selena heard that Claire was coming to New York for a performance, her expression immediately turned complicated. She looked at Luke for a long while before she clicked her tongue. You're really rich. Luke shrugged. Isn't that how money is used? Selena closed her eyes as she digested the essence of this method. A moment later, she opened them and looked at Luke. In the future, I'll leave it to you to get my dad to proactively take time off from work to go out and play. I'll pay for it. Luke was stumped for a moment, before he burst out laughing. Fine, this is also another way rich people get things done, give it to the right person to handle. Claire arrived in New York on the 12th of March. When she left the airport, she looked at the gloomy sky and couldn't help but shake her head. The weather in New York is too bad. I don't think I'll see the sun here. As someone from Texas, she was more used to blistering heat and less rain in California. New York, where it rained all the time, was like a girlfriend who would bawl with a dark face the moment a bad word was said to her. It was too unpleasant. At that moment, someone grabbed her arm. Claire turned around and wrapped her arms around Stacy's neck. What's wrong, baby? Stacy asked. You really don't want to live with me? Claire chuckled and pinched Stacy's face. I already promised my brother. Don't tell me you want to know how he is when he turns hostile. Stacy snorted. Your brother is a detective, and he's very good, right? Claire put her arm around her and walked out of the airport. No, he's never forced or threatened me. However, forget it, I'll see if I can stay in New Jersey. Stacy was depressed. I live in New Jersey too. What's the difference? The house in New Jersey which the Supergirl trio used for their training had been sold to them. Stephanie was the one who footed the down payment, but the three of them would share the cost together. However, they all had different jobs, and the place had already turned into a holiday home. Most of the time, nobody lived there. It was hard for the three girls to get together for a break if they didn't set a time. That was the moment when their lives changed. Stacy, who had been the most stubborn, had complicated feelings about it. If she didn't genuinely like Claire, Stacy wouldn't have invited her to stay with her. Claire put her head on her shoulder. Okay, at least wait until I talk to Luke. Stacy nodded and was still a little curious. Didn't you say that he wouldn't object to us? And you kept praising him for being open-minded. Claire chuckled. Safety first. How can we confirm his attitude unless he says it himself? It was the mysterious old man who had taught her not to be blindly optimistic, in order to avoid reading a situation wrongly. As they spoke, the two girls walked out of the airport and into the rain. Claire, who was petite at 1.7 meters tall, led the way. At 1.75 meters tall, the tall and slim Stacy conversely seemed a little helpless as she obediently followed Claire. That was right, Claire had always taken the lead between the two of them. It wasn't because she was more outgoing or rich. After all, Stacy was a powerful superhuman. She also didn't know that Claire had a cheat like the mysterious old man. Logically speaking, Stacy should be stronger. After being together for so long, however, things naturally turned out like this. It could only be said that Claire, who was fond of adventure and extreme sports, and had enough autonomy and decisiveness, was more manly than Stacy. Stacy, who had never received love and care, longed for them. The more people lacked something, the more they wanted it. There was also a saying, if you can't become a person with money, then become the wife of a person with money. The word money in this sentence could be replaced with anything else. It was in this way that Stacy was drawn to Claire. Her pure curiosity at the beginning turned into becoming Claire's girlfriend. Nothing was more amazing than the wonders of life. The dress rehearsal for Claire's performance would take several days, which was what the organizers wanted. Titanium Phone Company intended to use Claire's new song in ads for its new product, so even if the charity concert stretched over a week, her management company wouldn't reject it. After resting at home for one night, the little monkey volunteered to stay in a small house across the river in New Jersey so as not to disturb Luke and Selena. Luke agreed readily. He also told her that everybody would be busy for the next 2 days, and that they would find a time later to catch up over dinner. Claire cheerfully left for a small bungalow several hundred meters away. On the afternoon of the third day, Claire brought Stacy back to the bungalow after the dress rehearsal. While the two girls were getting ingredients and daily necessities from the backseat of the car, Luke unhurriedly stopped his car next to them. Looking at Claire, who had turned her head to stare at him with wide, surprised eyes, Luke simply smiled. "I had nothing to do in the afternoon, so I came to take a look. Are you free tonight? There's a feast waiting for you." Claire stiffened. On the other side, Stacy hesitated for a moment before she slowly straightened. Luke looked at her with the same kind smile. "Oh, you have a friend." Claire's mind whirled, and she suddenly cursed inwardly. She was an idiot. Why was she afraid of Luke? Wasn't she going to tell him to begin with? She smiled brightly. "Ah, Luke, you're here. This is my friend, Carly Green. This is my brother, Luke Colson." Luke and Stacy's eyes met, and she subconsciously looked away even though her face had changed, and the detective wouldn't recognize her. Back then, she and the twins had been stupid, and had run off to earn a $100 million reward. In the end, Stephanie had been beaten until she retched on her knees, and Artemis had been tasered by this young detective. Stacy, who had turned into the SWAT team member Sanchez at the time, had watched the whole thing. Luke's actions had left a deep impression on her. Thanks to her safety training, she was able to give a polite but distant smile. "Hello, Mr. Colson." Luke got out and raised an eyebrow. "No need to be polite. Just call me Luke." They all smiled and exchanged greetings. At that moment, a car stopped on the road next to them, and a small head stuck out of the open window of the backseat. "Luke, good afternoon. Is Gold Nugget here?" Amused, Luke waved his hand. "Oh, Mindy, Gold Nugget's taking a nap at home." Mindy sighed regretfully, then looked at Claire and Stacy. These two, don't tell me you're, hey. If life was a comic, there would definitely be a lot of black lines on Luke's face at that moment. "This is Claire, my sister. That's her friend, Carly." Mindy's interest was piqued when she heard that. She opened the back door and jumped out. She ran to Claire and stretched out her hand with an expression like she was looking at a rare animal. "Let me introduce myself. Mindy McCready, Luke's friend." Curious, Claire shook her hand. Claire Vincent, Luke's sister. As they shook hands, their eyes met, and a mysterious feeling welled up in their hearts, as if Mindy exerted more strength when they shook hands, just enough for an ordinary person to feel the pressure. An ordinary person would at most be surprised by this sort of test, or before they could feel surprised, Mindy would stop. But Claire wasn't an ordinary person. In the face of Mindy's sudden increase in strength, she subconsciously increased her own strength. Claire had had professional training, and had the cheat that was Gold Nugget. Mindy, on the other hand, had undergone professional combat training and was much more experienced. She increased her strength at almost the same time. Muscles and veins popped on their fair hands. Luke rolled his eyes and coughed. Mindy quickly pulled her hand out of Claire's grasp and smiled brightly at Luke. "Haha, as expected of your sister. She really isn't simple." She turned around and met Claire's eyes again. "This guy seems very strong." The two girls murmured at the same time. Luke turned around and looked at the car parked on the side of the road. The two girls in the front got out and greeted him. He smiled. "Oh, Nikki, Monica. Are you here for training?" Monica smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. She gave her best friend the chance to speak. Nikki tucked her long blonde hair behind her ear. "That's right, you've been too busy recently. We asked Mindy to take us with her for training." On the other side, Claire had just let go of this formidable opponent. Thanks to Gold Nugget number 2, she had sharp ears and eyes. Hearing that, she looked down at the little girl. Mindy, Luke trains with all of you." Mindy chuckled and rolled her eyes. "No, he's our exclusive personal trainer." She stressed the words exclusive and Personal, slightly. Claire narrowed her eyes at the little girl in front of her and bent down slightly with a smile. Is that so? Then what does he teach you? Women's self-defense. Mindy ignored the pressure of Claire's superior height and said casually, why don't you come and play too? Several thoughts flashed through Claire's mind, and she nodded less than 2 seconds later. Okay, just nice that I'm free. Can my friend Carly come with me? Mindy patted her chest. No problem, we have our own training site. 10 more people won't be a problem. Luke slapped his forehead. The little monkey was too gullible. She really wasn't a sneaky Mindy's match. But he didn't know what Claire was thinking at that moment. If she took Carly straight to Luke's place, Luke might notice what was going on. With these 3 beautiful students to distract Luke now, Carly would have enough time to adjust her mood. At the same time, Claire would also see what on earth Luke got up to with these 3 beauties. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Claire secretly praised herself for her resourcefulness. Gold nugget number 2 secretly sighed. Hee, girl, he's already seen through you. The fiend already had me reveal your cards at the beginning. What's the point of trying now? Since things had come to this point, Luke couldn't be bothered worrying about it. Whether it was Claire and Carly, or Mindy and the other 2, they were all family or friends to him. Anyone would find out if they did a check. There was no need for him to stop them from getting to know each other. Besides, Claire and Mindy were shooting daggers at each other every now and then. Clearly, they were curious about each other. They were both the curious, energetic and active type. It would be unrealistic to try and stop them from sounding each other out. The 6 of them set off for Mindy's new training site 2 kilometers away. After the Battle of New York, Damon and Mindy used their credit points to clear their debt with Luke in one go, and finally had enough money to spend. It wasn't that the father and daughter had been very poor before, it was just that every time they spent a lot, they remembered their huge debt. Thus, they subconsciously tightened their purse strings and didn't dare spend money casually. After the father and daughter cleared their debt, they had enough credit points left to pay for future equipment upgrades. Luke also gave his teammates a huge bonus after the Battle of New York. Also, Mindy had become friends with Nikki and Monica, and was no longer trying to quit school. So, when Mindy suggested setting up a separate training site, Damon readily agreed. After on-site inspections, they chose a location where the landscape and terrain weren't too good. It was in one corner on the very edge of the neighborhood, so it was very quiet. It was a bungalow next to a slope that didn't have much of a view. The slightly higher terrain hid the house from view. From a distance, the roof of the house couldn't be seen. On the road, they could only see the turn into the house. All of this was an advantage for Mindy and the others. When all was said and done, they couldn't let loose when training indoors, but they could go all out when they were outside. Damon did some landscaping to turn the outdoors into a training site. It was just small modifications to the trees and flowers which didn't diminish the surrounding scenery but added to it instead. Damon successfully tricked the neighborhood committee here into agreeing to his blueprint. In fact, it was a perfect mock-up of a house training map. Coupled with the cover of some low trees near the intersection, it was difficult for outsiders to see them from the road, which made it easier for Damon, Mindy, Monica and Nikki to train. The only things in the bungalow that had been left untouched were the toilet, bathroom and kitchen. Everything else had basically been converted into professional training rooms. While the girls changed into their training clothes, Luke returned with hot coffee and snacks. Why was the coffee hot? How could a detective work comfortably without anything in his car for heating up things? After preparing drinks and snacks, he sat down and waited for the monkey show. That was right. In Luke's eyes, this was just a monkey show. No matter what Claire and Mindy did, could they escape his hold. So, he let them play. In any case, nothing big would happen. If they didn't take advantage of this moment to enjoy their childhood, they might not be in the mood to do so in the future when all sorts of major events happened. He took a sip of his coffee and looked at Stacy. Want some? After a brief hesitation, Stacy shook her head. I'm a little sensitive to caffeine. I can't fall asleep easily after drinking it. Luke was amused. Stacy's ability could be considered a physical attribute. If she couldn't sleep at night, it definitely wouldn't be because of caffeine, but because she really didn't need that much sleep. The only reason she said that was because he didn't have any extra cups, and it wasn't appropriate for her to go get one herself. He pushed the food box over. There's no caffeine in these, but they're a little hot. This time, Stacy didn't refuse. She picked up a taiyaki with red bean filling and took a bite. Her eyes couldn't help but narrow in satisfaction. Sweet foods were the ultimate favorite. What Luke felt was too sweet was something that a lot of Americans would scramble to eat. In comparison, this taiyaki was still low in calories. "You're not going to play with them?" asked Luke casually. Stacy paused for a moment before she said vaguely, "I don't like exercise much." Luke took another sip of his coffee with a smile. Not bad, she was quite cautious. It was a pity that her mental fortitude was still too poor. Otherwise, in the face of a future brother-in-law, she would have to pay attention to the lies she told. "You claim that you don't like exercise with your physique. In front of a detective, you're too green." It would have been more believable if she said that she was on her period. At the very least, Luke wouldn't bother with a physiological problem like that. After time passed, there would be no proof. On the other hand, if she said she didn't like exercise, she would have to lie to Claire as well, which would be troublesome in the future. No wonder Stacy, who had been running around as a set extra for the past few months, hadn't gotten anywhere in her career. With her lousy acting and ordinary mental fortitude, how could she win against those neurotic directors? The great acting master and safety instructor Luke secretly chastised this half-student of his, and decided that he would give her more acting lessons for this month's pop quiz. Stacy didn't know that Luke was about to veto her months of acting and give her more training at that moment. She only snuck absent-minded looks at her brother-in-law. He was much more mature than when he had been in Los Angeles a year ago. His initial baby face, well, it was still a baby face. Even if he was wearing Gucci sunglasses, one could tell that he was young. However, he gave Stacy the feeling that he was even more mature. But since she had a grudge against him, she immediately dismissed the thought and told herself that it was an illusion. She couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Stacy really didn't know what to do about Luke. Who the hell knew why she had fallen for Claire? She had been with the twins for so long, but had never felt this sort of like. After undergoing psychological training, she couldn't help but analyze the reason. In the end, she had to admit that maybe it was only Claire whom she liked. While she was feeling conflicted, someone next to her silently used mental communication to peek into her thoughts. He usually wouldn't do it with his own people, but now that Claire was involved, this was the only treatment that Stacy, who had yet to be confirmed as a backup teammate, could receive. In the end, family always came first. So far, it seemed that there was no need for him to intervene. Claire was free to like who or whatever she wanted. Unless what she liked was very dangerous, there was no need for him to interfere. For example, Stacy could only be considered a cigarette at most. She wasn't drugs. He could crush this cigarette with one fist. It wasn't like she was the only cigarette in the world. At that moment, the four girls came out of the bathroom. Claire was wearing a brand new training outfit of Nikki's. They were close in height and size, so it was fine to use it for the time being. On their way out, Claire and Mindy's gazes collided every now and then. It was like primary school students jostling each other. When they got to the ring, they stopped at the same time. Mindy blinked. "How about a round?" Claire nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's have a round. Do you want to do judo or boxing?" Mindy chuckled and waved her hand. "We don't play kids' games here. How about UFC rules?" Claire raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Mindy said, "Don't worry. You're Luke's sister. I won't hurt you too badly." Claire nodded thoughtfully. "That's true. You're Luke's friend. Then that's fine." Luke's lips twitched. These two really liked to act so pretentiously. But Mindy would definitely be the one to suffer more. After all, Claire was his sister. He had already given her the biggest cheat he could pull out. It would be hard for her to lose. He swiftly composed a message via his sunglasses and sent it to Gold Nugget at home. Claire couldn't be allowed to use her full strength. Otherwise, Mindy would probably cry today. While he was sending the message, the fight had already started. Nikki and Monica had initially planned to watch the show. Although Luke was very good, Claire didn't look like a strong opponent. Ultimately, fighting depended on talent. Mindy had trained with them for so long. She definitely wasn't someone whom ordinary people could stand up against. It was understandable that Luke, as a professional detective, would be good at combat. His sister, on the other hand, was only a college student. Even with his guidance, she might not be that good. Less than 30 seconds later, Nikki and Monica looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed that Mindy was being overwhelmed. They focused their attention on the fight again, and soon realized the problem. In terms of combat skills and experience, Mindy completely crushed Claire. But Claire was too fast. Even Mindy, who had unusual reflexes, was inferior to her. Among top combat experts, those who reacted 1 out of 100 seconds faster didn't just have a 1% advantage. Claire didn't have much experience, but her distinctive combat skills looked very familiar. Ordinary people might not feel anything, but Nikki had muscle control and Monica had elementary imitation, so they were very sensitive to movements. They had learned a lot of tricks from Luke. They could tell with one glance that this was clearly Luke's style. Thus, it was a competition between experience and speed. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Claire was only using part of her strength. It was the mysterious old man who had told her to allow Mindy some dignity, so she absolutely couldn't use all her strength. Otherwise, she could send Mindy flying 10 meters with one punch. The symbiosis with Gold Nugget was just that domineering Claire couldn't use a strength buff, but she couldn't reduce her reaction speed either, and that was enough to suppress Mindy. However, Claire's expression wasn't as calm as in the beginning. She was already 19, and she had a mysterious old man helping to boost her strength. Plus, she was also cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique which Luke had taught her. In a situation like this, a 14-year-old girl who wasn't fully grown yet could actually fight her. If the mysterious old man hadn't improved her physique, she really wouldn't be Mindy's match. Mindy was also very surprised. She was actually being suppressed by someone who didn't have much combat experience. Although she still had the Kunlun Kai refining technique as a trump card, Mindy could tell from Claire's expression and movements that she still had some strength to spare. In this situation, she had already lost. Even if this wasn't a real fight and she couldn't be ruthless, the opponents whom she met in real battle were usually more experienced and very ruthless. This meant that if Claire had ample experience, she could still suppress Mindy in a real battle. Amidst their mental turmoil, the fight grew increasingly intense. Recognizing how outstanding the other party was didn't mean that they had to admit defeat. The two of them were at loggerheads right now, and wouldn't stop until they determined who was better. Stacy frowned. She wasn't an ordinary person either, and wasn't any less talented than the other 4 girls. Luke's training course also contained a lot of combat content. A moment later, she suddenly came back to herself and asked in a low voice, "Should we stop them? That little girl won't be able to take it for much longer." Luke sipped leisurely on his coffee and bit into another slice of cake. "It's up to them." Stacy opened her mouth, then closed it, not knowing how to reply. It was mostly because she had suddenly realized something. If he stepped in, that would prove that he liked to meddle. Then, would he meddle even more in her and Claire's matter? But something didn't seem right either when he didn't step in. Luke, however, chuckled inwardly. What a good excuse. Once these 2 naughty monkeys were done fighting, he would be able to outright lecture them. Claire was already 19, and had been specially trained by her brother, but she actually couldn't beat a 14-year-old girl. Thumbs down. Mindy had already participated in the Battle of New York, but she couldn't defeat a college student who was still studying. She was just as bad. Look at how perfect things were. Neither side could escape. As a third party who was destined to profit, Luke wasn't in a hurry. For the moment, he enjoyed his coffee and snacks leisurely. The 2 girls continued pummeling each other. This monkey contest went on for far longer than the onlookers had expected. The fight lasted 10 minutes before it ended with Claire using a limb lock on Mindy. In this regard, Mindy, who was weaker and shorter, was at a disadvantage. After losing the fight, she was even more unreconciled. So, they went to the training ground outside for more sparring. An hour later, Claire beat Mindy 5-3. But Claire wasn't happy about winning, and Mindy was even more dejected. Looking at Claire's black eyes and Mindy's half-swollen cheeks, Luke gloated. It wasn't that he was heartless. This could only be considered collateral damage in combat training. If they didn't want something like this to happen, they might as well not fight for the rest of their lives. Of course, this had been Claire and Mindy exchanging pointers. If it were someone else who dared to beat up his sister and 2-star teammate, then that was another story. After the fight was over, Luke took the injured girls to his place, and Nikki, Monica and Stacy were invited as well. A few more people made no difference. A moment later, the 3 girls who were visiting Luke's place for the first time were both excited and curious. In the end, Claire could be considered the winner, and with Stacy asking her all sorts of questions, she quickly tossed her gloom aside. Mindy cheered up when Gold Nugget ran over and licked her. She hugged Gold Nugget's big head and whispered to it about how much she had suffered today. Gold Nugget's consciousness decisively hid deep. I can't hear you, I can't hear you. It was Claire who hit you, not me. Then, using the pretext of a special ointment, Luke rubbed a bit of Selena's cleansing lotion on Claire and Mindy and used elementary light of life to heal them. Chapter 1588 The Nature of Things, and on the same wavelength girls could suffer, but they couldn't become ugly. No matter how tough they were, they still had to be pretty. That showed how important looks were. Selena, on the other hand, had long listened in on the fight via Gold Nugget No. 1. Now, as she sat on the couch and looked at the two little girls whose gazes collided every now and then, she couldn't help but turn her head and press it into her elbow as she shook and laughed. These two silly kids had no idea how cruel the adult world was. Until now, they still didn't understand that the blow they had suffered today was definitely deliberate. Otherwise, Luke wouldn't have allowed them to fight like this. He could have easily stopped them with a few words, and they wouldn't have had the chance to fight each other. Staring at Selena suspiciously, Claire couldn't help but draw closer. Selena, what are you doing? Selena raised her head, the smile still on her face. It's nothing, I just thought of a funny soap opera. Claire asked, really, which one? She felt that Selena's smile was related to her, but she had never acted in a soap opera before. Selena said, Gossip Girl. Claire frowned. That doesn't seem like a comedy show, right? It was just a drama about scheming little b*tches plotting against each other. How twisted could you be to smile while watching it? It was just like how some people could eat 3 portions of steak still oozing blood. It was completely abnormal. Selena patted her head with a smile. Your brother treats you really well. You have to thank God. She couldn't help but chuckle. Puzzled, Claire left. She was still a little in awe of Selena. This was the devil teacher who could press her to the ground and kick her butt. Even though Claire had the mysterious old man, it didn't change the outcome. So, if Selena wouldn't say anything, there was nothing Claire could do. She returned to the group and chatted with them. Claire and Mindy might have had a huge fight, but it conversely made them a lot closer. This was subconscious behavior. All 5 girls had extraordinary combat ability. Although they weren't out of place when they interacted with ordinary people, there were a lot of things that couldn't be said out loud. For example, Mindy and Claire couldn't talk casually outside about dealing with hooligans. But peace was always fleeting. After just a few words, they glared at each other again. Because compared with Claire's, beating someone up and calling the police, Mindy's, breaking both legs and throwing them into a dumpster, was too violent. Claire said, that might cause trouble later. That's not a proper way to handle things. Mindy snorted, my father is rich, and I'm a minor. The girls were speechless. What an awesome reason. Claire was unhappy. That doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. The judge can still send you to juvie. Why would you bet on that chance? Mindy stared at her like she was an idiot. Claire squirmed uncomfortably. What? Did I say something wrong? Mindy crossed her arms and glanced at her. My father is rich, and I'm a minor. So, if I insist that they wanted to assault me, do you think the judge would send them to jail or come after me? The girls were lost for words. So, having money and being a minor wasn't for protecting herself, but for screwing other people over. For a moment, the shortest person in the room seemed to exude a strong sense of tyranny. This was someone with money and a black heart. Don't provoke her. Even though Mindy had to tilt her head to look at Claire, it didn't affect her aura. Besides, if Batman can fight, why can't I? Claire tried one last time. But you're not Batman. Mindy curled her lip and didn't say anything else, but she gloated inwardly. How can I tell you that Batman is my teammate? Listening to them, Selena couldn't help but slip into the kitchen to repeat the conversation to Luke. Then, she asked, doesn't it feel like Mindy's thinking is a little crooked? A small knife spun in Luke's hand as he handled the ingredients casually. Instantly, a few carrots were turned into cubes. That's a reasonable use of her own resources and rules. It should be encouraged. Selena. It depends on the nature of things. Luke picked up a celery stalk, and the knife flew again. It depends on how the situation develops. The hooligans indeed won't go easy on her as a minor to begin with, so there's nothing wrong with her launching a counterattack. Secondly, her father is rich. What's wrong with spending money to put hooligans in jail? Selena chuckled. You're really good at finding a balance. Aren't you afraid that she'll be traumatized? Putting the chopped parsley aside, Luke picked up an onion, and the knife flashed again. Mindy looked for her dad to clean up the mess. Claire has us. In essence, there's not much difference between their choices. Even if Claire hadn't done anything back then, hooligans like that would still get their 3 limbs broken in the end. Selena was silent for a moment before she nodded. Sure enough, rich people do things simply. Luke nodded and said, so, you need to learn how to use money to deal with some of the trifles. Selena looked at him strangely. Didn't I give you full authority to handle all of that? Luke paused, turned around, and stared at her for a moment before he slowly nodded. You're 30% as good as I am. Keep working hard. Hee, really. Selena was delighted. It feels great to pass the buck. Luke chuckled. In any case, he could always delegate things to someone else with one phone call. There were always a lot of employees in this world who wanted to make money. They had a barbecue on the roof, and the girls ate to their heart's content. However, given that Monica and Claire had to drive and couldn't drink, Luke refused to give everyone beer. That was the only downside. Claire tried sneaking Luke's beer out of his hand, but failed. This gathering was much more relaxing than other activities the girls had participated in. Even Stacy was infected by everyone's mood and didn't look as wary as ever. Claire and Mindy still snarked at each other every now and then, but everybody could tell that they weren't enemies, but were actually on the same wavelength. Both of them were straightforward. Mindy was a little obnoxious, but not to the point of being repulsive. She was just a little eccentric at most. Mindy left Claire dumbstruck again and again, but with Gold Nugget number 2 offering a different perspective, Claire figured a lot of things out. The party ended at 8:30, and Nikki and Monica drove home. Mindy, on the other hand, got into Claire's car. Claire's house was only a few hundred meters away from Mindy's, and it was on the way. After the 2 cars left, Luke shook his head with a smile. I'll let you 2 off for a few days. Chapter 1589 Spreading Technology to Muddy the Waters. Luke had planned to use mental communication to confirm Claire's feelings for Stacy. But given Claire and Mindy's scuffle, he could only put it off for now. From what he saw during the training and dinner gathering, they really weren't just playing around. The human mind had always been indiscernible. Nobody really understood everything about it. After confirming that Claire and Stacy had no intention of messing around, he didn't want to intervene. If he helped to arrange everything for Claire, would it be Claire's life or his? But while he wouldn't interfere in her love life, Claire couldn't relax in other respects. Claire and Stacy's training had to increase in order to prepare for any accidents that might happen in the future. Although being a celebrity didn't add to her combat ability, it was a huge boost to Claire's mental development. At the very least, she wasn't the same as a year ago, when she had purely tried it out for fun. Maybe it was the power of love. Luke shook his head and pulled his thoughts back. As time passed, the power he had grew stronger. 2 years ago, he had tried his best to keep everything a secret, including from his family. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that he wasn't confident he could protect his family if they caught someone's attention. Now, Titanium Phone Company's dominion had been established. Even if the phones failed in 5 years, he still had a lot of cash flow, enough to transform the company into a tech business. With the Tycoon as his human tech development machine, Luke didn't have to worry about making money. It was also the reason why he had gotten Jenny to dabble in various experimental technologies. As long as there were records of these acquisitions, even if some people noticed that he had the technology, they would think that these were the outcomes of these projects. In addition, the big shot who sold everything had already had dealings with more than 10 influential parties, trading in goods like top-quality Chidori equipment, exoskeleton tech, battery tech, and so on. The technology he got in return was less valuable, but covered a wide range. The big shot was the middleman. This businessman didn't produce any technology, he was just the porter. It made sense to make it look like the tech from Luke's research institute came from the big shot. The big shot had already dealt with a dozen or so parties, but he hadn't asked for signed agreements. All the deals were settled in person. There was clearly no limit to how many companies these people would distribute the technology and products to. For example, anyone who knew about the technology for the Iron Man suit knew that there were only 3 sources for it: Iron Man, Batman, and Whiplash. Anyone with this tech would thus have to be related to these 3 people. Luke hence was deliberately muddying the waters by swiftly making the technology and products widespread up to a certain point so that they couldn't be traced back to a source. When hundreds of sources appeared on the market, nobody would be able to prove that Luke's research institute had a special relationship with the big shot. Whether subsequent products were good or not would have nothing to do with the big shot, but would be due to the research institute's strong capabilities. This process would last a number of years, and the big shot would draw the most attention. So, Luke could already take out some of his equipment to protect his family, unlike when he had relied mainly on the security company. After all, no matter how good a security company was, it wasn't as good as being able to turn into the Hulk, that is, if you were only thinking about protecting yourself and not of the consequences. Of course, Luke's family couldn't turn into the Hulk, but it was only a matter of time before they could turn into low-level nano versions of Iron Man. For now, the nano gloves, nanomask and a bulletproof vest were just enough. They probably wouldn't be able to go up against superhumans, but it was good to be able to save themselves in an unexpected situation. As long as they survived, how they recovered and got revenge after that were just small matters. Luke, who had a net worth of millions, could now use Light of Life to regenerate broken limbs. This year, Luke was going to equip his family with high-tech gear. Next year, they would be used widely among the core members of Robert's private security company, and protective gear would be distributed to ordinary members and the family of core members the year after that. For Luke, whose assets would definitely double in the next few years, this was just a basic procedure. A few days later, Claire, who was done with the charity concert, looked at Luke blankly. What, stay in New York for special training? It wasn't that she was opposed to it, but she found it a little strange. Luke rarely meddled in her life. Luke nodded and gestured for Claire to follow him. He drove her to the New Hope Research Institute in Nassau County. The lab had continued to expand in scale, so it was now officially a research institute. Few of the employees at the research institute were truly extremely talented in research. The only one was Bent, the former Department of Defense employee who specialized in developing non-lethal weapons. The others were just extras who did support work. They would take the data from various analyses and, after studying them for a while, would move on to data from another project. They were like manual laborers. They couldn't do the more specialized work of electricians, for example, which required a special skill set. But with them around, there would be a reasonable explanation for the tech products that would appear in the future. It wasn't that Luke didn't want to poach or groom people, but New Hope Research Institute wasn't famous. Famous people who wanted to join the institute wanted to use Luke's money to do their own research, but these people had very high demands, and they wouldn't allow Luke to meddle with their patent rights. Luke thought little of these people and the research that they wanted to carry out in New Hope, and had to be wary of their tricks. For the sake of funding and research, some of these people absolutely wouldn't mind blowing up the research institute to achieve their goals. Scientists who were too independent were like this. For example, April's father, who had created the little turtles and their master, was one of them. Luke didn't want to become as unlucky as Sachs. Secondly, Adrian's team, which also dabbled in research, had been doing quite well with the freight company. They couldn't spare any time for research now. So, Luke didn't poach them for the time being. While this research institute was pretty much a shell, it could still intimidate people on the surface, for example, laymen like Claire. Entering Luke's underground lab from the elevator, she couldn't stay silent. Wow, what are you researching here? Spacecraft, aliens, super weapons, why isn't there anyone else? Huh, it's so quiet, why does it look like a scene from a horror movie? Luke grabbed her neck. If this was a horror movie, you've turned it into a comedy. Claire, let go, I'm an adult, you have to respect me, understand? Helpless, Luke's grip turned into a neck lock. This is how I treat my friends. They're basically all in their 30s or 40s, so definitely mature. Claire flailed her limbs. Be starred, I'm a girl. I'm not one of those old men in your police department. Chapter 1590. Naive and childish, lively and energetic as they bickered, the siblings arrived at a row of lockers against one wall. Claire stopped struggling and looked at the black material inside curiously. What's this? Why does it look like a tight leather suit? Luke, did you develop some weird hobby? She suddenly imagined him wearing this leather outfit and holding a long whip. Gross. She didn't want to imagine it. Luke slapped the back of her head. What are you thinking? You're a singer, not a movie star. Don't put on a play all by yourself. As he spoke, he pressed the scanner. A blue light flashed and the glass door opened. He gestured for Claire to step forward and take out the outfit that was on the shelf. Claire pursed her lips. When she picked up the black outfit, She was surprised. It's not leather or rubber. It's very comfortable to touch. Luke pointed at a room not far away. Go and change. A minute later, Claire jumped out and bounced around. This looks a little like a special agent's skin suit. It's a little tight, but it's very easy to move around in. Luke snapped his fingers. Activate verification mode and record level 1 authorization, Claire Vincent. As soon as he said that, Claire felt as if she had been bitten by a mosquito. Is there a thorn in this outfit? Luke said, this is the first time you're being verified. It requires your blood to confirm your DNA, as well as your voice, fingerprints, palm prints, and the shape of your irises. Wow, Claire's eyes widened. When did you become a mad scientist? Luke gestured for her to stand still. The verification wasn't a big deal, but without the right attitude, this monkey might treat it like a game. A moment later, the black material extended up from her neck to cover Claire's entire head. Even her eyes were covered with black lenses. Coupled with the skin-tight suit, she turned into a completely black, night monkey. Claire exclaimed, wow, what's this? What the hell is this? Luke pressed her down with both hands. Listen clearly to the support system prompts. After you understand them, come back and test its functions. With that, he walked to the training room on the other side. Claire grimaced at his back. PFFT, you old man. I can hear you, Luke said lazily. Claire, haha, you heard wrong. A few minutes later, a shadow rolled into the training room like a tornado. It really was like a tornado, because Claire was spinning as she came in. Not only that, she crashed into the walls and the ceiling as she jumped around. Luke sipped his green tea unhurriedly. Is it fun? Claire was still rolling around. It's fun. Luke asked, do you know what to do? Claire still didn't stop spinning around him. I know. Luke asked, you've never played with something like this before, right? Claire, no, are you mocking me? Luke just shrugged silently. After experiencing some of the functions of the nanosuit for herself, Claire clearly became much more serious. Although she had the mysterious old man, who was far more awesome than this suit, he was her trump card. The old man had said that she wasn't allowed to use her full abilities unless she was in grave danger. Since this suit was from Luke, there was no problem. Since Luke had given it to her, she could use it however she wanted. She couldn't use it however and whenever. Then she just needed to pester him a few more times, and he would give in. She was right. As long as she didn't wear this suit and deliberately put on a monkey show for everybody, Luke really had no objections. Speaking of which, Gold Nugget number 2 was keeping an eye on her, and Claire was already very good at keeping secrets. Luke didn't have to worry too much. Next, Luke personally explained the design of this nanosuit. It had functions and effects adapted for real-life situations. Even an ordinary nanosuit expert like Luke didn't necessarily understand the theory behind the technology, so it was clearly unrealistic for a sophomore like Claire to parse it out. It was like how it was useless to talk about bullet caliber to someone who didn't use guns. The only way to ensure their safety was to directly explain what the bullets could pierce through. Claire played with the suit for a long time before her enthusiasm finally waned. She turned to look at Luke. Ha, take this. She shot off the wall and aimed a kick at his butt. Luke was still holding a cup of green tea in his right hand, but he couldn't help but laugh. You seem to have forgotten that I'm the one who taught you. As he spoke, he grabbed Claire's ankle with his left hand and threw her back the way she had come. Claire spun a few times in the air before she landed on the testing platform. She lunged at Luke again. But I have a new suit. Luke turned around and blocked the incoming kick with his palm. But I designed it. At the same time, his palm swiftly hit the sole of her foot. He didn't give the suit time to absorb the impact. In the end, he pressed down with his palm, and Claire's foot suddenly dropped. Sensing that something was wrong, Claire drew back and bent down to dodge, only for her head to be pressed down from above. Before she could attack again, Luke flicked her head hard with his finger. Okay, I still want to drink my tea. I don't want to get dust in my cup. Claire stood up angrily. I was just playing. You're becoming less energetic. Luke said, of course. I'm already 20. How can I be as childish as you? Claire couldn't help but look at him disdainfully. Are you sure you did well in middle school English? I'll give you another chance. Hurry up and choose a better adjective. Luke asked, naive. Whether she was naive or childish, or both, Claire got busy in the next few days. When she told her manager about her itinerary, the man only asked a few questions before he said that he understood and told her to work hard. Claire was dumbfounded. My brother is giving me special training. Why do you want me to work hard? It wasn't until then that she received a message from her manager. Titanium Phone Company wanted her to train for a period of time to match the youthful and lively character of the new phone model. That was because a TV commercial for a titanium phone was waiting for her. Claire was even more stupefied. I know I'm great, but I cover my face when I perform. How is the audience supposed to know what I'm like behind my wig? But no matter how surprised she was, the company had already helped arrange this itinerary for her. Also, she could find a trainer herself, and Titanium Phone Company would cover the cost. Chapter 1591 Dull Days, and Phil stops by harboring some bewilderment. Claire started her special training. Stacy's monthly spot check was approaching, and she didn't leave again. She stayed in her own house in New Jersey and began to review and prepare. Luke knew that they went out together every day, and he couldn't be bothered to care. Compared with gossip about his sister, the gossip about Grand Rapids had only just reached the peak in America. The government was a little anxious. While it had been Argus's slip-up and this dirty secret had yet to be exposed, a lot of people were already cursing the government. The National Guard's performance really didn't give the people any confidence at all. It was normal for the soldiers to not be capable enough in the face of a strange incident. The police should count themselves lucky that they hadn't been completely annihilated. Their colleagues in New York had proven this point many times over. The focus now was on certain tech whizzes finding out and making public the fact that the government had cut off communications in Grand Rapids. The personnel who entered the city in the aftermath mainly collected the things left behind by the Enchantress, and barely participated in the relief operation. For 3 days, the relief operation in Grand Rapids was completely sustained by local agencies and humanitarian organizations. This was very normal. Relief operations cost a lot. How much and however the money was spent was a source of wrangling in Congress. After all, if more was spent now, more would definitely be asked for in the future. Even if not much had been spent in Grand Rapids this time, once a precedent was set, the expenditure would be huge. It wasn't like the government had time for the poor. It would be a waste no matter how much was spent. In fact, 3 days was the shortest time the government had before public opinion forced its hand. The more bureaucratic the government was, the angrier the people were. At the same time, stories about the Dark Knight started circulating. The gist of it was that in order to save people, the Dark Knight hadn't even had time to change in a hidden corner, and had directly transformed before heading for Grand Rapids. Who knew why the government was dragging its feet after so many days? Was it destroying evidence? Although not many people took this seriously, most people were more inclined to spread similar rumors. The government, which had initially been waffling about the funds for the relief operation, had no choice but to increase its efforts to prevent sh*t from being thrown at them. From this point of view, the people of Grand Rapids profited a little. The government was pulling its hair over the discussions on the internet. Many people had already proposed monitoring and controlling the internet. They quickly reached a consensus. The only thing left to do was to figure out how to carry it out. Some wanted to interfere with F2F and Messenger, but were quickly suppressed by other parties. A lot of interest groups already had shares in the new pie that was these two software companies. Any sort of power struggle that happened would have to do with internal changes. They absolutely wouldn't let a bunch of new people come in to steal power. After all, the distribution of shares in these two software companies were pretty clear. In total, only 10 or so corporations were involved. If this matter blew up and more people came in later, there would be 20 to 30 shareholders. Then, the power of these 10 or so shareholders wouldn't just be halved, but would disappear altogether. Both the people who put forward this proposal and the people who objected to it were well aware of the reason. Titanium Phone Company was very cooperative. They were already under government surveillance, so public opinion wasn't a hidden danger. With these two software companies, this was purely an excuse for other people to come in and take a share. Once they got their hands on shares in these two software companies, they would be able to reap huge returns. The two software companies had just broken $10 billion during this period of time. Their worth might increase several times over next year. Now was the last chance to make a big deal out of it. With the cash cow Titanium Phone Company behind it, the two software companies had been burning money like crazy as they upped their game and excluded newcomers. Once they had a consumer base in place, other apps would have to spend several times more in production costs in order to steal users away. Few powers had that much money, and even fewer would burn money like this. This also meant that F2F and Messenger were bound to dominate the social media circle. To use TV as an analogy, they were the 5 major TV networks. More importantly, these 2 companies alone already covered more than 60% of all phone users. The government focused on seizing the opportunity to reap benefits for the corporations which they endorsed. While Luke was teaching his sister, his clone turned into a clown again and took action several times. 6 state-level big shots in Pennsylvania, West Virginia and Ohio were killed. S.H.I.E.L.D. lost 2 offices, 50% of personnel were taken down in one go. Clearly, the offices couldn't continue operating. Nick Fury was furious. A bunch of people were demoted or sacked. Of course, it was Hydra members who were demoted, while the ones who were fired weren't Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a huge grave sooner or later. Naturally, Nick Fury had to get his people out ahead of time, and Hydra would remain behind to be buried along with S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke's days were peaceful and dull. He went to work as usual, taught his sister, and regularly examined Secretary Jenny's work and Alina's paintings. His level 1 clone roamed around as the clown and played some judgment games along the way. His level 2 clone studied Chidori tech and the black magic knowledge which he had just acquired every day. When he got bored, he would go out and beat up hooligans, and occasionally went to look for Max to make cakes together. He thought that this would continue for some time, but Phil appeared after a long while. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and Phil was in a good mood. Luke estimated that Agent Coulson's hairline was only 0.1 millimeters higher than the last time they met. It was a miracle. Phil opened the passenger door and got in. He then gave Luke 2 cups of hot coffee. Luke took a sip and asked, "What's wrong? Is your girlfriend pregnant? You look so happy." Phil's smile stiffened. "I've been busy with work." Luke nodded regretfully. "That's not good news." Thinking about what he had found out, Phil smiled bitterly. "It really isn't good," Luke said. "Just tell me. Who do you want dealt with?" After a brief silence, Phil gave him a storage device. "Here's the information. Give me a reply when you've decided." Luke accepted it but didn't check it. Instead, he tossed a silver box into Phil's lap. "New equipment. Try it on later. Don't die for no reason." A moment later, Phil stood on the side of the road with a pained expression as he looked at the black SUV in the distance. "Hey, I took a cab here. Am I supposed to run back?" Looking at the wilderness of New Jersey at night, he sighed and was about to hitchhike. If that really didn't work, he could only switch to the mosque's female face, which would make it easier for him to hitchhike. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly remembered what Luke had said about trying it on. He couldn't help but raise the box in his hand and examine it. After a brief hesitation, he returned to the woods and opened the box on a flat rock. Chapter 1592 W.T.H. The silver box opened to reveal a black outfit and a pair of black, high-top combat boots. After thinking for a moment, Phil decided to put on the boots right away. They were combat boots, but there were no shoelaces. But when Phil stepped into the shoes and pressed down, they automatically tightened around his feet. He wasn't surprised. This sort of expansion function was a lot more standard than what the nano gloves could do. After he put on the boots, he heard a notification in his earpiece. External accessory detected. Flying Legs version 1.0. Confirming sole wielder, Phil Coulson. Access granted. The accessory can now be used. Flying legs. Shouldn't that be feet? Phil couldn't help but mock inwardly when he heard the notification, but his movements were smooth. Display instruction manual. After hearing the explanation in his earpiece, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's really making me run back. That being said, there was a trace of eagerness in Phil's eyes. Practice was the best test of any equipment. It actually wasn't a big deal to run 20 kilometers back to New York. It was night anyway, so a night jog was understandable, right? Thinking that, Phil tossed his leather shoes into the box before picking up the box, then ordered casually, "Activate cruise mode." There was a slight change in the soles of his shoes, and Phil started running. Each step was like a flying leap. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was floating, especially when he was controlling the force. Each step took him 20 centimeters off the ground and 2 to 3 meters away. In fact, apart from light control of his movements, Phil didn't exert much strength in his legs. It was like running with the force of riding a bike, but faster. Phil wasn't even sweating after running a kilometer, and was only breathing a little quicker. He shook his head. "Am I supposed to chase cars like this?" Of course, it was an empty complaint. Agents like them had to run through buildings every now and then while chasing their targets. With these shoes, he could drag things out until the enemy collapsed. Besides, cruise mode was only designed to conserve energy for running over a long period of time, and was a support function. Switch to haste mode, Phil ordered. The next moment, he exerted strength in his legs. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled thuds rang out. In the quiet wilderness, it wasn't jarring. In the city, it would sound like heavy footsteps at most, and would be overlooked if you weren't paying attention. Phil exerted strength in his legs as he ran, and he moved 30 centimeters off the ground. Every step took him almost 10 meters forward. It was as if he was gliding through the air. At that moment, the middle-aged man, who always had a solemn face, smiled happily like a kid with a toy. Switch to stealth mode. With that, he left the road and drifted toward the grass on the side. Naturally, stealth had to be tested in the most complicated environment possible. Nothing could make more noise than this sort of open meadow. His footsteps immediately lightened. It was like the feeling of taking a deep breath. Phil suddenly slowed down, but his body was especially light as he gently drifted over the grass. Apart from the rustling of tall grass, there was no other noise. Pleased, he suddenly sped up and charged down a slope, as if he were on a skateboard. There was someone here. Phil turned around, and an image of a car with two bright red figures inside it were projected onto his sunglasses. He couldn't help but sigh. In the car, the young girl in the passenger seat was enjoying being intimate with her boyfriend. Her misty gaze subconsciously wandered. Suddenly, there was a faint sound, like that of someone breathing, and a dark shadow floated out over the hill. Then, that black figure straightened and picked up speed as it floated toward her soundlessly. The black figure approached the car and was finally illuminated by the headlights. A white face flashed in the girl's line of sight before it disappeared into the darkness. A faint sigh came through the half-open car window. The girl's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open, as if she wanted to cry out. But she was completely terrified by this strange situation. For a moment, she lost control of her vocal cords, and could only move her lips soundlessly like a fish out of water. It wasn't until the shadow drifted several meters away from the car that she screamed hysterically. "Ah, ghost!" The boy in front of her felt like his ears were going to explode. He jerked and raised his head. What the hell? The girl subconsciously turned around and looked at the black figure next to the car. Frustrated, the boy followed her gaze. "What ghost?" "Ah." His voice turned shrill, because in the faint light of the car's red tail lights, a shadow brushed past. Then, a white face lit up by a red light turned around and looked at him. There even seemed to be a faint red light in its pitch-black eyes. In fact, it was just Phil moving past them. When he heard the screams, he couldn't help but look back. The red light was just the car's tail lights reflecting off his sunglasses. Who knew what kids nowadays were thinking? Running into the wilderness at night, weren't they afraid of their butts getting cold? The middle-aged man shook his head inwardly and activated his optical camouflage. In just an instant, the dark gray hooded outfit he was wearing melded with the night. In the eyes of the boy who was staring at him, the shadow suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the sound of low breathing gradually faded. Of course, it was the sound of flying legs in stealth mode, but to the two people in the car, it sounded like a ghost. After a brief silence, they screamed again. The girl said, "Drive, drive. It's all your fault for wanting to come out here." The boy said, "Shut up, weren't you happy when I asked you?" Even as he roared, his hands were shaking like chicken claws, and he wasn't able to grasp the wheel even after several tries. Phil didn't know what happened after he left. He had already run back to New York. Thus, he didn't know that the following afternoon, the couple brought a bunch of their classmates with them for a ghost hunt. Everybody searched, but they didn't find any footprints. If that was the case, they could only conclude that the couple was lying. But someone soon found a ring 10 meters away. This was a side effect of the cushion function on flying legs. In a situation where the noise was reduced, the thrusters would create a shock wave ring. This basically wouldn't happen in the city, but it was very creepy in a wild meadow. Thus, for the next few months, this meadow turned into a camping hotspot for young people. Every now and then, there would be ghost hunters who would camp out here in the middle of the night with their phones. Chapter 1593 What Treatment? First time in Japan. Luke didn't know that his Uncle Phil had started a ghost story after receiving the new equipment. Even if he knew, he would just laugh out loud. If the couples dared to do it out in the wild, they had to be prepared. After he read the information from Phil, Luke didn't reply right away. Instead, he spent 3 days prepping. After making sure that everything was fine, he called Phil. "I'll take it. Does your side have any requests?" Phil was very straightforward this time. "It's best to kill them all. It would be troublesome to let them live. If we didn't have to kill these people, I would have gone to Batman," he added inwardly. Satisfied, Luke nodded. "All right, once it's over, I'll let you know the result." Hanging up, he spun around on the bar stool. He's not from America, so there's no need to worry. Tisk, tisk, being someone else's dog, even a dog is probably treated better. I can only say that he's a son of AB*TCH who came running over. He deserves it. Gold Nugget, who was far away in the living room, turned around and whined. Luke grabbed a cupcake from the table and threw it at Gold Nugget. "This is how dogs should be treated, okay?" Gold Nugget didn't even move as it just opened its big mouth and let the cake fall in. It got snacks the moment it called out, which was great. Satisfied, the dog turned back around and continued watching its show. "What treatment?" Selena asked as she dragged Claire down the stairs. They had just finished showering after training, and were waiting for dinner. Luke grabbed another cupcake and threw it at her. Selena raised 2 fingers to block it, before she flicked her wrist to neutralize the impact. She pressed into it with her thumb and took a bite. How long has it been since you tried new flavors?" She frowned. The cupcakes were delicious, but the 3 of them ate a lot. From chocolate cream and nuts to coffee, yogurt and fruit, they were already familiar with the taste of more than 100 types of Luke's cupcakes. Luke smiled and threw another pastry at her. The round pastry spun in the air. Selena's expression changed the moment she caught it with her other hand. Examining the snack for a moment, she tossed it into her mouth and snorted. "Despicable. You actually ambushed me with a hot egg tart. Tastes pretty good." Luke nodded. "Then I'll make more Chinese pastries in the future. It's just that it's inconvenient to take them out." Selena said, "You have to. At most, take out part of the backseat. In any case, Gold Nugget stretches out over it every day. It's annoying." Gold Nugget silently turned its head and stared at a particular woman, wondering if it should bite her butt. But on second thought, it wavered between enjoying food and lying down. This was truly a difficult problem. Claire was too lazy to bother with the banter between her brother and the female devil. She moved listlessly to the table and picked up the pastries to eat one by one. Luke didn't chide her. Because Claire only had half a month to train, the current amount of training that she was doing was more than double. Claire still didn't know that her mother, Catherine, was a board member of the management company, and had been helping her filter out the less sincere invitations. 2 weeks on the same campaign was considered pretty long, and there was no way it could drag out to a month even if it was a huge order from the titanium phone. If Claire still didn't understand after so long, she wouldn't be a monkey, but a pig. Luke could only condense the training, and the price for it was Claire being wrung out. Thanks to the symbiosis with Gold Nugget number 2 and a food supply to match, she recovered her vigor quickly, but was still exhausted from training. After downing more than 10 hot egg tarts, she finally came back to herself and asked, "What were you talking about? How are you being treated in the police department?" "Luke, I'm not a dog." He casually changed the topic to training, distracting her. Looking at Selena, who gestured at the pastry he was holding and held up all 10 fingers, he nodded decisively. 10 new flavors in exchange for her training. Claire was really cheap. A day later, his clone disembarked from a plane. Compared with the other travelers who were carrying suitcases of varying sizes, Luke, who was wearing a thin black cloak, was completely empty-handed. While walking out of the airport, he took a high-speed bus to Japan. His mission this time wasn't urgent, and he didn't have to race against time. So, the purpose of this trip to Japan was to travel, and to accomplish the mission in passing. Luke had watched some American dramas and movies in his previous life, and had a basic impression of America. Japan, on the other hand, was a very special country that was completely different from the rest of the world. From phones to books, and from TV to movies, it had all the mainstream stuff. But it really could walk its own path. Its books included light novels, speculative fiction and comics which all had their own distinctive flavor. The cartoons on TV had already turned from children's shows into national favorites in other countries. What was even stranger was that TV dramas here were bigger than movies, and TV stars were bigger than movie stars. In most developed countries, it was impossible for TV stars to squeeze into the film industry. Conversely, it was as if TV stars lowered themselves to star in movies in Japan. This indirectly showed that foreign movies didn't do well at the box office in Japan, including global blockbuster American films, and basically couldn't beat the popular anime in Japan. As for Luke, his only impression of Japan was of comics, cartoons, and Akihabara. He hadn't been too old in his previous life, and had managed to catch the tail end of shut-in culture. In Luke's previous life, the only thing about Japan that those who were 5 to 10 years older than him cared about was whether or not the weather there was hot. They basically didn't understand how shut-in culture worked. Luke had never been to Japan after his rebirth. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, it was too far away, and would be a waste of time without the bat suit and clones. Secondly, China was right next to Japan. Even in this time and space, this great country was still a huge threat and had been suppressed for a long time. If Luke flew back and forth in his armor often, he would be discovered sooner or later. His harvest in Mexico was almost done. It was natural he wouldn't think of Japan right now. At the same time, the Japanese triad had strict laws and rarely used guns. Most of their revenue came from entertainment. They weren't in the habit of dealing drugs. Compared with the hooligans who occupied every city block in America, the triads were more likely to gather on one particular street to watch the show. However, the death of a bunch of triad members in Japan was much more serious than the death of a bunch of cartel members in Mexico. Chapter 1594 Wandering Through the Cherry Blossoms, and Silent Rain. It was the end of March, which was cherry blossom season in Japan. After a bus transfer, Luke got out at Shinjuku and took a leisurely walk. The weather today wasn't good. In the gloomy drizzle, the cherry blossoms didn't look as pink as in the bright morning sun. The upside was that there were fewer people viewing the cherry blossoms. Everybody obediently wrapped their long coats around themselves as they walked under the cherry blossom trees in the rain with umbrellas. Of course, there were still people taking photos everywhere. The melancholic beauty of the cherry blossoms in the rain didn't lose out to their radiance under the sun. Luke enjoyed the environment very much. He had never seen a marvel like cherry blossoms in full bloom in both his lives. The rain was neither too heavy nor too light, and the people around were neither too many nor too few. The falling pink and white blossoms were like a tranquil painting. Luke strolled through the cherry blossoms, and soon ran into some enthusiastic people. 2 girls in their early 20s were taking photos on the street. One of them couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Luke walking slowly through the cherry blossoms. "Sweetie, are you done? My waist can't take it anymore." The other girl, who had adopted a challenging pose, shouted angrily. The girl who was holding the camera came back to herself, and decisively turned the camera to focus on Luke behind her friend. The girl found that odd. Hey, I'm talking here. What weird photo are you taking?" As she spoke, she jumped over to take a look at the camera screen. She couldn't help but remark, "DMN, where did this handsome guy come from?" As she exclaimed involuntarily, she couldn't help but glance in Luke's direction. Luke was walking leisurely down the road and observing his surroundings with great interest. Unlike most tourists who moved quickly to take everything in, he had plenty of time to enjoy the view at his relaxed pace. Anyone could tell from this guy's appearance, temperament and behavior that he had money and time. He was the stereotypical pretentious prick. Luke didn't think that he was being pretentious. If possible, he wanted to bury death and blood in the night, and leave the cherry blossoms and drizzle to Tokyo's day. So, he was very relaxed and didn't care much about other people's attention. For example, he pretended not to hear the 2 girls taking photos and whispering to each other. But more importantly, that DMN, said in Chinese, had brought back too many memories. It had been a long time since he had heard this true blue Chinese online lingo. Why was he sure it was online lingo? Because the girl had said it with that particular pronunciation. Elementary sound wave couldn't be wrong. In this world, handsome European and American boys were as popular as ever. Asians went crazy for their looks. On this trip to Japan, Luke didn't assume the appearance of a bearded man. Instead, he created a new alias based on a 80% similarity to a 20-year-old Keanu Reeves. He didn't need a soft TV filter effect like other guys, and the girls couldn't stop smiling. He walked past the 2 girls indifferently. He thought there would be nothing more to this encounter with 2 countrymen from his previous life. But there were footsteps behind him again. The girl called Sweetie caught up with him. Excuse me, she spoke in English. After all, given Luke's face, it would be hard for anyone to regard him as Japanese. He hadn't chosen to use his face from his previous life precisely because he didn't want this sort of trouble. He turned around. Looking at his calm face, Sweetie paused, a little fearful. After hesitating for a moment, however, she handed him the umbrella. This is for you. If you get too wet, you might get bugs on your head. Her English clearly had a Chinese accent to it, but it was much better than Luke's shallow English from his previous life. It was as if she had suddenly forgotten the word lice. Amused, Luke accepted the umbrella from her. Thank you. As if encouraged, Sweetie grew bolder and gripped the camera with both hands. Can. The girl behind her was even more nervous than she was. She didn't say anything and even tugged on the back of Sweetie's clothes. Who knew if she was urging Sweetie on or stopping her? Luke leaned forward and nodded, ready to listen. Sweetie finally asked, "Can we take a photo together?" "Sure." Luke nodded. "But do it here." Sweetie said, "Can we?" "Just one." "Oh, you agreed." Luke smiled. It was much more aloof than his usual smile. After all, Keanu had never been a warm gentleman. Luke had always used the traits of a certain movie character in his previous life as a measure for himself. In any case, his alias was handsome. It would be a shame not to act like him. Less than a minute later, Luke left with the umbrella which Sweetie had given him, leaving the two girls to share one between them. They watched him disappear into the rain of cherry blossoms. He said one photo. He meant one photo. Little Sweetie and her best friend had one each with him, and one group photo together. Speaking of the umbrella, Luke couldn't help but think of Lady by One, and how he was now an American superhero. So, a new China and America Bat Snake superhero collab, PFF'd, what the hell was he thinking? He shook his head slightly and smiled faintly as he wandered around the park. He was wearing a long black coat and a pair of light orange sunglasses, but was carrying a transparent birdcage umbrella with a Hello Kitty design on it, which suddenly made him look cute. It turned out that Chinese girls in the early 21st century were much more restrained than Japanese girls. Sweetie and her best friend should be quite well off, since they could come to Tokyo in March. There was a limit to how much they liked an unfamiliar stranger like Luke. Even if he might be able to make a date with either of them with a bit of effort, it would take time for them to take the initiative. After them, more than 10 women signaled their interest in Luke. The younger and shyer ones asked for his number or where he was going. The older ones were probably too embarrassed Luke was too handsome, and the other party didn't want to ruin the pleasant air of this chance encounter. Luke simply put away his smile and turned them down in English. Japanese people were very polite, but Americans certainly didn't have to be. As for these women's feelings, sorry, they weren't fellow countrymen from Luke's previous life, and didn't get preferential treatment. When he turned them down politely, that meant that he had good manners. But many girls would prefer that he were a little less well-mannered so that they could talk to him. However, Luke's basic psychology and hypnosis didn't give them a chance to pester him. As soon as they said something, they were shot down. One from the Legend of the White Snake chapter 1595 who gave you the courage to do good. It was a pleasant day. Luke's straight man heart almost burst when he coldly turned down a bunch of Japanese women. Yes, it was this feeling. In a world which emphasized looks, a man even more beautiful than most women appeared. The dramatic effect was quite interesting. He didn't play around with them, however, and directly turned them down. Looking at the crestfallen expressions on their faces, it was as if they were acting out some love scene. This situation continued into the night. Luke sat on a bench in a small park and ate the food that he had packed. Ever since Space 2's dramatic expansion, Luke had chosen to store a lot of hot food in this space. Space 2 had a thermal box and a microwave to heat up food. As for cold food, he put it in Space 1. The various foods that he had put inside it as an experiment at the very beginning had yet to go bad. This was truly a godly storage item. After finishing his crispy seafood tempura, he put the takeout box back into the bag which he was using as cover, and took out some Elon rice. Just as he picked up a piece smothered in thick red sauce, a hand appeared in front of him. Several 10,000 yen notes were clutched in the hand, and Fukuzawa Yukichi stared at Luke from the surface of one note with dead fish eyes. Luke raised his head calmly and looked at the young woman in a thick coat and white dress in front of him. "Can I help you?" The girl in the white dress avoided his gaze. I just want to help you, Luke frowned. The girl in the white dress immediately understood his meaning, and bowed. I'm sorry, I just saw that you were sitting here at night, and I thought that you might not have a place to stay. Luke lowered his head and looked at his clothes. He didn't know what the girl was thinking. This cape, no, this coat was custom made and cost $500,000. What made this person think he was poor? Who gave her the courage to do good? But looking at the dead fish eyes on the money, he realized that it was Fukuzawa Yukichi who had given this young miss the courage. That was right, this was definitely a young miss. After a simple scan, Luke noticed a Burberry handbag and shawl, Tiffany earrings and a Gucci watch. The unbranded dress and shoes seemed to have been custom made by exclusive dressmakers, while the branded items that she was wearing were all luxury goods. Also, she could afford to help some tramp on the roadside by giving them tens of thousands of yen. If she wasn't a young miss, what was she? 10,000 yen was like $100 in America. If they were in America, Luke would have immediately thought that this young miss was looking to buy weed from him. Luke would occasionally give someone that much money, but usually it was for unique talents like Belle. It would already be generous to give a tramp $5 or $10. Thinking quickly, he nodded. Thank you, but I don't need any help. The girl in the white dress said softly, but you, ignoring her, Luke put the eel into his mouth unhurriedly. He narrowed his eyes and savored it, and basically acknowledged the cook's skills. The meat wasn't expensive, but the quality wasn't bad. The sauce was sweet and wasn't his favorite, but with two gluttons like Selena and Gold Nugget around, he was still fine with this sort of sweet taste. The most important thing was that the roadside stall didn't skimp on the eel and cooking, and it wasn't expensive. It could be said that the stall owner had done his best for the price. Cash in hand, the girl was at a loss. Shouldn't he say something to her? Swallowing the eel in his mouth, Luke raised his head again and pointed at the cash with his chopsticks. Take it back, save your good intentions for other people. With that, he focused on the eel rice in front of him again. After coming to Japan, he had to learn how to cook some dishes. Since his previous life, Luke's biggest impression of gourmet food was that there were always some surprises in many small shops, some of which didn't even have a name. Most well-known restaurants had to pay more attention to quality control. They had to do their best to ensure that the food and standards were within a reasonable range. There was hence a limit to what they could achieve in terms of taste. There were many first-rate restaurants in America, but Luke wasn't interested in them. The main thing was that the Japanese took full advantage of how spendthrift Americans could be, like the sushi masters who were typically like, eat whatever I make. Don't like it, get lost. That was why he never went to Japanese restaurants. Small shops were different. If the cook was in a good mood today, the customers would eat happily. If the cook's wife beat him up tomorrow, the customers might die from how salty the dishes were. Most of the stall owners here were quite friendly. At the very least, they served whatever Luke ordered. The woman in the white dress watched him eat unhurriedly for a moment before she finally came back to her senses. She now knew that she had gotten it wrong. The way Luke ate suggested that he was quite rich. Ordinary Americans wouldn't be as calm as he was, much less hold their chopsticks in such an authentic manner. At that moment, she looked at his attire. Although she couldn't see any brand tag, the workmanship and materials were top-notch. It was probably custom-made. Would someone like that be reduced to hiding in a park to eat? And it was drizzling today to boot. However, he was carrying an old shapeless bag that showed signs of having been patched up before. So, when she saw him eating alone, she subconsciously thought that he was someone who had fallen on hard times. Luke didn't know that the bag for carrying the food was from the stall owner. Seeing that Luke was buying so much food, he gave him the bag as an extra. The bag was a little old, but it was clean. Also, Luke had often used this sort of eco-friendly bag in his previous life, so he wasn't unused to it. For a moment, as Luke savored the stall owner's cooking, the girl in the white dress watched him eat, and the air suddenly quieted down. He didn't seem to be moving very fast, but he finished the eel rice in less than 2 minutes. Then, he picked out a serving of Odin from the bag. He took out a skewer and had 2 mouthfuls. He felt that the taste was so-so, and was about to switch to something else. Suddenly, he looked at the girl in the white dress in front of him. Do you want it? The girl was at a loss. She had been swallowing her saliva just now, not because she was hungry, but purely because of how he looked as he enjoyed the food. Luke nodded and gave her the Odin. You're a good person. This is for you. There were small skewers in the Odin, and he took those out to eat. That way, the other party wouldn't be eating his saliva. Whether or not this was proper in Japan, he couldn't care less. The main thing was that he didn't like the Odin. Since this, kind-hearted young miss, was swallowing her saliva, he might as well give it to her. Chapter 1596 Want Some? For You. The girl in the white dress was at a loss when he handed her the Odin. She had never eaten on the roadside before. First of all, she barely talked to anyone on the roadside. Secondly, no one would give her food that they had already eaten, even if it was just skewers in the Odin. But in front of that calm face, she subconsciously reached out to take it. Looking at her standing there with the box in her hands, Luke took out the next dish and pointed at the empty chair next to him. You can sit down. The girl. Luke sighed. The face he was wearing was too poisonous. Was this girl's behavior too much? It really wasn't. There had been a girl who had been so busy looking at him in the afternoon that she hit her head on a lamppost. Hearing the sound from a few meters away, she had a hard head. He further unfolded the plastic sheet he was sitting on and laid it out on the side. He no longer bothered with the young miss. Goodwill also had its price. Based on this young miss goodwill, one Odin portion was enough. The plastic could be considered a freebie. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the girl immediately sat down. She would get wet if she didn't sit on the plastic. That was what she told herself. Glancing at Luke, she subconsciously picked up the Odin from the box and took small bites. Luke, on the other hand, took out a fried dumpling and had a bite. It didn't taste good or bad. He had eaten a lot of dumplings. In his previous life, whether at home, at restaurants, at dumpling stalls, from the freezer, or semi-gourmet dumplings. It wasn't exactly disgusting, but it lacked red oil. For Sichuan people, dumplings without red oil didn't have soul. Noticing the gaze from the side, he immediately felt that he could pay back a certain person's goodwill once more. So, he gave her the fried dumplings. Do you like these? Have them. The girl took them blankly. Seeing that she didn't move, Luke seemed to realize something. He took out a pair of chopsticks from the bag and stuffed them into her hands. After dealing with the food he didn't like, he took out a bowl of ramen in pork bone broth. Taking a bite, he realized that the noodles were much better than the fried dumplings. Pleased, he tasted it. It was similar to some Chinese braised noodles with a lighter flavor. He also liked to put red oil in his noodles, and the noodles his mother made in his previous life were even more delicious. Compared with sour and spicy noodles, few soup noodles could be considered heavy. At that moment, he sensed someone looking at him. He turned around and nodded solemnly. I'm sorry, but sharing the ramen isn't hygienic. The girl in the white dress. After that, he enjoyed the delicious food again and pondered. Although the stall owner was bald, he was really good at cooking. Should he learn? He was tempted by the crispy tempura, eel rice and pork ramen. Wait, cooking wasn't a skill that had the get strong after going bald setting, right one. Luke suddenly wasn't so sure. The main thing was that the stall owner wasn't even 40 years old yet, but his head was already so shiny, and even the roots were gone. Under the light, the stall owner's head was like a mirror reflecting the glow. The fact that even the roots of his hair were gone suggested that the baldy hadn't shaved his head, but that the hair had dropped naturally. That was fresh in Luke's mind. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to wait and see. During half an hour of food testing, Luke didn't talk much with the girl in the white dress, but she was in a strange situation. Looking at the remaining food in 4 or 5 boxes, she frowned. Luke barely touched the food that he had given her. Naturally, it was enough for him to try only a little of the less delicious food. Because of that, he had given her more than 3 days' worth of food. While she ate as she snuck looks at him, she unknowingly ate half of it. Now that the bag that had seemed bottomless was almost empty, the girl suddenly realized that she was full. She had never felt so full before. In her memory, she had gone out to buy several burgers behind her father's back when she was young. She hid in this park and ate half of them, and was also full. After her father scolded her for stealing food and brought her home, she had never done anything like that again. Even though she had grown up and could buy food herself at any time, and her father no longer cared about her, not eating outside had become a rule in her life. Rubbing her belly, her eyes turned misty. At that moment, Luke had just picked up a small takoyaki, when his hand suddenly paused slightly. However, he still picked up a small ball with his chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. A dozen men in black suits appeared around them. A red-haired girl who wasn't even 1.6 meters tall stepped forward and bowed slightly to the girl in white. "Sister, it's time to go home." She glanced at Luke, who was still chewing, but didn't say anything. Luke's gaze was fixed on the takoyaki in the box and not on her. When the red-haired girl reached them, the girl in the white dress calmed down and slowly put down the food boxes. "Let's go." After walking 7 or 8 meters, she turned around and looked at Luke. She said in a low voice, "He's just a passerby. Don't target him." The red-haired girl also looked back at Luke. "I'm sorry, sister, but I can't do anything about what father wants, and neither can you." The girl in the white dress stopped and her face darkened. The red-haired girl sighed. "If there's nothing wrong with him, I'll do my best to ensure his safety. It'll only take half a day at most. Then, ouch, ah, attack, arrest him, ah." Alarmed, the two girls turned around abruptly, only to see 4 men in black on their knees in front of the bench and screaming. The girl was stunned. A moment ago, the moment the two girls left, 4 men in black suits surrounded Luke. 2 of them silently pressed down on Luke's shoulders. At that moment, Luke picked up another small ball with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time, he checked the information on the system's panel of good and evil. The girl in the white dress was a neutral yellow, and the red-haired girl was an evil red. Among the men in black, the lightest color was at least a light red evil, while 2 were so dark red that they were almost black. These 2 big villains were the closest to him. Seeing that, things became very simple. Luke simply stabbed at the hands on his left and right shoulders with each of his chopsticks. Elementary penetration. Poochie. The chopsticks pierced the men's hands. One based on One Punch Man Chapter 1597. If you get up, you're dead. The other 2 men in black were clearly too proficient at doing bad things, and reacted quickly. Seeing that their comrades had been ambushed, they immediately charged forward. At the same time, they took out extendable batons, which they swung at Luke's head. Luke pulled, and the 2 men who had their hands pierced by the chopsticks couldn't help but fall to their knees. With a thud, the chopsticks pinned their hands to the long wooden bench. Luke then took out another pair of chopsticks and also stabbed the hands of the men attacking him. Poochie. The 2 men in black dropped their batons and screamed. Luke was as calm as ever. He pulled, and they subconsciously stretched out their other hands to find support. Poochie. Poochie. Their other hands were also pinned down by the chopsticks. 4 hands were nailed to the wooden bench. This time, Luke didn't immediately let go. Instead, he looked at the 2 girls who had turned their heads, though most of his gaze was directed at the red-haired girl. The Japanese are really rude. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and could be heard clearly even as the 4 men screamed. Instantly, the 4 unlucky B***** screamed less. Even though their palms hurt, they couldn't suppress their curiosity. Fear could also arouse curiosity, which made them show more respect. Luke looked at the takoyaki in his left hand regretfully. There were 4 left, but he was no longer in the mood to enjoy them after being disturbed. To be honest, it didn't taste bad. He could give them to Selena later. Thinking that, he put the last 4 takoyaki balls away in the eco-friendly bag. His movements weren't fast, but the other 8 men in black didn't dare step forward. Even though both of Luke's hands were occupied, they still didn't dare. This posture and bearing were too much like a devil king from a comic. Just because these men in black were all in their 20s or 30s didn't mean that they didn't read comics. The Japanese nowadays basically grew up reading comics. So, they behaved strangely sometimes because comics had turned them crooked. In any case, neither the men in black nor the 2 girls disturbed the debut of this devil king. Putting the takoyaki away, Luke picked up the bag and looked at the 4 men in black who had been pinned to the wooden bench. "If you get up before I leave, you're dead." The sweat which covered the heads of the 4 men now covered their backs. Luke was too calm. He had still been very calm after he pierced their hands. His expression wasn't even as animated as when he had been eating the takoyaki. It was probably normal for someone like that to become even more calm before killing people, right? The 4 men couldn't help but think that. With that, Luke stood up and walked in the direction of the 2 girls. The men in black all glanced at the red-haired girl inquiringly. The red-haired girl's face was pale and her breathing was short and hurried. She was trembling all over. She only came back to herself a little after the girl in white tugged at her and shook her head hard, firmly stopping her from courting death. If the man in the black coat could pierce palms with his chopsticks, there weren't many parts of the body that couldn't be pierced. The other party definitely had no intention of taking action against her sister, or this young miss would have died hundreds of times over. Unfortunately, the red-haired girl's identity wasn't enough for everyone to listen to her. When Luke was 5 meters away, he heard 2 drawn-out screams behind him. 2 of the men had forcefully pulled the chopsticks out of their hands. The chopsticks were smooth and there were no obstructions on the end. Except for the slight pain, it wasn't a problem. One of them bit his lip hard and reached for his waist with a trembling hand. He pulled out a Glock and pointed it at Luke's back. Both the girl in the white dress and the red-haired girl were shocked and shouted in unison, "No! Stop!" The man's face twisted in pain, but he still grinned. FCKU. As soon as he said that, he felt his vision go blurry, and the world spun around him as he inexplicably fell to his knees in front of the bench. Poochie. His expression was frozen in a mixture of pain, a twisted grin, and a little confusion. A chopstick had pierced his right ear up until only a small portion was sticking out. Bending slightly, Luke unhurriedly picked up another chopstick, which was from the pair that the girl in white had used. The second chopstick, naturally, it was already stuck in the head of the lunatic. The other man in black shook his head. Wait, he told me to do it." Before he could finish, he spun and fell to his knees in front of the bench like his partner. Poochie. Luke straightened up and murmured, "If you get up, you're dead." A series of cracks rang out next to him. He turned his head and looked at the first 2 men who had one hand pinned down. Seeing his gaze, they shook their heads frantically and said at the same time, "No, no. We're not getting up, we're not getting up." Luke sighed regretfully. He had always been a man of his word. The point was that these 2 guys were kneeling too obediently and had no intention of getting up. He had wanted to scare them and see if they would be stupid, but these 2 were really scared. They didn't have the fiery blood of the Japanese Yakuza at all. It was too disappointing. He walked back, picked up the eco-friendly bag that he had put on the ground, and left quietly. It wasn't until the man in the black coat disappeared around a corner that the red-haired girl felt better. She immediately raised her hand and pointed. "The 2 of you stay here and wait for someone to move the bodies. The rest of you, escort the young miss back immediately." How strong was the man in the black coat? That was no longer important. The point was that she had been less than 2 meters away from him earlier but hadn't sensed any danger at all, as if he were an ordinary person. That was practically impossible, for her keen sense of death. The best thing to do after encountering someone whose strength couldn't be measured at all was to return immediately. Also, no matter who the other party was, the reason he hadn't attacked anyone else was clearly for the young Mrs. Sake. Otherwise, everybody except the young miss would have died here. It was only when the man stabbed 2 people dead with the chopsticks that the red-haired girl had sensed a terrifying aura of death which surged up like a flood to instantly drown her. It was the first time that the red-haired girl had sensed such a terrifying aura of death from a human. Whatever she had sensed before was like being splashed on the face with cold water. At most, it was the difference between a cup, a basin and a barrel of water. Just now, it had felt like she had fallen into the deep ocean of the north as endless ice-cold water enveloped her senses. For one moment, she felt suffocated. Chapter 1598 Professional Connection, and snacks before the feast tamping down on her shivers, the red-haired girl walked forward, and a question popped into her head: how many people had that guy in the black coat killed? 100, 300, 500, except for that inhuman monster, she really couldn't think of any other existence with an aura of death that could fill the sky. Their cars were on the roadside dozens of meters away. Everyone quickly got in and left. The 2 girls had their own driver, who hadn't followed them into the park, and who thus was still composed. The 2 cars behind them swerved and crashed into a few shrubs on the side of the road before barely making it back onto the road. But the people in the cars didn't complain. Everybody was shaking, including the drivers. They weren't rookies, and it wasn't like they hadn't seen people die before. But nobody could remain calm when they saw the heads of 2 of their own turned into takoyaki balls and nailed to the bench. 10 minutes later, a few calls were made from a courtyard in Meguro in Shirokande. Many people in Tokyo started moving. Half an hour later, at a food stall near Shinjuku Park, a bald cook put on gloves and picked up the phone that was ringing non-stop. "Hello, there was indeed someone like that. It's fine, no need." Thinking for a moment, the bald cook asked, "Can I ask what he did?" He hung up after saying a few words. The bald cook put down his phone and pondered deeply. Behind him, two drunk middle-aged men shouted, "Where's the alcohol? Why isn't it here yet?" The bald cook smiled and put the phone back into the drawer. He shook his head and turned around. "Please wait a moment, it'll be here soon." Pleased, the middle-aged white-collar worker nodded in satisfaction. "Heike-san, your food is as good as ever." After praising him, he started bickering with his friend again, completely dismissing the fact that there was no connection between giving him alcohol and cooking. This was how Japanese people were. They usually reminded themselves not to cause trouble for others. When they got drunk, they caused trouble openly. Getting drunk after work was their way to relax. After all, nobody could demand that a drunkard be as polite as a normal person. Picking up 2 bottles of sake and placing them in front of the 2 drunkards, the bald cook straightened and looked at the raindrops falling from the roof. "John Wick, was it you?" As he spoke, he picked up a chopstick. It was like the chopsticks that had pierced the heads of the 2 men. It was thin, black and smooth. The cook suddenly paused before stabbing a big fish on the side with the chopstick. The bald cook glanced at the fish and sighed. He then swept the fish and chopstick into a nearby trash can. It was hard enough to stab a fish with a chopstick, let alone a person's head. It was practically impossible. Was the boogeyman already that strong? The bald cook had complicated feelings. For a moment, he felt that his beloved kitchen knives wasn't that sharp. Luke didn't know that casually using chopsticks to kill 2 people would actually cause people to link him to the boogeyman. This alias was only 50 to 60% similar to John Wick's appearance right now. Anyone could tell at a glance that they weren't the same person. Coincidentally, the bald cook was a professional who had heard a lot about the boogeyman but had never seen him with his own eyes. Luke's cover this time was only to differentiate the alias from his real identity, yet a professional had still been able to pick out clues from his actions. It wasn't that Luke was careless, but that it was unnecessary for him to be careful. There were professionals everywhere in the world. As long as nothing could be linked back to Luke's real identity, the other aliases weren't too important. It was only the Dark Knight who had to be a little more careful. It would be best if he could use this identity for another 3 to 5 years. As for the rest, the most he could say was that it was a pity, it definitely wouldn't cause him any pain to lose them. It was even less of an issue for an alias like the boogeyman. As long as he could keep Gianna acting as an informant at the high table, it didn't matter what other people thought. Using pheromone control and hypnosis to control Gianna was also a backup plan. If he did that, however, the matter of keeping it up for the future would be more troublesome. Forced control through hypnosis wasn't as good as her own willingness plus a little synopsis's insurance. That was what Luke had always done. That way, even if there was someone who could break his spell, Gianna wouldn't come back to her senses and turn against him. After walking some distance, Luke threw the bag into his inventory. At the same time, his figure gradually turned transparent and disappeared into the night. At that moment, 4 mid-sized drones and over 1,000 mini-drones covered the night sky of Tokyo. This had started ever since he arrived in Tokyo in the morning. A complete map of the city, including the underground, was being swiftly perfected. To do a good job, one had to first sharpen their tools. Tokyo was a super metropolis. In terms of population size, only New York could just barely compare, while Los Angeles was like a kindergartner. At the end of 2005, there were 15 million people in Tokyo, while New York only had 9 million in the same year. Even all the people in the metropolitan region of Greater Los Angeles added up still wasn't enough to match the scale of a city like Tokyo. The total population of the greater metropolitan region of Tokyo was even more terrifying. It was close to 40 million people. That wasn't a good thing. The United States, for example, felt helpless about Greater Los Angeles, and had no choice but to believe that this was a case of failed development. A bigger population wasn't an issue, but there were a lot of serious problems when a bunch of cities were crammed together. The population size in Japan wasn't a big problem, mostly because of the Japanese code of conduct. Greater Los Angeles was the opposite. Whenever there were riots in Los Angeles, most of the instigators were unemployed or low-income earners. This was pretty much like your rich neighbor's house catching fire, and if you went in to pinch some things, no one would notice. In other words, it was fishing in troubled waters. The fact that Tokyo, with over 40 million people in its greater metropolitan region, seldom experienced something similar, was a wonder. Given Luke's OCD, he wouldn't officially get to work until he had done. Enough reconnaissance. This was also one of the reasons why he had switched to tourist mode. He had to prepare more for a feast, but he could have some snacks first. The Japanese yakuza weren't as fat as the Mexican cartels, but it would be strange to say that there were no major drug rings in a metropolis of over 10 million people. It could be said that Luke had long thought of throwing drugs into Tokyo Bay for some time now. After all, he had also thrown plenty into the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean, and the Gulf of Mexico. It was a rare opportunity to come to Japan. It wouldn't be fair not to feed the sea life in Tokyo Bay a little extra. As Luke pondered, he explored the busy nightlife in Tokyo. Chapter 1599 Cafes Gundam Tokyo was a very interesting place. Luke found it interesting not because it was prosperous, but because it was crowded. Where there were a lot of people, there were a lot of things to do, and crime also happened often. Naturally, experience and credit points were everywhere. Some things were indeed over the top, and some were very bizarre. Doing good was a walk in the park for Luke. He hid in the dark and threw out small ice beads from afar. He had as many ice beads as he wanted in his inventory. He could throw them at will, and they melted automatically. He hadn't used them before, mainly because they weren't heavy enough, and could easily veer off course over long distances. With Bullseye's elementary precision and his immense strength, however, he could knock a person out from 50 meters away and not blow their head up. It wasn't that he sympathized with criminals. If he blew up their heads over ordinary offenses, it would be like sentencing the keyboard warriors in his previous life to death. The best was to knock people out. It was common for drunkards to collapse at night in Tokyo. As for whether or not these drunkards would be assaulted by other people, that wasn't Luke's problem. He was too covert at doing good deeds. Neither the offender nor the victim saw the ice beads. The next day, a lot of ghost stories started to spread in Tokyo. Some were told by the offenders, and some were told by the victims. Both parties were scared witless. Like what happened in Los Angeles and New York, after Luke's hard work, he added to the urban horror legends in Tokyo. He didn't care about that. He was just delighted when he saw that he had earned more than 6,000 experience and credit points in one night. Of course, knocking out offenders on the roadside didn't earn him that much. However, he had taken down 3 drug nests along the way. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Luke smiled and took a sip of his coffee. "Ah, are you an actor?" A girl's voice rang out. Luke turned his head. "No. Also, I'm not taking photos or exchanging phone numbers. Thank you." With that, he turned around again and ignored the 27th girl who had come up to talk to him since that morning. While it was a little interesting for a female customer to chat him up in a maid cafe, that was all there was to it. Of all the girls he had met yesterday and today, only the young miss in the white dress was just barely to his liking. But his standards were getting higher and higher, and he wasn't interested in having fun in Japan. Just Max alone in New York could put 99.99% of these women to shame. As for this maid cafe, Luke couldn't help but sigh. It could only be said that when 2D turned 3D, it was too easy for a fantasy to shatter. Even though the cafe he had chosen was the most expensive and best one, the quality of the maids was only average. As for the other maids he had seen on the way to Akihabara, most of them weren't as good as the girls who had hit on him. Girls who were a little worse wouldn't have the courage to hit on him to begin with. Of course, these maids were much better than ordinary Japanese women, and could deal with geeks and tourists. On the other hand, the drinks and food in this maid cafe were average. The coffee ingredients weren't bad, but who knew how good the barista was? The latte art wasn't bad, it was just that it didn't suit an American customer like Luke. He ordered a Blue Mountain coffee and a cappuccino. The Blue Mountain was for him. It was common knowledge that the Japanese monopolized more than half of the production of genuine Blue Mountain coffee beans. Luke wondered if they had a special technique for making Blue Mountain coffee. In the end, he couldn't taste a difference. He felt that it was similar to the coffee from the machine in the police department's reception hall. The cappuccino was sweet and had a thick milky taste. He was tasting this for Selena. After one sip, Luke immediately refused to take a second mouthful for her. In the end, there was still the legendary love rice omelette. The cutest maid in the cafe asked him with sparkling eyes what he wanted written in ketchup on the top of his rice omelette. He hesitated. "Anything is fine." The maid was focused on his face, and she subconsciously nodded. "Yes, master. We're very good at what we do." Luke nodded and pondered for 2 seconds. Then how about a Wing Gundam Zero EU version? The maid was speechless. Looking at her face, Luke nodded regretfully. It doesn't seem that's possible. Then what if I change to a Strike Freedom Gundam? The maid was speechless. Luke said helplessly, forget it. Just draw whatever you want. Yes, master. The maid left with complicated feelings. Not long after, she came back with the rice omelette and asked anxiously, Master, are you satisfied with this design? Looking at the cute and simple Hello Kitty plus heart design, Luke stopped teasing and nodded slightly to indicate it was fine. To say that he was satisfied would be looking down on Luke, who liked to research cooking. But to say that he wasn't satisfied would actually be a little unfair. Strictly speaking, the selling point of this sort of cafe wasn't the taste of the drinks and food here, but the beautiful girls who could act coyly. The reason Luke hadn't chosen other shops with better coffee or food was because he wanted to experience this hotspot, which geeks in his previous life had bragged about. This was what travel was like. If you wanted to sample beautiful scenery and delicious food, you naturally had to endure the possibility that things weren't like you imagined, and this was the case most of the time. When he left the cafe, Luke gave the cute maid a tip. He didn't want her to look at a rice omelette with tears in her eyes ever again. Also, Luke had turned down the offer to take a photo with her at the beginning with his face. Wouldn't taking a photo be like him giving away money? So, he chose to give her a generous tip. Where did the money come from? Naturally, it was sponsored by certain warm-hearted organizations in Tokyo. Compared with the dozen cubic meters of American dollars in his inventory, the yen he had obtained last night wasn't enough to fill a suitcase. It really wasn't enough for one night. But if he had nothing to do in the next few days, he could look for the drug traffickers in Tokyo to fund him. That way, there shouldn't be any problems with his travel fund while he was in Japan. After leaving the cafe, he had nowhere else to go for the time being. There was a lot to see in Tokyo, but the only things he had been interested in were the cherry blossoms and the maid cafes. The shrines and temples weren't attractive to him, and the modern landmarks were all the same. So, he found a high-end coffee shop at the top of a building and sat next to a window in a corner. There weren't many passers-by here, and women wouldn't approach him every now and then. Also, the signal from the drones was better here. Paired with his high vantage point, it made it easier for him to familiarize himself with Tokyo's terrain. Chapter 1600 Godly Tongue Luke's main target this time was a SHIELD branch in Shinjuku. As a bridgehead against China, Japan had many American military bases. SHIELD worked under the World Security Council, and China, as one of the 5 council members, also had supervisory rights. But just like how SHIELD in America had nothing to do with China, SHIELD in China actually had nothing to do with America. Japan, on the other hand, was on good terms with America, and both parties were on the same page. Most of the lower-level agents here were still Japanese, but the middle and upper levels were basically Americans. Because of Japan's geographical position and the distinctive upright nature of the Japanese, the American government specifically requested that Nick Fury not interfere too much with this branch's affairs. More than half of the funding for the Japanese branch wasn't decided on by Nick Fury, but came from the government. Thus, Nick Fury had very little control over the Japanese branch. He basically didn't have any of his own men here. This also meant that the elimination of the Japanese branch wouldn't have any substantial impact on the other branches. Phil had looked for Big Dipper to clean up this group of Hydra members. It was safest for a branch like this which operated almost independently to disappear. Otherwise, when it encountered a crisis, it could hide as a whole and escape the spotlight before changing its face and reappearing again. Hydra had played this trick in World War II and successfully turned itself into the current SHIELD. Nick Fury wasn't stupid enough to let them do it again. The size of the Japanese branch was now a mystery. There were only 120 people on the list which HQ had, including the supervisor, agents, clerks, logistics personnel, and so on. There were less than 40 front-line agents, which wasn't a lot. However, Nick Fury's investigation showed that many people in this branch had subordinates who weren't on file, and there were actually more than 500 active personnel. Of course, this setup wasn't allowed. NYPD also had support officers, but these were registered personnel. Subdivisions couldn't hire people without reporting it. Investigations had already revealed that most of the people in the Japanese branch were problematic. Luke had to clean up these people and their subordinates. It was a huge project. Luke had never dealt with so many criminal officials in one go. There were too many things to consider. Looking at the 3D map of Shinjuku that was slowly being completed, he picked up his phone and didn't stop writing and sketching as he made amendments. Polaris, the Big Dipper Armor's AI program, never stopped finding loopholes and problems in the plan to fix. He was busy until the afternoon, and had lunch at the coffee shop. Compared with the Maid Cafe, this first-rate coffee shop had a much more professional chef, and Luke rated the French dishes at 70%. When he was almost done, the waitress politely asked if he was satisfied. Luke said casually, "Not bad. It's just that some of the ingredients weren't very good." Very soon, the chef came out to apologize to him and sincerely asked him about the dishes' shortcomings. This chef was Japanese. Japanese chefs made French dishes, American chefs made Chinese food, and that Korean diner owner in America made Middle Eastern kebabs. It was an interesting cycle. This had nothing to do with loving the country, it was just to stand out from the competition. Looking at the chef whose waist was about to break from bowing, Luke casually mentioned the shortcomings of a particular ingredient. The chef's initially interrogative attitude immediately turned into reverence. However, when he saw Luke wave at the waiter to take the plates away, he knew that the customer wasn't interested in talking, so he could only bow again and leave. Top customers absolutely had the right to criticize top chefs. There were very few top chefs, but even fewer customers could point out the flaws in their dishes. If this was a comic, this customer would have a godly tongue. Looking at it this way, the chef was far from reaching the top. But Luke would never mention that his comment earlier was actually a complaint Gold Nugget had made before. He was just borrowing it. In other words, the godly tongue, which the Japanese chef admired, actually belonged to a dog. Luke asked for a cup of coffee, and the waitress brought him a pot. Noticing the curiosity in his eyes, the young waitress felt a little dizzy. Maintaining her professionalism, however, she immediately explained, "This is a small token of Chef Yamada's gratitude for your comment. Also, your meal today is free." Luke nodded obligingly. Gold Nugget's evaluation really wasn't feedback that just anyone could give. After all, nobody apart from Luke, Selena and Claire knew how much of a gourmet food critic it was. Feeling both excited and a little regretful, the waitress left. Everything about this aloof Prince Charming was good, and his indifferent attitude made people both love and hate him. After this interlude, it was quiet all the way into the night. Neither the chef nor the waitress disturbed him again, which was the advantage of a top-class coffee shop. Luke locked his phone and narrowed his eyes to alleviate his fatigue. At the same time, he called for the waitress. It was already 7 in the evening. The earlier waitress had gotten off work, while the new one kept sneaking peeks at him. Seeing that he had pressed the button, she immediately walked over. "Sir, how can I help you?" Luke asked. "Do you have Chinese green tea?" The waiter said, "Yes. What would you like?" As they talked, footsteps rang out, and 5 people walked past Luke. Luke glanced at them and said, "Then, a pot of Maofeng tea." A red-haired girl subconsciously looked at him. Luke naturally looked away, as if he hadn't seen her. Various emotions flashed across the red-haired girl's face, but she didn't stop as she entered a private room further away. 10 minutes later, the red-haired girl walked out of the private room and stood 2 meters away from Luke. She smiled. "Hi, Mr. John Wick." Luke turned his head. It was the red-haired girl who had taken away the girl in the white dress last night. Last night, her hair had been bright red, but today, it was gradually turning pink. However, both hair colors were undoubtedly very 2D. Generally speaking, she could be considered fairly pretty. Luke looked at her and wondered if he should kill her. She was a bright red evil, and would be worth at least 200 points. The red-haired girl's hair stood on end. She sensed the terrifying aura of death surge out of the man again to drown her. The red-haired girl trembled. "Sir, pardon me for disturbing you." Chapter 1601. Constantine. Luke took a sip of his tea and said, "First of all, you got my name wrong. Secondly, what are you afraid of?" Pale, the red-haired girl bowed. "May I know your name?" "Luke." "Constantine." The red-haired girl immediately stood straight and lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Constantine. It's my fault for misunderstanding your identity. Please give me a chance to explain." Luke tapped his teacup and said, "Let's talk about that later. Now, tell me why you're so scared of me." The red-haired girl struggled inwardly, but her mouth moved involuntarily. "Because I can sense the aura of death from you. It's warning me that if I piss you off, you won't hesitate to kill me." She couldn't help but be stunned. Her death sense was her biggest secret. Why had she revealed it? Luke raised an eyebrow. He was suddenly interested, and asked, "And now?" The red-haired girl was bewildered, but she quickly replied, "No, I can't feel it anymore." Luke was surprised. This ability was quite interesting. It was similar to his sense of danger, but also a little different. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "What about the range of your perception? Is it limited to you as the target?" The red-haired girl shook her head. "No, I can sense it from both the killer and the one about to die. It's just that it's more obvious when I am the latter." Luke was surprised. Wasn't this similar to his ability to foresee danger? Thinking that, he gestured at the seat opposite him. "Have a seat." The red-haired girl took a deep breath and sat down obediently. She then looked at this Devil King killer, who poured her a cup of tea and placed it in front of her. "Have some tea, and then explain why you're here." The red-haired girl's expression changed as she took a sip of her tea. The feeling she had right now was even worse than when she had been submerged in the aura of death. The aura of death was at most a warning that someone might die, but the way she was acting like a puppet now was even more terrifying than death. After a sip of tea, however, she started to tell him what happened. As it turned out, the girl in the white dress was young Miss Mariko of the Yoshida family, and one of the 5 people who had come in earlier was Mariko's fiancé, Noboru Mori, who was the Minister of Justice in Japan. The Yoshida family's background was easy to look up. Luke simply had Polaris search the database, and a lot of relevant information appeared. This family wasn't as famous as other financial groups like Sony and Mitsui, but it was still one of the top financial groups in Japan with assets worth tens of billions of dollars. It wasn't as famous around the world as Sony, but it had enough power in Japan. Otherwise, the young Miss Yoshida wouldn't be qualified to be engaged to the Minister of Justice. The red-haired girl was called Yukio. She was an orphan who had been adopted by the family. On the surface, she was young Miss Mariko's sister, but she was actually a female, goon, of the family. Was last night, Luke had killed 2 of the Yoshida family's bodyguards, and they had gotten someone to investigate his background. In the end, they found a lead through the chopsticks and food boxes, and found the roadside stall. The other party called their attention to Boogeyman John Wick, and Yukio then realized that Luke was indeed a little similar to the Boogeyman. He was like a John Wick who was 20 years younger and had undergone cosmetic surgery. More importantly, he had stabbed 2 bodyguards with his chopsticks, while John Wick had once killed 3 hitmen with a pencil. There was a certain degree of similarity in their looks and techniques. Coupled with Yukio's death sense, there was a high chance that Luke was John Wick. After all, it wasn't likely that someone who was purely a match in looks and methods would have killed so many people. If he had really killed so many people, there would be no need for him to use this appearance and methods. Luke was lost for words. Actually, he could have stabbed those 2 guys to death with just his finger. He had just been unhappy that a bunch of villains had disturbed him while he was eating his takoyaki, so he had simply stuck his chopsticks in them. If Luke had been holding a knife, fork, or even a toothpick, he would have done the same thing. For a combat master with elementary precision, killing someone with any sort of object was just a basic operation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really wouldn't use any lethal weapons. Was the bald cook from the food stall really from the high table? That was quite the coincidence. As he mulled over the bald cook, Yukio's face started to turn pale again, and her entire body shook. Again, why did he suddenly want to kill someone for no reason? This time, Luke was very quick to react and immediately stopped thinking about the bald cook. This high-ranking informant was answering all his questions. If he scared her into shishttting her pants, the other party would have to change clothes, and Luke would have to switch locations. It would be best not to waste time like that. He gestured for the other party to have some tea and calm down as he mulled over Yukio's ability. There were pros and cons of being too sensitive. If the probe was too excessive, the user might be tortured half to death by their own ability. It was similar to when Luke first obtained Sharp Nose and had been on duty at Stark Expo. After drinking a few mouthfuls of hot tea, Yukio finally recovered a little and began to talk. When she saw Luke earlier, she had thought for a moment that Luke was here for someone related to Mariko. For a legendary hitman like the Boogeyman to come to Japan, it seemed that he was here to kill someone. The fact that she wasn't dead meant that she wasn't the target. Mariko wasn't dead either, so she wasn't the target. Looking at it this way, the most likely target right now was Mariko's father, Shingen. He was also Yukio's father in name, or rather, her teacher. After thinking for a few minutes, she had finally snuck out to sound out Luke's intentions. Luke curled his lip when he heard Yukio mention her godfather. This kid seemed to hate her godfather. Conversely, she really didn't have any ill feelings toward her godsister. But it was easy to figure out why. On the surface, Mariko was a young miss who didn't need to worry about food and drink, but she was actually just a high-level tool. Wasn't she being used to rope in the Minister of Justice? According to the files that Luke had just checked, Minister Mori was 45, and already had a 15-year-old daughter. Mariko was only 20 years old. She hadn't even had a boyfriend yet, and was already going to be given to a middle-aged man whose wife had just died. For Yukio, this was worse than being a goon. Luke understood why she hadn't informed the Yoshida family yet, but had come to sound him out first. She wanted to hear him say that his target was Shingen Yoshida. He tapped the rim of the teacup lightly and sighed inwardly. Japanese society stressed the importance of hierarchy, and subordinates had to obey their superiors. It was only right for veterans to reprimand newbies, and the newbies could only endure it obediently. But deep in their bones, they highly admired super fierce people who could subdue the top levels, and they looked forward to the day when they could become such fierce people. Chapter 1602 Heads or Tails, and the vending machine incident. For now, the red-haired girl, Yukio, was in the process of making her fantasy a reality. If she had the chance to persuade Luke, she really would succeed in overthrowing the top levels. For now, it didn't seem like she had failed. Luke took a sip of his tea and grew interested in the family. Putting everything else aside, just from how red Yukio and the bodyguards were in the good and evil panel, there was no way that the family was clean. Shingen Yoshida might be a big gift bag of experience points. Pondering for a moment, Luke asked, then, does Shingen Yoshida like killing people? For example, the people whom you and those bodyguards kill, is it under his orders? Yukio wasn't too surprised that he knew that she had killed before. Trying to hide the fact that you had killed people in front of a top-class killer was futile. She summarized her experiences of killing people, and was happy to expose Shingen Yoshida. Luke's pheromone control, Yukio's longing to be free, and her abhorrence of Shingen Yoshida had spurred her into making this decision. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Give me your contact. I'll come find you." Yukio immediately had the waiter bring pen and paper, wrote down a number, and placed it respectfully on the table in front of her. Luke nodded and took out a Japanese coin. "Let's see if you're lucky. Heads or tails?" Yukio felt a chill run down her spine. Tails. After a brief hesitation, she chose tails. That was because heads, or the right side, didn't seem to match how she sought to survive in death. 10 seconds later, the coin stopped on the table. It was heads. Yukio wanted to tremble again, but her death sense didn't react. Luke nodded and pointed at the coin. "This is your biggest luck in life. Take it and go." Although Yukio was full of questions, she immediately picked up the coin and gripped it tightly. She got up and bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you for your generosity, sir. I'll take my leave." Luke waved his hand, and started drawing again. Yukio bowed and backed away several meters before she slowly turned around and left. Luke hadn't been lying. If she hadn't lost the coin toss, the only thing he could have done was knock her out to obtain her ability, so she really was lucky. At that moment, the system panel showed, Death Sense Special Mental Class, partially available. Prerequisites: 40 mental strength, 100,000 credit. Luke chose to learn the ability. He wasn't too concerned about the side effects. His clones were now doing the bulk of his vigilante work. It was very hard for him to die, nor was he afraid of death. Besides, he didn't think that many people could overwhelm Death's sense enough to scare him. If this ability had been acute enough to make Yukio piss herself in fright in front of a killer, she would have been sent to a mental hospital long ago. After Yukio left, Luke put down his phone and carefully tried Death Sense. This ability was far more amazing than how Yukio had described it. Perhaps it was more accurate to describe it as a premonition of death. Yukio could see a person's death, but she had to be at the scene. Just like how she had sensed that Luke was going to kill the 2 evil bodyguards last night. The stronger the premonition, the more likely they were to die. She had described it as an aura of death, but was it in fact Luke's killing intent? For now, Luke didn't know if this killing intent was a mental fluctuation or something else. After all, like most superhumans, he had done in-depth research on his own abilities, and relied on instinct and experience to use them. Once Luke obtained an ability, he analyzed the experiences of the original owner in the vein of experimental data, and didn't really treat them as the truth. The key to using abilities was not to outright copy their use but to adapt them for your own use. After a rough analysis, he stopped studying the ability for the time being. Without anyone releasing, killing intent, in his direction, he couldn't outright sense the effect of this ability. But it wasn't hard, he could test it out with the drug dealers later. Thinking that, he put his phone away and left the coffee shop. The night passed, and the curtain lifted on another busy morning in Tokyo. A horde of office drones from Chiba, Shinagawa and Saitama swarmed Tokyo for a new day of being squeezed dry by their companies. The people on public transport were like sardines crammed together. It looked exactly like some movies that Luke had watched. The difference was that there weren't that many beautiful women around. Standing in front of a vending machine, Luke examined the drinks inside. In Japan, you never knew what the drinks in these machines tasted like. Last night, Luke had tried many different soda flavors, like cucumber, coffee, blueberry and so on. He even bought soy sauce soda. He only had a small taste of each one before putting them away in his inventory to use as bribes with the dog head in New York. The dog head would definitely be very interested if Luke said that the soda was made with a secret Japanese formula. Where Gold Nugget's sense of taste was quite different from a human being's. Chances were Luke might really be able to find something it liked, so he could buy more of it later and use them as a reward for the dog head. At the moment, Luke was buying mustard soda, curry soda, green tea soda and octopus soda. It was good to buy these oddities in one go. At that moment, he heard the sounds of people buying stuff from the vending machine around the corner. From what he could hear, it was probably two young women. Because it was around the corner, both parties couldn't see each other. But Luke could hear them talking about last night's TV drama as they looked for drinks. Luke didn't think much of it. He simply stuffed the cash into the machine and watched as the drinks fell. As soon as he picked the drinks up, he heard one woman grunt in pain, followed by a startled cry from the other woman, and then running footsteps. Luke rolled his eyes and his lips twitched. Seriously, he grabbed the curry soda from the vending machine and threw it out around the corner. Elementary precision, swoosh, bang. The plastic bottle bounced off of a wall 5 meters away and then flew at a thin man who was running wildly down the street. Dong. The curry soda hit the thin man's head with a dull and empty sound. A few of his white teeth were sent flying, and he fell flat on his face on the ground. He passed out. Luke also increased the range of his elementary sound wave. Very soon, he discovered a man in a hat and a face mask recording everything from 10 meters away. He grabbed a bottle of mustard soda and threw it around the corner. Bang, bang. Pain exploded on the back of the head of the man with the digital camera, and he passed out. The mustard soda had bounced off the lamp post behind him before hitting the back of his head and dropping to the ground. Luke grabbed the remaining drinks, stuffed them into his eco-friendly bag, and walked out. Chapter 1603 Safety Manual. Luke glanced at the vending machine around the corner. A young woman in her early 20s was gripping onto the vending machine with one hand and covering her back with the other. Her face was blue and she was biting her lip hard. Tears and snot ran down her face, causing her mascara to run, like the female lead in a horror movie. But the woman was crying soundlessly. Intense pain spread upward from her lower torso. She could only open her mouth and take deep breaths. The woman was wearing a white shirt, a flashy denim vest, and a pair of very tight jeans, which looked very trendy. At that moment, however, her shaking thighs were clamped together. With one look, Luke understood why she was the victim. Her companion was a slightly plump woman in home clothes who was much luckier and who was asking in an anxious voice what was wrong. Luke could only shake his head in sympathy. A kancho in real life wasn't as funny as in the comics. This was one way to destroy a friendship, no matter how close you were. Not to mention, it was a man who had done this to a woman. He hadn't been joking at all, and had even recorded it. Picking up the camera, Luke calmly walked forward. Whether it was the thin man who had performed the kancho or the cameraman, they were both light red bad guys. Luke didn't feel guilty at all about knocking them out. Speaking of which, there were definitely a lot of women who had been stabbed like this. Giving them concussions could be considered justice for those women. Thinking that, Luke flipped through the videos on the digital camera. He would have been shocked if he hadn't known what to expect. Judging from the timestamps on the videos, the two guys had already recorded ambushes on 4 women since last night. Looking at the women's expressions, Luke frowned and turned around. Returning to the cameraman, Luke stomped on the man's hand. There was a crack, and the guy cried out dazedly in pain, but didn't wake up. Then, Luke walked over to the unconscious man on the side of the road and kicked him between the legs from behind so that he could taste what it felt like to be crippled down there. Of course, he controlled his strength. Otherwise, the cameraman's hand would have been amputated and the thin man's pelvis would have been dislocated. As it was, they would need to be hospitalized for at least a few months. Also, if they dared do something like this again in the future, they would absolutely eat dust if they ran. Luke had just defeated them, so their luck wouldn't be very good in the future. After dealing with these two guys, the system actually gave him a total of 100 experience and credit points. Knocking them out had only given him 30 points. The other 70 was for Luke going back to twist in the knife further. Clearly, the system thought that they deserved it. Behind him, the two women stared blankly at the handsome man in the black coat who came and went like the wind. For a moment, the victim even forgot her pain. It was only when she came back to herself after a while that she let out a cry. Her friend was startled but also came back to her senses. Ah, does it still hurt? That D*MN pervert, She looked at the thin man whose butt was sticking up. She couldn't help but shiver. Is he dead? Enduring the intense pain, the victim gritted her teeth and said, "It's better for a pervert like that to die. Let's go. Help me home. Don't call the police." Her friend helped her take a few steps before she asked in a low voice, "Are you really not going to call the police?" Taking a deep breath, the woman struggled to say, "What, you want me to be ungrateful to that guy?" Her friend thought for a moment before agreeing with her. She then smacked her lips and suddenly smiled. He was so handsome and cold. Also, that black coat made him look like the male lead in a comic. The woman subconsciously nodded, but then realized that something wasn't right, and squeezed her friend's arm. "Are you crazy? I'm still hurting here." Her friend quickly apologized, but then said, "After I take you back, I'll think about it then." "Ah, I forgot to take a photo. I'll look for the supermarket owner later and see if I can get surveillance footage. I need a video." The woman, "Make a copy for me." Her friend was surprised. "It doesn't hurt anymore." The woman, "It hurts, but who knows, it might stop hurting when I look at him." Her friend pondered. Fair enough. Luke had avenged the women, and he threw the camera into his inventory. Since it had already happened, letting Selena have a look wouldn't make a difference. He could just treat this as a lesson in safety for Selena. Compared with the 100 points he had just earned, his work last night had more than doubled his efficiency. A day of collecting intelligence and reconnaissance had made it even easier for him to carry out his operation. The amount of illegal drugs that he would be throwing into Tokyo Bay and his travel fund in his inventory had both increased significantly. The corresponding reward was 13,000 experience and credit points. Without such a harvest, he wouldn't have been in the mood to buy a certain dog-head soda. But compared with the blood money in Mexico, there was basically only sweat money here. In Mexico, it wasn't unusual for most gang members to have several lives on their hands. In Japan, Luke could dream on. He had taken down several nests, but couldn't find even one villain who had killed before. Their level of evil had been built on drug trafficking. Luke made the leaders disappear, but didn't touch the lackeys. The legend of the ghost butcher might soon appear among the gangs of Tokyo, but that didn't matter. He could still clear himself of suspicions. During the day, Luke went to a few other locations to check out the layout of the city. It drizzled again in Tokyo that night. Luke harvested another round of points until 10 p.m. As the rain got heavier, he turned a corner. Holding the transparent Hello Kitty umbrella in one hand and the eco-friendly bag in the other, he slowly walked to a food stall. The food stall's red neon sign glowed in the misty rain. This was Shinjuku Park, and this food stall was the one Luke had visited before. It was one of the few stalls that opened late at night. The rest were basically indoors. The moment Luke appeared in front of the food stall, the bald cook put down his kitchen knife and wiped his hands with a dry, snow-white towel. At the same time, he slowly raised his head and met Luke's eyes. Then, he grinned and bowed. "I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Wick." Luke smiled too. He stepped forward and put the empty bag on the bar. "Thank you for the bag. Also, just call me John." The bald cook said, "Hi, have a seat, John-san." Chapter 1604 Sayonara, have a pleasant journey. Luke hung the transparent umbrella next to the door and sat down in front of the counter. He put his hands on his knees and said, I didn't ask before, may I know how you were addressed at the high table? The bald chef turned serious. Zero. Luke nodded. Nice to meet you, Zero. The baldy bowed his head again. Nice to meet you, Boogeyman. Luke smiled. No, please call me John. Zero didn't dwell on it. In this line of work, people had a lot of quirks. There were freaks who would kill entire families if their nicknames weren't used. He nodded. What would you like to eat today? Luke said, noodles are fine. Zero. Please wait a moment. Luke took out an old silver lighter and a metal cigar box. He opened it and took out a cigar. May I? Zero smiled. As you wish. If it were anyone else, he naturally wouldn't allow it. But those who were capable always received preferential treatment. Besides, he was probably the only cook in the world who could make the boogeyman specially return to eat his ramen again. If this were more than a year ago, this honor might not be much. That was because at that time, Zero hadn't thought that he was any worse than the boogeyman. In the hitman business, everybody could kill ordinary people. That was nothing to brag about. Only by killing professionals could they truly cement their position. And it was those in the same trade who were professionals. The elite assassins of the fraternity were all legends in the industry. Sloane had been one of the most mysterious of these legendary killers. To be able to live to 70 and still keep a bunch of elite assassins under his thumb was even rarer than being a legendary killer himself. But it was precisely 18 hitmen and their leader, Sloane, of this top assassin organization who had been trapped in their den by the boogeyman and killed overnight. 100 fully armed ordinary hitmen had also been killed. Word of this matter gradually spread. The boogeyman went from a possible legendary killer to a possible god of killers who had surpassed the legendary level. Secondly, superheroes and all kinds of villains had appeared all over the world in the last 2 years. In the hitman business, it was acknowledged that the one who could fight these extraordinary beings was the boogeyman. That was because everybody suspected that the boogeyman was an extraordinary being himself. In front of such a person, what requests could Zero make? Since the other party had asked him politely, he could only say, please do as you wish. Luke opened the lighter, lit the cigar, and took a puff. He then placed it on the edge of the table and let it burn slowly. The wind blew, and the red embers on the cigar flickered as they fell. Zero focused on making ramen. This was the most serious he had ever been in years when doing something. Even so, the hot noodles were served in less than 10 minutes. Luke flicked his finger, and the cigar flew into a puddle outside the door. The last of the embers was instantly extinguished. He picked up his chopsticks and ate the noodles unhurriedly. He finished them in 2 minutes, and even drained the bowl dry. Putting down the bowl, Luke nodded. This is the best food I've had in Tokyo. Delight appeared in Zero's eyes. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Luke took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his mouth. Zero, for the sake of this bowl of noodles, let me ask you one last question. Zero turned serious. Please go ahead. Luke put the handkerchief back into his pocket and asked softly, would you be able to accept focusing on being a promising cook and no longer killing people from now on? Zero fell silent, staring at the knife on the chopping board for a long time. He finally heaved a long sigh. I accept. However, I hope you can officially fight me once. Please. Luke curled his lip. You'll die. Zero bowed calmly. Please give me this chance. Luke said, when and where? Zero. Now, here. Luke raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Zero also smiled. Yes. As he spoke, he picked up a kitchen knife and placed it on the table in front of Luke. This is your weapon. Is that all right? Luke looked at the kitchen knife and nodded. Fine. Zero stretched out his left hand. Please. Luke raised his head. You go first, or you will never get the chance to pick up the knife. Zero's right hand moved slightly. Next to him was the small knife which he had used to fillet the fish. Compared with the kitchen knife in front of Luke, which was 25 centimeters long, the knife looked old and was only about 15 centimeters long. To use an analogy, Luke's knife was an adult model, while Zero's knife was a schoolkid's model. But for a professional expert, the best weapon was the one they were most familiar with. Zero's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, thank you. Things quieted down. 3 seconds later, his right hand flashed. The old knife left a barely discernible gray trail under the light as it slashed at Luke's neck. A cold light flashed. At that moment, the knife finally brushed past Luke's neck. The gray blade was less than a centimeter away from Luke's neck, but that was the limit of Zero's attack range. If he took another step forward, his movements would change and the knife would slow down, and he would have even less of an opportunity to touch Luke. Zero completed this near-perfect attack until his arm returned to his side. He looked down at the kitchen knife on the table and smiled bitterly. How much strength did you use? Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. Half. Only half. Zero sighed calmly. Thank you for the guidance. Luke nodded slightly. Sayonara, Zero-kun. A smile appeared on Zero's face. Sayonara, John-san. With that, he abruptly collapsed on the tabletop. Dark red poured out of his neck and spread over the clean kitchen counter. Luke took out another cigar, lit it, and took a puff. He didn't smoke in this life, but he had smoked in his previous one. Looking at the smoke ring, he placed the cigar on the edge of the table in front of Zero. Have a safe trip to the underworld. With that, he got up, picked up the transparent umbrella hanging next to the door, and slowly walked out into the rain. There were no longer any sounds in the food stall. There was only the wind every now and then which fanned the cigar in front of the baldy. Suddenly, there was a strong gust. The cigar rolled over the table and fell to the ground. At that moment, it was instantly crushed under a shoe as someone stepped inside. A drunk voice rang out. Heike-san, we're here again. Are you sleeping, Heike-san? Ah. Chapter 1605 Culinary Skills to Me, the rest to dust in New York. Luke stopped what he was doing. After a brief silence, he left the workshop and went to the second floor. Selena was wearing a loose cotton t-shirt and shorts, and was pushing at Gold Nugget's face with her foot. Tell me, what the hell did you buy online? Why did you buy an entire set of battery-powered toys? Gold Nugget whined aggrievedly. Selena gritted her teeth. Get lost. You don't have to worry about that. She then pushed the dog in the face again. Of course, it was just for show. The strength she was using couldn't hurt the dog head at all. Seeing Luke come up, she finally stopped bickering with Gold Nugget. She usually finished training at 10 p.m., and she would take some time to relax after washing up. She had gone online as usual to watch dramas, only to see that a certain dog head had used her account to buy a bunch of weird things. Luke greeted the two gluttons and said, I'm trying a new dish tonight. Happy. Selena and the dog head immediately ran over. Really? Luke nodded. I just learned a new sort of cooking. Selena asked, do you need my help? Gold Nugget barked. Luke smiled and had Selena stay, while he sent the dog head away. It shed too much fur. It was better for it to just wait. Selena helped out with the simplest things. She mainly washed the vegetables and cut them. The ingredients they bought had basically already been cleaned. All Selena needed to do was rinse them. Cutting vegetables was a new exercise to train Selena to control her strength and dexterity. Although she used Black Cat's claws more often, this sort of training was still useful. The key was that it was meditative and helped her avoid being sloppy. Luke soon made 3 bowls of noodles. Gold Nugget also got extra large tuna slices and a bottle of soy sauce soda. 2 people and 1 dog started slurping the noodles. As she ate, Selena remarked, the taste is a little light, but it's very refreshing after eating too much of the sweet stuff. I give it an 8. She drank another mouthful of soup. Unlike Luke, who had the noodles first and then the soup last, she liked to drink the soup as she ate. She smacked her lips and asked, where did you learn this? It looks like Japanese cooking. With Luke and a dog that liked to eat around, Selena had also picked up a thing or two about different sorts of cuisine. The Japanese style was obvious. From an interesting cook. Luke picked up some noodles with his chopsticks and said regretfully, unfortunately, most of his energy wasn't spent on cooking. Otherwise, Selena asked, otherwise, he could have become a world-famous chef. Luke thought for a moment, then nodded. There was that chance, but there was no chance for the man to progress any longer. Thinking for a moment, Luke said casually, we'll have tempura for supper later, and pack eel rice for lunch tomorrow. How does that sound? Selena quickly agreed. I can help. Gold Nugget whined. Luke said, okay, you help, and Gold Nugget will eat. He made the batter for the tempura in the kitchen. Gold Nugget went to its exclusive freezer to take out the ingredients, and Selena processed the ingredients according to Luke's instructions. Luke couldn't help but think of the bald cook, Zero. He had hesitated over how to deal with the bald cook. Wasn't there a saying that in this world, only delicious food and beautiful women wouldn't let you down? Luke didn't have many things he liked, and it just so happened that he liked a bit of both. Initially, for the sake of obtaining Zero's culinary skills, Luke could have just injured him severely enough to make it impossible for him to work as a hitman in the future. That way, there would be one less top assassin in the world and one more cook who made delicious food. This could be considered the greatest restraint Luke could demonstrate. After all, Zero was a super killer who was so red in the system that he was almost black. He killed people like they were flies. The 1,200 experience and credit points from his death were proof of that. It wasn't an unjust death. But what made Luke sigh was that Zero had still chosen to fight the boogeyman and not live a peaceful life. It had actually been meaningless for him to agree with Luke that he would stop being an assassin. If he died in the fight, then he naturally couldn't kill anymore, but he could no longer be a cook either. If he survived the fight, he would have to defer to the victor's request that he no longer killed people. Unfortunately, he hadn't asked Luke to go easy on him. He even offered Luke the weapon himself, and had waited 3 seconds before officially attacking. What he had wanted was a real match. Luke had sensed this from Zero's mental fluctuations. There had been no killing intent in Zero's attack. It had purely been an all-out strike with his skills honed to the point of becoming instinctual. Whether it was a human or a piece of wood, or even an alien battleship in front of this blade, nothing could affect this near-perfect attack. So, Zero died. He was a top killer and a top chef who pursued perfection. There was no need for an opponent to show mercy. While it was a bit of an overkill, Luke amplified his strength and really used half of it to kill his opponent. No matter how strong Zero was, he would still die in the face of this attack. But Luke could only sigh with emotion. Zero wasn't an innocent person. Luke just found him interesting. For the sake of Zero's culinary skills, Luke described him as an interesting cook and not an evil killer. Death was like a light going out, all things turned to dust. Whether or not Zero had debts to pay, it was now all dust. When the wind blew, it mixed with the dirt, and Zero was no more. Luke's cooking skills were the only proof that in this world, there had once been a good cook who was a hitman. Selena and the dog happily ate supper. Deep-fried food was an absolute cheat. No matter how unhealthy oil was, everyone could tell from diners, roadside stalls, restaurants and daily life that it was tasty. It was easy to get sick of it, but that wasn't a problem for the 3 gluttons. Claire, she didn't sleep here at night, and could only wait to try Luke's new cooking skills the next day. After the last plate of tempura came out, Luke looked at Selena and Gold Nugget watching a show together, and was lost for words. Sitting down on the couch, he picked up 2 tempura prawns to eat. He couldn't help but frown at the super big virtual screen. Hey, you're using this to watch this show? Bewildered, Selena and Gold Nugget looked at him. What's wrong? It's quite interesting. Ha 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 ha, look, Iron Man is jealous. Luke was lost for words. Is that why you like this show? Selena leaned over, picked up a tempura prawn, and stuffed it into her mouth. She also threw a piece of fish at Gold Nugget before she said, "This is Batman and Black Cat, the hottest new show of the year. To watch it in HD, I had to get Gold Nugget to open a VIP Netflix account, which costs $98 a month." Luke said helplessly, "Do you still need to watch this?" Chapter 1606 Drama Adaptation and Cosplay. Selena looked back at the screen. It's quite interesting to see the things they make up. For example, this Iron Bones. Haha, isn't it because Tony Stark didn't give the production team the rights to use Iron Man? But everybody knows that this is Tony Stark. Luke stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth and watched as Iron Bones fought Black Cat on screen, while Batman was practically yelling, "No, stop fighting, both of you." What the hell was that? Selena had practically never spoken to the tycoon when she was Black Cat. When he glanced at Selena, who was watching the show with great interest, he felt suffocated. "Aren't you an involved party too? Why are you so happy?" Tony didn't sue the production, was all he could ask. Selena didn't even look away from the screen as she casually said, "No, but according to the news, Pepper is also putting together a production crew to film something on Batman, and has also obtained the rights from the Rescue Foundation." Luke was lost for words. What the hell? Was Batman so easy to sell now? It had to be said that the reason Batman and Black Cat was so popular wasn't just because of Batman's name. The writer and director had put in a lot of effort. Whether it was the plot or the art direction, the effects were top-notch. The only flaw was that there were very few special effects. But that was the outstanding thing about Batman. Since his debut, the only time Batman used firearms was during the Battle of New York. Most of the time, he either punched people or threw out bat darts. These 2 points in the drama production saved so much money. In any case, with different camera angles and post-editing, Batman never missed. The TV station had also taken a lot of real-life footage of Batman, and the fight scenes could be used uncut in the show. They had enough impact and didn't need special effects. For a similar reason, the main female lead of the show was undoubtedly Black Cat. Batman and Black Cat would banter every now and then in the show, and everybody enjoyed it. From a superhero's point of view, a typical plot in American dramas was uncovering the ulterior motives behind major events. Where did this information come from? Weren't there so many ready-made ones online? All the sh*t could be pinned on financial groups and the government. There was enough to film 8 to 10 seasons. Luke and Selina weren't angry about the show. Apart from being broad-minded, they couldn't do anything anyway since the rights had been sold. Well, except for the use of Iron Man. But filming Iron Man's high-tech battles would burn money every second, plus the production company couldn't get the rights from Tony Stark, so the director and writer simply came up with Iron Bones. In an actual battle, there was only one shot of Iron Bones to prove that he was there. Then, there were fancy special effects to show that he had fired a gun, and he didn't appear again after that. Only after the fight was over did the director have the actor playing Iron Bones come out wearing something that looked like exoskeleton armor. It cost money to make mobile armor, so it basically just stood during the scene and didn't move. On Luke's side, 2 people and 1 dog enjoyed themselves as they ate tempura and drank different flavors of Japanese soda while they watched this blockbuster drama. On the other side, the tycoon was vexed. He had said no to the production team at the beginning precisely because he didn't want to be slandered like that. Who knew how sh*ty they would make him look in this lousy TV drama? How could it possibly bring out Iron Man's outstanding temperament as a leader? After the filming was done, Tony realized that he had miscalculated. If he had known, he would have sponsored the crew for millions for Iron Man's special effects. Now, hearing the name, Iron Bones, made him sick. Iron Bones wasn't some rich heir. He was a cyborg, and wasn't very smart. It was just that he had a powerful analytical ability after fusing with electronic equipment. However you looked at it, this character wasn't related to Tony. But so what? Basically none of the other Avengers were in the drama. There was only Tony, who was recognized to be Batman's friend. All the characters in the Bat Squad were present, except that Iron Man had been replaced with Iron Bones. Who wouldn't believe that Iron Bones was Iron Man's replacement? Since Netflix had bought the rights from the Rescue Foundation, which was equivalent to obtaining Batman's approval, Tony couldn't do anything to this crew. If he jumped out, it would instead prove that Iron Bones was Iron Man. There was no way Tony would change his mind and agree to give the rights to these people either. That was why the tycoon had gotten Pepper to put together a plan not long ago, to shoot a better drama. In any case, the Rescue Foundation would sell the rights to him as long as the price was right. Tony didn't care about money. It didn't matter if he spent tens of millions or even 100 million on the first season, as long as Iron Man wasn't that disgusting Iron Bones. Then Iron Man would be the lead character. Why else would Tony invest so much in it? He also had to make Ivan, that B*TCH, more of a crack character. Right, and make that lunatic Deadpool more brainless. That would be it. At that moment, the tycoon was already modifying the script like crazy in his heart for the newly established production team. His clone was on a business trip, while life continued apace in America. The appearance of Batman and Black Cat had been inevitable. Because of the Dark Knight's appearance, discussions about Batman and this successor had become popular recently. In the end, there were few people who would curse the Dark Knight. But Batman's hardcore fans insisted that Batman was better. The Dark Knight was just a less mature successor. A small number of people who fancied good looks stood on the side of the more handsome Dark Knight and started fighting back. Between these two most extreme groups, there were a lot of neutral parties who would chime in every now and then. Then, they would be cursed out by fans on both sides. Naturally, these people weren't happy, and immediately cursed back. For a while, it was quite lively on the internet. Artemis of the Supergirl trio became even more popular. This girl could be considered a semi-big online streamer. Relying on Luke's idea of giving benefits if you don't have the capability, she cosplayed various superheroes while carrying out daily activities. The geeks were overjoyed. After all, no matter how cool Batman was, he was a metal shell, and couldn't compare with the fair skin of a girl. Artemis cosplayed Black Cat, a bikini-clad Iron Woman, Devil Queen Electric Touch, a swimsuit version of Iron Cage King and so on. These were also all under copyright. It was only because no rights had been sold for Pink Bear that she had escaped this calamity. There were female versions of all the other superheroes. Tony also hadn't sold the rights, but he had a team of dancing girls dressed up in Iron Man colors at Stark Expo. He didn't care about cosplay. These were all things Luke heard from Selena. He had never cared about such trivial news. Looking at the HD photos of Artemis, Luke was lost for words. The three of you are getting revenge on me, right? Stacy was making eyes at Claire every day, and Artemis was actually exploiting his team's popularity. The only one left was Stephanie, who was diligently making money as a singer. She probably wouldn't get revenge, right? On second thought, he had to admit that it seemed that this had been part of the lessons on online streaming which he had given Artemis. So, was this his own fault? Chapter 1607. A fatherly conversation. Luke, who had set himself up, still felt a little bummed, so he doubled the training of the three girls. Even if it was his loss, he couldn't let the people who took advantage of him get too comfortable. Stacy had to undergo special training to begin with. What if she became a burden to Claire someday? The three girls had no opinions about V's temporary increase in training. At most, they just grumbled. It had only been a year since they had gone from drifting around homeless to safety and security, and even wealth and freedom. They had already learned to differentiate between good and bad. Also, what Luke did, for their own good, was just to increase their own abilities, while they could make their own decisions regarding their personal lives and future plans. For kids all over the world, that was good enough. The three sisters were now in the entertainment circle and knew how wretched it could be for female celebrities. For a girl who wanted to become famous or had just become famous, they had to eat, train and follow the itinerary arranged for them. They were completely tools. Once they made a name for themselves and were able to push back against their managers and companies, many would suddenly gain weight and look bloated and listless. That was the result of suddenly indulging after being under strict control for so long. America was also a country overflowing with illegal drugs. Many celebrities fell over this and never got up again. However, the overwhelming majority of people would have failed from the beginning, just like the web novelists at the bottom in Luke's previous life. Nobody even knew their names. The three girls, on the other hand, had golden spoons in the entertainment industry. They weren't short of money, and how they developed was up to them. Except for the fact that training was really hard, they had it much easier than other celebrities. Most of the time, happiness came from comparing yourself with others. It was hard for them not to feel happy as they watched and listened to what upcoming celebrities and small stars had to go through. A singer in the same company had once cursed Stephanie and said, "Your parents are rich and have resources. The children of the rich don't know how ordinary people like us have to live." That was right. The other party felt that Stephanie was treated like the rich heiress of the entertainment company. Sugar daddies in the entertainment industry wouldn't be that nice to their daughters. Just one or two setbacks would be enough for them to stop supporting their sugar babies. In any case, there were too many beautiful girls in the circle who were willing to become sugar babies. There was no need for sugar daddies to spend so much on supporting those who couldn't amount to anything. So, at the start of the super intense training, the three girls were genuinely happy to see V. Mental communication was very clear on this point. This time, Luke finally revealed his face. V's face, which belonged to Agent Smith, had already been revealed in Weasel's bar. Dozens of hitmen had already seen it. It wasn't a secret. With how Luke was now, he didn't have to worry too much. The three girls were a little disappointed in V's looks, but they were absolutely convinced by Agent Smith's aura. As long as he narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, that face would make them as obedient as quails. It was like being in front of a teacher or an elder. The three girls had privately agreed before that V was definitely an old-fashioned and solemn middle-aged man. So, there were basically only two ways the feeling would go. If he wasn't a parent, then he was a grandparent. When V revealed his face this time, the three girls were slightly relieved, even if he wasn't handsome. An elderly look made the generation gap very clear. 2 days later, Luke told the twins to get some rest after training, and he had Stacy stay back. The twins were very curious, but they left obediently, leaving Luke and Stacy to face each other in the underground training room. After the training room door was completely shut, Luke said, "You're in a relationship." Stacy was stunned. "You, Luke waved his hand. This information isn't from you. I'll tell you part of the situation later. Stacy settled again. She had complicated feelings for V. It wasn't a matter of pure like or dislike. At first, she had thought that the other party was a demon, and was as vicious and terrifying as his wizard nickname. But as her mental state improved and her life became more and more stable, the girls were happy, and things were very different from what she had expected. This disparity gave rise to a huge amount of happiness, and her feelings for V were naturally born. Now that V suddenly mentioned that she was in a relationship, Stacy felt guilty for one moment, as if she were a high schooler who had been caught dating. Luke wasn't here to scare her. His time was precious. If the person Stacy liked wasn't Claire, he wouldn't even bother mentioning it. He gestured, and they sat down on chairs nearby. I've never interfered with your private lives, but there are some exceptions. Pausing for a moment and seeing that she didn't say anything, Luke continued, now, you have two choices. First, become a peripheral member of our team. Second, continue living your life. Stacy was stunned. Why? Luke said, let me finish first. If you choose to become a peripheral member, you will require more specialized training. It will be very different from your current training, and you'll have to keep what you know completely confidential, including from Stephanie and Artemis. If you choose the second option, things will continue like before, but when something happens, you will be excluded from any involvement. Seeing that he wasn't going to say anything else, Stacy asked, why? Luke said, because you ran into someone with a sensitive identity. Stunned for a moment, Stacy's face went through a series of expressions before she said, Claire. Luke nodded. Yes, when you're with her, the first thing you need to do is ensure that you won't die for no reason one day. Stacy, however, grew suspicious. But she's not like us. She couldn't help but look at Luke. Luke understood what she meant. She's not like me. Are you like me? Anyone else in a similar situation who wants to date you would also be told. Stacy found it hard to believe. Isn't this too much? Luke chuckled. If you were an ordinary person, we would keep the two of you away from this circle. After all, ordinary people don't have the ability to protect themselves. Stacy was speechless. She wasn't an ordinary person, and neither was Claire. Ordinary girls didn't have the ability to take down a dozen hoodlums without getting hurt. She could do it, and so could Claire. However, Claire said that her father and brother had trained her since she was young. Stacy hadn't pursued the matter. They didn't rely on fighting to make a living, so there was no need to pursue it. She also knew that Claire's detective brother was really good. Various thoughts flashed through her mind, and Stacy was silent for a long while. Luke didn't hurry her. He simply closed his eyes to rest. Both his main body and his level 1 clone were busy. It would be good for this level 2 clone to rest for a while. Chapter 1608 Background, Backer, and deeper content. Stacy pondered for a long while, so long that Luke had the AI housekeeper, Butterfly, bring him a pot of coffee as he waited for her answer. In order not to disrupt her thoughts, he moved a few meters away so that his presence wasn't as oppressive. An hour later, after her mental turmoil, Stacy finally made up her mind. She got up and walked over to Luke. I choose the first option. After a year of study, she had learned how to think systematically and logically. The second option sounded like she wouldn't be given any sort of responsibility, but there was a possibility that she would be excluded. If a crisis happened in the future, she might be left out. She couldn't accept that. It wasn't just because she liked Claire, but also because she had the pride of a superhuman. After more than a year of training, she was no longer as blatant about it, but it still existed. It was like how Yao Ming could be courteous toward high school basketball players, but wouldn't see them as opponents on his level. Also, V's circle was very attractive to her. What she needed to think about was whether or not entering this circle would put Claire in danger. From V's training, she had to consider the bad outcomes first before she considered the benefits. The chances of something going wrong were too high, so it was best not to participate unless there was no other way. For an hour or so, she weighed the pros and cons. What tipped the scales for her was that Claire herself was someone on the inside. Even if Stacy stayed out of things, Claire might not be able to. Luke, who had been observing her with mental communication, was quite satisfied. He nodded and said, sit down. I'll tell you more. Half an hour later, the conversation ended and Luke left, leaving Stacy sitting there in a daze. The twins dashed through the door of the training room. Both of them asked in unison, what did the wizard say? Stacy's lips moved several times, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't want to lie to them. But to tell them, V had just said that it was absolutely confidential. It indeed wasn't good to tell these two carefree guys about it. After a long while, she sighed. Stop asking. It's about my relationship. The twins were confused. Stacy said, go away. I'm not going to tell you. Ah, how dare you. Artemis had an arm around her neck. Tell me. All I see is a bunch of geeks every day. I just want to wash my eyes out from the photos they send me. Stephanie grabbed one of her arms. Tell me, tell me. The company warned me not to have any scandals, or my revenue will plummet. Also, the handsome guys in the company are either gay or scum. They're nothing, Stacy said helplessly, but she's a girl. The training room suddenly fell silent. Luke's mood was relaxed when he came out. The situation wasn't as serious as he had made it out to be to Stacy. Keeping it a secret was just standard procedure. It was better to be safe than sorry. Stacy could contact the big shot who sold everything through the AI housekeeper, Butterfly, and use V's existing equipment. Luke had mainly explained what the big shot's capabilities were. He simply explained that Claire was someone who had a backer. Of course, Stacy wanted to know who Claire's backer was, but Luke simply said, I'm your backer, but her backer won't tell her that. Stacy shut up. Clearly, she and Claire really were peripheral members. Apart from being able to contact that big shot, who was like the central hub, as well as their backer, information on everyone else had to be kept confidential. Luke didn't tell her who Claire's backer was because there was no need to. He wasn't hoping that the two girls would join the front line. What he was doing now was just to enable them to obtain equipment through another source. This way, there would be fewer problems. It was like the difference between taking money from Tony himself and taking money from Stark Industries. The latter was much less likely to draw attention. Life was as busy as ever, and it was already the middle of April. Luke still hadn't taken action in Tokyo. The Hydra branch in Japan was a professional force, and there were several hundred of them. 1 month of preparation was not enough if he wanted to get rid of them all in one swoop. Luke wasn't a brash rookie. Naturally, he had to take it slow. In any case, it was very easy for him to earn points in Tokyo, which had tens of millions of people. In New York, Claire and the Supergirl trio had finished their training, and they returned to their regular routines. The twin sisters sang and live-streamed respectively. Nothing changed. Stacy and Claire were still glued together as they went to film the MV for Claire's new song. The location of the shoot wasn't far from New York. It was in a small abandoned town next to a lake. Driving all the way west from New York and through New Jersey, it would take 4 or 5 hours to reach the abandoned town. Luke asked a few questions, and Claire said that her new song was unique, so they chose a place for the MV to match the song. After hearing Claire's new song, Luke couldn't help but ridicule it. Are you switching to nursery rhymes or something? Claire shrugged. I like it, it's really interesting. Also, Luke saw the odd expression in her eyes. Just tell me, are you afraid that I'll beat you up? Claire chuckled. Also, the 2 songs you gave me previously were indeed super popular, but people are now saying that I can only sing bubblegum songs for a quick buck. So, why not try a deeper nursery rhyme this time? Luke rolled his eyes and smacked her on the head. What, don't you like the money you make from bubblegum songs? Aren't your clothes, shoes, perfume, scarves, and jewelry all from bubblegum songs? That was the nature of entertainment products. A catchy song was easy to sing or got stuck in your head. It would be a joke to try and force meaning into it. The main purpose of an entertainment product was to entertain. Teaching lessons through songs was a matter for masters and educators. How could an ordinary singer do both? It was difficult to do both, so a choice naturally had to be made. If you wanted to be deep, forget about making money. What sold was always the biggest and smallest works. Whether it was a subscription to an online novel for a few cents or a catchy English song which cost dozens of cents to download, it all came down to quantity. Quality could be left to the masters. In any case, they didn't lack money. But Luke wasn't serious. There was nothing wrong with Claire one-upping these brainless critics by trying for deeper content. In any case, critics also had to nitpick in order to make a living. No matter how good a critic was, if nobody saw their reviews, it would be as if they had never written any at all. From this point of view, critics weren't any classier than singers. It was just that critics adopted the pretentious stance of critiquing something for the sake of art. Chapter 1609 Curious Missing Case. But on the afternoon of the third day after Claire left, she called Luke. Luke, Stacy's missing. Luke was stunned, but not too panicked. Don't panic. Tell me what happened. Hearing the calm and composed voice on the phone, Claire calmed down a little and quickly explained what happened. It was indeed a little strange. Today, when the crew went to the abandoned town to film, a woman in her late 20s ran down the small road that ran through the town and asked the crew if they had seen a little girl. Of course, the crew hadn't seen a little girl, so the woman continued running. Soon, a female patrol officer caught up from behind. She asked if they had seen the woman, and the crew naturally pointed up ahead. Curious, Claire asked the police officer why she was chasing the woman, and the officer said that the woman was suspected of abducting a little girl. Everybody in the crew was shocked, but they didn't think much of it. Since there was an officer chasing the woman, there was no need for them to volunteer to help. Plus, their filming schedule was quite tight. In the end, Claire had been a little curious, and she grabbed Stacy and followed the police officer. If the officer caught the woman, they would just watch. If the woman tried to escape, they could stop her. Stacy was a little against getting involved. V was much more strict with her than Luke was with Claire. V wouldn't give her a thrashing, but copying out the safety rules was a nightmare. Stacy didn't want to relive the feeling of being a student. However, they could tell that the woman was just an ordinary housewife. She could only follow Claire, who dragged her along. They hadn't walked more than 200 meters, when the police officer returned with the woman. The four of them met at the intersection which led into the abandoned town. The police officer nodded at them and went off with the woman. Bored, Claire stopped to wait for the crew. Since she was bored, she put on her earphones and listened to her new song. A moment later, the mysterious old man suddenly warned her that Stacy was gone. Claire turned around, only to see that she was alone. She ran back a few meters and turned a corner, and the mysterious old man said that Stacy had gone missing here. On the left was a sheer cliff face, while on the right was a ravine that was dozens of meters deep. Claire was dumbfounded. Stacy could go missing here. A moment later, the crew arrived. They searched the area for a long time, but didn't find any suspicious clues around the cliff or deep ravine. Just like that, Stacy, the police officer and the woman had disappeared. Luke frowned. You're still at the scene? Claire. Yes, Luke said, you and the crew go back right away to the last town you stayed in and wait for me. Claire said, but Stacy, do you think you're a detective just because you worked as a probie for a few days? Luke's voice turned stern. Get out of there. I'll have someone go over in half an hour. Claire hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed. Like Luke said, it wasn't easy to look for someone. Claire and the others were in an abandoned town that was uninhabited for dozens of kilometers around. After searching for so long, another person might go missing, which would make things even more complicated. What Luke didn't say was that apart from Claire, Stacy's chances of survival were the highest in the crew. If she ran into danger, only Claire could save her. But Claire didn't even know how Stacy had gone missing. What was the point of her hanging around? There was no way Luke would have her wait for him in a potentially dangerous place. Selena was training. Luke told her what was going on, and said that he was headed over right away. Selena immediately said that she would go with him. Less than a minute later, the SUV drove west. Selena and Gold Nugget were in the backseat. Because they were in a hurry, Selena hadn't changed before they came out. Now, she was wiping her sweat with a towel from the glove box. She put on her nanosuit before changing into the spare outfit which she kept in the car, and then returned to the front seat. Luke asked, Gold Nugget, what's going on over there? Gold Nugget picked up the phone and quickly typed out a text which it sent to Luke's phone. Selena picked up Luke's phone and selected the voice function, which automatically read out what the doghead had typed. Gold Nugget number 2 was different from Claire. Its senses were keener, but it couldn't explain the situation to Claire. When it thought back, the footsteps had suddenly stopped when the police officer and the woman went around the corner. Stacy had been a few meters behind Claire at the time, and happened to be just shy of the corner, so she had disappeared along with them. The doghead hadn't been paying attention to Stacy at the time. It wasn't until a few seconds later that it realized that something was wrong, and it warned Claire. But it couldn't tell where Stacy was, even with its sense of smell, so it could only look to the fiend for help. It wasn't its fault that Stacy had gone missing, but if Claire went missing too, the fiend would definitely drag it out and kick it around like a ball. Listening to what happened, Selena quickly turned serious. Stacy and the two women disappeared around the corner. Is that some sort of superpower? Luke nodded and said, Claire was just a few meters away. For 3 people to go missing in an instant, does it look like teleportation? Also, no other scents were left behind. Could it have been activated long range? The dog-head sense of smell wasn't any worse than Luke's. For now, that was the only possibility that Luke could think of. As they drove, the Level 2 clone had already put on its armor and flown across New York to Pennsylvania. Even with elementary driving, it would already be pretty good if Luke could go at 150 to 180 kilometers an hour on the interstate. It would still take at least 3 hours for them to reach Claire. Once the clone left New York City, it would be able to speed up and get there in 30 minutes. That was why Luke had said that he would send someone there in half an hour. If he needed to use all of his combat ability, it was most convenient for his clone, who wasn't afraid of death or injury. Moreover, as long as his clone was there, Selena could go online with the mental control device here at any time. Very soon, the clone arrived at the town Claire and the crew were in. He simply released 2 remote-controlled robots and a lot of drones in town before he immediately headed for the abandoned town 30 kilometers away. Selena had already put down the front passenger seat. She fastened her seatbelt and lay down with the control helmet. The remote-controlled robots moved quickly and caught up with the crew that was on the way back. But the robots didn't reveal themselves. Selena simply followed them silently from a distance and escorted the crew back. 2 minutes later, Luke reached the intersection where Stacy had gone missing. Chapter 16:10 Half real, half fake and twisted rules. Luke didn't land on the ground. Instead, he used the armor and the drone to quickly scan the environment around where everyone had gone missing. Soon, the AI in V's suit sent out a summary. There were no abnormalities. Everything was as Claire and Gold Nugget had said. There were no signs of human activity on either side of the narrow and abandoned trail, whether it was the cliff or the deep ravine. Looking at the drone's live feed of the abandoned town, he frowned. A hazy fog enveloped the abandoned town. From the images transmitted by the drones, it was like a phantom ghost town. Luke slowly landed at a corner of the intersection, and a system notification popped up, entering unknown mental energy field. Unknown mental energy is establishing a link. Except, Luke didn't immediately make a decision as he flew toward the town. 200 meters up ahead, a gray road sign appeared on the side of the road. Luke gave it a casual glance. Silent Hill, South Vale. After tagging the location on the map, he continued flying down the small road, and couldn't help but inwardly curse out the MV director's obsession with artistry. There was a highway on the other side, yet the crew just had to take this small road for the sake of getting good shots. In the end, they ran into such a baffling incident. But that was just a passing thought. According to the system notification, this area was enveloped in an unknown mental energy. In the end, the crew would have to enter this area, so it didn't really matter which direction they came from. What happened depended on your luck. Clearly, it was Stacy who had bad luck. Thoughts flashing through his mind, Luke entered the abandoned town. He activated elementary sound wave and sharp nose, and had the drone sweep the area. There was no one. This was a completely empty town. The last bit of dark red light on the horizon shone through the faint white fog and dyed the old, run-down buildings a dark red, making them look like a chopping board that had been soaked in blood. There were no signs of human activity here. There was the smell of burning coal in the air, and there was faint white ash everywhere, which slowly fell on his suit and cape. Luke hovered in the air, deep in thought. A moment later, he chose, yes, on the system interface. Instantly, the smell of burning charcoal was 10 times stronger, and the originally harmless air clearly became a lot more unhealthy. At the same time, the white ash in the air, which was originally as fine as sand, increased in size and was now like falling snowflakes. Luke caught one and examined it. It wasn't snow, but ash. He closed his eyes and silently sensed his surroundings for a moment. Opening his eyes again, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Interesting. It's not an illusion. After sensing for a moment, he shook his head. But it's not real either. As someone with multiple super abilities, Luke had various ways to sense things, and his senses were very keen. Coupled with Tony's wealth of knowledge, Luke was able to analyze various things scientifically, and immediately sensed that something was wrong with this place. Currently, sound faded very quickly, and basically disappeared within 10 meters. There was nothing to say about the light here. The thick white ash made it impossible to see anything 5 meters in front of Luke. The air was filled with the smell of burning coal, which greatly affected his sense of smell. What was even stranger was that he had lost contact with all the drones, and there was no signal. He released a drone, and the guy disappeared 5 meters away without a trace. Luke shook his head and released another drone with a simple return setting. The drone flew into the expanse of white ash and disappeared for a moment before it reappeared. He sighed. Although the drones could function, they were restricted to a range of 5 meters, just like sound and light here. He could only see and hear within a range of 5 meters. The drone's warning and reconnaissance functions were basically useless. Interesting, he murmured, to actually use mental energy to distort space and even change the laws of physics. With a complicated expression, he sighed. Again, Stacy, you got yourself into a real pickle this time. Technically speaking, it was Claire's fault. However, as long as the crew entered the range of this unknown mental energy, whether they went missing or not would depend on the mood of the master of this half-real, half-fake world. If someone really were to be blamed, it should be the director who had chosen this D*MN place. What the hell had gone through his head? Venting inwardly, Luke quickly flew up. The thrusters sent him up almost 100 meters in the air, but a few seconds later, he stopped. He couldn't fly up anymore. There was a barrier here. When Luke approached it, he felt a huge force pushing him back into this world. It was clearly a special trap. It was easy to come in, but you would have to twist the arm of the master of this place to get out. Luke might be able to force his way out, but what if the master forbade him from entering again after that? Stacy was still here, and Luke didn't have much time to sound things out after trying out a few things. He didn't waste any more time. He turned on the thrusters and flew swiftly down the road in town. Less than 10 seconds, he realized that the energy consumption for high-speed flight here was completely different. Just like when he had been in the sky earlier, when he approached a certain speed limit, this space suppressed further acceleration, and the energy consumption of the arc reactor increased rapidly. He had used up a lot of energy, but couldn't increase his speed. Clearly, the master of this place had twisted some rules. Although he had a lot of backup arc reactors, he hadn't encountered the other party yet, so it was unnecessary to start fighting now. Thinking that, he unfurled his cape and glided silently through the town, his thrusters firing intermittently. The town wasn't big. Luke did a search and soon found something. The main road was cut off outside the town. Luke couldn't see anything from where he was standing at the edge of the break, and there was a bottomless abyss below him. Luke tossed down a random piece of metal junk from his inventory, and there was no response. It was as if it had been swallowed up by the abyss. In fact, he could also sense the same sort of restriction in this abyss. Anyone who wanted to fly out from here would be pressed down by a huge force, and could only fall into the abyss in the end. After testing this break in the road, Luke stopped paying attention to it and looked at the ground not far away. A thick layer of white ash covered the ground, and there were faint traces in it that were quickly becoming indiscernible. These were footprints. Luke quickly locked onto a pair that was similar to the size of Stacy's feet. He immediately turned around and followed the 3 sets of footprints. Several seconds later, a strange body appeared on the ground 100 meters away. It was wearing a corroded police helmet and a police jacket. The 3 footprints split up here. Stacy and a woman wearing boots were together. It was probably the police officer. Another set of footprints headed in the other direction. Chapter 16:11 Connections, Support and Change in the Rules. Without any hesitation, Luke followed Stacy's footprints. He wasn't good enough to put others before himself. For now, it didn't matter to him if the woman was dead or alive. Stacy could be considered lucky that the police officer was with her. Stacy's scent was faintly discernible in the air. This town had strange rules, but Luke vaguely sensed that the existence controlling this place wasn't omnipotent. For example, he had sharp nose, which the other party didn't know about, so the essence of smells hadn't been changed here. The strong smell of burning charcoal was only a distraction, and the effect wasn't as exaggerated as with sound and light here. Soon, Stacy's scent became more and more obvious. Luke entered a small door into what looked like a school. At that moment, an ear-piercing, drawn-out whine rang out in the quiet town. Luke was stunned for a moment. An air siren. Why was there something like that here? Also, did that mean that there were people in this town? Mulling over this, Luke didn't run in the direction of the alarm, but continued towards Stacy's location. Less than 30 seconds later, Luke spotted 2 women who were running down the corridor and looking around. "Stacy," he called out. Stacy jerked and turned around. When she saw that smiling mask which often appeared in her dreams, she had the urge to cling to it. But in her dreams, the mask was always telling her to study hard, pay attention to safety, and recite the safety rules 100 times. She suppressed the urge and ran over. "Wizard," Luke asked, "are you all right?" "I'm fine." Stacy ran over and shook her head, then changed it to a nod. "We ran into a monster outside earlier, which looked like it had radiation contamination, but Sybil shot it." The police officer slowly walked over, one wary hand on her gun. Only then did Stacy come back to her senses. Crap, she shouldn't have exposed her connection to V in front of a stranger like Sybil. Luke didn't think much of it. For one thing, Sybil was a woman, and for another, she was a light green in the system. Whether or not she would be able to make it out alive had yet to be determined. After all, a martyred female officer had boundless power. It was possible that she was just some pawn here. He simply asked Sybil, "What's going on with the woman you were chasing?" Sybil subconsciously answered, "On the way here, I heard from my colleague that the woman was looking for a little girl. She didn't seem clear-headed, so I followed her to take a look. Then, I found blood in her car, which is why I chased her here." Luke asked, "Where's the little girl?" "I haven't seen her. My colleagues at the police department were still looking into it when I got here." Luke frowned. "So, none of you are clear on the situation with the woman and the girl?" Sybil said, "Yes." Luke was lost for words. He couldn't access any records at the moment. It wasn't like he had the Pennsylvania database on him. He could only leave it to his main body to investigate the information. Sybil said that the woman called herself Rose da Silva. Unless the woman was using a fake name, it would be much easier to investigate her. As they talked, the air siren suddenly stopped after 3 minutes. The three of them stopped talking at the same time and looked around. Fine cracks appeared in the floor, walls and ceiling. The sound was very uncomfortable. At the same time, it swiftly turned dark outside the window. It didn't feel like night falling, but more like a solar eclipse. In 10 seconds, the light completely disappeared. After a few seconds of darkness, their surroundings glowed with a faint yellow light. But the light was very strange. It seemed to be reflecting off the buildings, and Luke couldn't find a source. As she looked around, Stacy subconsciously moved closer to Luke. Luke also slowly surveyed the changes happening around him. The old building they were in had cracked open. Countless fragments slowly rained down, and the sky turned into a black expanse which disappeared overhead. The surface of various buildings and objects peeled off and transformed to reveal completely different appearances. The wooden door turned into a metal door, the handle turned into an iron lock, and the wooden floor turned into rusting metal. The building surfaces were a rusting yellow, and covered in red and black bloodstains. The smell of rust and rot filled their noses. Coupled with the smell of burning coal, it was pretty uncomfortable. Luke's heart jumped. He took a box out from under his cape, opened it and said to Stacy, "Put on your gear. Safety first." Stacy cheered softly and immediately put a black mask on her face. The black mask immediately softened and flowed over her face like liquid. In less than 5 seconds, Stacy's head and hair were completely covered. Sybil was shocked. She had never seen anything so high-tech in her life. Stacy didn't stop. She took out 2 more items from the box. They were nano gloves and version 1.0 of the Flying Legs boots. While she had already been wearing a nanosuit, she didn't have anything else. The nanosuit was split into 4 parts, mainly because of its bulk. This flow version of the entire nanosuit wasn't much smaller than Tony's Mark V. For example, the main armor was largely for protecting vital parts and providing energy, and had few other functions. In comparison, the gloves had all sorts of support and combat functions. The boots were mainly for support while on the move, while the helmet was a data processing center and had an air filter. In less than 20 seconds, Stacy was black all over, like a marble statue. After Stacy took her gear, Luke gave the box to Sybil. "There's another set in there. You can put it on." He had stuffed an extra set into the box before he took it out of his inventory. Sybil hesitated. In her heart, she was reluctant. The nanomaterial looked like a dark lump, but when it was put on, it turned into a mercury-like liquid which wrapped around a person. It looked as sinister as a liquid monster in a science fiction movie. She really didn't dare wear it. The moment Luke spoke, however, she obediently put on the gear. It was silent at first while the 2 girls were putting on their gear, but then there was the sound of rustling everywhere. When it turned dark, the thick fog in the air thinned out. Their range of vision was now much wider. There was still some fog, but they could see everything clearly up to 50 meters away. Luke narrowed his eyes. Had the rules changed? When he activated elementary sound wave, he could clearly hear sounds from dozens of meters away. A drone flew out from under his cape. Sure enough, the signal from the drone only disappeared completely past a range of 70 meters in the fog. Luke had a thought, and several more mini drones flew out from under his cape and spread out 50 meters around him. Chapter 16:12 Machine gun revolver and a big guy is coming at a distance of 50 meters. The drone's signal was still affected slightly. The surveillance feed jumped from time to time, but it was much better than not being able to see anything raising an eyebrow. Luke took out 2 short rods from under his cape and tossed them to Stacy and Sybil, who had just put on the nanosuit. Stacy caught the rod and asked, "What's this?" There had been nothing like this during her training. It didn't look like a collapsible rod, and the grip was much thicker. Only then did Luke have Victoria unlock the weapons. With 2 clicks, the rods in Stacy and Sybil's hands shot out on both ends and turned into 2-meter-long metal spears in a second. Stacy gaped. "That's so cool." Luke didn't turn to look at her. "It has other forms. Don't attack. Just don't let the monsters get close." Stumped, Sybil subconsciously glanced at the gun at her waist. Wasn't it better to use a gun? But in the time it took Luke to say these words, the rustling swiftly closed in on them from all directions, and a dark form staggered out of the corridor. Both Stacy and Sybil frowned. This monster didn't look like the one they had killed earlier, but it was just as disgusting. The monster that Sybil had killed with her gun had looked like a human, but with no hands, while this one looked like the lower torsos of 2 girls joined together. It had 4 legs, but no body or head. At first glance, it looked like a 4-legged spider. Stacy said, "Wizard, they might spit out venom when they get close." Sybil's helmet and jacket were corroded just now. Luke hummed and took out 2 silver revolvers from his waist. Stacy didn't think much of it, but Sybil was thinking, revolvers. Even 2 wouldn't be enough. Few police officers used revolvers nowadays because they couldn't compare with pistols, which used clips. A regular Glock could hold 3 times the number of bullets as a revolver, and it only took 1 or 2 seconds for a pro to reload. But a revolver. The next moment, she cursed inwardly. After the first 4-legged monster appeared, 7 or 8 other 4-legged monsters poured out of the corridor. Sybil immediately gripped the spear with one hand and reached for her gun with the other. It had taken her 6 to 7 bullets to kill the first monster they had encountered outside, but there were 7 or 8 of them here. She didn't dare toss the spear aside, since she felt that her 2 remaining clips definitely wouldn't be enough. At that moment, Luke's hands were raised at an angle. With his feet apart, he adopted the most classic opening pose for a gunfight. He sighed deeply. All evil thoughts cannot be separated from purgatory. The 4-legged monsters suddenly roared and charged at the 3 of them. More 4-legged monsters continued to pour out of the corridor. They were crowded around the opening. With a solemn expression, Stacy stood with her feet apart and held her spear with both hands in a combat pose. Sybil's face changed, and she immediately drew out her gun to suppress the enemy. Bang, 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 bang. Explosive gunshots rang out in the corridor, and it was as if the 4-legged monsters that were pouring in like a tide had been hit by an invisible stick. The 4-legged monsters at the forefront were immediately sent flying. Each bullet was powerful enough to beat the monster's back. Sybil drew her gun, but before she could raise it, the monsters that were charging at her were sent flying again. She was stunned. Thinking carefully, she was even more stunned. Wait, it seemed that it had already been 20, or more than 30 shots fired. What kind of revolvers were those? While she was still in a daze, Luke stepped back with his right foot and turned so that he could cover both ends of the corridor. The revolver in his right hand also moved at the same time to point behind him. A large group of 4-legged monsters suddenly surged out from that end of the corridor, as if to attack the 3 of them from the front and back. Bang, 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 bang. Sybil subconsciously turned around, but before she could react, the 4-legged monsters behind her collapsed as well. The special bullets weren't just powerful, they also left huge holes in the monsters' bodies. Basically, each 4-legged monster either had a broken leg or a hole right through their middle, which affected their movements. Sybil blinked hard a few times, then shook her head. Was she hallucinating or hearing things? Could it be that the revolvers were rifles, or at least, had the capacity of one? For a time, Luke stood with his feet apart and his arms raised on both sides as he pulled the triggers. Gunfire exploded non-stop in front of their eyes and their ears never stopped ringing with the noise as the four-legged monsters struggled. In less than 20 seconds, the bodies of the four-legged monsters covered both ends of the corridor. None of them could get within 10 meters of the three people, and their bodies could only pile up on both ends. Sybil even forgot to raise her gun as she stared blankly at everything in front of her. She no longer felt that Luke's revolvers were rifles, they were more like machine guns. Stacy was much calmer than Sybil. To make the Supergirl trio understand how dangerous it was to reveal that they knew V, Luke had mentioned V's handiwork like killing more than 100 hitmen of the high table. While Luke's current movements were amazing, they were still within her expectations. The gunfire lasted for 30 seconds. The four-legged monsters weren't all dead yet, but it was hard for them to attack Luke and the other two. The corridor was blocked on both ends by the bodies of the monsters. Stacy hesitated and looked at Luke, who lowered his guns but had yet to move. "What do we do now?" Luke turned his head and gestured at a door nearby. "You go in first. A big guy is coming." Stacy immediately opened the door and asked, "What big guy?" Looking at the drone feed, Luke said casually, "A big guy more than 2.5 meters tall." Stacy was creeped out and moved faster. The four-legged monsters were already very gross. Would this 2.5-meter tall guy be even more disgusting? The two women hid inside the room, but didn't close the door. Instead, they nodded at each other and observed in secret. Luke suddenly turned to the right end of the corridor. Dong, dong, dong. Slow and heavy footsteps rang out on the metal floor and echoed in the corridor as they slowly drew closer. Stacy and Sybil swallowed and looked at the right end of the corridor. Chapter 16:13. Not a monster battle. Behind the pile of four-legged monsters, there was the sound of something heavy hitting flesh. A moment later, an enormous black sword pierced through the pile of four-legged monsters and twisted left and right. The bodies of the four-legged monsters were cut open and fell apart. A huge, pale arm stretched through to sweep aside the bodies that were in the way. A sharp black triangle slowly squeezed through the pile of four-legged monsters. Both Stacy and Sybil gaped and their eyes opened wide. For a moment, they were too shocked to speak. Luke narrowed his eaves and felt out this new monster with his mind. The intense desire for destruction, chaos, violence, and so on were so entangled together that the feeling was almost solid. "Kid, you're quite sick," Luke murmured inwardly. At that moment, the new monster finally squeezed its way through the pile, and the three of them saw its complete form. An enormous black metal pyramid covered its head, the sharp tip pointing forward. It was half naked, and looked like it had the body of a man. Its bare arms and chest were an ash gray, and stained with the blood of four-legged monsters. The pyramid head monster was tall, but it had distinct muscles and was wiry. It wore what looked like a dark gray leather skirt. From the bloody stench coming from it, Luke felt that it was more like a butcher's leather apron. As it walked out of the pile of four-legged monsters, it had the body of one four-legged monster in its left hand, and a huge broadsword in its right hand. The broadsword was as black as the metal pyramid on its head. It was almost 3 meters long and 20 centimeters wide. In the real world, this broadsword would be a super heavy weapon weighing more than 200 kilograms. After all, even the Green Dragon Crescent Blade 1 only weighed 164 kilograms. But this wasn't the real world. Maybe Luke could send even this pyramid head flying. Thinking that, he opened fire. Amidst the gunfire, Pyramid Head was baptized with bullets from head to toe. Except for 2 shots which sparked off the Pyramid Head, there were 10 holes in its body. But the women who were watching in secret didn't have happy expressions. Instead, they gritted their teeth and were extremely nervous. Hardly any blood flowed out of the big holes in Pyramid Head's body. In just 2 seconds, the holes started to heal. Enraged by the attack, Pyramid Head roared and flung the four-legged monster it was holding at Luke. Luke simply moved to the side and let the body hit the floor behind him. Pyramid Head suddenly sped up and closed in. At the same time, it gripped the terrifying broadsword with both hands and swung it. Almost at the same time, Luke put the 2 revolvers back into their holsters and took out a silver rod with his right hand. The rod extended into a double-headed spear. Holding the center of the spear with both hands, Luke spun it in an arc in the air and met the broadsword head-on. Ding! With a sharp screech, the spear hit the side of the blade and pushed it to the side. Luke was amazed. The monster was very strong. He had only pushed the blade off by a few centimeters, and it didn't completely veer off course. But Luke used the momentum to dodge the blade, and he brushed past Pyramid Head. The silver double-headed spear swung at Pyramid Head. Boom! Dwang! The broadsword smashed heavily to the ground, while the tip of the spear was like the fang of a snake which stabbed into the back of the metal Pyramid Head with a loud bang. Pyramid Head staggered forward and almost fell to the ground. It then slowly turned its head so that the tip of the pyramid was aimed at Luke again. The spear slowly spun in Luke's hand, but most of his attention wasn't on Pyramid Head. Instead, he was carefully analyzing the sensations from that exchange just now. It seemed that this guy wasn't as good as Luke had imagined. At the very least, he wasn't as intimidating as his height of 2.5 meters and his 3-meter-long broadsword suggested. Just now, his gun and spear hadn't caused any obvious damage to Pyramid Head, not because the monster was strong, but because this world was on its side. When Luke's bullets hit it, the damage was instantly healed. The tip of the spear stabbed at the metal Pyramid Head, but was stopped by a huge force before it could touch it. Also, Pyramid Head swung the blade like it was grass, but it definitely wasn't strong enough to use such a weapon. In reality, Luke could also use this super heavy weapon, but he would be sent flying by the inertia from the blade. After all, he didn't weigh 100 kilograms. These things which defied physics were all because of the person who had twisted the rules of this world. Luke's attacks were all weaker in this world, but Pyramid Head was buffed with HP and strength. So, this wasn't really a monster battle. Thus, Luke used this Pyramid Head as a test subject, and attacked it to test the limits of this world. As Luke pondered, Pyramid Head didn't have similar musings. Turning its head, it picked up its heavy broadsword and swung it with a cry. After testing the strength in the sword, Luke no longer blocked it head-on. He bent down and charged forward, his spear spinning in a silver arc as it slashed at Pyramid Head like a windmill. The sound of the slashes didn't stop. Pyramid Head's body jerked as deep wounds appeared on its arms and chest. This time, Luke didn't wait for the injuries to recover. He didn't even give Pyramid Head a chance to draw back its blade, as the tips of his spear moved to cut its wrists and elbows. With snapping sounds, Pyramid Head's hands and fingers were completely cut off and sent flying. The 3-meter-long broadsword fell with a bang. Pyramid Head was clearly stunned, as if it didn't understand why the sword had fallen. It bent down to pick it up. Taking advantage of the situation, Luke jumped and pierced its neck. Before Pyramid Head could react, Luke pierced its neck a dozen more times. Finally, Luke cut through the monster's entire neck. The gigantic Pyramid Head lost balance and fell to the floor with a thud. Luke jumped off the monster's shoulders. One from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Chapter 16-14 divided into 6 parts, and Rose reappears, but what happened next scared the 2 women who were secretly observing the fight. The monster's head had fallen off, but its body was still standing. It reached out for the Pyramid Head on the floor, as if to put it back on its neck. Luke simply watched the show. Over 10 seconds later, Pyramid Head regrew new hands, and it was finally able to pick up the head from the ground and put it on its neck. After a few seconds of recovery, its head was reattached to its neck. Pyramid Head turned to look at Luke, who was watching from the side. It grabbed the broadsword that was on the floor and stood up. It raised the broadsword and slashed down. Luke dodged again and brandished his spear. Pyramid Head was split into 6 pieces. Luke stepped forward and kicked the 6 pieces in different directions. He then called for Stacy and Sybil. "Let's go. This monster can't die. Let's hide a little further away." Sybil hesitated, but Stacy immediately followed Luke and walked toward the right end of the corridor. Sybil had no choice but to follow. It wasn't that she was cowardly. Even Stacy was terrified in the face of a monster like Pyramid Head. It would be strange if an ordinary person like Sybil wasn't scared. There was no need to mention the 4-legged monsters. If Sybil ran into them alone, she would basically be surrounded and killed. The choice between life and death was that simple. The 3 of them quickly walked toward the monsters on the right end of the corridor. Luke picked up the 4-legged monsters one by one with his spear and threw them behind him. The blocked opening was immediately cleared. So, this collapsible spear could be used to pick up litter. Less than 2 minutes later, the 3 of them left the building. They turned around and saw that the ordinary school building now looked like an abandoned factory, with metal frames and rust everywhere. It looked like night around them. The town buildings were enveloped in the light of dusk, but the roads and intersections were dark. Shrouded in the fog, the place looked even more like a ghost town. The 3 of them looked around, and suddenly heard a woman cry out not far away. Sybil and Stacy were stunned. They looked at each other and said, "Rose." Then, they looked at Luke. In this strange town, they were too weak to have a right to say anything. Luke said, "Let's take a look." He wouldn't specially look to save Rose, but rescuing her in passing wasn't a problem. If there really was a problem, the only person he needed to protect was Stacy. After all, he had learned her elementary replication. The super disguise which he had come up with using elementary replication also resolved a major safety issue with his identity. Luke had invested a lot in this teammate. Since she was Claire's girlfriend, he naturally had to do his best to ensure her survival. Sybil was a good guy who was light green in the system, saving her in passing wasn't a problem. It was now just Rose whom he didn't know anything about. Without more information, he wouldn't be so benevolent for no reason. The three of them moved quickly. In the nanosuit and boots, the two women were light on their feet. Except for when Sybil hit the wall and left a hole in it while turning a corner, everything else was fine. They could hear Rose, which meant that she was within a 50-meter range, otherwise, based on the rules of this place, they wouldn't have heard anything. Less than 10 seconds later, the three of them arrived at a factory. Luke didn't stop. With a swing of his spear, he cut a large hole in the rusty fence. Rose, who was pressed to the fence on the other side, fell through the gap. A bunch of green-eyed, dog-like monsters lunged at her on the inside. Luke was too lazy to take action. He picked up Rose and said to Stacy, who had just arrived, "Get rid of them. Don't get hurt, don't advance rashly and don't underestimate your enemy." Stacy only froze for a moment before she immediately replied, "Copy that." She then raised the spear in her hand and sent two of the monster dogs flying. The tip of the spear stabbed a third monster dog in the jaw and up into its brain. She didn't stop. As she casually tossed the monster dog aside, she used the other end of the spear to fend off a fourth monster dog. At that moment, Sybil, who had crashed into a wall earlier, arrived. She saw Stacy taking on a dozen monster dogs. She advanced and retreated in turn, and stabbed one to death every now and then as if it didn't take too much effort. Sybil wasn't too surprised this time. The smiling man was far from an ordinary existence, so it was normal for this, Carly, who knew him to be a little unusual. Luke waved at Sybil, asked her what's going on. He had just seen in the system that Rose was a dark yellow neutral. The closer a neutral person was to red, the closer they were to becoming evil. He would get 30 to 50 points for saving the police officer, and 20 for saving Rose. Luke didn't care about the difference in experience and credit points, but he didn't have to care too much about Rose. The three women had been brought into this town together, and in their first encounter with a monster, Rose ran off. It couldn't be said that she had been wrong to do so. After all, they weren't obligated to die together. But Luke didn't really care whether she lived or died. To abandon others was to abandon yourself. If you weren't willing to go through thick and thin with someone else, then you shouldn't think about hanging on to others to survive. As Sybil and Rose spoke, Sybil took out the key to Rose's handcuffs and uncuffed her. In a strange place like this where monsters wreaked havoc, keeping Rose handcuffed would be murder. Sybil wasn't sure if Rose had abducted a kid, and couldn't charge her. Luke didn't say anything. Whatever the case, this woman was neutral. She definitely hadn't abducted anyone, or she would at least be a light red evil. Rose said that she had seen a little girl who looked like her daughter, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. She chased after her and then encountered those monster dogs, and hurriedly fled. Luke narrowed his eyes when he heard this. In front of Stacy, who was equipped with a nanosuit and a collapsible spear, the monster dogs were complete chickens. However, they were quick and fierce. How was an ordinary woman like Rose able to stay alive until now? He speculated that the reason everybody had come here had something to do with this Rose, who was looking for her daughter. She had seen a little girl who looked like her daughter in this strange place. The implications were too obvious. As they spoke, Stacy had already killed more than 10 monster dogs. She was well trained, and with her nanosuit and collapsible spear, it was easy for her to kill them. After all the monster dogs were dead, there was the sound of cracking again. The rusting and discolored surfaces of the buildings and objects in front of them started peeling again, and a dark white light appeared in the sky. The entire town was covered in white ash once more. Chapter 16:15 Going in twice more, and getting used to it. When the town was covered in white ash once more, Luke's drones were once again useless and he was running blind. He didn't bother with them. The drones that had been released earlier lost signal, so they had landed nearby and were awaiting. Instructions. This town was constantly changing. It probably wouldn't be long before it turned back into that gloomy setting once more. Even if the drones didn't move, they could still capture a lot of information. In any case, the fog only prevented them from sending out a signal. They could still record and save footage. Compared with the drones, Luke was more interested in the monster dog carcasses not far away. When the world transformed just now, he saw with his own eyes how the bodies of the monster dogs also peeled away until they disappeared. This really was a world that didn't care about science or fundamental laws. Moving in a flash, he pulled Stacy over to Sybil and Rose. In a situation like this, they would lose contact if they moved beyond 10 meters. Luke wasn't interested in looking for them if they went missing. Luke asked Rose, "I'm taking the two of them out of here. Do you want to leave?" Conflicted, Rose shook her head. "I want to look for my daughter." Luke didn't say anything else and tossed her a knapsack. "This is for you." With that, he lifted Stacy and Sybil and Rose into the air. Holding the knapsack, a stunned Rose raised her head. Although she had hoped that the three of them could help her look for her daughter, she hadn't expected much. But the way Luke left right away really exceeded her expectations. In the sky, a faint golden light suddenly flashed amidst the white ash. Rose was amazed. A short while later, she opened the knapsack and examined the items inside. The knapsack contained a Glock, 5 clips, and some food and water. She hesitated for a moment, then opened a bottle of mineral water and took 2 small mouthfuls before putting it back. She then tore open the chocolate wrapper and took 2 bites before putting it back. Rose didn't know how long it would take for her to find her daughter, nor did she know when she would be able to leave. She had to leave some food and water for her daughter. In the air, Luke used credit points to wrap the 3 of them up in a ball of golden telekinesis. Less than 2 seconds later, Luke felt his telekinesis being suppressed. This time, he didn't back down. He added another layer to his telekinesis. At the same time, he gradually injected it with the faith value, which had recovered to slightly more than 10,000 in the system. It dropped to 7,000. Poof! With something that sounded like a splash, the 3 people wrapped in the golden ball appeared in a red sky. Before Stacy and Sybil could react, the fog in front of them suddenly turned into sunset, and they were at a loss. Luke glanced around and picked up the drone's signal. There was nobody around. It had already been an hour since he entered that world. However, according to the time in his suit, he had only been in that world for about 15 minutes. Luke took note of this and flew a kilometer away with the 2 girls, landing next to Sybil's police motorbike. There was no one around for dozens of kilometers, not even the police or a search team. Luke had told the management company to make sure that the production crew kept their mouths shut for the time being. Of course, the production crew didn't want to be tied to a missing person case. When they heard that the company had sent a professional to carry out a search, they stayed in town with Claire and waited. Luke put the women down before getting them to corroborate their statements. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to deal with the aftermath, he could have knocked them out and transported them out with space too. But that would take too much time. He didn't want the master of that town covered in white ash to know that he could smuggle living people out. What he had done instead was a little troublesome, but it would be very easy to cover it up in the outside world. Sybil just needed to say that she had run into Stacy while chasing Rose, and they got lost for an hour. As for Rose, she was naturally missing. In any case, apart from Claire, nobody else had personally seen the 3 women disappear. They only saw Rose and the police officer as the 2 women passed by the production crew. That way, even if Stacy and Sybil told everyone about the strange town, nobody would believe them. There were a lot of such ghost stories in America. Nobody would bother to investigate if nothing had happened. After that, Luke told Stacy to follow Sybil back on her motorbike to the town that the production crew was staying in. He remained invisible the entire way as he escorted them back and watched them rendezvous with the crew before he returned to Silent Hill. As someone who prioritized safely, that was how reliable Luke was. If he didn't get Stacy out of there, it would be hard for Luke to go all out in that weird town. The creation of that strange world was related to an unknown mental energy. It was very interesting. If he worked hard inside, he might be able to obtain some benefits, like the mental ability to create illusions, perhaps. Luke landed at the intersection again, and the system notification popped up, unknown mental energy field detected. He was amused when he saw the notification. Yo, petty guy, all I did was use faith value to break out, and you won't let me back in now. However, he was no longer the newbie who had encountered Freddy before, he still had a way. Mental communication activated. System notification. Host is trying to link to unknown mental energy. Confirm link. Yes, no. Luke curled his lip. Friend, it seems you don't know how to manage your domain. Then, you'll get used to it after I enter twice. You can plug this loophole next time. Thinking that, Luke's mind moved, and he chose, yes. The world changed in an instant, and the white town appeared in front of him again. Experienced now, Luke's cape unfurled, and he glided toward where the air siren had come from earlier. There was rustling in the town for a moment, before it fell quiet once more. The town wasn't big, and it didn't take Luke more than 20 seconds to reach the source of the air siren. The reason he had taken note of this air siren was because the sound had actually been able to spread throughout the town without being restricted by the rules of this setting. So, Luke came here as soon as he returned. In the white ash, something sharp flashed under Luke's feet, and he turned around to see that it was a cross. Generally speaking, the overall shape was of a cross, but in the center was a hexagon, like the shape of a nut bolt. It actually looked like 4 small crosses sticking out of the hexagon at right angles. It was clearly on the top of a church. Luke circled the church and found that he could only enter through the front door. He walked in through the open door. It was indeed a church. Apart from the hall below, there were also seats on the second floor. At that moment, there were only a few people scattered around. Luke stood silently in one corner and didn't move. Chapter 16:16 Psychology. In the Western tradition, this gray setting suppressed a person's sense of hearing, sight, and smell, and even the armor's wireless signal. The situation was substantially better inside the buildings, since the fog was very thin here. When Luke stepped through the church entrance, the laws of physics seemed pretty much restored here, much more so than in other buildings. So, standing in one corner, he released his mini drones again to scout the church. At the same time, he used mental perception to examine the church. This church was normal, compared with the town outside. But the biggest anomaly was the appearance of such a normal place in an unusual town. He glanced at the system interface, and his expression turned strange when he saw the new names that had appeared. After thinking for a moment, he didn't move. After entering this place again, he wanted to contain the mental abilities of the master of this world. There was no need for him to be too anxious about the strange gift bags of red names in the church. He soon discovered even more abnormalities. Everybody in the church was wearing old-fashioned clothes. They were shabby and clearly far out of date. The clothes were similar to those worn in the 1960s and 1970s. Since these clothes could still be worn, generally speaking, there were 2 scenarios. Firstly, they had been well preserved and had practically never been worn. Secondly, they were costume props. This place definitely wasn't the production set of some horror movie, and the clothes these people were wearing clearly couldn't have been well preserved. Their words and manner of speech were also very different. Thinking about this unusual situation, Luke fell into deep thought. This place really was full of surprises. He was even more curious about the master who had created this world. When he had killed the monsters earlier, there hadn't been any system notifications, nor did he obtain any experience or credit points. The monsters weren't human, but his attempt to store the monsters' carcasses in his inventory had failed. Living, conscious beings couldn't be stored in his inventory, no matter if it was Space 1 or Space 2. Clearly, then, the monsters weren't dead things. Using mental perception, Luke confirmed his speculation. This was an illusion. Those monsters weren't completely real, but had been given material form by a certain consciousness. A long time ago, Luke had coveted Freddy's ability to create illusions. Unfortunately, that guy's ability had been bestowed upon him by an evil spirit, and wasn't something he had cultivated himself, so Luke couldn't learn it. At that time, Luke had been so angry that he chopped Freddy up and burned him to ash before throwing him into his inventory as spare material. Now, Luke had finally encountered an existence that could also create illusions. It would be strange if he wasn't tempted. He didn't want to create some horror flick to scare people. However, if he could create a dreamscape, and combine it with psychology and hypnosis, it would be very easy to get confessions out of people. He could also try giving it to Selena to use, like for a virtual holiday or something. That would definitely be interesting. With such a big target in sight, Luke was very patient. He stood quietly in the corner and watched people enter and leave the church every now and then. Suddenly, the air siren rang out, and people poured into the church. Most of them looked unkempt and ragged. More and more people came swarming in. In the few minutes before the siren stopped, more than 200 people poured into the church. Luke was surprised. There were more than 200 people in this church. There was no place for 200 people in this church. Did they usually sleep outside, and then enter the church when they heard the siren? That would make sense. But what did these people eat? What did they wear? What did they use? When Luke had been gliding over the town earlier, he realized that this world had been locked down. The huge rift which Stacy and the others had come through actually circled the entire town. So, nobody could get out. The things in this strange town were from decades ago, whether in terms of appearance or decay. Clothes could be mended, but could food be recycled? There was no sun here. Did these 200 people survive here for decades by eating soot? Also, what about sanitation? Luke didn't think that there was enough toilet paper here. But he didn't smell sh*t on them. At most, it was the typical sour odors. Then, he gave himself a mental slap. He was an idiot. Given how bizarre this town was, there was no need to try and explain things with logic. Of course things here wouldn't make sense if he tried to analyze them with common sense or logic. Nothing was certain here. What was real and what was fake were intertwined. That was what made this town unusual. Everything that didn't make sense could only be placed on the head of the master of this strange world. After the siren sounded, the church door was about to close, when an acquaintance was the last to run in. Naturally, it was Rose. Compared with when Luke left earlier, however, she looked a lot more wretched. The thin light red sweater she was wearing was now gray, and her grayish-blue knee-length skirt was now black. There was also blood on her face. It was clear that she hadn't been doing well recently. She was holding the gun which Luke had given her, and he could clearly smell the smoke from it. The people inside the church suddenly quieted down and turned to look at Rose. Even though she was in a sorry state, she was still dressed in modern fashion, and was only just past her prime in her late 20s. This made her stand out from the other women in the church. Envy flashed in the eyes of a woman in her 40s, and she suddenly pointed and shouted, "It's a strange woman, and she's dressed so scandalously. She's a witch, an evil witch." Boom. Many people stirred at the shout, and some subconsciously yelled as well. Luke curled his lip in interest. As expected of a brainwashed lunatic. When she saw that Rose was more beautiful and dressed differently from her, she immediately said that she was a witch. What a familiar MO. This could be considered a Western tradition. When they saw someone better than they were, they got jealous and labeled them evil, then deprived them of their possessions to satisfy their own greed. It was the same all over the world. Sam only benefits were king. How could they allow someone else to live well? When the woman cried, "Witch," at that moment, a bunch of people rushed at Rose. Rose panicked, but she quickly caught on and fired her gun. Bang! The gunshot was extremely loud in the sealed church, and the crowd immediately froze. Luke chuckled again, bullying the weak but fearing the strong. How typical. Chapter 16-17 Stealing lines, and this demon won't do. Gun in hand, Rose finally had the capital to speak, and both sides started talking. Rose wanted the other party to help her find her daughter, but the middle-aged woman who acted as the leader wanted Rose to help them get rid of a demon. After some discussion, they reached an agreement. Rose would help the middle-aged woman named Dahlia eliminate the demon first, and then these people would help Rose find her daughter. This agreement was definitely unfair to Rose. But she was the one asking for help in this transaction, and was firmly in a passive position, so it was very hard for her to negotiate a better deal. She could only pay the price first, and then hope that the other party would abide by the agreement. Luke didn't comment. This woman loved her daughter. What could she do? Rose's choice might not be the best or even the right one. However, no one would know for sure until the very end. Life was like a box of chocolates. Before stuffing a piece into your mouth, you couldn't tell if it would be real chocolate or sh*t. That was how it was. As the darkness outside receded, Rose and the people here would be safe for now. But when she showed a local woman in the church a photo of her daughter, Sharon, the woman's face changed, and she shouted, "Her daughter is that demon. This witch is its minion." After reaching an agreement, Rose was a little less vigilant. She was then held down by the people who swarmed her, and didn't have the chance to take out her gun. Luke was lost for words. Why would she put her only weapon back in the bag in such a strange place? He didn't take action, but pondered the demon that the local woman had mentioned. One look at the photo of Rose's daughter, and she was convinced that the little girl was a demon and that Rose was a minion. Unlike the middle-aged woman at the very beginning who had said that Rose was a witch, this local woman didn't seem to be pretending, but seemed to firmly believe her own words. Luke recalled the information that his main body had read on Rose. This housewife had inexplicably traveled hundreds of kilometers to Silent Hill to look for her missing adopted daughter. There were too many coincidences. Amidst the noise, the locals dragged someone else out from behind the church at Dahlia's instruction. It was a 7 or 8-year-old girl. When she saw Rose, she cried out to her mother. Apart from her tears, her fair face was full of fear and panic. She was clearly scared witless by the locals. Rose's eyes turned red as she wildly cursed out Dahlia and everyone else. Her daughter, Sharon, was also tied up. Listening on the side, Luke had to admit that the way the mother and daughter were being tied up by this bunch of unkempt and crazy people was indeed a prelude to something big. Dressed in an old-fashioned long dark blue dress and her hair combed back into a bun, the old woman called Dahlia smiled. "What can we give the demon and her minion?" "Judgment." The people nearby shouted. "Luke, you dare steal my line." Everybody started shouting and getting busy. A long while later, a huge pile of firewood was set up in a round pit in the center of the church. The mother and daughter were each tied to a long wooden ladder. Someone brought over a priest's robe for the middle-aged woman named Dahlia. The old woman spread her hands and walked around the pile of firewood as she said loudly, "The demon hid in the dark and constantly threatened the Lord's believers. Today, it has appeared again as a child to deceive us and make us weak and sympathetic." She pointed at the little girl. Rose cursed, "UD*MN old woman. She's just a kid. You're the demon who should go to hell." Dahlia looked at her with a smile. "Do you see that? This is the person who has been bewitched by the demon and has become its minion. This woman is willing to protect the demon even though the girl's not her child. She's already completely under the demon's control." She stopped looking at Rose and glanced at her accomplices. "In order to purify the world, we have gathered once again to burn the demon to death and eliminate evil." Then, she pointed at Sharon. "Burn this incarnation of the demon and prevail over evil." Everybody gave loud cries which drowned out Rose's swearing. A moment later, Dahlia gestured at the people on the second floor. "The demon and its minion will finally be purged by the flames of hell and return to hell." The people on the second floor let go of the ropes that were tied to the two long wooden ladders, which slowly tilted toward the center. In the end, the ladders stopped moving when the mother and daughter were less than a meter away from each other, and 3 meters away from the pile of firewood. Dahlia had a hideous smile on her face. She grabbed a torch and walked to the firewood. "Beg the Lord for mercy, demon." She threw the torch onto the firewood, which had been doused with oil. There was a spark, and the fire swiftly grew in size, the meter-high flames flaring under the mother and daughter. The crowd cheered, as if they really were burning a demon. Their faces were twisted and their expressions were deranged, as if they were crazy. But 10 seconds later, someone started to feel that something was wrong. Wait, why was there no smell? After burning so many people, they were too familiar with the procedure. Although the mother and daughter were some distance away from the fire, it was still hot enough to scorch their clothes and hair, before the flesh was burned. It was similar to burning a pig alive. Though the daughter was crying and the mother was cursing, they didn't look like they were being roasted. Luke, who was invisible, shook his head listlessly. Boring. This demon wouldn't do. It actually didn't come out even after all this. He thought about the 4 big gift bags that had been Blackheart and the other demons, as well as Mephisto. The demons had died and Mephisto had fled, but they had at least made an appearance. The mother and daughter in front of him were about to be roasted, but no one had appeared to help them. What a failure. Luke could only use his telekinesis to block the temperature at the last moment. His actions had nothing to do with Rose and her daughter. It was purely because he didn't like these locals. Each and every one of them was a bright red, none of them were good. Even if they were dead, they didn't know their place. How annoying. The locals, who had been immersed in the pleasure of doing evil, panicked. They looked to the old woman, Dahlia, and wanted her to make a decision. Dahlia's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and had the people on the second floor continue letting out the ropes. If the mother and daughter couldn't be roasted over the fire, they could just be thrown in. It would be impossible for them not to be burnt to death then. A minute later, There was nothing but the sound of breathing, the crackling of firewood, and the sound of the little girl, Sharon, sobbing. Even Rose, who was lying on the pile of wood, was confused. Was this some sort of magic show? It was actually all an illusion. Otherwise, why weren't she and her daughter burning at all? Chapter 16:18. Doesn't seem like it, and arrival of the Demon King. Luke, on the other hand, sighed. He was finally sure that the demon wouldn't appear. Shaking his head, he removed his optical camouflage and walked out of the corner into the crowd. At first, only the people upstairs noticed the black figure that was approaching the crowd. Then, more and more people turned around. Of course, these people didn't consciously make way for him. Luke simply pushed the crowd aside with his telekinesis and walked over to the fire until he was just one step away from the edge of the round pit. The fires of hell. He didn't look at the old woman, but simply bent down slightly, as if curious about the fire. As he spoke, he opened his right hand unhurriedly with his palm facing up. Then, he slowly turned his right over. The fire crackled in front of him. As if being pressed down by an invisible hand, the fire was smothered as the flickering flames instantly diminished to reveal Rose and her daughter in the middle of the fire. Doesn't seem like it. Luke shook his head regretfully, and the smiling mask he was wearing gave off an indescribable sense of ridicule. He waved his right hand casually, and the pile of firewood split open. He waved his hand again, and the ropes on the mother and daughter instantly broke. The two flew lightly toward him. Rose was dumbfounded by what she had just seen. She knew that Smiley Face was very formidable, but what had just happened was far beyond that. Was it a miracle? As soon as the idea popped into her head, years of a scientific worldview made her dismiss it, and she thought of a more fitting description. Superhero. Luke didn't answer her. Instead, he crouched down and looked into her daughter's eyes. These sinners are about to be judged. If you lose this chance at revenge, anger will burn your soul forever. As he spoke, he waved his hand. His faith value turned into a golden knife, which whizzed toward a tall man nearby. This guy had been jumping around the most when burning the mother and daughter earlier, and could be used as a test subject. At the same time, he could be used to scare the others. The golden knife wasn't too fast, but it wasn't slow either. Before the locals could react, it pierced the tall man in the head. Almost instantly, the man glowed with a faint golden light and exploded, leaving nothing behind. Luke saw that he had only lost 20 faith points in the system. What a weak chicken. Luke sighed inwardly, but nodded when he saw the 300 experience and credit points he obtained. After killing the chicken, he stretched out his hand, and another golden knife appeared. This time, he aimed the knife at the old woman, Dahlia, not far away. Come out. This is the source of your anger. Stop. A girl's hoarse voice rang out at the church entrance. Luke smiled and slowly turned around. The church door had opened silently at one point, and a girl with disheveled hair was standing on the threshold. She looked exactly like Sharon, Rose's daughter. The locals nearby cried out in fear. Demon, it's the demon's main form. Ignoring the living dead around him, Luke looked at the girl curiously. What do you want? The girl with disheveled hair looked at Rose. Luke understood. With a wave of his hand, Rose flew out of the church and landed next to the girl. The little girl hugged Rose. Do you want to save Sharon? Ross stiffened and raised her arms slightly, but the little girl didn't stop hugging her. Luke, on the other hand, had sensed from Rose's mental fluctuations that she knew the little girl, and it was a deep connection. The little girl who was hugging Rose turned into a dark gray liquid which pushed into Rose's chest and disappeared. Luke was silent. This was the path that Rose had chosen for herself beforehand. There was no going back. Gasping for breath, Rose walked into the church until she reached Luke. She stared at him for a moment, only to see Smiley Face simply tilt his head and look at her. He had no intention of stopping her. With a bitter smile, she picked up a dagger that had fallen to the ground not far away, and stabbed it all the way through her hand until it came out on the other side. A drop of black and red blood on the tip of the dagger fell to the ground. The moment the blood drop landed, a black and red net unfurled like a living thing. Gritting her teeth, Rose pulled out the knife. Black blood oozed out of the wound on her palm and sprayed over the round pit in the center of the church. The black and red blood net quickly spread out. The floor cracked, and the bright light in the church instantly went out. The locals nearby yelled in fear and tried to flee. At that moment, the church door closed again without a sound. There wasn't much space inside the church. There was nowhere to go. Boom. The round pit broke up completely, and there was a loud crash. The floor cracked and collapsed, creating a bottomless hole that glowed with a dim yellow light. Luke turned his head slightly and saw all kinds of abandoned metal frames in the hole. Something glowed orange at the bottom, like a burning furnace. Then, a dark shape slowly floated up from the bottom. Luke had a thought and nodded to himself before he flew up to the second floor and continued watching. In just a few seconds, the dark shape floated out of the hole. It was a rusty hospital bed covered in gray and black cloth. Countless barbed wires had pushed the bed to the surface. The bed was surrounded by barbed wires which then spread out like flowers, as if to celebrate the arrival of their king. They wriggled and moved like insects, dense and creepy. There was a person on the bed. She was wrapped in bloody gray cloth like a mummy. One exposed eye slowly turned to scan the people in the church. The person just looked at Luke for a moment before turning away again. In the end, her gaze fell on Dahlia, who wasn't far away, and the person smiled. Generally speaking, smiles didn't have complicated meanings. But thanks to his mental perception, Luke was able to detect anger, hate, ridicule, bloodlust, grievance and despair in the smile. It could be said that all the negative emotions that ever existed were contained in this smile. Luke smacked his lips. It was a good thing he hadn't killed Dahlia, that old hag. If he robbed this barbed wire demon of her arch-enemy's head, she would really go crazy, and the first person she killed would probably be him. Stunned, Dahlia stared at this person in disbelief. Her lips moved, but she couldn't say anything. Actually, she didn't need to say anything. A dozen barbed wires swiftly slithered over and bound her hands and feet. The spikes pierced her, and she screamed in pain. Chapter 16:19 Revenge of the Non-Living. The barbed wires lifted Dahlia into the air so that she was level with the mummy on the bed. At that moment, Dahlia's face was twisted with terror. She was no longer as righteous and calm as when she had been burning the demon. Below her, 7 to 8 sharp barbed wires tangled together and pierced her. There was a miserable cry as blood rained down in a red mist. Luke was utterly unmoved as he looked at the woman who looked like she was being cut up by a dozen chainsaws. The rest of the barbed wires spread out and wrapped around the locals, who couldn't escape. The entire church was filled with mournful cries, as if this was hell. Was this a cruel scene? It did look cruel, but Luke didn't move. That was because he was the only living person here. Whether it was the person on the hospital bed, the mother and daughter, the girl with the disheveled hair, or the locals who were wrapped up in barbed wire, they were all neither real nor fake, like this entire strange town. When he entered the church, the locals in the system panel all had the tag, Evil Spirit, after their names. So, they weren't human at all. That was why he had used his faith value when he killed the first man. Otherwise, even if he blew up the other party's head with a gun, the man might be up and about again the next day. That was why he had used guns to kill the monsters outside. After all, if he wasn't getting any experience and credit points in return, using faith value was a pure loss. When Luke left the first time, he had asked Rose if she wanted to leave with him, which was the last chance he had been giving her. If Rose wouldn't leave, then it was up to fate. Luke couldn't risk Stacy's life to save a stranger. When he saw Rose again after he returned, her name also had an Evil Spirit tag on it. From what the girl said, it was clear that she had successfully turned Rose into an evil spirit while Luke had been away, in order to destroy the church for the sake of the little girl's revenge. Rose might have been tricked, but there was nothing Luke could do. Killing people, ghosts and demons might still be doable for him, but to turn an evil spirit back into a human? Sorry, there was no such method in demonology or black magic knowledge. There were ways to turn evil spirits into puppets and servants, but the methods were inhumane. Killing countless people to save one person. Sorry, Luke wasn't that big-hearted. The locals were all evil spirits who were bright red in the system. Rose, as the only other outsider apart from Luke, was a means of transport for the mummy on the hospital bed. Coupled with what his main body had uncovered about what happened in this town in the 1960s or 1970s, the story was basically clear. In the 1960s or 1970s, under Dahlia's leadership, this group of locals set up a religious group. As a way to unite and rope in members, Talia labeled the cheap and slutty women in town as witches. She then held secret gatherings again and again to purify these witches, that was, burn them to death. The residents who attended this ritual became accomplices and could only join the cult. One day, Dahlia's sister gave birth to a little girl out of wedlock. This was a major blow to her prestige. She had killed women for seducing the husbands of others, while her own sister gave birth out of wedlock. By the time the little girl, Alessa, was old enough to attend primary school, Talia finally couldn't take it anymore, and put her niece into a furnace to purify her. In the end, there was an accident, and the overturned furnace caused a huge fire which ultimately ignited the coal vein which ran under the town. A lot of people died in this disaster, and the survivors couldn't live in a place filled with poisonous gas. They all moved away, and the town was abandoned. What the outside world didn't know was that during the fire, the little girl who had been purified, awakened as a demon, due to her pain and despair. She created an enormous mental energy field and pulled in the local believers whom she hated, creating this silent gray and black setting. In fact, both Alessa and the locals had died in the big fire back then. It was Alessa who used her terrifying mental ability to preserve herself and these people in this half-real world. These people always had food when they went out and could always find something to wear. For decades, they didn't have to worry about food or sanitation, because they didn't realize how illogical all of this was. It was just like how it was very normal for supplies and monsters to be refreshed in a game. Of course, Luke didn't know everything about what happened after the fire. The real files showed that a lot of people had died in the town, including the little girl and the old woman, Dahlia. But he guessed that the locals in front of him had become evil spirits here ever since the fire 30 years ago. Everybody here, except for Rose, was a bright red. Alessa and Dahlia's names were so dark red that they were almost black. Rose hid in one corner while Alessa targeted everyone else. Including Luke. But the barbed wires couldn't do anything to him. He simply drew a knife from his waist and cut the wires that got too close. Alessa subconsciously glanced at him, but immediately looked away. She longed for revenge more than to deal with this strange outsider. Alessa had pulled these people into this world. This world, however, had its own properties. She was very weak in this white and gray setting. She was very strong in the dark, but was unable to break through this group's mad faith and enter the church. It was always easier for a solid fortress to fall from the inside. In the end, she found Rose, this delivery employee, and tried using her to smuggle inside. Although there had been a snag in her plan, the unexpected outsider hadn't stopped her from entering. Now, she wanted to savor this wonderful moment of revenge. Blood and screams filled the air. Dahlia had been turned into a sieve by countless barbed wires. If this was the real world, she would have died 100 times over. In this world, however, she couldn't die. She could only hang in the air and endure the punishment of being shredded to pieces. Apart from screaming, the old woman couldn't do anything else. Sharon, Rose's daughter, stood quietly under Dahlia. She raised her head and smiled. Blood dripped onto her face, and she suddenly giggled and twirled around in circles with outstretched hands. Her laughter was extremely happy and innocent. Luke raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. "Victoria, play a song." The AI program, Victoria, asked, "Sir, what song should I play?" Luke said, "The nursery rhyme from a few days ago." Victoria said, "Yes, sir." There was the sound of a piano, and Claire's clear and young voice rang out. "Ding dong, I know you can hear me, open up the door, chapter 1620. You're my father." With just a piano and light drum accompaniment, Claire's voice was very clear. Looking at the cruel scene of revenge that was playing out in the dim church, Luke suddenly lost interest. It was Alessa who had created this bloody scene, and it was Dahlia herself who had created this demon. Dahlia had been the villain in the past, and the young Alessa was innocent. But now, Alessa's name was so dark red it was almost black. That meant that she had become as evil as Dahlia. She had even pulled in her foster mother and turned her into an evil spirit. There was nothing wrong with revenge, but no innocent person wanted to be a tool for the instigator. Using innocent lives for the sake of revenge wasn't worth anyone's sympathy. It was like that saying, a lot of people would one day look back to realize that they had turned into what they hated the most. Gradually, the screams stopped. After the culprit, Dahlia, was pierced and torn into pieces by the barbed wires, no more screams rang out in the church. Lying on the bed, Alessa laughed soundlessly as the barbed wires slowly brought her back down into the hole. The church door opened at that moment, and the barbed wires took Rose and Sharon out of the church. Rose's injured palm had already recovered. Apart from being covered in blood, the mother and daughter were unharmed. The barbed wires put them down outside the church and retreated back inside, and the door closed. Sharon tugged at the bewildered Rose. Mom, I want to go home. Rose nodded and took her daughter's hand as they walked down the church steps. At that moment, the darkness outside the church had retreated, and the world was covered in white ash. Once more retracing the route, Rose slowly moved forward. The mother and daughter left shallow footprints in the snow-like ash and soon disappeared into the fog. Luke, who remained inside the church, couldn't help but murmur, "Sure enough, it's human nature to be petty." In front of him, the church, the bloodstains and overturned pews had been restored. The locals who had been torn apart and killed by the barbed wires were completely fine again. When everything was restored to a certain point, time flowed normally again in the church. It was as if the resurrected locals had completely forgotten what just happened. Chatting to each other like before, they then opened the church door and went out in search of food and necessities. On the second floor, Luke turned around after a brief silence to look at the figure wrapped in dark gray bandages next to him. You could have still played around with these dolls without Rose. Why did you drag her into this hell? Alessa had quietly appeared next to Luke as the church returned to its original state, and watched with him as the world rebooted. After a brief silence, Alessa finally said, "Only when she brought me into this church did this world completely become mine." Luke was deep in thought. In other words, Rose had been indispensable. Alessa could now rewind time. Had her strength increased because she had defeated this church or completed her revenge? Alessa continued, "She's my mother. She said she would always be with me." Luke shook his head. "Rose has a husband. Even if she wanted to stay, it would be with that ordinary girl, Sharon, and not with you in this weird world." Alessa stared at him. "You have to stay with me too." Luke was curious. "Why?" Alessa said, "You saved Mom and me and helped me get my revenge. I like you." Luke tilted his head. "But I have a girlfriend." Elsa narrowed her eyes. "No, you don't. You'll be my father from now on. You can only sleep with my mother. You'll stay here with me forever." Luke was lost for words. "Girl, listen to what you're saying. Rose doesn't sound like a mother, but more like a tool that you can make into whatever you want." Luke smiled inwardly. Sure enough, it was easy for people to become what they detested the most. Sighing inwardly, he murmured, "At the end of life, fall into this prison and endure never-ending pain." Alessa was at a loss. "Can you speak English? I don't understand foreign languages." The next moment, Luke's arm flashed with a golden light. Alessa gave a wretched scream as a thin golden line appeared on her neck. A golden light exploded in front of her eyes, as Luke's faith-infused telekinesis turned into a knife in his left hand, which he used to cut Alessa into countless pieces. "You're a bad person too." She glared at Luke through the golden grid her face had become. "You should die, just like them." With that, her body collapsed into countless golden pieces that quickly disappeared into thin air. System: destroy the first doppelganger of the evil spirit, Alessa. Mission accomplished. Luke: fine, she wasn't an idiot. She had a doppelganger too. Looking at the remaining 2,000 faith points in the system, Luke confirmed that this girl was indeed very hard to kill. Killing one doppelganger had cost him almost 5,000 faith points. Then, was the girl with disheveled hair another doppelganger? And was Rose's daughter, Sharon, another? It didn't seem it would be easy to kill all of them. Pondering these questions, Luke left the church. Hearing the scream, the locals looked at the second floor in fear, but didn't notice anything unusual. Luke had just reached the church entrance, when darkness fell. There was no air siren, nor any gradual change in the sky. The town was plunged into darkness at once. Looking at the situation, Alessa hadn't been lying when she said that she could now control the world after breaking into the church. Summoning the darkness in seconds was indeed a lot more impressive. The monsters that had disappeared in the white and gray setting now swarmed out of the dark corners around them. All sorts of noises rang out, along with a few screams. Clearly, the locals who had gone out to look for food were being killed again. Luke snorted and slowly walked down the church steps. At the same time, he reached behind his cape and took out the special Gatling gun. This Gatling gun, which he had specially modified, could be held in one hand and swung around nimbly in a battle suit. It was truly a top-notch weapon for crowd control. Luke had taken it out mainly to save time. It was very tiring to reload a Gatling gun, and even more tiring to reload it indefinitely. He wasn't interested in playing with the monsters in front of him. There was a mechanical whir as the 6 barrels started to spin. Z, 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 The gunfire from a Gatling gun rang out for the first time in this strange world. The swarm of monsters instantly exploded into countless black and red splatters. Luke didn't worry about conserving bullets at all. As someone who could swing a Gatling gun around with one hand, he could carry thousands of bullets with the other. At first glance, V looked like an old farmer spraying pesticide with one hand while holding the pesticide container with the other. The pests were cut down in the line of fire. Wave after wave dropped on both ends of the street in front of the church, and the bodies quickly piled up. Chapter 16:21. Group kill. Second kill. The Gatling gun fired wildly, and every now and then, golden light streaked through the darkness. In fact, these golden, tracer, bullets were the real attacks. The bullets were all imbued with faith value, which Luke used to kill the more troublesome-looking monsters. For example, Pyramid Head was shot in the chest and head the moment it appeared, and it fell to the ground along with the four-legged monsters and monster dogs. Several humanoid monsters which looked like gibbons had their heads and chests blown up by the golden bullets. The people whom Sybil had killed at the very beginning, as well as the ghost kids who scuttled around in the shadows, were shot dead with regular bullets. A bunch of nurses charged over holding steel pipes and all sorts of other objects, and Luke's gaze paused for a moment. Looking at the tight nurse uniforms, he couldn't help but wonder if these were special actors that had been invited over. Not only did they have full, round thighs, they also had big, white breasts. With his keen sight, Luke could even see the black veins under the gray skin. This was too much of an eyesore. Thinking that, Luke turned the gun in his hand and directly blew up these nurses. They didn't have faces, after all, and looked like toads. In this world, looks were everything. Gunfire rang out non-stop as the monsters charged forward. For a moment, the two parties were at a deadlock, but Luke had already come to a conclusion in his heart. Although there were a lot of monsters, the threat they posed was limited. To a certain extent, this proved that Alessa's strength was limited. The threat would be bigger if all these monsters turned into Pyramid Head. On top of that, Alessa couldn't suppress the Gatling gunfire. Luke had discovered something interesting about her control over this world. Just now, the Gatling gun had shut down for a moment. But Luke instantly protected the gun with telekinesis and continued firing. After Luke spent several hundred credit points, Alessa clearly gave up on this tussle. Clearly, Luke's credit points weren't that delicious. Even so, Alessa might have been able to use the rules of this world to restrict the bullet's range. But she still didn't do so. Maybe it was because it wasn't worth it. The world in front of him was only half real, but in the end, it wasn't completely separate from the physical plane. It was like how some ghosts couldn't survive if they were thrown into magma. If the town was nuked, the mental energy field would be reduced to ash. Alessa's control over this world was finite. She wasn't a god, or she would have been able to crush Luke. Whether she succeeded or not, this was at the very least a very simple and feasible plan. But she didn't do this. So far, she had only tried to stop Luke from leaving this world and stop the Gatling gun from opening fire. This reminded Luke of his own mental abilities, which consumed mental strength. Different mental abilities consumed different amounts of mental energy, but it was impossible that it was inexhaustible. That was probably why Alessa wasn't using the mental energy field to deal with him. Naturally, she was unwilling to use so much of her mental energy. Moreover, Luke had escaped once before coming back, and had destroyed her first doppelganger. He had left a deep impression on Alessa. She had wizened up, and was using a monster horde to slowly wear Luke down. This was actually a very good strategy. Luke might look relaxed now, but that was because he had a cheat. If it were anyone else, they would have run out of ammo much earlier on. Once they started fighting, the team would be doomed. In fact, the monsters that had been riddled with bullets recovered very quickly. They got up and charged forward, getting ever closer to Luke. Since Alessa was using a crowd tactic, Luke naturally followed up with a cheat. He used his inventory to switch between two modified Gatling guns in turn, opening fire while reloading the other and letting it cool down. He wasn't under any pressure for the time being. Ever since he had the AI program, he no longer needed to waste time worrying about reloading. At the same time, he observed the monsters' resistance to his faith value, and silently came up with a counterattack. 5 minutes later, Victoria sent Luke good news. The type and maximum number of monsters have been confirmed. Luke asked, "What's the maximum number?" Victoria said, "In the earlier battle, the maximum number of monsters was 1,376. We don't know if the other party is holding back. Sir, please be careful. Luke said, okay, then let's play it safe and go with a figure of 1,500. Ready, go. As soon as he said that, he fired continuous streaks of golden bullets. His faith value dropped rapidly, each bullet worth 50 faith points. He killed the strongest and most resistant monsters. In 3 seconds, more than 50 of the strongest monsters were hit. They exploded before they could even scream. The monsters around him froze. Luke didn't stop shooting. Now that he had basically run out of faith value, he immediately enchanted the bullets with 30 credit points each. In 5 seconds, another 100 stronger monsters were cut down to join their fallen comrades. Alessa finally realized what was going on. She was just a little demon who was obsessed with revenge and didn't have any professional combat experience. So, her thoughts had been thrown into disarray by the first counterattack. Then, she immediately made her second mistake by getting the remaining monsters to dodge the bullets. Luke, on the other hand, wouldn't make such a basic mistake. He fully unleashed the transcendent, divine-like power of the Gatling gun, and golden light filled the sky as it flew at the monsters. Dodge. Given the firepower from the Gatling gun and Luke's extremely swift reflexes, the monsters had less than a 10% chance of escaping. Ah! A furious and resentful cry rang out in the air above the town. The girl appeared not far away from Luke. I'm going to kill, huh? Swoosh. Luke flashed in front of her from 100 meters away. At the same time, he infused his telekinesis with credit points, and golden light shot out to instantly pierce the girl through her wide-open mouth. The girl's resentment turned into shock, then anger. UD*MN, bang. Before she could finish, her body exploded into golden light like the monsters and disappeared. System. Destroy the second doppelganger of the evil spirit, Alessa. Mission accomplished. Luke shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, there were more than 2 of them. In the worst-case scenario, Alessa might have more than 3 doppelgangers. But killing Alessa wasn't Luke's top priority. His number 1 goal was to obtain a list of her abilities. He was probably halfway to his goal. That was because there was a huge difference in each doppelganger's abilities. Luke felt that this probably had to do with each doppelganger's own character and not because the abilities had been divided between them. For example, the clone of Stu, who had been the original owner of this technique, had been knocked out and killed, but the system didn't treat that as defeating him. It wasn't hard to understand why Alessa's doppelgangers had different names. Chapter 1622. A. God, with chicken wings. After Luke killed Alessa's doppelganger, the monsters scattered. Of course, Luke wouldn't let them go. He chased after them and blew them up. These monsters didn't give him any experience or credit points, but this was another test since he wanted to confirm something. In the end, he had only killed a few dozen of them, when an enormous pressure appeared out of thin air and sent him flying. Luke stopped chasing the monsters and turned around to look at the church not far behind him. Boom! There was a loud bang, and an enormous figure emerged from the church. A soul full of murderous intent. How delicious! Luke narrowed his eyes and fired. Z, 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 Z. The gunfire hit the gigantic figure. But the other figure didn't dodge, and simply stood up slowly. The bullets hit its knee and shattered. It's useless, sinner. Your desire for destruction will only make me stronger, the gigantic figure said as it stepped out of the ruins of the church. At that moment, it finally appeared in front of Luke. The monster had the head of a goat and long sharp horns. It had the upper torso and arms of a man, though the chest was more like a woman's. The area below its chest was empty, except for a backbone that was connected to a pelvis and skinny legs. Apart from that, it also had a pair of, chicken wings, on its back. Although it wasn't an accurate description, Luke really felt that it was already generous to call them chicken wings. Even the angel wings, bat wings or butterfly wings used in cosplay looked better. At the very least, they weren't half featherless. The only intimidating looking thing about these half featherless chicken wings were the dark, sinuous symbols on them which moved as if they were alive. Luke might grumble about the chicken wings, but he turned serious. He had trampled on the 4 demons of earth, water, wind and fire, and had punched the previous Ghost Rider. After learning demonology, he now had some more knowledge of demons, on top of what he had learned through Mephisto. Looking at the symbols, Luke knew that this would be a big transaction. This goat-headed demon might look like Baphomet, but the demonic script on its wings said otherwise. Ordinary people might be duped by this appearance. In any case, it wasn't entirely similar. If it dared to use the name, Baphomet, however, the first person to kill it would be Baphomet himself. As for whether or not Baphomet was an incarnation of Satan, even Mephisto wasn't sure. All he knew was that Baphomet was an absolutely terrifying existence. It was like how Mephisto had secretly pretended to be fate and delivered the loom of fate. As long as the appearance was a little similar and the words were a little more cryptic, the stupid humans would misunderstand all on their own. From this, Baphomet's appearance, it should be a leader of sorts. In hell, it would be similar to a general under Blackheart, but it was much stronger than the 4 demons. The 4 demons were just small fry who had snuck onto Earth. In hell, even working together, they would be smashed to a pulp by this guy. Luke was actually a little disappointed. He basically couldn't obtain the abilities of evil spirits like these from hell. He could only gain a little more knowledge at most. But this sort of mid to low ranking evil spirit wouldn't know more than Mephisto. It would just be a few more details at most. The only thing he could get from this guy was experience and credit points. But Luke had already spent close to 10,000 faith points and thousands of credit points on this trip. Killing or injuring this guy would definitely require a lot of credit points. It really wouldn't be easy this time. Thinking quickly, Luke put the Gatling guns away in his inventory. They weren't very useful for dealing with this boss-level evil spirit. Just nice, Luke preferred close combat. When his hands came back out of his cape, they were holding a pair of revolvers, and he fired at the approaching horned demon. The armor-piercing, explosive and incendiary bullets shot out one after another. This time, they finally had an effect. The armor-piercing bullets continued to be deflected, but the explosive bullets stopped the horned demon slightly, while the incendiary bullets successfully set the horned demon's knee on fire. The horned demon looked down at the noise, then chuckled. "You're attacking me with fire." As it spoke, its body suddenly flared with flames. "Look, this is the most resplendent hellfire." The horned demon seemed a little impatient. "Your soul is being cursed by countless evil spirits. Let me see if it's a divine purity or a great evil." As it spoke, it cut its wrist with its sharp nails, and then quickly drew a rune in the air in front of it. Luke silently put his revolvers back into his holsters and took out an electromagnetic pulse sniper rifle from behind his cape. He aimed it at the goat's head and pulled the trigger. Bam, bam, with a loud bang, the bullet hit the goat's head, and it exploded to reveal white bone. The goat's head was also thrown back. Bam, bam, a second bullet hit it in the chin, scattering white bone fragments. The horned demon's tall body was pushed back by the enormous force. Bam, bam. Luke had already leapt into the air after firing the third bullet. He looked down from high above and shot the goat's head in the jaw. Bam, bam, with the fourth shot, the horned demon fell. Bam, bam, enough. The horned demon finally stopped casting its spell and covered its jaw with one hand. I'm a god. It had been hit 3 times in a row by the pulse bullets, and a hole had already appeared in its jaw. The bone around the hole cracked, and its jaw looked like it was about to break. Unmoved, Luke pulled the trigger again. Bam, bam, golden light suddenly appeared on the bullet, and it curved in a small arc to bypass the horned demon's palm and hit it in the jaw again. Pa! There was the crisp sound of bone breaking. The horned demon screamed. It felt as if a burning iron needle had pierced its chin, and the lower half of its jaw was a little numb. Its tongue started to turn numb and its cries turned muffled. But the demon wasn't Alessa, and it reacted much faster. In just an instant, it completely changed the rules around it. The next bullet struggled to hit its jaw for a moment, before it finally dropped. Luke's expression didn't change. He suddenly put the sniper rifle away and took out a 20mm machine gun from under his cape. Since this guy was foolishly standing there to be beaten up, he naturally didn't have to be polite. As for how he was able to take out a 20mm machine gun from under his cape, that was something for the other party to think about. Thump 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 thump. The muffled sound of a machine gun rang out, the bullet still aimed at the hole in the horned demon's jaw. Chapter 1623, You. Luke leapt high into the air with his cape fluttering around him and the machine gun in his hand. He looked down from above and fired. The horned demon, on the other hand, was lying on the ground as it raised its hands to block the bullets. It had made a majestic appearance like a god a moment ago, but was now like a little brother being pressed to the ground and beaten up. As Luke had guessed, it took a lot of effort to change the laws of physics in this half-real world. Most bullets couldn't break through the horned demon's defenses. Thus, when Luke's Gatling guns and revolvers hadn't had any effect, the horned demon took these mosquito-like attacks calmly and started to cast its spell. Even when Luke took out an electromagnetic pulse sniper rifle, which looked similar to a Gatling gun, it didn't bother to take note. And so, it was hit. When Luke went up against a strong enemy, he would test the waters first. As long as he found a weakness, he would deal a tremendous amount of damage. He had gone all in even when throwing credit points at Mephisto. The guy in front of him actually dared to cast a spell right in front of his face. It would be a shame if Luke didn't take advantage of the opportunity. The horned demon reacted 2 seconds later. Its huge body suddenly sank into the ground, and only a roar echoed throughout the town. "Sinner, you'll be tortured by the evil spirits. The people you killed will return from hell. They'll bring your soul to me, and you'll beg me for mercy." With that, it started chanting. Luke listened carefully and realized that it was just an ordinary spell to summon an evil spirit. Someone without mental resistance would indeed be helpless against an attack like this, like most people in the Bat Squad would be. However, this attack was next to nothing for Luke. Nevertheless, he didn't get careless, and covered his entire body with telekinesis. This spell could summon evil spirits. He didn't know yet if it would be a physical or magical attack. He wasn't interested in being hit with an attack for nothing. Of course, Luke wasn't scared of magic at all. In any case, it was just a clone. If the other party could kill his clone, then he could summon another one. 20 seconds later, Luke realized that something wasn't right. Given the horned demon's strength, this summoning spell could definitely be done in one go, but it actually started to recite it a second time. Most people wouldn't know what it was saying, but Luke did. Thinking quickly, he threw out a bunch of bombs from his inventory. There was a timer on these things. If he didn't give a cancel order in 10 minutes, they would explode automatically. At that time, no matter what spell the other party used, it would be hit in the face first. The horned demon didn't make Luke wait too long. 2 minutes later, Luke had a strange sensation, as if something was coming out of his body. It didn't belong to him, but came from some unknown plane that was nevertheless firmly attached to his consciousness. "Sinner, look behind you. That is payback for your sins. Repent." At some point, the horned demon had appeared behind Luke. However, it appeared at least 500 meters away from Luke this time, clearly to avoid being ambushed again. The difference was that the horned demon had now grown to a height of 18 meters. It was just that this gigantic body clearly wasn't real, and looked more like a 3D projection. While there was still anger on Goathead's face at that moment, there was more of a sneer, as if it was enjoying a show. It didn't tell Luke that once the evil thoughts gathered together, they would turn into evil spirits that would attack Luke. Only then would Goathead control the evil spirits and turn Luke into one of them. At that time, it would probably obtain some premium evil spirits. The only exception was Luke's soul. Although it was humiliating for an awe-inspiring demon to have its head almost blown up by a human, this also proved that the other party wasn't an ordinary person. This person's soul might pique even Lord Baphomet's interest. If that was the case, enduring the humiliation and hiding underground to quietly complete the summoning spell wouldn't have been in vain. It was also because this town's space was extremely special. It had taken the horned demon a lot of effort to create this place, which could significantly increase the effects of the spell. Full of anticipation, it stared at the black strands that kept appearing on Luke. These black strands weren't solid, but they weren't wispy either. Each strand was black and shiny. At a glance, they looked a little like something out of a shampoo commercial. The horned demon was pleasantly surprised. He actually killed so many evil people. Usually, the more people the other party killed, the better the final effect. After all, people who had killed so much usually had countless evil thoughts gathered around them. These people were either the worst of the worst or the best of the best. However, the horned demon didn't think the latter option was likely. That sort of existence would have long become a saint of God. How could it still exist in the mortal world? A moment later, the horned demon's expression changed from surprise to shock and then to terror. The black strands that flowed out of Luke's body turned from dozens to hundreds, and then thousands to tens of thousands. By then, the horned demon could no longer care how many there were. The black strands rose up at the same time and tangled together as they continued to climb upward. As they gathered together, the black strands quickly turned from a rope cable lamp post pillar, and still didn't stop growing. Countless malicious cries rang out from the black strands. Some shouted for Luke, some cursed Big Dipper, and some cursed V. When it was almost 100 meters tall, the black pillar started to twist and almost instantly took human form. After an indistinct head took form, the black giant suddenly opened eyes which lit up with two burning dark red fires as it stared at Luke. Luke stared at the black giant for a moment. "It was you." The black giant roared. "You killed me." When it spoke, all sorts of voices of different accents and genders repeated, "It was you. You killed me." Young and old, low and high, mosquito-like buzzing and ear-splitting, it all rang out in a few short seconds. Luke blinked and nodded. "That's right. What are you going to do about it?" The black giant seemed stunned. It hadn't expected such an answer. Even the deafening clamor paused. Then, there was a loud bang, and countless curses rang out. They were so mixed together that conversely, nothing could be heard but a drone. The black giant, "I'm gonna kill you." As it spoke, it raised one foot and was about to stomp down. Chapter 16:24, Who's the Demon? Swallowing balls. Looking at the black foot that was raised, Luke narrowed his eyes. He remained composed while all his attention was basically focused on the system. When the black strands first appeared, a special notification had popped up in the system: a karmic attack targeting the host has been detected. To directly counterattack, please input credit limit, or obtain temporary system control. Please choose yes, no. As he sized up the black strands that emerged from his body and transformed into a giant, he pestered the system. It would be no problem to fight using credit points, that had already been proven with Mephisto. However, Luke was very interested in this new temporary system control. In the end, the system didn't react to the question of whether or not this control could be made permanent, which meant that there was no chance. The system also didn't respond about the duration of the temporary control. Clearly, it wasn't a fixed duration. Finally, when it came to how many credit points the temporary control was worth, the system replied, 100,000. Luke immediately roared at the system in his heart, "Daddy system, tell me, are you jealous of my credit points?" That was right, the system was trying to cheat him out of his credit points again. Temporary control required the same amount of credit as the level 1 clone, and Luke would definitely have to continually burn credit points in order to maintain it. Looking at the black giant's body that was almost 100 meters tall, he had a feeling that his credit points would definitely flow like tears in his heart later. Naturally, Luke was happy to accept the system cheating him out of his credit points. First of all, he had confidence, given that he had more than 3 million credit points. Secondly, Daddy's system wasn't shady, the product was always worth the expenditure. For the price of 60,000 credit points, Mephisto had been sent back to hell for 10 years, this price was more than worth it. In the end, Luke had nowhere in the system to spend his credit points even if he wanted to. It was so quiet that it was invisible. Offer its host a supermarket array of functions. Dream on. Whether its host wanted to be a miser or a spendthrift, the system didn't care. Luke immediately made a decision. Out of habit, however, he still observed how the black strands grew bigger and finally took a human form. When the black giant raised its foot to kill Luke, Luke tapped, yes, on the system interface, and golden light burrowed into the black strands. Almost at the same time, the black giant stopped moving. Credit points turned into golden light and swiftly moved through the black giant's body, tearing into its bones, nerves and brain to completely control it. However, this was completely hidden under the countless black strands. From the outside, the black giant didn't look any different. Only the dark red fires in its eye sockets instantly disappeared and were replaced with glowing eyes. At the same time, the slightly dazed goat-headed demon came back to its senses. It never thought that there would actually be someone in this world that would be so hated by so many people. For evil thoughts to be able to reconstruct a body, it had to have a clear target naturally, that target was Luke. Not only were there so many evil thoughts aimed at Luke, they were all of high quality. These black, shiny strands proved that these extremely evil thoughts came from people who earnestly and fervently wanted Luke dead. These were the ones which appeared the quickest and numbered the fewest, which was still almost 10,000. The black strands which appeared after that belonged to those who wanted to bless Luke every now and then. Goathead estimated that there were 20 times more of this type of evil thought. The last to appear were dark gray strands, which were basically low-level evil thoughts that could only just barely respond to the summoning. These belonged to those who would curse Luke out whenever they thought of him, before tossing the matter to the back of their minds. With these low-level thoughts, there were too many of them to count. Goathead felt that there probably weren't even that many humans who wholeheartedly hated Lord Baphomet like this over the last few decades. Had it run into someone like it? The thought flashed through its mind, but it immediately dismissed it. When demons from different camps fought for business, most of them would come to an agreement first. It was the servant of Lord Baphomet. The servants of Mephisto, Searcher and Dormammu would naturally trash talk when they saw it. If they couldn't intimidate the other party in terms of identity and status, they would compete in strength and have a brawl. Goathead couldn't sense any trace of a demonic aura from the smiling man in front of it, unless Goathead suddenly thought of a possibility, and its face darkened. It immediately gave Luke a strange look. It felt that this guess was too outrageous, yet the thought nagged at it. At that moment, the black giant was about to stomp on Luke, when it suddenly paused. It paused, but its body was already leaning forward. This special transformation gave the black giant many strange attributes. It didn't seem to move, but it instantly appeared several hundred meters away and its head turned into a shadow that instantly pressed down on Goathead from above. Goathead had just sensed the danger, when it saw nothing but darkness. A blank face that only had eyes and a mouth pressed down on it. Boom! Goathead, who was 20 meters tall, was smashed into the ground by the giant's big face. The next moment, the giant reached down with both hands and grabbed Goathead, who had been about to slip away underground again. The strange thing was that when it reached through the ground to grab the horned demon, it didn't break the surface. Goathead, who had been caught, was terrified. Wait, I'm Guanas, a servant of Lord Baphomet. If I have offended your lordship, please forgive me. I'm willing to pay a price in return. It wasn't because it was cowardly, but that the evil spirits that it had summoned this time were too terrifying and had escaped the control of the spell. In other words, the smiling man had seized control of the situation. Because of Goathead's spell, the black giant was also able to change the rules in this world. It easily grabbed Goathead from underground and prevented it from escaping back to the demon dimension. Escape, dream on. So, Goathead decisively surrendered. It felt that it had probably guessed correctly. The smiling man in front of it was actually an incarnation of a high-level demon, or even a demon lord. Although it wasn't common for high-level demons to come to Earth to play under a different name, there had been a handful in the last few millennia. Just as Goathead finished speaking, the black giant grabbed it on both ends and pulled. Rip! Goathead was torn in two. Without any hesitation, the black giant tore the demon up again. Rip! Goathead turned into 4 parts. The giant then rolled the 4 parts into balls before stuffing them into its mouth. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, and Goathead never had a chance to escape. It didn't even have time to scream before the giant swallowed it. Chapter 1625. Explosion and wrapping things up. After swallowing Goathead, the giant's body suddenly collapsed and turned into an enormous, black, squirming sphere. A goat's face pressed against the surface of the sphere from the inside as it frantically tried to charge out and escape. But it was all for naught. The goat's face started to appear less frequently, and finally stopped moving less than a minute later. System: kill the evil spirit of hell, Guanas. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 100,000. Total credit: 100,000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 100,000. Credit plus 100,000. Luke's attention wasn't on that. Instead, he manipulated the black sphere. It turned into a streak of black light and flew through the air at an unimaginable speed toward a small building. This place was a short distance away from the town. The ordinary people here were completely separate from the town not far away. The black sphere passed through a bedroom wall on the 2nd floor without making a sound. It swallowed the little girl who was lying on the bed. There was no time for Sharon to react. By the time she screamed inside the black sphere, the sound could no longer escape. She had even worse resistance than Goathead. She was completely worn down by the evil thoughts in the black sphere in less than 10 seconds. System: destroy Alessa's 3rd doppelganger. Mission accomplished. Luke sighed. Sure enough, Alessa had more than 3 doppelgangers. The black sphere directly turned incorporeal and sank into the floor. After finishing a search of this small town in less than a minute, it floated up again. After a brief silence, Luke no longer hung around. The black sphere wrapped him up and instantly broke out of this world to appear in the real world. Time in the strange town was clearly different from the outside world. The battle inside had lasted for only 20 minutes after Luke entered the 2nd time, but 3 hours had passed outside and it was already dark. Looking at the credit points in the system that had suddenly started to drop rapidly, he was stunned. System, don't tell me that this, temporary, control also means a temporary price appreciation. The system didn't respond. Luke wasn't in a hurry to release the black sphere, but had it fly and sink into the ground again. 10 seconds later, he released the temporary control. The black strands that formed the black sphere quickly disintegrated and turned to dust. In less than 10 seconds, the enormous black sphere disappeared with the wind. After Luke brought the black sphere into the real world, he lost more than 10,000 credit points. In other words, maintaining this bundle of evil thoughts in the real world cost 50,000 to 60,000 credit points a minute. However, this bundle of evil thoughts was very practical and powerful. If used properly, it could end a battle in less than 10 seconds. It could actually be used as a trump card. But without obtaining the power of evil spirits or demons, Luke couldn't use Goathead's demonic magic, so he naturally couldn't summon so many evil thoughts to complete the spell. Now, he could only file this away as one of many possible research plans, until he found an opportunity one day. At that moment, his main body had already arrived in town and met up with Claire, but he didn't leave for the time being. He waited until the end of the second battle in the strange town, with the level 2 clone coming out unscathed, before he summoned Claire and Stacy and had them return with him. His clone hovered silently above Silent Hill in the real world, and it scanned the place with a drone to ensure that there was no one here. After waiting for dozens of minutes, there was a slight tremor in the town's church. The tremors got bigger and bigger until finally, with a loud bang, the entire church was lifted into the sky and turned into countless pieces. A huge shock wave spread out from the church and instantly destroyed half the town. System. Heard Alessa's main form, half-demon fragment. Mission accomplished. Looking at the church that had already been turned to dust and half the town that had collapsed, Luke took a deep breath and dropped closer to the ground. The unknown mental energy field had disappeared. He didn't leave immediately, but flew through the town one more time to ensure that the unknown energy field hadn't left any traps behind. As Luke searched the town, he pondered. Sure enough, it wasn't Alessa's doppelgangers that were important, she was the heart of that strange world. The monsters that Luke had killed with faith value and credit points, as well as Alessa's doppelgangers, only reduced her strength, and couldn't injure her seriously. The appearance of Goathead, however, pretty much confirmed how she had come about. Perhaps Goathead had used her because she was gifted. Or, she could have been a medium by which evil spirits entered the human world, or she could have been Goathead's partner. Either way, Luke didn't have to show her any mercy. Also, as a half-demon fragment, she was much more troublesome than Goathead. It would have been hard to find her and kill her. It was impossible for Luke to blow up this town in real life. The explosion just now had been caused by the timed bombs he had released in the strange town earlier. It was clear that Alessa couldn't suppress the explosion. Her real body was heavily injured, and part of the aftershock from the strange town leaked into the real world. It would be impossible for this town to eat more people anytime soon. Without the mental energy field, it would be very hard for Alessa to pull living people into her world like before. It was like how Freddy had to wait for someone to fall asleep before he could influence the victims in their dreams. It wasn't good to breathe in the air here for too long, much less sleep in this place. Few idiots would choose to camp here. Hence, nobody would come knocking on Alessa's door. The problem with this town had basically been resolved. Luke could check it out again every 8 to 10 years. His level 2 clone remained invisible in the night sky as it floated toward the town where everyone was staying. Sybil was the deputy sheriff here, and Luke needed to tie up this loose end. Of course, that didn't mean he was going to kill Sybil. At most, he would just have her switch jobs. Things went according to plan. Sybil wasn't especially keen on being a police officer, and wasn't opposed at all to leaving this tiny place and finding work elsewhere. That was what many people were like in modern society. Few people were reluctant to leave their hometown for better job prospects. Sybil would be Stacy's PA in the future, and would also be in charge of some security matters. For example, when Stacy and Claire were together, she had to stand guard. The work usually wasn't busy and the pay wasn't bad, so Sybil was pretty happy. Luke didn't have to plant a suggestion. Most people would be happy to be paid more for doing less work. After confirming that Sybil would resign in the next few days and then head for New York, Luke's clone quietly returned. These unexpected gains weren't small. Luke needed some time to sort them out. Goathead with its chicken wings gave Luke the most pitiful gain, only the 100,000 experience and credit points it was worth was impressive. Goathead had probably used Alessa to kill a lot of people in this strange town, or it wouldn't be worth so many points. Chapter 1626, 1+1 Combo, and Family Matters. Goathead's abilities only contained some knowledge of hell and demons. But this was basically covered by Mephisto, and it was pretty much worthless. Except for the fact that it had pulled evil thoughts together and let Luke know that there were so many people who hated him, its death was really worthless. As for that mysterious Baphomet who was its boss, he hadn't left any sort of special imprint on Goathead at all. Baphomet would have no idea that Goathead was dead. By the time Baphomet remembered Goathead and realized it was dead, it would be too late. In any case, this mysterious demon didn't lack subordinates. Luke had gained a lot from Alessa. He had earned 120,000 credit points for destroying 3 of her doppelgangers and severely injuring her main form. Overall, he had earned a lot of credit on this operation. At that moment, the host's experience was 6,605,007 millionths. Credit, 2,792,000. Luke was still rich. Secondly, each of the 3 doppelgangers had their own list of abilities. Most of the abilities inside were evil power, unavailable, for example, the mental energy field, which Luke was most interested in. This ability came from Alessa's main form, which had been able to pull people into the strange town. Luke had returned for the second time mostly for this ability. He wasn't too disappointed that he couldn't learn it. After learning that Alessa was an evil spirit, and when the demon with chicken wings appeared, Luke knew that it was hopeless. Of course, Luke hadn't defeated them out of rage, he simply didn't want innocent people to go missing again. He didn't get the biggest reward, but he did get some small ones. The mummified Alessa had pretty much the same abilities as her main form, so it was impossible for Luke to learn them. Sharon, however, had elementary mental hypnosis. And the little girl with disheveled hair had elementary mental illusion. The prerequisite for both abilities was 40 mental strength, and they could be partially learned. However, mental hypnosis required 10,000 credit points, while mental illusion required 50,000. Luke quickly paid to learn them, and then pondered how to use these 2 abilities. Mental hypnosis could subconsciously change a person's mind and make them do as instructed. Mental illusion, on the other hand, was similar to the dream ability Luke had imagined, and could create a mental illusion. It was a little like an upgrade of mental hypnosis, but not entirely. It was like the relationship between electricity and a taser. Electricity could be used to knock down or even kill a person. Tasers were a specialized way to use electricity, and could be used on humans. However, without electricity, the tasers would be useless, and it was hard to control and use electricity directly. In a similar way, mental illusion was a high-level hypnosis ability that could speed up hypnosis on a target. Creating a mental illusion required a certain level of mental hypnosis. With these 2 abilities, the first thing Luke did was to use them in his clone's daily grind for points in Japan to clean up several batches of illegal drugs without anyone noticing. Apart from testing his new abilities, he was also observing their effects. Only after he accumulated enough experimental data from the bad guys would he dare use it on other people. For example, Sybil, Jessica Jones, Stacy, and Alice and her daughter. This way, there wouldn't be any problems or hidden side effects from using these abilities. During this busy period of time, Selena's birthday arrived on the 22nd of April. They took leave and went back to Texas together, and Luke also checked up on his family. He had seen too much of Claire recently, so there was nothing to worry about with her. Drax, Robert and Catherine were adults, and were kept busy with a new baby. Luke wanted to see Joseph, his little brother, and the newest member of the family, his little sister, Cindy. Last Christmas, little Cindy, who had only been over 2 months old then, still looked like a wrinkled newborn and hadn't been cute enough yet. Now, she was already over 6 months old, and was a beautiful baby. She was healthy and smart. The family was very happy after she was born. Now that they had money, Robert and Catherine found new joy in looking after their child. There were too many things they could do. The couple posted funny photos and videos of little Cindy in the Coulson family chat. Luke quietly saved them. A lot of this would become blackmail fodder in the future. If little Cindy didn't listen to her brother, HMPH. His grandpa Drax had even bought a house in town. When he was free, he would stay in town for a couple of days and play with his granddaughter. As long as he didn't have to stay under his son-in-law's roof, the stubborn old man was very comfortable. On top of that, Jenny had found a good management team for the ranch. The ranch would continue to operate even without Drax and Mario, the two bosses, stepping in. Mario still had 3 children in primary school, while Drax, who had too much time on his hands, naturally went to look for his granddaughter. The only person who was depressed was probably Joseph. When Catherine fell pregnant, he felt that his plan to divert attention had worked. Most of Robert and Catherine's attention was focused on his little sister, and Joseph felt free for the first time in a long while. Ever since Luke and Claire left home for work and study, he had felt a lot of pressure being the only one left at home with his parents. But after 2 relaxed months, he started to feel uneasy. Robert and Catherine stopped calling for him or paying attention to him, and Joseph started feeling more lonely than free. After Cindy was born, Joseph felt even more lonely. The problem wasn't Robert and Catherine. Even with little Cindy around, they still loved Joseph more than when Luke and Claire had still been at home. It was just that Joseph clearly wasn't used to the sudden appearance of another child at home who got more attention. He was the one who had suggested that his parents have a little sister. He liked little Cindy too. He didn't know who to blame for the current situation. Luke had noticed this during Christmas. Now that he was back, he had to give his overly mature and smart brother some guidance. Selena didn't return to New York after her birthday. Instead, she went to Mexico with her family. It had been months since Luke's Mexican harvest, and most parts of Mexico were peaceful. Selena's hometown was pastoral, and there was no territory nearby worth fighting over. So, her family went home. Luke was still on vacation in Shackelford, and had started training Joseph. The little guy was too quiet and didn't move much, and was more of a nerd. He was too smart and his mood too sensitive. He didn't exercise, but his brain certainly did. Sensing Joseph's mental state, Luke simply started training him. Even if he couldn't single-handedly take on 100 people, as a member of the Coulson family, he couldn't not be able to beat up a few hoodlums at least. However, Joseph was only in primary school, and wasn't old enough to beat up hoodlums yet. Okay, he could start with beating up some bullies. Chapter 1627. Genius Little Brothers Training. What? Joseph's last name was Grayson. Luke didn't care. Claire's surname was Vincent, but she was still a valiant fighter. Even Catherine could beat up 2 or 3 hoodlums on her own now. It wouldn't make sense for her son not to be able to do the same. There were advantages to being smart. Joseph, who had an IQ of 140, was really quick to learn how to fight. He had no interest in exercise, but he didn't hate learning to fight. It only took one explanation for him to understand various combat techniques. However, his movements were still short and weak. That was mainly because he was still too small. Joseph was 8 years old now. Differences in physique would gradually increase from this point on. It was quite common for an 11-year-old to look like a 15-year-old. This also meant that in primary school, the older kids would increasingly use their physical advantage to intimidate others. Also, the most popular guys in school were the sports kids, followed by those with celebrity-level looks. A smart nerd was only a little better than a stupid fatty. A stupid fatty got picked on the most, followed by a nerd. Joseph, who had inherited Catherine's delicate features, had pretty good looks, but he was still far from relying on his face to make a living. Without unbelievable looks to protect him, he couldn't be a complete nerd, and had to be able to fight at the very least. That was because to school kids, there was no such thing as nerds who could fight. Those who could fight weren't nerds, but sports kids at most. There were sports kids who were good in their studies. Changing it around gave it a completely different meaning. For example, a rich person with a slovenly manner might still be admired. However, a slovenly person who suddenly became rich was definitely a nouveau riche. For students, being able to fight wasn't a bad thing. Joseph didn't have to bully anyone. Luke just needed to make sure that nobody dared provoke Joseph. Luke probed his brother's intentions, and was even prepared to find a brat whom Joseph didn't get along with and have Joseph deal with him in front of everybody. The beauty of using Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in a fight between kids was that the other party wouldn't suffer any physical wounds, and the parents wouldn't have any excuse to cause trouble. Although Luke didn't care about the brat's parents looking to make trouble, he didn't want Catherine to find out that he was the one who had egged his brother on. Joseph had been a good student since he was young. As for the small matter of pulling aggro with a target, that was absolutely no problem for a highly intelligent and precocious Joseph. Joseph didn't dare try anything with Luke since Luke was a lot more experienced than he was in any case. Luke had been a super brat in his previous life. Furthermore, when Joseph played with Claire, his head would be pressed down and she would give him a noogie. She would even force him to put on a dress and take photos of him as blackmail material. A scholar really couldn't compete with a female barbarian in the early stages. It could only be said that nobody in this family was stupid. Since Joseph's tricks didn't work at home, he gradually stopped playing them and simply taunted them with his grades. For example, he often asked Claire how she had done in first grade and second grade, and her expression would say that he was in need of a thrashing. Of course, this had no effect on Luke. If Luke cared about primary school results, that would be a waste of his identity as a transmigrator. Even so, Luke felt that he had to keep an eye on his brother in the future. It might not be a good thing to be too smart. Many people would be motivated by stories of what some geniuses were like when they were young, and go on to do a lot of big things. But nobody would tell them that a lot of geniuses didn't have it good. Some had high IQs but low EQs, and lived most of their lives in dire straits, like Nikola Tesla. Some had mental issues associated with their genius, like John Nash, the mathematician who studied game theory. He had severe schizophrenia in his 30s. Not to mention, this was the Marvel Universe. Not only could geniuses here catch the attention of regular capital groups, they could also be targeted by organizations like Hydra and the High Table. Luke wasn't worried about Joseph having low EQ. This little guy's EQ had been regulated by his sincere brother and violent second sister since he was young. As for capital groups, there was no need to mention them. His own family had basically joined the ranks of top corporations. The only thing he couldn't let this smart kid do was develop some sort of mental disorder. After Robert's military retirement, it had taken more than 10 years of regular therapy and a peaceful life for his mental state to gradually settle. It hadn't been an easy process. Joseph couldn't be allowed to follow in his father's footsteps. Even with Luke's current abilities, it was impossible for him to permanently treat mental illnesses. Prevention was better than cure. On the second day of training, Joseph was gasping for breath as he punched a sandbag and chatted with Luke at the same time. Luke, who had always been strict when it came to training, didn't stop his brother. Instead, he chatted seriously with him. A genius was capable of multitasking. By genius, here, he was referring to Joseph. Luke had to rely on the system cheat in order to handle triple mode operation. He couldn't compare with his brother, this little monster who was gifted at multitasking. Can I not go to school? Those guys are so stupid. Joseph's expression was very focused as he punched the sandbag. But he then said something completely unrelated. That includes Trish and Demi. They look cute, but why are they so stupid? They ask me simple math questions every day. Luke, who was enjoying his green tea, was silent. Bro, isn't this a dangerous thought? If girls were cute, smart and capable, all at once, and didn't come to bother you, then, what would that have to do with you? If you had the strengths, you had to accept shortcomings. Perfection didn't exist. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, because you don't remember the other boys and the ugly girls. Joseph had just been about to throw another punch, but when he heard Luke's reply, he subconsciously pulled back and almost fell. He stared blankly for a moment before he nodded, deep in thought. That's right, actually, the others also ask me the same type of questions. Wait, why do I remember the girls then? Luke chuckled. That means that you're a man too. When you look at a girl, you look at her face first. Joseph was still at a loss. What does that have to do with my problem? Luke sipped his tea and looked up some things on his phone. Since girls are stupid, then you can only choose whether they're pretty or not. As for smart girls, here are some. As he spoke, he showed Joseph the photos of certain female scientists on his phone. Joseph frowned. How is she a girl? She's clearly a middle-aged woman. Luke shrugged. Weren't they girls when they were little? Joseph thought for a moment and realized that this logic was flawless. He fell silent. Luke chuckled and sat him down. Think about it. Catherine is smarter than Robert, right? Joseph subconsciously nodded. Luke spread his hands. So, Robert has to listen to Catherine at home. If you had a smart girlfriend, would you be willing to listen to her? Joseph subconsciously shook his head. Wouldn't that be like having a mother? Chapter 16:28. Private job and hallucination. Luke patted his head. So, it's fine for girls to be a little stupid, the main thing should be that they have good characters. Joseph immediately noticed a problem. Didn't you say it's about looks? Luke chuckled. Of course you don't want ugly ones. Of course we're only talking about beautiful girls. Joseph was lost for words. After a brief silence, he changed the subject. Luke, why are you insisting that I train in fighting? Girls don't like that, do they? Luke raised an eyebrow and gave him his phone. Take a short video for me when I punch the sandbag later. A 10-second clip is enough. Joseph didn't know what was going on, but he did as he was told. Joseph took a video of Luke punching the sandbag. Luke played the video back and felt it was alright. It wasn't a photo, after all, and he had controlled his expression. After sending the short video to Joseph's phone, he said, "Show it to the girls at school tomorrow, preferably the older ones. Ask them if it's super cool." Joseph. I've never seen such a shameless person. No matter how he cursed, however, he did as Luke said the next day. The result was exactly as Luke had expected. The eyes of the older girls glowed when they watched the video of Luke, and some of them even flushed with excitement. Puzzled, Joseph asked, "Is he really very handsome?" The girls looked at him in surprise. Of course, look at his strength and his physique. He's the perfect man. Joseph could only silently put his phone away and leave. The girls wanted him to send them the video, but he didn't hesitate to refuse. They were just a bunch of superficial women. There was no way Luke would fall for them. They had to be at least like Selena. That was the perfect girlfriend. She could make his barbaric older sister obedient, had beautiful looks and a great figure, and listened to Luke. Just like that, a certain little brother was unknowingly led down the right path by his big brother, and he began to properly understand the issue of a girlfriend. It was fun messing with his little brother and playing with little Cindy. 5 days later, Luke returned to New York on his own. His time with his brother and sister came to an end. Walter had called and said that there was something he needed Luke to do. This was a private job. Selena, who was on vacation, didn't have to come back. Luke hadn't taken on any private jobs in the police department for a long time, since he was no longer that minor detective from 2 years ago. Now, he no longer needed to take on private jobs to earn money for research, nor did he need to worry about connections. Most of the cases he worked on also had nothing to do with superhumans. The last thing he did that could be considered a private job was when Commissioner Nelson invited him to the Soderbergh's private gathering, and Luke looked into the matter of the commissioner being set up. Of course, it wasn't for Walter's sake that Luke was accepting this private commission this time. Walter wasn't Dustin and wasn't that capable. But this case sounded interesting, and Luke felt that he could take a look. Back in New York, he called a number. "Lindsay, this is Luke. Can I take a look at your cousin right now?" After saying a few words, he drove out and soon reached an apartment building at the intersection of West 88th Street and Central Park Avenue. This apartment building was different from the ones in Clinton. It was a high-end apartment near Central Park, and the monthly rent here was far more expensive than a monthly mortgage in New Jersey. So, when Luke entered the apartment, he sat down in the public lounge that was to one side of the main entrance. Even if he flashed his badge, the security guards here wouldn't let him in. A moment later, a woman got out of a Maybach and waved at the driver to wait for her, before she quickly entered the apartment building. After entering the apartment, she immediately looked at the public lounge. When she saw Luke, she stepped forward and stretched out her hand. "Luke, it's great to see you." Luke also stretched out his hand, only to be given a half hug. He was a little surprised. He patted her with his left hand in return. "Lindsay, you should be very busy. Let's head straight up." It was none other than Lindsay Soderbergh, the niece of the mayor of New York. They were acquainted, but Lindsay had always been more reserved. They usually only shook hands when they met. However, Luke wasn't here today because of the mayor, but because he was interested in the case itself, so there was no need to be polite. Stumped for a moment, Lindsay then smiled. "Thank you, Luke." This matter didn't have much to do with her, but it had a lot to do with the mayor of New York City and her family. She was indeed in a hurry. Hearing Luke's words, she thought that he was being considerate. Luke didn't care about that. Since this was a private job, it was only natural that the other party would be grateful. They took the elevator to the 25th floor and reached an apartment. Lindsay took out a key card and opened the door, and they went in. What Luke saw was a spacious living room with modern furniture, but the place was in a mess, and far from what one expected of a high-end apartment. There was nothing for Lindsay to be embarrassed about. It was her cousin, Cook, who lived here. After what happened, nothing here was touched, to avoid affecting the investigation. Luke hummed and stopped her. Wait a moment. He scanned the living room with his yellow lenses, and activated sharp nose and mental strength. 10 seconds later, he shook his head calmly. It seemed that this was a wasted trip. But he didn't say that out loud. He simply gestured at Lindsay. Let's go and take a look. This was her cousin's place. Naturally, she couldn't let Luke look around on his own. Lindsay didn't think it was odd. There were a lot of people who had weird quirks when it came to cracking cases, like making the sign of a cross on their chest before getting to work. It wasn't that strange for Luke to linger at the doorway, as if lost in thought, before he started work. Passing through the living room, they saw all sorts of things on the couch not far away. Apart from books, magazines, the remote control and wine bottles, there were all sorts of battery-powered toys, as well as expensive lingerie for at least 3 women. Clearly, Mr. Cook had been having fun here. Lindsay had been here before. She simply looked away in disgust and didn't say anything. Luke, on the other hand, noticed the smell of illegal drugs on the coffee table. Although the table had been cleaned up and the smell was faint, it couldn't escape Luke's sharp nose. All right, it seemed that the case was basically solved. He sighed again in his heart. It made sense for a young master to fool around with a bunch of beautiful women and hallucinate when he was high. Even if Mr. Cook said that he had seen a ghost, many people who were high would say the same thing. In any case, it was a hallucination. It was normal for them to exaggerate. Chapter 1629. The life of a rich young master. Luke and Lindsay walked through the living room and entered the bedroom. It was said that Mr. Cook had seen the ghost here. Everything in the living room was nothing compared with this room. Given Luke's years of working cases and sharp nose, he could immediately tell what had happened. Sure enough, the guy had been having a lot of fun. Luke sneered inwardly. Checking the room, he frowned. There were a lot of people here. Lindsay smiled wryly. Yes, the bodyguards were here first, then a few professional private investigators. Then, my uncle remembered you. Luke didn't bat an eyelid. He didn't think it was glorious to help clean up after the son of a magnate. This guy wasn't Tony. Tony very earnestly studied new technology at home every day and shared it every now and then. Because of that, Tony was someone who had to be protected. As for this Cook, whether he was injured or in a coma, or even died, so be it. When he framed Nelson last time, Cook casually dumped a woman he had been fooling around with into the mess, which proved that he wasn't a good person. Jenny had almost been dragged into it, so it was understandable that someone like Cook would have bad luck. Thinking that, Luke was about to leave the bedroom. He suddenly stopped and looked at the 3 drones on a shelf next to the wall, before he walked over. Staring at the 3 high-end drones for a moment, he asked, "Does Cook like to play with these?" Lindsay didn't even need to think before she shook her head. He likes to spend money on things that are expensive and trendy enough for him to show off to his friends. Luke nodded. These 3 drones were exquisitely made. There still weren't many drones worth thousands of dollars on the market. These 3 could be considered artworks. Of course, a young master like Cook had most likely been hoodwinked by some swindler. As long as it looked ostentatious, rich people rarely cared about the quality of the parts inside. It wasn't unusual for fat sheep like these to be ripped off. There were a lot of these sorts of fancy shells on the shelf, which were clearly Cook's thing. But these drones were the real deal. The parts inside couldn't be said to be super expensive, but they were absolutely professionally made. Many of them were handmade, and some of them shouldn't be used for rich toys. Given the maker's skills, it would cost more than $100,000 for Cook to order a drone from him. If the other party wanted to rip him off, $200,000 for each drone wasn't unreasonable. How extravagant could Cook be? Luke wasn't sure. Dropping $200,000 on a luxury car made sense. Cars were much more practical for wastrels. It was a good choice, whether for hooking up with beautiful women or racing. But this was a drone. As long as it wasn't made for a professional like Luke, most of the functions would be just for show. Would Cook really use the infrared night vision, temperature regulator, and 360-degree camera on the drone? If the young master really did use them, 1 drone would have been enough. There was no need to buy 3. But these 3 drones did have Cook's scent on them, so he really had played with them before. Seeing that Luke was observing the drones, Lindsay hesitated for a moment before she explained, "The videos inside probably have nothing to do with this. It's all of Cook's private life, so they've been erased." Luke wasn't surprised. Given the toys and illegal drugs in the living room, it would be strange if Cook's father dared to preserve these videos. Luke didn't say anything else. He simply gestured, and they walked out to the balcony. Standing on the wide balcony and looking at the park across the street, Luke couldn't help but sigh. This place is really nice. The apartment building was very interesting. From the 15th floor up, it narrowed in size like a pyramid. The living space was smaller in size, but gave way to a large balcony which let more light in. The balcony of Cook's apartment was open to the sun, and the park was right opposite. It could only be said that this guy was indeed a wastrel. Luke stood there and surveyed the landscape. Lindsay found it strange. "Luke, is there a problem here?" She subconsciously looked around the balcony. Given the angled balconies, it wouldn't be hard for residents directly above or below to climb up or down, just an ordinary ladder would do. But anyone who could live here had a known identity. No one without a clear identity could live here, even if they had money. Otherwise, they would be a hidden danger to everyone else here. Luke nodded and said, "You've checked the upper and lower floors. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Lindsay said, "Yes, we looked into them and eliminated all suspects." Luke nodded and entered the house. "Let's go to the hospital and see your cousin." They left and headed for a private hospital. Cook was being treated here. Looking at Cook's medical report, Luke had a rough idea why he had been sent to a private hospital. According to the report, Cook had been having sex when he got a fright, and the damage at the point of contact wasn't light. If he had been sent to a public hospital, it might be on the news the next day. With the development of the internet, there was no point in trying to shut down the news once it got online. The only thing that could be done was to block it at the source. With Lindsay leading the way, it wasn't hard to check on Cook. As for the woman who was also injured, she could be discharged, but was under observation for the time being. This was for the sake of the investigation, and the woman was satisfied with the money she got for it. Luke was in Cook's ward for less than 5 minutes. He questioned the injured woman for another 5 minutes before he left the ward. Looking at his thoughtful expression, Lindsay asked, "Any leads?" Luke gestured, and the two of them sat down on a stone bench in the small courtyard of the private hospital. He then asked, "You don't think it was done by a ghost, and you want to find the assailant who put Cook in a coma?" Lindsay hesitated for a moment before she said in a low voice, "The culprit might have taken a lot of photos of Cook's private life." Seeing Luke's doubtful expression, she continued to explain, "Cook usually shoots his mouth off. When he got high, he might have said something he shouldn't." Luke lost interest. Recently, he had used his clown alias to send more than 10 political and business bigshots to hell. Now, what was the point of protecting a person like that? He didn't rely on solving cases to make a living, so it was meaningless for the other party to give him money or owe him a favor. Pretending to think for a moment, Luke then shook his head regretfully. "Sorry, Lindsay, I didn't discover any leads with the case either, I can't help." Chapter 1630, The Secret of the Drones, and Internet 001. Lindsay wasn't disappointed. While this matter was important, it was too naive to say that Luke would absolutely be able to solve the case. Given his track record, this young man absolutely deserved the title of Master Detective. He had a 30% success rate with cracking major cases in NYPD, while it had been close to 40% in LAPD. Generally, detectives would already be considered outstanding if they had a 10% success rate, while a 15 to 20% success rate was enough to earn them the title of Master Detective. It wasn't like the movies, where a person might only be considered a master detective if they solved 90 to 100% of their cases. Say that a criminal killed someone but then died in a car accident without being discovered. How could the case be solved? In any case, the person was already dead, and everything would come to an end, unless he left behind written evidence. For example, going missing, going abroad, or changing names was easier said than done. Even with Tony's technology and his own super abilities, Luke would only be able to close 50 to 60% of the cases despite focusing wholeheartedly on them. The rest would depend on luck. For a master detective without superpowers who dared to claim that they had over a 50% success rate at solving cases, there were 3 possibilities. Firstly, they only took cases that they were confident that they could solve. Secondly, it was a setup. Thirdly, they didn't know how to count. In other words, even the best detective wouldn't be able to do anything about half the cases they worked on. It was also the reason why the mayor of New York had sought out other people first before he finally looked for Luke. Listening to Luke now, Lindsay didn't think that he was being perfunctory. The truth was that while the previous investigators had taken longer than Luke, their conclusions were the same. Maybe that was due to a difference in skill level. Luke was better than they were, so he was quicker to confirm that he couldn't do anything. Cracking a case on a deadline. As if this wasn't a movie or TV show. If they pissed off the police working on the case, it wouldn't be surprising if they got slammed online. This was just an ordinary job for the police. If they couldn't do anything, they would just switch jobs. After getting an answer, Lindsay said a few more polite words before she got up and left in a hurry. She had wasted a lot of time on this rotten matter, yet she couldn't ignore it. Now that she had an answer, she would let her family know, and she was done. As for the rest, what did that have to do with her? She wasn't a doctor who could save her cousin, nor was she a detective who could crack the case. Her father and uncle would do everything else, and she didn't have to worry about any of that. Luke watched as Lindsay left the apartment parking lot. She rolled down the window and waved at him as her car drove past. He waved back with a smile, then crossed his legs and took out his phone. At that moment, in Cook's room, a black sphere split open to reveal 6 thin mechanical arms. It was a mini spider drone which Luke had dropped here earlier. After it unfurled its legs, the spider drone jumped lightly and landed next to the 3 custom-made drones. Its tiny legs worked nimbly for a moment before it tore open an opening in the drone, and it reached in with one mechanical leg. Luke's hands flew over his phone, and he accessed the custom-made drone system a few seconds later. After searching for a moment, Little Snail sent him a website link. Luke smiled and entered the website. It was an online video database that had become popular recently. A separate compressed folder which was invisible to the administrator had been placed in the database. To put it simply, someone was using the website's server to temporarily store a compressed folder that didn't belong to the website. As for why this website had been chosen, it was probably because the server speed was faster than most other websites, and it also had the most video files. Luke took out a lollipop, tore off the wrapper, and put it into his mouth. His interest was piqued. He hadn't been lying when he told Lindsay that he didn't have any leads. He really wasn't interested in the fact that Cook was seriously injured and in a coma. He couldn't even be bothered to tell her that the guy had been set up. Unraveling the puzzle that was the custom-made drones was purely out of personal interest. It was clear that the drone's maker was a veteran in this line of work, and clearly had skills. For Luke to say that meant that the person was at least an elite in the field. If it were Tony, however, he would probably say they were trash. Luke wasn't as arrogant as the tycoon. His evaluation had always been purely about strength. After all, he wasn't a genius. If Luke didn't have the system through which he could obtain Tony's abilities, he would have called this drone maker boss. The Soderberghs had also removed the drone's memory card. They clearly didn't want him to know the inside story. Luke also wasn't about to considerately tell them that this custom-made drone actually had a Wi-Fi function. What information he found now was the fruits of his own labor, and had nothing to do with the Soderberghs. As he sucked on his lollipop and pondered these things, he finished downloading the compressed folder. Luke clicked his tongue and closed the website on his phone. Forget it, I'll read it later. Half an hour later, Luke returned to his house in Clinton. He sent the compressed folder on his phone to Little Snail, and made himself afternoon coffee and snacks. Only then did he ask, "Little Snail, did you notice anything?" Don't project those disgusting images. They spoil my appetite." Little Snail: "Yes, sir. The person who uploaded this compressed folder matches the description of Internet 001 in the database." Luke paused in drinking his coffee. Let me see the features." Little Snail immediately projected a series of images and data from the video website. Internet 001 was a codename which Luke had come up with. It basically meant, the most wanted criminal on the internet. The codename belonged to the Shadow online user who had appeared during the New York subway explosion. Even Luke, Tony and the AI program together hadn't been able to catch him. And this guy was a super fan of Batman. According to the incomplete statistical data which Alfred had put together, this guy had helped launch 27 attacks against negative online public opinion about Batman. A lot of famous critics and celebrities had barely jumped out to criticize Batman, when this guy started spilling the dirt at them. When Luke had sensed that there was something fishy about the drones, he had only been a little curious. He thought that he had run into some engineer who had gone down a crooked path. In the end, he ran into an acquaintance whom he had never seen. He was more interested in this shadow online user than in Mr. Cook, who had been attacked and was in a coma. Thinking this, he browsed through the features listed out by Little Snail. It was indeed the shadow user style. But Luke then frowned. This guy got these videos from Cook. Is he planning to expose them on that website? The shadow user had always cleaned up after himself. Airing dirty laundry online was his usual safe approach. Generally speaking, websites with illicit content would produce a new link at some point in time. Viewers would click on it and would immediately be able to view the hidden scandalous content. It was too obvious why Cook's videos had been stored on this video website's server. Chapter 1631. Employment in exchange. After confirming this fact, Luke focused on the drone. This shadow online user had always been careful to clean up after himself. This time, he actually hadn't retrieved the physical evidence that was the drone. That didn't make sense. Luke himself would erase all traces of anything he used as much as possible. If he left too many things behind, it would be very easy to connect the dots. Of course, it was mostly because Luke had too many aliases and even more enemies. If anyone found out that the aliases were all the same person, a lot of people would go crazy hunting him down to kill him. Among the 3 drones, the problem was with the one he had examined. Only this one had a Wi-Fi function. There were also issues with the control and operating system, which meant that this was the work of someone else. The man had indeed covered it up by trying to mimic the external appearance and structure of the other 2 drones, but he hadn't been careful enough. However, Sharp Nose couldn't pick up the maker's scent, which meant that it hadn't been built recently. This drone had also been used a lot more than the other 2, and couldn't retain much of a scent after being out in the sun. Luke had Little Snail trace the serial numbers on various components first, before expanding the search range. When Luke was in the basement workshop that night, Little Snail sent him a message. "Sir, I have locked onto a possible suspect as the drone's maker." Luke put down the mental control helmet and said, "Show me the profile." 2 seconds later, he was stunned when he saw the picture. Phineas Mason, Little Snail. "Yes, sir. It appears he bought various components for the drone, and is the most likely suspect." Luke smacked his lips and didn't know what to say. Phineas Mason didn't have a complicated identity. He used to be an electronic and mechanical engineer, and was now a minor shareholder in the Clinton Salvage Company. He was Adrian's best buddy and one of the technicians whom Luke was interested in. If Luke had to choose a researcher from Adrian's group, Mr. Mason would be his first choice. Thinking for a moment, Luke still decided to intervene in this matter. Other people might not know, but he knew very well that the woman who had been with Cook had been lying. Cook's injury had probably been a result of her getting up in a panic. He had already been unconscious or halfway there by then. However, the woman had been frightened as well as high on drugs, so her memory was hazy. Naturally, she wouldn't be stupid enough to say that she was the one who had caused Cook's injury. Her presence in her statement had misled the investigators whom the Soderberghs had hired. Cook liked to get high on drugs with girls to begin with. It wasn't strange for him to pass out after playing too hard. The Soderberghs didn't dare make a fuss at all. If they discovered that it was actually Phineas who had used a drone to knock out the only son of the mayor of New York and turn him into a vegetable, it would be a big problem. At that time, it wouldn't be surprising if Mr. Mason's entire family was wiped out. Thinking that, Luke's clone set off for Phineas's house. Less than half a minute later, however, his clone turned around and headed for Queen's General Hospital. Luke couldn't help but mumble to himself, "Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I didn't mean a wipeout for real." He was more willing to be a good luck charm than a jinx. Otherwise, if everyone around him had bad luck, he would become the token jinx of the Marvel Universe. Just now, Alfred had investigated Phineas's recent situation. Then, Alfred discovered that Phineas's daughter, Beverly, was in the hospital and was currently in a deep coma. Phineas and his wife had divorced long ago, and he raised his daughter on his own. In other words, the two of them only had each other. After a quick investigation, Luke found a police report from a month ago, which concluded that a drug overdose had led to the coma. This wasn't unusual. NYPD had a lot of reports like this, and hundreds more were added every day. But Luke noticed the oddity at one glance. Beverly was found unconscious in the square outside Building 279 on the Upper West Side. He had just been to that place today. That was right, It was where he and Lindsay had sat for a moment. This square belonged to Building 279, and Mr. Cook, who had gotten high on drugs and was now in a coma, lived on the 25th floor of the building. This was too much of a coincidence. It was best not to jump to conclusions while working a case, but Luke could already more or less figure out the story. As long as he had a frank talk with Phineas, he would figure out the truth of the matter. 10 minutes later, Luke sighed as he watched Phineas walk out the back door of the hospital and into an alley. He had just sent a simple and cryptic message to Phineas, who had hesitated for a few minutes before coming out. It was impossible to say that Phineas hadn't done anything to Cook. His head was spinning at that moment and his heart was pounding, as if he was having a heart attack. The content of the message had made him jump. "I know what you did to that scumbag with the drone." Phineas had no choice but to meet the mysterious sender of this message. After going through the alley, he entered the back door of an apartment building. Walking down the hallway, he turned right and saw an open apartment door. An elderly-sounding voice rang out in his ear. "Come in, Mr. Mason." Phineas trembled and subconsciously looked around. There was nobody around, but the voice just now had sounded like a whisper in his ear. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fear in his heart and walked into the room, and the door shut soundlessly behind him. There was only one dim lamp in the living room. He took 2 steps forward and saw an old man in formal attire sitting in the room, his face completely in shadow. The old man stretched out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Mason. Please have a seat." Phineas sat down silently, and entered a trance-like state. A moment later, he suddenly came back to himself and blinked at the old man. "What do you want?" He didn't think that the old man had called him over just for Phineas to sit opposite him in a daze. Luke smiled. Just now, he had used a drug in combination with his newly acquired mental hypnosis and mental illusion to learn the truth from Phineas, at least, what Phineas thought was the truth. However, Mr. Cook was a bright red evil in the system, Phineas was a dark yellow neutral, and Phineas's unconscious daughter was an ordinary yellow neutral. It was clear who was right and who was wrong. There was no reason for Luke to help someone who was bright red and give up on a neutral, reserve, employee. He simply said, "I already know what happened between your daughter and Cook. I also know that you took revenge on Cook for it." Phineas trembled in fear. That was how people were. They didn't care about anything else when taking revenge, and only thought about the consequences after the act. Fortunately for Phineas, Luke's time was very valuable, and he wasn't interested in helping Cook, that scumbag, scare other people. He immediately said, "I can help you deal with any trouble in the future, and also wake your daughter up, on the condition that you work for me. How does that sound?" Chapter 1632. A good talk. In dealing with the aftermath, Phineas was stumped for a long moment before he exclaimed, "What did you say?" He then hurriedly asked, "Can you really save my daughter?" Luke nodded with a smile. "Yes. Also, whether you agree or not, Cook won't come after you." Phineas hesitated. After asking for the details, he found out that the man wanted him to work as a lab researcher for him. After thinking for 2 minutes, he agreed. For one thing, that was his old line of work. Secondly, even if the other party didn't have any proof, as long as he told the Soderbergs that Phineas was suspicious, he and his daughter wouldn't be able to escape. Cook was the son of the mayor, while the father and daughter were on the bottom rung of society, and didn't have the power to protect themselves. It wasn't unusual for big shots to kill indiscriminately in pursuit of their enemy. In any case, it didn't matter if they killed the wrong person. After reaching an agreement, the first thing that Phineas wanted to know about was his daughter's treatment. Luke simply smiled and said, "Mr. Mason, please remember that you never met me. If a miracle happens with your daughter, give your thanks to God." Phineas was stumped. "But don't you want me to?" In order to work for the other party, a work contract was indispensable. How could it be kept a secret? "No, we never met." Luke waved his hand and stood up. "Someone will give you an address at 9 in the morning in 3 days for you to go to." As he spoke, he gestured for Phineas to leave. The two went out, and Luke closed the door. "I hope we never meet again, Mr. Mason." With that, he moved forward, his body gradually turning transparent in 2 or 3 steps before he disappeared in the dark hallway. Phineas swallowed. Only then did he remember that the family photo in the living room just now was clearly of a regular family of 3. The old man hadn't been in the photo at all. Could it be that he had seen a ghost? Phineas trembled slightly as he picked up his pace. When he returned to the hospital and saw that there were still people coming and going, he gradually calmed down. It was only at that moment that his engineering background and scientific outlook came back online. Phineas stood there for a moment before he suddenly slapped his forehead. FCK, that was just optical stealth. What was I afraid of? Also, the old man didn't want anyone to know that he had been there, so the living room might just have been temporarily borrowed. For someone who could use optical stealth, it wasn't hard to enter an ordinary apartment. From beginning to end, it hadn't been a ghost story. Cursing himself for being an idiot, Phineas returned to his daughter's ward. Sitting on the bed, he looked at his daughter, who seemed to be sound asleep, and his emotions surged. He wondered when the old man in black would come and treat Beverly. It would probably be after he signed the contract. These damn blood-sucking capitalists weren't that kind-hearted, they definitely needed to get something out of it. Looking at his daughter, he couldn't help but place a hand on her forehead. She was frowning, as if she was having a bad dream, just like when she was little. As he thought that, Phineas suddenly paused. Wait, she was frowning. The deeply unconscious Beverly hadn't responded at all in the past few days. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been so angry that he lost his mind and used the drone to feed the culprit, Cook, enough illegal drugs to knock him out, in an eye for an eye. His hands shook, and he called out softly, Beverly, can you hear me? Dad's here. On the bed, Beverly's lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. She looked around blankly for a moment before she finally saw her father's face. She murmured, Dad, where am I? Phineas's eyes turned red. You're sick. You're in the hospital. Don't panic, I'm here. As he spoke, he pressed the button. It wasn't until the doctors and nurses pushed him away from the bed that he finally calmed down. Suddenly, he remembered the old man's words, if a miracle happens with your daughter, give your thanks to God. His daughter had been in a coma for so long, but she woke up after he struck a deal with the old man. The implications were clear. After a general examination, the doctor had the nurse take Beverly for a comprehensive checkup. After getting most of the results, the doctor smiled in disbelief. Mr. Mason, congratulations, it's a miracle. Phineas. The doctor was used to seeing this expression on the family members of patients, and didn't keep Phineas in suspense. He simply said, your daughter is in good condition, it's as if she's only been sleeping. I don't see any problems. We'll keep her in the hospital for another 48 to 72 hours for observation. If there's nothing wrong, she can be discharged. Phineas nodded quickly in gratitude. After seeing the doctor off and persuading his daughter to go back to sleep, Phineas mulled over it in the quiet ward. She could be discharged in 48 hours, and he could sign the contract in the morning 3 days later. Could it be that the other party had also thought of this? Phineas was secretly alarmed. If his guess was correct, that meant that the old man had been absolutely confident that he could treat Phineas's daughter, or he wouldn't have given Phineas a pre-warning and a fixed time. When Phineas asked about the contract, the other party had only told him to keep it a secret, and didn't say what would happen if Phineas broke the contract. At that time, Phineas had thought that the old man was too good at pretending, but now, he understood that the old man wasn't afraid of him going back on his word. I'll take care of any trouble for you in the future, and I treated your daughter in minutes. Dare break the contract, then taking care of you will only be a matter of minutes. Phineas felt that this was probably the meaning behind the old man's actions. But he had no complaints. This was all just speculation to begin with. It wasn't like he could complain that the other party had treated his daughter so quickly and hadn't made him sign a contract on the spot, right? It wasn't like he could disdain the other party for trusting him too much. Luke's clone had spent a few minutes in the hospital to treat Beverly's brain injury. Then, he switched to his alias as the Big Shot, Pennyworth, and began to help this new member of New Hope Research Institute wrap things up. Compared with a professional like him, Phineas had left too many clues behind. It would keep him busy for almost an hour. Luke wasn't lying. Before their talk, Luke had taken away the most vulnerable thing, the fake drone. As long as the drone wasn't around, it wouldn't be easy to track Phineas down. The main reason Phineas hadn't taken it away was because he hadn't had the time. The Soderbergs had locked down the apartment very tightly, and he had to take care of his daughter. It was impossible for him to wait for an opportunity to enter the apartment building. Besides, it would be very hard for ordinary people to find him through the drone. In fact, the investigators the Soderbergs had hired didn't think anything of the drones at all. They simply took out the memory cards as instructed. The videos inside weren't a big deal. They would cause a minor scandal at most. It wasn't as serious as Lindsay thought. Mayor Soderbergh was only taking this cautious approach because he felt that someone was using his son, Cook, to deal with him. Chapter 1633. Cowardly, and a storm is coming. Now that Luke had removed the drone, all that was left were the videos. Just now, he had hypnotized Phineas into telling him that he had received the videos in a building 100 meters away. He had been looking for an opportunity to throw the videos out and ruin Cook's reputation. Luke had no opinion about this revenge plot. Cook had just been playing around with Phineas's daughter, Beverly. It was too much to ask a 17-year-old girl to resist money, a rich young heir, and indulging in pleasure. However, Cook had gone overboard when he caused Beverly to overdose on drugs and fall into a deep coma. Even worse, when Cook realized that something was wrong with Beverly, he dragged her out of the car and dumped her in the courtyard of the apartment building. It was his family who had cleaned up his mess and erased the surveillance footage in the apartment building that night. Phineas had discovered via his daughter's F2F account that she had been with Cook before she was found that night. After discovering that Cook lived in that apartment building, what else could he not understand? At first, he had been hoping that his daughter would wake up and recover, so he couldn't get revenge for now. However, when he heard that his daughter might never wake up, Phineas couldn't take it anymore, and finally decided to take action. So, the bright red color of Mr. Cook's name wasn't just for show. He had gotten his just desserts. But who knew how that shadow man had gotten involved in this matter, and made a copy of the videos saved in the drone for the website? Luke couldn't let this guy spread the videos. It would feel good to air the dirty laundry now, but the Soderbergh's investigation would intensify many times over after that. Of course, the shadow man had nothing to fear. After all, even Tony hadn't been able to catch him. But it would be too easy for Phineas's situation to arouse suspicion. His daughter had been drugged by Cook more than a month ago, putting her into a semi-comatose state. Now, the same thing had inexplicably happened to Cook. Furthermore, Phineas was an engineer in two fields. A person just needed to investigate the materials Phineas had bought and, coupled with the fact that he had been around the apartment building recently, he would be discovered sooner or later. Most of the time, rich people didn't need evidence. Luke's approach was very simple. When he deleted the compressed folder that was hidden on the video website, he left a means of contact and the bad logo behind. If the shadow man was as cautious as ever, he would definitely disappear again. This guy was just that cowardly. Of course, it would be even better if this hardcore fan was really willing to contact Batman. The shadow man was definitely related to Amanda Waller. Luke hadn't completely locked onto Amanda Waller's real identity and position yet. Once he found this shadow man, it would be too easy to catch her. Also, the shadow man's strongest point was that it wasn't hard for him to access most parts of the internet, and he was very hard to detect. He was a pair of ghost eyes. After finding out the guy's real identity, Luke would definitely keep him and expand the multifaceted system's search function. In the end, Luke went to the private hospital that Cook was in and used Light of Life to treat the most severely injured portion of his brain. This would allow Cook to regain consciousness in a few days. He would be fine after a month of recuperation. This vile young master couldn't continue lying down. He had to come back to his senses. Only then could Mr. Mayer's sadness over his only son turn into anger at this deadweight. After Mr. Mayer confirmed that nobody was targeting him, this drug overdose incident would end here. Given how Cook never changed, it wouldn't be long before he returned to his old ways. If the young master killed himself in public while driving drunk, that would be the perfect ending. At that time, Mr. Mayer could focus on scolding his dead son and wouldn't vent his anger on anyone else. At least, he wouldn't suspect the father and daughter. After everything was settled, Luke relaxed. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want the father and daughter to be buried alongside Cook, it would have been a very simple matter. Now, he could only let this young master escape death for a month. This way, he could die more valiantly later. At the very least, it couldn't be like this time, when the incident didn't make the headlines in New York. Luke didn't really care if this would cause Mr. Mayer to suffer. He couldn't take care of his brat, so naturally, he had to pay the price. In any case, Titanium Phone Company didn't care if a new mayor took over. Who would be stupid enough to make life difficult for a company that was worth hundreds of billions? Walter had called Luke back for unofficial overtime, while Selena was on holiday. Luke was too lazy to pretend to be a diligent detective. He went to look for Elena instead. They had gone to the New Jersey mountains last time. This time, they went out to sea on a boat. The only regret was that the weather in New York was much worse than in France. The maximum temperature at the end of April was only 20 degrees, and it was only 10 degrees at night. Elena didn't sunbathe very much. In the warm cabin, however, she could still get Luke to take a bunch of artistic photos. Even when they were together, Elena didn't give up drawing. The yacht that Luke had rented wasn't small, and it was wide enough at the front and back for the female artist to set up her easel and draw diligently. Of course, someone interrupted her work from time to time, which resulted in him being pummeled by the irate female artist. They had fun for 2 days. Close to noon today, Luke made lunch and checked the results of his clone's research. At that moment, he heard Elena get up from bed. He waited for a moment, but she didn't come looking for him. A little surprised, Luke walked down the hallway, then saw the female artist sitting on the couch with her legs crossed. She was drawing frantically in her sketchbook with a charcoal pen in her right hand. They had been together for a long time, and Luke knew what Elena was like when she was drawing. Her hand didn't usually dance like crazy when she was sketching except in certain situations. Luke's eyes flickered, but he didn't approach her. He simply returned to the kitchen and poured himself a cup of coffee. Looking at the gloomy sky and the ocean outside the window, he had a feeling that a storm was coming. In the hazy afternoon rain, the yacht returned to New York. Luke sent Elena back to school and spent time chatting with her in her dorm. He chose easy topics and didn't talk about the 2 incomplete sketches that Elena had just drawn. Luke had made it clear to her on the yacht that whatever happened had nothing to do with a powerless artist like her. Elena wasn't an idiot. She knew that if she went out and talked nonsense, she would most likely disappear. In any case, Luke said that he would take care of it. Thinking that, she quickly tossed the matter to the back of her mind. Luke, however, sweated a little. It was a good thing he had just learned mental hypnosis and mental illusion, or it wouldn't have been easy to appease her. Although the 2 new abilities were still in the experimental phase, his mental communication was a fully mature ability. Using a little mental hypnosis and mental illusion, and transmitting soothing thoughts with mental communication, wouldn't cause any side effects. Chapter 1634. If you're late, don't blame me. Once the artist was exhausted and fell asleep in his arms, Luke finally got out of bed. Covering her with the blanket, he sat down on the couch and took out the 2 sketches for a closer look. Although he had already seen it a few times today, he was still very serious when he looked at them again. The first drawing depicted a huge office. Many personnel were still at their positions, but dozens of people were confronting each other with guns. The most prominent figure wasn't holding a gun, but was an employee who had several guns trained on him. The second drawing was of a huge helicarrier. It was flying in the sky, and there were explosions all along the hull. Clearly, it was enduring a fierce attack. But the cannons on the ship were firing countless missiles wildly. Clearly, it was doing its best to counterattack. After a long silence, Luke put the 2 drawings away in his inventory and looked out the window at the rainy night. In the meantime, his level 2 clone finished gathering the information and sent Tony a message with the coordinates for a small dock. On the top floor of Stark Tower, the tycoon, who was sleeping soundly with Pepper in his arms, was suddenly poked in the butt. He instantly woke up. It had to be said that the Kai refining technique or whatever which a certain person had given to him was mystic mumbo jumbo, but it turned out to be pretty effective once he started cultivating it. Lately, he only needed 6 hours of sleep to be full of energy and alert. His initial signs of insomnia had disappeared. However, it was rare to be poked in the butt in the middle of the night. He turned around and was stunned. He asked in a low voice, "Dummy." A cute robotic arm whined and pointed in another direction. Tony looked over and saw a virtual screen that had appeared at the doorway. It was a message from Luke. He instantly understood. He quietly got up and left the bedroom. A moment later, a transparent figure ran wildly through the sewers, and didn't forget to complain, "Bruce definitely doesn't have a girlfriend he sleeps with. Does he have to be so mysterious, making me crawl around the sewers in the middle of the night?" Despite his words, he obediently followed the top-secret route east through Manhattan and reached a particular dock. He sent the signal that he had arrived, and the boat sped over. Tony didn't deactivate his stealth mode as he stepped directly through the open door. The cabin door closed, and the yacht turned and sailed toward the ocean. In the cabin, Tony's lips twitched when saw the other party's handsome face, but he was satisfied when he saw the man's home clothes. The tycoon himself had rushed over in a t-shirt and pants. He didn't want to hang around with a pretentious prick in a suit. The yacht wasn't Tony's territory, and there was no place to store his armor. He simply flipped up his mask and sat down next to Luke. "Why did you have to wake me up in the middle of the night?" Luke poured him a glass of wine. "Have a drink first, you might not be in the mood later." Tony's expression turned solemn. He took a sip and put down the glass. "Tell me," Luke asked, "is S.H.I.E.L.D. still building the helicarriers?" Tony nodded. "Yes, but ever since you said that Hydra is in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's attention has been elsewhere." Luke asked, "How's construction coming along? How much longer until they can take off?" Tony thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I only just started to help modify parts of the flight system, but I bluffed my way through it a few times after that. I really don't know the progress." Luke stared at the tycoon silently. A few seconds later, Tony couldn't take the heartless disdain, and raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, they're keeping everything a secret from me, yet they want me to modify the helicarriers with a lot of new technology. I'm not letting them." Satisfied, only then did Luke shift his gaze. That was more in line with the tycoon's temperament. The proud and arrogant Tony was a first-class magnate and a top-notch scientist. Using him while excluding him at the same time was something that the tycoon would never accept. For example, when Luke had given Tony Bat Squad credit points, he had rejected them at first. That was because the Battle of New York had also involved Tony, so there was no need to get a reward from Batman. The second time, Tony had helped Batman with a personal task in Grand Rapids. This time, he happily accepted the credit points. His contribution had been taken seriously. Also, since the tycoon could use Bat Squad credit points, whatever intelligence the Bat Squad had wasn't kept from him. In any case, Luke had given the tycoon so many benefits, but didn't ask for much in return. It wasn't good for Tony to haggle. Tony was very generous with his friends. Thinking that, he was frank in giving Luke the details. "But based on my estimates, the main helicarrier should be complete by now, and is ready for a test flight at any time. Speaking of which, it's at least 2 generations more advanced than the one from the Battle of New York. The government obtained a lot of things from the Chitauri, for example, the flight system, which uses the core of the Chitauri's big worm battleship." Luke narrowed his eyes. "How good is it?" Tony said. "Once it's in the air, this 3rd-generation main carrier can be sent into orbit. Unless it's a special situation, theoretically speaking, it doesn't need to come down anymore." Luke was lost for words. Wouldn't this make it a super air battleship? After a brief silence, he said, "Then the problem this time might be bigger than I thought." Tony. He immediately understood, and his expression turned ugly. "Something's wrong with the thing." Luke nodded. "Hydra might be interested in destroying or seizing it. What do you think will happen if it falls into Hydra's hands?" Tony's expression was awful. "It's an air fortress. Even if it only has a once-off use, the weapons on it can cover half of America. If it's shot down, if such a gigantic thing fell from the sky, the countless weapons and energy sources on it would turn it into a massive lethal weapon. It would be fine if it didn't explode, but if it did, it could bury an entire city. Furthermore, it had to be positioned above DC if it fell there." Naturally, Luke didn't have to explain how serious this matter was. The tycoon knew better than he did how dangerous the helicarrier could be. Luke simply said, "This is information I obtained through certain channels, and it's very likely to be accurate. It's possible that Fury's operation triggered Hydra's vigilance. They probably can't wait any longer, and have started to move." Tony was silent as his mind raced. He knew that the clown had been dealing with the Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. Batman had said that the clown was a passerby. A passerby, who was beaten into throwing up blood by the Dark Knight. That was pretty interesting. After a brief silence, he asked, "What do you want me to do?" Luke said, "I'm letting you know in advance, so if you're too late to the party when the time comes, you can't blame anyone else. Don't think I don't know who you're referring to." Tony snorted in his heart. "That helicarrier is at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s DC headquarters." Luke said, "I know. It's in the lake at HQ." Tony fell silent once more. Chapter 1635, What's Working? I need to calm down. Clearly, Luke knew more than the tycoon thought. Relying on the clown to deal with Hydra members in S.H.I.E.L.D. during this period of time, he was much better at using his abilities and equipment for interrogation than Tony was. Luke nodded at the door. "We're done. You can go back and get ready now. Tony was stunned. You made me come all this way in the middle of the night just to tell me this. Luke said, of course. Who knows if Hydra is watching you? Tony was unable to reply. Although it was a little late to have a chat, it was indeed very safe. Downing the wine in his glass in one go, he got up and flipped his mask back down. Next time, I'll wake you up in the middle of the night to pee. Luke chuckled. Sorry, I like working at night. Tony cursed inwardly. The scoundrel really was just like a bat. Also, if it wasn't a major incident, this guy wouldn't take action during the day. It wasn't hard for him to find time to sleep. Watching Tony walk to the door, Luke added, try to be ready in 3 days. Hydra will probably take action in the next few days. Tony turned around and was surprised. So soon, Luke said, that's why I called you in the middle of the night. Tony, thanks. In fact, Luke had been preparing ever since he started investigating. The Level 1 clone which had been far away in Japan had taken an international flight in the morning to DC. That very night, Frank and a few others left for Baltimore to set up a temporary base. Some like Damon and Mindy, Alice and her daughter, and the Ninja Squad, remained in New York. When the time came, they could use remote-controlled robots to fight. Frank, Ivan and Angel had volunteered to be on site, and they didn't mind taking action themselves if necessary. But Luke had some misgivings about that. This was DC, and the highest government authority might be involved. Batman had gone back and forth with the American government many times as they traded barbs secretly, while it looked like nothing had happened on the surface. The government had never officially put Batman on the wanted list. NYPD's request that Batman help with investigations didn't count, since that was a local public notice. It was fine as long as everyone understood each other. The Bat Squad had their own bottom line, which kept the government in check. This time, the best would be if the Bat Squad used the remote-controlled androids as much as possible in order to hide their superhero identities. The advantage of this was that they didn't have to be afraid of injuries or exposing themselves. As long as Luke's clone was there, dozens of regular remote-controlled robots would be enough, right? The night passed, and dawn arrived. It was another sunny day in DC. People were bustling about on the streets. At SHIELD HQ, Nick Fury was looking at the virtual screen in front of him with a dark expression. Open Lemurian Star's satellite launch file. Access denied. Nick Fury was stunned. Run decryption. Decryption failed. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Override authority, Nicholas J. Fury. Authorization failed. All files sealed. Nick Fury sneered. On whose order? Seal order. Nicholas J. Fury. Nick Fury. WTF. Half an hour later, he drove off with a dark face. Looking at the building in the rearview mirror, the director's already dark face turned even darker. Driving out of SHIELD HQ, he said, activate communications encryption system. Connect to secure program 0405. Soon, the other party picked up the call, and a woman's voice rang out. What's up, sir? Nick Fury said, come to DC immediately. There's a big problem here. The woman said, I'll be there in 4 hours. Nick Fury said, I'll give you 3. That's all. He then cut the communication and stopped the car at a red light. Suddenly, he felt 2 gazes on him. He glanced over and saw a police car. The 2 officers in the car were sizing him up, as if he was a wanted criminal. The director was unhappy. What? Want to check my ID? The 2 officers turned around, and the light turned green as the police car left. The director snorted, but didn't vent his anger. On the other side, Frank was putting together a plan, when he suddenly heard a notification from Bobo. Mr. Smith, a fierce gunfight has broken out in a major district. Several police cars are besieging an SUV from SHIELD. He paused. Show me. A virtual screen appeared in front of him. After watching for a moment, his expression turned strange. He hesitated for a moment before he said, contact Knight and tell him that Black Egg is under attack. Bobo said, okay, Mr. Smith. A moment later, Bobo said again. Knight said, I don't have time. Mr. Smith, you are free to decide whether or not to undertake a rescue operation. Frank was silent for a moment, before he saw Nick Fury's black SUV suddenly launch fierce firepower, and the police car that had been blocking him was sent flying. He chuckled and shook his head. No need. Black Egg won't die. Take note of the people chasing him, follow them, and lock onto all suspects. Bobo said, okay, Mr. Smith. Frank sneered, and thought to himself that since he wouldn't be using his identity as a member of the Bat Squad, it didn't seem to be a problem to kill these dirty cops in passing. On a street in DC, Nick Fury was bleeding from the mouth and nose as he ordered loudly, "Activate flight system." "Propulsion system damaged," Nick Fury said, "then call Agent Hill." "Communications system damaged. *CKER. Nick Fury thought to himself. "Then what's working? Air conditioning is fully operational. Then give me some air first. I need to calm down," Nick Fury growled angrily. Both parties flew down the street for some time. The SUV couldn't shake off the police cars behind it, and the police cars behind couldn't do anything about the SUV either. The police officers could only shoot wildly. Suddenly, Nick Fury saw a man in a black combat uniform, standing quietly at the intersection up ahead, raise a gun. Swoosh! A disc shot out of the gun and flew under the SUV, instantly sticking to the bottom. Boom! Nick Fury felt himself flip over along with the SUV. He hit his head and slid forward. The man in the black combat uniform unhurriedly turned to the side and let the SUV tumble past, before he strode off after it. At that moment, Frank exclaimed, "This guy, interesting. Bobo, send this feed tonight." Bobo. Okay. Staring at the image, Frank couldn't help but murmur, "Black Egg shouldn't die so easily." A moment later, the black soldier opened the door of the SUV to reveal that the driver's seat was empty. Frank snorted and shook his head. "That's just like Nicholas." There was a huge hole in the ground under the SUV, revealing an open sewer. As expected of the man's reputation as a black tortoise, not only was he hard, he was also shameless and slippery. Chapter 1636. The director is dead again. When Luke, who was busy near DC, saw this tortoise-like means of escape, his lips twitched. Tony had been crawling through the sewers just last night, while it was the director's turn today. Sure enough, anyone who wanted to be a superhero was destined to become familiar with the dark, wet and narrow sewers. Fortunately, based on Luke's investigation in recent months, the sewers in DC were much cleaner. After all, DC had a far smaller population than New York. It shouldn't be too hard to endure. Nick Fury was injured. Luke could only chuckle at that. The guy had a light dagger and life one. Both were magical, healing items. Given the director's personality, he would definitely keep anything that could save his life on him. Only when he saw Nick Fury's head explode on the spot would Luke believe that the director's body double was dead. When they talked about how Nick Fury had been killed several times before, Luke had casually asked Phil if it was a body double. There had been no change in Phil's expression, but his mental fluctuations confirmed it. In addition, Phil had bought a few pairs of mechanical gloves and nano gloves from Luke. If Nick Fury didn't have these on him, he could only blame his bad luck. Hydra could dream on if they wanted to kill Nick Fury, this master at faking his death. The only benefit of assassinating him was that with the director publicly presumed dead, Hydra could openly take over the highest authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. Roasting the director inwardly, Luke carried on with what he was doing. He simply sent the news of the attack on Nick Fury to the members of the Bat Squad, including Tony, on a special channel. When the tycoon, who was just as busy, read the news, his face darkened. Last night, he had informed Nick Fury that Hydra was aiming for the main helicarrier, and this morning, the guy had been attacked on the streets. But that was DC. In the middle of the morning, a dozen police cars, and dozens of fully armed police officers were mobilized as they chased the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's car on the streets. Tony could picture how several terrorist organizations were probably stepping out now to claim responsibility. The incident would then make sense to a lot of people. After all, it was done by terrorists, who tended not to use their brains. After a brief contemplation, just like Luke, Tony got back to work. He had talked to Luke before, and they had a clear division of labor. Luke would be responsible for the main military support during this operation since Tony couldn't appear directly. The tycoon's identity was too sensitive, unlike Luke, who could switch aliases as he pleased and decry responsibility as a vigilante. If Tony stuck his nose into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s muddy waters now, some people might use that as an excuse to attack him. Whatever he did, he would only be helping to divert attention from the true culprit. Neither Tony nor Luke were idiots. There was no way they would martyr themselves for Hydra's sake. Nick Fury felt the same way. This guy probably had an escape plan. A few months was naturally far from enough. More than that, Nick Fury knew that there would never be enough time to completely eradicate Hydra. With things coming to a head, he decisively gave all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secret resources to Tony. How much Tony could use would depend on his capabilities. These resources basically weren't money, which S.H.I.E.L.D. had been short of recently, and which Tony didn't care about. What Nick Fury gave Tony was top-secret intelligence, research information, and mystery items. Since he had already moved them away, he naturally stayed behind. There were a lot of things that couldn't be moved beforehand and which might fall into Hydra's hands. Nick Fury had Tony play things by ear. Nick Fury hadn't come up with this plan on the spur of the moment. He had been preparing for months, and just sent Tony information on these resources. As for Luke, he naturally didn't have a share. The big shot who sold everything might have been able to use the resources, but Nick Fury wasn't stupid. Whatever Nick Fury gave to Tony now, he could shamelessly ask the tycoon for some back if he needed them. If he gave them to the big shot who sold everything, the other party might not necessarily acknowledge the debt. There was no way Nick Fury would trust a mysterious businessman with an unknown background. Tony couldn't run even if he wanted to, and Stark Industries couldn't disappear instantly. What Nick Fury didn't know was that Tony had told Luke about this. He even asked Luke if the big shot wanted to take some of the resources. Luke felt regret for a moment, but still refused. The reason he gave Tony was that the big shot didn't like getting mixed up in this sort of troublesome business. Tony had said, "You're kidding me." Compared with things that consumed a lot of resources, manpower and labor to take away, Luke preferred experience and credit points. Besides, weren't Tony's abilities Luke's abilities? Given Tony's personality, he would definitely take the most valuable items. Luke only needed to refresh this teammate's list of abilities to obtain everything. In the end, he added, "The big shot said that we can trade for technology and supplies." Cutting off the communication, Tony was skeptical, and he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "What kind of businessman are you?" The business policy for capital groups had always been about raking in money. For one thing, it was to present the masses with a glamorous appearance. For another, it was a way to suppress their competitors. But did the big shot who sold everything need to do this? Obviously not. This supplier, who enjoyed peak monopoly and placed quality over quantity, didn't care about standard business policy at all. As long as he had VIP clients who were willing to trust him, that was enough. People who believed in certain genius doctors, or great masters, for example, wouldn't believe anyone who said that they were swindlers. Mere slander wouldn't stop these genius doctors or great masters from making money. But this matter wasn't so simple. Less than an hour later, Frank sent another message. Apparently, Black Egg is dead. The body is in DC's Central Hospital. Luke unhurriedly placed a remote-controlled robot in the sewer. "Okay, got it, Frank." Supposedly, he was shot. Luke covered the remote-controlled robot with an optical camouflage cape. Was his head blown up? Frank, if his head was blown up, there would be no way to prove that he was the one who died. Luke nodded and said, "So it's an intact corpse. This can be considered a blessing from God." Frank, the communication was cut off. Of course the director wasn't dead, as the saying went, a scourge lasted 1,000 years. Nick Fury could basically be considered a scourge. How could it be so easy for him to die? Furthermore, based on the deal he made with Tony, it would be a huge problem if he remained alive now. By dying this way, he would be the righteous former director who had been assassinated by Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D. After this, the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't be blamed on him. After all, those who bore responsibility had to be alive in order for the public to beat them up. Chapter 1637, The Captain on the Run, and Pierce takes the stage. Luke picked up his pace and sent a message to Tony. "Black Egg is dead, you need to hurry up." Nick Fury's death meant that the two parties had completely fallen out, and it was time for Hydra to reveal its true intentions. Perhaps Hydra still wanted to lurk for a while, but Nick Fury, who was dead, wouldn't give them that chance. Otherwise, wouldn't the director have died for nothing? Tony simply replied, "Got it." Last time, Nick Fury had used Phil to put on a martyr show. Now, it was very hard for the tycoon to feel much. It made more sense to hurry up and plunder S.H.I.E.L.D's resources. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed, the burden of world peace would fall even harder on Tony Stark's shoulders. Thus, he diligently plundered the organization with a clear conscience. Everything was for world peace. Sure enough, Frank sent a third message dozens of minutes later. There was a fight in an elevator at S.H.I.E.L.D. The victor jumped from a height of more than 10 floors, took down a plane, and ran. Luke was stunned. Huh, Frank said, this guy is really good at close combat. The way he throws his shield is also very interesting. Luke, where is he now? Frank, we've lost him for the moment. Luke said, ignore him. Killing him is harder than killing Black Egg. Frank, that might not be the case. A hero is always the quickest to die. Luke said, he's almost 90 years old. Frank, okay, I take back my words. He's indeed quite capable. Luke's mind raced. So, even Captain America had fallen out with Hydra's shield. All-out battle was close to breaking out in S.H.I.E.L.D. He said, all members, enter standby mode. Hammersmith will assume full command. Pings rang out in the team channel as the team members came online with the remote-controlled robots. Frank swiftly began to give orders. The team members operated the remote-controlled robots and began to rush to their designated positions. Half an hour later, the commander stopped issuing orders on the commander's exclusive chat window in the team channel. Frank wouldn't act rashly until something happened. If that happened, he wouldn't just be helping Hydra out, he might even cop the blame after this. After a brief silence, the ID, Knight, popped up in the team members' chat, and people started talking. Frank, Ivan, Angel, Damon and the ninja squad's teacher either remained silent or simply responded with a few words. Mindy and the little turtles greeted each other and chatted excitedly. Nobody stopped them. Even Frank, who hated distractions during an operation the most, didn't say anything. That was probably because the team members' chat window didn't interfere with the commander's exclusive chat window. Everybody would immediately pay attention to any orders in the commander's window. The operation hadn't really started yet. It wasn't good for everyone to remain silent and tense for long periods of time. It was like a rubber band. When your nerves were stretched taut for too long, it would throw you out of the proper state. Besides, it was only the 5 miners who were chatting. The older crowd didn't say anything and watched the screen silently. They wouldn't be delayed if something happened. It was usually Selena who initiated the group chat. However, she was basking in the May sun in Mexico, so Luke let her take a break this time. The 5 miners were very good at livening up the atmosphere. They talked about TV shows, movies, cosplay and so on. Even the older members felt it was quite fun to watch them. Just like what was described in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, humans had 5 levels of needs, and the lower 3 levels had been amply met for the team members. The biggest problem had been with the turtles and their teacher, but thanks to internet access and communication with the rest of the team, their social needs, which they had lacked the most, were now being met. As for the remaining high-level needs of esteem and self-actualization, these were without doubt met through the vigilante work which they did as superheroes. Even Frank and Angel would say that this wasn't a strong need for them. However, if they had a choice, to have an utterly fulfilling career, recognized by the public was far better than being despised by everyone. So, watching the small superheroes talk about superhero cosplay was pretty fun. The older members were too embarrassed to discuss this, but it was impossible to say that they weren't interested in what other people thought. Even Luke, who had a lot of aliases and switched between them often, still read the crack comments online about him. However, other people didn't have a system, and it was hard for them to be as detached as he was. The situation was pretty much what Luke and Frank had expected. There wasn't much activity in DC for the next few hours. At least, there were no more public battles. But Tony soon received an internal message from S.H.I.E.L.D. After Black Egg's death, Alexander Pierce of the World Security Council, as Nick Fury's direct superior and the previous S.H.I.E.L.D. director, was temporarily taking over S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs. In the meantime, this old director issued a wanted order for Captain America, telling everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. that Nick Fury's death was related to the captain. Luke pondered for a few minutes before he sent a message to Tony. There's a big problem with this new director. Tony said, I agree. They didn't continue discussing it. No matter how reasonable it might be to pin the blame for Nick Fury's murder on Captain America, it was still very suspicious. It wasn't that Pierce was stupid, but only someone with a high rank could convict Captain America. If Nick Fury wasn't dead, he would also have this authority. Of course, Black Egg, who had now been killed by Captain America, naturally couldn't do this. Luke and Tony didn't relax with Pierce's appearance. Instead, they were even more certain that something was going to happen. As a member of the World Security Council, Pierce was at the top. For such a big shot to personally step in meant that things had gotten to a point where it was necessary. What was the helicarrier going to do as part of Project Insight? Was it going to completely destroy DC and bury major cities on the East Coast like Pennsylvania, New York and Boston along with it? Luke felt that this was probably the only way to severely cripple America. Blow up the person in the White House. Dream on. In a sense, the person in the White House was just a tenant, while the owners would always be the major capital corporations. Michelle Geber, the current tenant, only had a year in office left, and was about to step down. It didn't matter if she died or not. It wasn't hard for Luke to find out about Project Insight. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. who had given the project its name. Apart from the high-ranking members in S.H.I.E.L.D., several people in Hydra had heard this name, but nobody knew what the plan was. Based on Luke's understanding of Hydra, there was no way such a huge air carrier would be used against aliens. On the contrary, there were many people in Hydra who wanted to seize the opportunity to climb the ladder. They preferred to work for Hydra over world peace. Chapter 1638. Tracking an acquaintance, and green eyes. After setting everything up, Luke bought some fast food and ate on a stone bench in DC. The drone's range was very limited here. However stupid the government could be, it wouldn't allow drones to fly around the heart of America. The squad was now using an encrypted ground network to communicate with each other. The surveillance range was far less comprehensive than what the drones could do. Luke could only do it himself. Compared with the drones, he could detect more with his personal abilities. Suddenly, Sharp Nose picked up a familiar scent, but it was very faint. It drifted over from an alley dozens of meters away, and were only specks of scent molecules. If it wasn't for the fact that Luke had a deep impression of the scent, he might have overlooked it. He stood up and bit into his burger as he strolled toward the source of the scent. That person wasn't an enemy or a rookie. Luke wasn't in a hurry. Soon, he passed through an apartment building and entered an alley next door. He saw a small entrance in the distance. His eyes flickered. Wasn't this DC Central Hospital? Black Egg had died in the ER here. If that was the case, it made sense for that person to appear here. After entering the hospital building, however, he dismissed this thought. The scent suggested that the person had only been here for 20 minutes. Nick Fury had been dead for almost 2 hours. Why was this person here? Agents didn't do meaningless things. Nick Fury was very important when he was alive, but if he had really become a corpse, it wasn't necessarily worth it to come back here. Luke soon found the owner of the scent, the Black Widow, Natasha. The person who grabbed her and pushed her into a corner was another acquaintance, Captain Steve. Luke was amused. Sure enough, things weren't that simple. He didn't show his face. He simply listened to the conversation between the two people 10 meters away with elementary sound wave. A moment later, the duo left together. Luke thought for a moment before he told Frank and Tony about it. Both parties simply replied, "Copy that." They only needed to know what was going on, and Luke didn't need them to do anything. Luke slowly followed Steve and Natasha, and only stopped when they put on disguises and stole a Chevrolet pickup. Of course, it was only the level 2 clone that stopped following them. This strongest clone had to stay in DC in the event that something major happened. So, Luke could only have his level 1 clone follow the pickup. Luke and Steve had met many times, but they weren't that close. If he took the initiative to approach them, they would definitely be suspicious, and even more time would be wasted. In any case, he had heard their conversation while tailing them earlier, and was clear on where they were going. Steve and Natasha's target was Camp Lehigh in New Jersey, which was only a little more than 200 kilometers from DC and which might lead to Hydra. At that time, Luke could get his clone to act in the dark and earn experience and credit points. If there really was an emergency in DC, it would only take the clone a few minutes to fly back at full speed. Steve and Natasha reached the barracks in the evening, and opened the door to an underground base. Luke, who had arrived half an hour earlier, was carefully searching the base. This underground base used to belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., and had been abandoned for more than 20 years. From a preliminary check earlier, it was true that nobody had been here for years, yet the lead which Natasha and Steve had was related to this place. Secondly, the power and ventilation in this underground base were fully functional, and there was a lot of power. The power supply was coming from a nearby farm, but for a detective like Luke, this was suspicious. After all, when the police arrested suspects for growing weed at home, they would check the electric meter first most of the time. Electricity was indispensable in modern life and work. Too much electricity being consumed would easily arouse suspicion. It was thanks to Tony's arc reactor that Luke was able to power his research work and keep it secret. It was unlikely that this abandoned base had an arc reactor. To generate its own electricity, it would need its own power station as well as an ample power source: water, wind or coal. That was even harder to keep secret. A drone silently watched Steve and Natasha find a hidden elevator, enter a password and descend. Then, in a computer room full of a bunch of ancient computers, the first thing that caught their attention was an eye-catching USB drive. Compared with other dusty old computers and storage equipment, this drive was clearly a product of recent years. It was also connected to an old computer. Deep in thought, Natasha took out a silver USB from her pocket. This USB was the reason why Nick Fury had been killed, and why Steve was wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Before Nick Fury died, he had given it to Steve and told him not to trust anyone. When Steve returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., he had hidden the USB in a hospital vending machine for fear of Hydra discovering it. In the end, it was the cunning Natasha who had picked it up. Of course, Natasha wasn't Hydra, so she helped Steve find the data point of the USB this old computer room. At that moment, she plugged in the USB, and the old computers around her lit up and got to work. A notification popped up on an ancient monitor. Activate system. After a brief hesitation, she typed yes on the keyboard and pressed enter. The computer whirred even faster, and the monitor glowed with a green light as it put together a blurry human face. The ancient monitor could only display green on the black screen, so the face was hideous. Luke's eyes lit up. He liked to fiddle with old things the most, but he had never played with an antique computer like this before. It looked quite interesting. However, the face directly called out Stephen and Natalia's names and ages, and revealed its own name: Arnim Zola. He had been a scientist under the Red Skull in World War II, and a backbone of Hydra. But drive. Zola was actually Swiss, and had died of lung cancer in 1972. However, the green ghost face claimed that it was Dr. Zola. Before Drive Zola died, his mind or whatever had been stored in the computers here, turning him into an it. Underground, Steve and Natasha were both shocked. On the surface, Luke's eyes were practically glowing green. When Zola revealed his identity, Luke immediately sent an emergency communication request to Tony. Tony immediately picked up. Did something happen? Luke simply sent him the video taken by the drone and said, "It seems there's still a gap between Jarvis and a real AI." Chapter 1639. I believe we still have plenty of time in New York. Tony looked at the video, and his breath stuttered. Then, he took a deep breath. Can your drone link to the data? Those machines look like antiques. Luke grinned. Don't worry, I checked earlier. Dr. Zola isn't completely an antique. His hardware was upgraded. Tony said, then what are you waiting for? Open the data link on your drone. The bigger the connection, the better. Leave everything to me. Luke asked, won't this put you behind with what you're doing? Compared with collecting junk, I prefer to collect more unique items. Tony smiled. Dr. Zola was one of the main researchers in Hydra. Although his tone was amused, his eyes were cold. Zola, that D*MN fatty, actually arrogantly mocked Tony's father, Howard, and said that he was grateful to him for creating S.H.I.E.L.D. and allowing Hydra to be revived. The tycoon felt that he had to catch this person who disrespected his father and dissect him down to the last detail. Tony, who was partial toward electronics and machines, had never performed an autopsy before. Of course, dissecting a program couldn't be considered an autopsy on a living being. Thinking that, he took control of the drones which Luke transferred to him. Then, the tycoon was speechless for a moment. As he quickly operated the virtual screen, he couldn't help but ask, do you have to bring so many drones wherever you go? Luke had transferred control of over 100 drones in one go. Not only were there more than 10 small drones that were particularly good at calculating data, there was even a mid-sized drone that was used to boost and transmit signals. This was much better than what the tycoon had imagined. It was pretty much a huge neighborhood water pipe. The faster the data was transmitted, the more methods Tony and Jarvis could use, and the higher the chances of capturing Drive Zola. Luke, however, simply hummed and said, Hydra is really amazing. They can launch missiles just like that. Tony's hands paused for a moment, and he soon noticed from the mid-sized drone's feed that 2 missiles were closing in. He wasn't worried about Luke, and simply sent a message. Let's not let that old popsicle and the secretary die. Got it, Luke said, but you have to hurry up and catch it. I can probably hold them off for an hour or two. Tony. Since Hydra had launched the missiles, that meant that they knew that Steve and Natasha were there. Given how fast Hydra's shield's special force was, it would take at most 20 minutes to reach the scene. On the surface, the Bat Squad had no conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D., so how was Luke going to hold them off for an hour or two? The thought just flashed through Tony's mind before he tossed it aside. Batman was very reliable. If he said an hour or two, that meant that he could buy Tony an hour at least. Tony didn't need to worry. Besides, that was just a small problem. At that moment, nothing was more interesting to Tony than Drive. Zola, who had turned into a real living AI. As Luke spoke to Tony, he quietly rose into the air to meet the two missiles. In the evening sky, the two missiles' trails weren't very eye-catching. Luke didn't fly very high. If these two missiles were going to destroy the underground base and kill Steve and Natasha, there were only a few attack trajectories they could take. Luke remained invisible as he blocked the most likely route and calculated the chances of the missile switching directions at any moment. But Hydra probably hadn't considered that Steve and Natasha could intercept the missiles. Unless defenses were set up beforehand, it was very difficult to intercept a missile at the last minute. The two missiles took the route Luke had predicted. He spread out telekinesis to a maximum range of 100 meters. At this distance, telekinesis basically didn't have any offensive or defensive capabilities, it could only sense and instantly lock onto the two missiles. Luke's thoughts flickered, and instantly, the two missiles were tossed into his inventory. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Sidwell, who was monitoring the two missiles in a dark room, was stunned when the signal from the missiles disappeared. Since there was no signal, there was naturally no feed, and the screen was dark. Sidwell immediately confirmed the situation with the pilot. What happened to the missiles? Why isn't there a signal? The pilot looked blankly at the data on the plane. Sir, I don't have a signal here either. We've lost contact with the missiles. Sidwell asked. How? Were they destroyed? The pilot. I don't know, sir. Sidwell said. Then launch another round. The pilot said. Sir, we only have precision-guided bombs left. They might not be able to destroy the target. That was a well-built underground military base. Unless it was with a mop, it wouldn't be that easy to blow up. Sidwell said. Drop them. Less than 10 seconds later, the pilot sent another message. Sir, we're under unknown attack. Our engines are severely damaged, and we have to make an emergency landing. Sidwell asked. Who attacked you? The pilot. Unknown. Sidwell. Find a place to land. After that, he cut the communication angrily and connected to another channel. Someone helped the target intercept the missiles and also damage the fighter planes. Captain Rumlow, be on your guard when you land. A while ago, in the underground computer room, Drive, Zola unhurriedly recalled Hydra's purpose and how it borrowed S.H.I.E.L.D. to be reborn. Accidents are inevitable. On the screen were photos of Howard Stark, Nick Fury and Steve, stamped with the word, dead. Hydra created a world so chaotic that the people are now willing to give up their freedom for security. Once the purification process is complete, Hydra will rule with its world order. We won, Captain. Your sacrifice was meaningless. Steve smashed the screen with his fist. We won't let you succeed. Zora laughed, and another screen lit up with the green face again. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha interjected with a question. What's on the drive? Zola said, it's Project Insight. To purify this world, enough insight is needed, so I wrote an algorithm. Natasha asked, what does it do? Zola said, the answer to that question is fascinating. Unfortunately, you're going to die, and you won't be able to hear it. As soon as he said that, the door to the computer room suddenly closed. Steve turned around and threw his shield. In the end, he was a step too late to prevent the door from closing. Steve caught the shield as it bounced back. Zola smiled again, because in 10 seconds, 2 missiles will completely destroy this base. Steve gritted his teeth. Shield? Zola said, Captain, you're really smart. It's a shame you didn't notice that I was stalling for time. Steve was already looking around for a way out. Zola said, accept your fate. This is good for both of us. We have run out of time, Captain. Zola, who had turned into data, seemed to have lost his fear of death as he spoke calmly. Then, he suddenly sounded puzzled, then surprised. Who are you? Another voice suddenly rang out from one corner. I'm sorry, Drive, Zola. I believe we still have plenty of time to get to know each other and deepen our relationship. Chapter 1640. Mr. Times have changed. Steve and Natasha, however, immediately guessed who it was. It was just an ordinary electronic voice, but the annoying tone was very much like that of a certain tycoon. Both of them looked at the source of the voice, and saw a spider drone shoot out of the corner and jump in front of them. Get out of there. Shield strike force is on its way. The door opened again. Zola exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing? Ah, get out, don't touch that." Zola, who had initially sounded cold and calm, was now like a helpless girl who had been targeted by a hoodlum. Tony, however, didn't say a word as he started searching the database like crazy. Completely uninterested in this monster, Natasha stepped forward, pulled out the USB, and ran to the door with Steve. Now that she knew that the drive was part of Project Insight, and a certain tycoon had appeared, it wouldn't be a problem to figure out what was inside. No matter how difficult it was to crack the code, how hard could it be for someone who could be considered the inventor of the code? They entered the elevator, and the doors closed automatically. Soon, the two of them were on the surface. Steve looked around warily with his shield up, only to see that it was quiet. There was no one from Shield Strike Force at all. But he didn't hesitate. Trapping them in the computer room would have been the best choice for Hydra. The person who had let them out was most likely Tony. The tycoon was usually willful, but in a critical moment, he was very reliable, and would never compromise with Hydra. Steve and Natasha got into the car and drove northeast. Luke watched the tail lights disappear into the distance. He raised his head and saw several dark dots in the sky get bigger. The Special Strike Force had arrived. On the helicopter, Rumlow gave the team stern reminders, before they rushed out of the helicopters. A moment later, he found it strange. In contrast to Sidwell's warning, the strike force wasn't attacked. The abandoned camp was quiet, as if it didn't care about their presence at all. Sidwell contacted Rumlow again. Head to the underground computer room. It might have been damaged earlier. We've lost the signal. Rumlow immediately gave his men the orders. 4 of them were left to stand guard at the entrance on the surface, while the rest took the elevator to the basement. Just as the elevator descended, a tall and thin man charged in and killed the 4 team members at the entrance. The 8 people guarding the elevator immediately reacted and fired. The person moved very quickly. He moved sideways in the dim barracks and shot 8 team members with 2 pistols. In just a minute, all 12 members were dead. They were all loyal to Rumlow. Steve was very popular in S.H.I.E.L.D., while Natasha had a lot of connections. If they weren't loyal, Rumlow wouldn't have dared bring them out to hunt down the 2 agents. With nothing to worry about, Luke killed all of them and instantly earned more than 5,000 experience and credit points. At that moment, the elevator doors opened again. Rumlow and the others had returned. It wasn't by choice. Tony was controlling the elevator. Tony was busy dealing with Dr. Zola. When Rumlow and the others went down, he naturally didn't open the elevator doors to the computer room for them. The tycoon simply sent the 8 of them on around, and then sent them up again. The elevator doors opened, and Rumlow, who knew that there was an intruder, rushed out with his team. Suppressing Luke with firepower, he gnashed his teeth. "Grant Ward, you really betrayed us." Leaning against a pillar, Luke chuckled. "Captain Rumlow, I'm not your subordinate. I can prove I didn't betray you." As he signaled to his subordinates to surround Luke, Rumlow said, "Is that so? Let's see the proof." "Then listen up," Luke said. "Hail Hydra!" The shout was earth-shattering. It echoed in the office. "Rumlow! His men!" Rumlow glared. "Kill him!" The team members who had already surrounded Luke immediately stood up and opened fire from both sides at the pillar. Then, nobody. It was empty behind the pillar. Before the men could come back to their senses, gunshots rang out. Bullets were fired from behind them one after another. Everybody screamed and fell. Almost everybody was shot in the butt and legs. They were all wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. Luke, who had used Ward's identity as a double agent to muddy the waters, didn't want anyone to think that Ward had suddenly become a sharpshooter. So, he just needed to kill them with wild shots. After they were shot in the leg, the 8 remaining team members were unable to move quickly. Luke killed them all with quick movements and wild gunfire. The person who had taken the least number of bullets had still been shot 5 times. Rumlow was the only one still alive, but he had been shot in the leg and arm. He could only scream and curse on the ground. Luke walked over leisurely and put one gun back into its holster. He unhurriedly reloaded the other gun. "Captain Rumlow, it seems that your strike force isn't great at combat. How disappointing. You want to become another leader of Hydra with this sort of capability. Rumlow gritted his teeth. You're Hydra, you traitor. S.H.I.E.L.D. won't let you go. Luke clicked his tongue and crouched down in front of Rumlow. He patted his head with his left hand. Look at you. You're weak, pitiful and helpless. You only dare threaten me with S.H.I.E.L.D. now. You're a real embarrassment to Hydra. What are you waiting for? Rumlow said, kill me. Don't think of trying to frame me. Mr. Rumlow, times have changed. Luke drew his hand back, and his expression turned cold. You've been following those old World War II coots all this time. How can you fight us? Rumlow didn't say anything, and simply glared fiercely and hatefully at Luke. The strike force had real-time battlefield cameras on them, and the signal went straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ. At least 100 people could be watching this. It would be bad if he admitted that he was Hydra. At S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ, Sidwell's expression was extremely ugly as he secretly sent a message to Pierce. Very soon, the surveillance camera on Rumlow was cut off. Pierce used his authority to directly cut off the communication line at S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ's command center. Luke didn't know about this for the time being, but that didn't stop him from finishing his performance. I know that you want to protect Sidwell and Alexander Pierce. After all, Director Pierce is someone your side painstakingly raised up to be a leader. However, now that Pierce has come forward, it won't be long before he declares himself Hydra. Chapter 1641. Old, rotten and declining, buried in the end. Rumlow's head spun. He didn't expect Ward to know Pierce's real identity. In fact, he felt that Ward was only guessing at Rumlow's own identity. It was even more impossible for him to guess that Pierce was Hydra. Rumlow's direct superior in S.H.I.E.L.D. was Pierce. As Pierce's exclusive subordinate, Rumlow had learned that John Garrett and Grant Ward were Hydra, but that they didn't know his real identity. But Ward had also named Sidwell. The bald agent was also a member of Pierce's faction, which proved that the other party wasn't speaking nonsense. Luke had leaked the information and pinned the Hydra label to Pierce's head, so he didn't have to continue acting. He raised his gun. Rumlow, you're old. Old dregs like Pierce and Sidwell will eventually die out in this era. The future belongs to us, the new Hydra. Pa, Sidwell and I are only in our 30s, and we're already considered old dregs. Rumlow gaped and couldn't say another word. A bullet hole appeared in his forehead as he stared at Luke resentfully. Luke blew gently on the gun, put it back into the holster, and stood up. The old, rotten, declining order will be buried in the end. Go in peace, Rumlow. Hydra no longer has a place for you. At S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ, the corners of old, rotten, declining Pierce's eyes twitched. Why hadn't this young man exhibited such ambitions before this? Rumlow's signal had been cut off in the command center, but not for Pierce. Frowning, he walked to the window and stared at the lake next to the square. A moment later, he took out his phone. Activate Project Insight. Sidwell immediately replied, Director, we're still far from ready. Pierce hummed in acknowledgement. Of course, he knew that only the preliminary phase of Project Insight was complete. Even an ordinary aircraft carrier would take several days to prepare before it set out. The helicarriers were huge and had a lot more complicated technology. There were even more preparations that would need to be made. How long before the helicarriers can take off? He asked. Sidwell said, it'll take at least 20 hours. Pierce calculated in his heart and said coldly, they have to take off within 15 hours. Sidwell said, Director, Pierce said, Sidwell, we don't have time. After a brief silence, Sidwell said, yes, sir. I'll speed things up. We'll be ready to take off in 15 hours. Pierce hung up. Before he could put his phone away, it rang again. He looked at the name on the screen and sneered. He picked up the call and said casually, this is Pierce, you'll be coming to inspect Project Insight at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right, I'll wait for you at HQ. A moment later, he put down his phone and took a deep breath. Come, then, just nice, I'll take care of all of you in one go. His phone rang again. He picked up the call to receive yet another piece of good news. Director, the underground base has collapsed, and the passage is blocked. We can't enter the computer room for now. Pierce said, mobilize ground support yourself and open the passage as soon as possible. The former director was exhausted by the good news coming in one after another. Mind racing for a long while, he said in a low voice, Zola, I can't attend to you for now. If we are victorious tomorrow, you can carry on with our work. Otherwise, He shook his head and walked to his desk. There were too many things to do tonight, and he didn't have time to worry about a program. On Luke's side, he leisurely put away the detonator and informed the tycoon, "It's done. I've blown up the basement. It'll take at least an hour for them to send in equipment to open the passage." Tony said, "Okay, go do your thing. Leave this to me." Luke chuckled and headed straight for DC. A drone had already caught up with Steve and Natasha. Just now, the tycoon had asked Jarvis to decrypt and copy the USB in their hands. Now that they were free, Luke could show his face and help them continue with what they were doing. Since they had already started, it was fine for them to do more. Luke also didn't want the Bat Squad to reveal their real identities. It was better for them to quietly help Steve and Natasha beat up people. How was Steve going to explain where these mysterious teammates came from? By then, he probably wouldn't need to. Courageous fighters of America had volunteered to help the captain oppose Hydra's tyranny. Was that not enough? In any case, Hydra was one of Marvel's two biggest scapegoats. Anything bad that happened could just be placed on its head. Steve, on the other hand, carried the weight of justice. He bore responsibility for any sort of rescue mishap or command failure. Half an hour later, Luke dropped by to, temporarily, lend 2 sets of equipment, consisting of a nanosuit and gloves, to Steve and Natasha. This was handled by the big shot who sold everything. He was the only one who didn't care about reputation. He simply used his superpowers to temporarily restrain Steve and Natasha before he let them go in order to prove that he had no ill intentions. As usual, the big shot made himself turn invisible as he departed, thus reinforcing his credibility. Steve and Natasha traded bewildered looks. After a long while, Steve finally looked at the box in Natasha's hand. "You think this is fine?" Natasha smiled and took out her phone. "We're not familiar with this big shot, but someone definitely is." Steve thought for a moment and couldn't help laughing. "That's right, he can also be considered to be on Batman's side." Natasha called Tony and hung up after saying a few words. "He said it's fine, and told us to use it however we want. He'll cover it if we break it." Steve shrugged. Like his father. Smiling, she opened the box and gave Steve a set of the equipment. They each entered a room to change into the gear. A moment later, they came out at around the same time. Looking at each other, Steve asked, "What do you think?" Natasha stretched out her arms, and the black mechanical gloves flipped through various functions, including but not limited to blades, tasers, short-range grappling hooks, suction devices, mechanical tools, data wires and so on. It's indeed the Bat Squad's style of equipment. Even the AI is similar. She was pleased. She really liked this sort of multifunctional and high-tech support gear. Unfortunately, right after the last battle, Big Dipper had forced her to take off the Black Widow armor, which had depressed her for days. Steve, however, raised his hands and looked at them helplessly. "But this interferes a lot with my sense of touch." He was used to using regular combat gloves, and wasn't used to these mechanical products. Natasha was amused. "You haven't finished reading the user manual yet, have you?" Chapter 1642, Director Nick's Curtain Call. Steve smiled bitterly. "You know that I don't even know how to use a smartphone properly." Natasha's smile grew even wider. "You even still use a notebook to remember things. You are indeed a fossil. Wait, when I asked you about the kiss earlier, don't tell me you were remembering the first girl you kissed." "Steve, let's not talk about that. We're still friends." Lost for words, Natasha shook her head with a smile and sighed inwardly. She had been right. After chatting for a while, they got back to business and started discussing their next move. Tony had provided long-distance support and the big shot who sold everything had shown up, but not a single member of the Bat Squad had made an appearance. The duo realized that they probably wouldn't be getting any external help in this matter. In recent months, Nick Fury had arranged for them to carry out many missions against Hydra. They had already been mentally prepared for the current situation. Nick Fury's warning also made them understand that it would be very difficult for them to get support on the surface this time, whether from the government or from superheroes. That was because Hydra itself was S.H.I.E.L.D., and even in the American government. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to flourish to this extent right under Fury's nose. In a situation like this, any sort of intervention would turn this into a fight for justice. At that time, whether it was the government who cleaned up Hydra or Hydra who seized the opportunity to purge the government instead, who knew how much more chaotic it would become. The duo held no expectations whatsoever when it came to the politicians. Of the people Hydra sent after them, who the hell knew which ones were truly in the dark about everything, or were putting on a show, or were Hydra loyalists? It was impossible to wipe them out completely. It was like sending everyone who peddled weed to prison, which would be 70% of the population. It was unrealistic. That was also the reason why Luke had never confronted the government head-on. If he directly blew up that shithole, all it would do was just get the stench on him. With a gentler approach, he could dig parts of it out whenever he had the time. Not only could it be used as fertilizer for his fields, he could prevent the shithole from continually getting bigger. If someone willy-nilly killed to their heart's content without considering the consequences, Hydra would be delighted that there were still some fools in this world helping them accomplish their great goal. Terrorists were the best example. Who knew how many crimes had been committed under the banner of terrorism while all sorts of capital groups reaped the profits? Those who died were basically ordinary people. The capital groups, on the other hand, could continue enjoying themselves. Suddenly, Natasha's phone pinged. She took it out and saw a spam message. Taking note of the numbers in the message, she opened F2F with another phone and typed a few keywords before she found a user page. She opened a blog with some posts on the scenery in DC. Looking at the posts, which weren't too long, she found a few letters in key positions and converted them into numbers to get a set of coordinates. She opened the map function in F2F and quickly found the coordinates. She pointed at them and said to Steve, "Let's go. Someone's waiting for us here." Steve picked up the shield and hid it under his optical camouflage cloak. "Who is it?" Natasha activated the face portion of the nanosuit and turned into an ordinary-looking young woman. It might be a trap, but it could also be a dead person. Steve activated the face portion of his suit and turned into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Hearing that, he paused. "You mean Nick Fury?" Natasha shrugged. "In any case, this secret means of contact is only used after he's dead." Luke didn't continue tailing Steve and Natasha, because he didn't need to. Could they still go missing after putting on his equipment? The Bat Squad members were taking turns to rest. Luke was the first to take a break. In any case, he only needed to sleep for 2 hours to be full of energy. With him taking the lead, there was no need for the others to try and hold out. The miners, in particular, had long quieted down. Clearly, after a few hours, their excitement had faded. It would be a waste not to let them get some rest. The night grew deeper. Information flew about underground as more and more people began to pay attention to what had happened in DC during the day. Nick Fury was dead. For most people in this world, this sort of information was basically non-existent. In fact, few ordinary people knew that there had been a change of directors at S.H.I.E.L.D. But the news was astonishing enough for the big shots in the underworld. The man in charge of the most powerful agency on Earth was dead, just like that. Many ambitious people had examined his body and confirmed that it really was cold. While a few things had happened leading up to his death, it was hilarious that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director had been killed by a few ordinary guns. If the guy really could die that easily, he would have long been burnt to ash by a bunch of superhumans and mercenaries sometime in the past decade, and his ashes would have been chucked into the gutters of DC. That was just how much Nick Fury was hated. A S.H.I.E.L.D. director who wasn't hated by everyone couldn't be a good scapegoat. This S.H.I.E.L.D. director had died before he could smoothly hand over power. There were too many implications and opportunities in that. It wasn't just external departments that had ideas, but also S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal departments. Even Hydra couldn't swallow the whole colossus that was S.H.I.E.L.D. It was just like during Stark Industries' purge, when the shareholders had hundreds of forces behind them. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and Hydra were just the two biggest camps, and not everyone inside each camp was on the same wavelength. Outside of these two camps, there were other forces with different thoughts who were meddling. The European branch distanced itself from the alliance between American and the European Union. The South American branch was located in a chaotic landscape and was known to be a ripe place for making money. It had even less to do with HQ. The African branch was quite small and far away. Like South America, it had abundant resources and often dealt with turmoil. Because of China, the Asian branch was in a special situation, and had little to do with HQ. Nick Fury had gotten the rotten part of the deal when he took over, but he had been able to persevere for decades. Only a naive person would think he was useless. Now, this tricky and fierce person was dead. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a lot of people were shaken. Without this super paranoid handler around, a lot of people were already thinking about how many resources and benefits they could take from S.H.I.E.L.D. The director had to die to complete his plan to escape and completely shift the blame. He could no longer use his Nick Fury identity. But the tycoon definitely knew that he was still alive, so Nick Fury simply gave Tony a large amount of resources beforehand to keep his mouth shut and as a favor. As for the resources that were difficult to plunder, various forces had joined the fray, and the situation was becoming even more chaotic. Whether it was Luke, Nick Fury or Hydra, no one knew what would happen tomorrow. However, they were all looking forward to it. Chapter 1643, Good with words and strong capability. The morning sun rose to pierce the final darkness before dawn, and golden light enveloped the land. It was another fine early May day in DC. No matter the shootout on the streets yesterday or the conspiracies happening at night, worker drones still had to go to work today. The employees of S.H.I.E.L.D. entered the Triskelion one after another. Under the glass ceiling of the main hall, people flowed through the security checkpoint and into the building. Unlike regular office workers, many of them weren't in good spirits. Some had dark expressions, some had dark circles under their eyes, some were absent-minded, and some looked around. Nick Fury was dead, Captain America was a wanted man, and the bodies of Rumlow's team had been sent back to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s morgue last night. They didn't know everything, but roughly knew part of it, and there had been a lot more private discussions last night. Nobody knew what would happen next, including the person behind everything. Pierce was standing next to a special hallway in the main hall, which was hidden from view by a screen. Few people came in and out here. Every now and then, one or two people would greet him politely. Pierce would just nod in return. As for the complicated expressions in their eyes, he couldn't be bothered. Whether or not Project Insight succeeded had nothing to do with these small fry. The other 4 members of the World Security Council were the key. If they sensed anything wrong, it might have an unknown impact on the project. Pierce had no choice but to show up in person to restrain them. That way, even if the members held an impromptu vote to urgently take over everything in S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be useless. If Pierce was the only one left to give orders, he would be able to control everything in S.H.I.E.L.D. within a short period of time. In any case, apart from these 4 members, anyone else who wanted to meddle in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations would have to go through a complicated process. It would take them several hours at least, perhaps tens of hours. As he pondered, he finally saw a group of people enter the hallway, and he greeted them with a smile. There were 3 men and 1 woman. They were the other 4 members of the World Security Council. The 2 parties exchanged greetings. Pierce had a security guard bring him 4 silver pins. This place uses biometric recognition. This will let you go wherever you want. The 4 council members didn't think much of it. They each took 1 to pin to their chests. These 4 pins provided temporary access at the highest level and gave access anywhere in HQ. More than 10,000 people came in and out of HQ every day. It was impossible to test every single person. They could only use biometric surveillance to monitor all areas 24/7. It was too troublesome to register biometric recognition for visitors, so they were all kinds of temporary access passes. If a person without clearance or a temporary pass was discovered by a surveillance camera, an alarm would be triggered. That was also why Luke hadn't wanted to come here before. If he wasn't careful, this biometric surveillance system at S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ might record his genetic traits. Without a super disguise, whether it was him or his clones, his genes weren't something he could throw away. What followed was a confidential meeting, and the 4 council members' retinues stayed in the lounge area of the main hall. The 5 council members took the elevator to the floor reserved for the World Security Council, which was Pierce's office. Pierce's office was a spacious room with a desk facing 4 virtually projected seats. Usually, the 4 members communicated with Pierce via virtual projection. Coming in person today was rare. Yesterday, they had agreed to activate Project Insight, and had specially come for the final inspection. While Pierce was talking to the 4 council members, Steve watched as Maria Hill opened a hidden door with a pair of mechanical gloves. They took turns verifying their identities before the secret door opened. Steve asked in a low voice, "Why have I never heard about this door?" Hill said, "I didn't know either. The boss just told me last night." Steve immediately got it. This was standard procedure for Black Egg, and wasn't worth mentioning. He had just been worried earlier about Hill using this sort of secret door often, which wasn't necessarily safe. In the end, it turned out to be a way out left behind by that paranoid Black Egg. That was fine, then. After all, as a man who had already died several times, whatever way out Nick Fury left behind wouldn't be so easily discovered. What was even more impressive was that Pierce had long classified them as key suspects, and their shield clearance had been cancelled yesterday, yet after their identities were verified at this secret door, biometric recognition was reinstated for them. Also, just like this secret door, nobody knew about this biometric clearance, which was at the highest level and allowed them to enter any area without triggering the alarm. Wearing the unremarkable faces attached to the nanosuits, Steve and Hill swaggered into HQ's communications center. At that moment, Pierce was celebrating with the 4 council members. In a bit, the 5 of them would go to the basement and personally oversee the test run for the helicarrier. According to Pierce, they would be just starting up the main helicarrier largely to check that the numbers were normal, and it wouldn't take off directly. At that moment, an enigmatic male voice rang out over SHIELD HQ's emergency channel. "Attention, SHIELD agents, this is Steve Rogers." Pierce's smile froze when he heard the familiar male voice. The emergency channel was specially used to broadcast information, and basically covered more than 90% of HQ. Unless a person just happened to be in a special location, everybody at HQ could hear it. Steve didn't waste any time, and simply explained what happened in the last 2 days. The main point was that Pierce was Hydra. He had killed Nick Fury and framed Steve. Hydra had already infiltrated SHIELD, and Steve told everyone to be careful of suspicious people around them. Listening to Steve, Luke shook his head and sighed. This guy was really good with his words. More importantly, his position in SHIELD and his achievements made his words very convincing. Luke probably wouldn't be able to do it. A certain person knew his place. He was best at ridiculing and sneering. He specialized in using words to deal a blow. It was impossible for him to turn things around just by talking. So, he had to play to his own strengths. That was the right way of doing things. While everyone listened in a stupor as Steve dropped the bombshell, Luke, who was wearing a black combat uniform, entered the command center at HQ. In the biometric recognition system, he was now a genuine member of the strike force and a Hydra member. Of course, this team member's body had been thrown into space one last night, so this absolutely wouldn't blow up in his face. Luke had even activated Boogeyman John's elementary concealment along the way, which made everyone subconsciously ignore him as the only person who was moving. He then chose an unremarkable corner. Gaze sweeping over the command center, he compared it with Alina's painting. Chapter 1644, Captain, don't shoot. It's me. Following Luke's way of thinking, the system had named Alina's ability, Foresight Drawing. Just like with his 3 attributes, he named it based on the old games he had been especially familiar with. In his previous life, Foresight Drawing was simple and straightforward, and amply proved a certain person's lack of naming sense. This ability could foresee things, but the range and content couldn't be controlled. It wasn't like Elena could draw whenever she wanted. Even when Luke tried to give her some mental suggestion, it couldn't be triggered. For now, however, Foresight Drawing was basically about major events related to Luke. At the same time, he didn't know if it was because the ability itself wasn't strong enough, but Elena could only draw incomplete pictures. Some of the details would be left in shadow, and were impossible to make out, while most of the drawing would contain blank spaces. However, it didn't matter. In the 2 drawings this time, most of the people in the command center were nothing more than a few strokes. Only one man and woman were clearer than the rest. The man with curly hair should be a technician, and the woman with long hair should be a female agent because she was armed. Clearly, these 2 were the main characters in the drawing of the command center. Luke was now standing in the middle of the scene. Looking at it from this angle, the entire scene basically corresponded to the drawing. The 2 main characters came into view. Now that he was certain, Luke wasn't in a hurry. As Steve spoke, most people in SHIELD stopped and listened silently. However, the members of the strike force, who were already scattered around the key departments, started to take action. After hearing Steve's announcement, Pierce quickly gave the order for Project Insight to be launched. These Hydra members immediately took control of key locations. For example, the control room underground, the command center in HQ, and Pierce's office. When one of the teams entered Pierce's office, the 4 council members subconsciously stood together opposite Pierce. One of them pointed at Pierce. "Arrest him." The strike force team raised their guns and aimed at the 4 members. A mocking smile appeared on Pierce's face. "Sorry, it seems that I still have the final say here." What he didn't know was that Agent Hill's voice was in the ear of the female council member, Holly. Don't be in a hurry to take action. Try and get some information out of him. We need to confirm if he has a backup plan. Unperturbed, Holly said coldly, Pierce, it's useless. You should know that we will all go down together. Pierce shook his head with a smile. No, you might die, but I won't. Holly's heart jumped. Really? Then why aren't you doing anything? Pierce shook his head, finding the question stupid. As long as you're alive, they can't activate the contingency plan. Looking at his subtle expression and eyes, Holly roughly understood what was going on. The four of them could be used to delay any decision made by the higher-ups. Whoever gave the order and got them killed would have to pay a huge price. If they were still alive, there was no way to bypass the director's authority over S.H.I.E.L.D. But judging from Pierce's expression, this was just insurance. He didn't really value the four council members. Once the operation was completed successfully, they might be killed, just like that. While Pierce was feeling confident, a dozen fully armed strike force members entered HQ's command center. The captain walked over to the technician and said, "Activate the launch sequence." Little curly hair turned around and looked at the brawny man whose arms were thicker than his thighs. He immediately turned back to face the screen. He swallowed hard and said in a shaky voice, I, the captain said darkly, "What's the problem?" "Do as I say." Everybody in the command room looked at them. The dozen or so strike force members, however, raised their rifles slightly, ready to attack at any moment. Several agents also bent down slightly as their right hands moved slowly, ready to draw their guns at any moment. Little curly hair was nervous. He swayed slightly and gasped for breath several times before he said, Sorry, I can't do it." Then, as if he had made a difficult decision, he turned around and stared at the captain. "Captain's orders. The helicarrier cannot be launched." The captain drew out his gun, which he aimed at little curly hair's head. "Do you have a problem with that?" "I do." A voice broke the practically freezing atmosphere in the command room. Stumped for a moment, the captain turned to look at a corner of the command room. "You are, in one corner." Luke walked out with a friendly smile. "Captain, don't shoot, it's me." "The captain. Beach, aren't you?" His face changed, and he suddenly turned his gun and pointed it at Luke. "No wonder you didn't report in last night, you traitor. Who's a B*TCH? Luke's smile disappeared. "You're the B*TCH. Your entire family are B*TCHES. The captain was dumbfounded. What? Beach was usually unremarkable in the team. Because his wife had cheated on him, this guy killed her in a rage. Then, he developed mental issues, and he started killing women. In the beginning, he killed women who were cheating on their partners, but very quickly, he started killing the professional sex workers who hung out on the streets. In the end, he just killed whoever seemed a little flashy. This was what the captain had used to pull him into Hydra. This guy was cruel to women, but he was very obedient in front of a fierce man like the captain. He was usually very careful when he spoke. The people in the strike force didn't think much of this coward who only dared to be ruthless to women, and had a very ordinary attitude toward the captain. This guy was actually bold enough today to curse his entire family. The captain vaguely felt that something wasn't right. Luke, however, gave a strange smile. "Do you know what I'm best at?" The captain's mind raced, and only then did he notice that Beach was actually holding a gun in his right hand. He immediately pulled the trigger without hesitation. But Luke was faster. He raised the gun in his right hand and swept it out, his arm leaving an afterimage in the air. Bang, 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 bang. The captain was shot in the face and was the first to fall. The team members who had come with him didn't escape the bullets either. They were all shot in the face. In less than 2 seconds, the dozen or so team members who had charged in with guns all fell. Only then did Luke finish his sentence. "What I'm best at is rapid fire, Captain." Smiling, he unhurriedly pressed the release button and reloaded the empty clip. Chapter 1645, Raise Your Hands. "No, put your hands down." The 7 or 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the side looked at each other. Several of them had their hands on their guns, but no one dared to pull them out. Who the hell knew what that brief but frightening fight had been about? Even if this guy called B*TCH or whatever was at odds with his comrades, that didn't mean that he was on S.H.I.E.L.D's side. Also, why did this guy look like a lunatic? This BTCH had blown up the heads of 12 people in less than 2 seconds. None of the agents in the command room dared to compete with him in speed. Although he was reloading, he still had a gun strapped to his other leg. Just now, the man had said that he was best at quick draw. These 12 Hydra members had actually only enjoyed the rapid part. The special agents didn't want to take over and enjoy the full package. Besides, whoever took out their gun in the command center might be misunderstood. For example, they believed that the team that had come in earlier was all Hydra. While Luke was taking down the strike force team that was trying to take over the command room, a spectacular show was taking place in Pierce's office upstairs. Holly, who was wearing a pair of brown sunglasses, was communicating with Hill. He definitely has a backup plan, and it definitely doesn't have to do with the small fry. Hill said, "We don't have that much time." Holly said, "Sometimes, you can only force the other party to reveal their trump card by taking action." After a brief silence, Hill forwarded the message to Steve and asked in passing, "How's it going?" Steve said solemnly, "Not good. This guy is hard to deal with." Not far away, a man with a black mask and a shiny left arm fired at him. It was this black mask who had attacked Nick Fury and killed him in Steve's place. Steve had fought him briefly yesterday, but hadn't been able to stop him from escaping. Now that this person had appeared here, it was confirmed that he was Hydra's super soldier. Pierce was clearly on guard against Steve. After all, 20 to 30 normal strike force members would be useless if they ran into Captain America. Black Mask only said a few words before he swiftly approached and fired his rifle. Steve raised his shield to block, and charged forward. For the moment, he was unable to talk to Hill. In the communications center, Hill frowned, but her hands moved quickly. Yesterday, Nick Fury had summoned Natasha and Steve to a secret safe house. Steve hadn't been surprised to see Black Egg. He and Natasha had already read the user manual for Life 1. That big shot was a businessman, and Black Egg just so happened to have a lot of good things in his hands. Doing a trade for 1 or 2 life-saving items was a piece of cake. At the safe house, Nick Fury, Hill, Steve and Natasha worked out a plan for today's operation. The director was the ultimate trump card. It was best if he didn't show his face, or he would be blacklisted by Hydra. Thus, the other 3 were the main force. Steve and Natasha were responsible for the attack, while Hill was mainly responsible for providing technical and information support. Although there were too few of them, Nick Fury simply said, "I'll call for someone if things become urgent, but it would be best if we do this alone." Thus, the situation was now at an impasse, but it wasn't time to call for reinforcements. However, none of the 3 individuals panicked. If they had panicked when they ran into trouble, they wouldn't be alive right now. While Steve was fighting, something was happening on Pierce's side. The only woman among the council members, Holly, was close to 50 years old. She had a face full of wrinkles and wore a grayish-blue professional dress suit. She was the classic bureaucrat. At that moment, the woman, who could be considered half a granny, suddenly waved her hands, and 2 shock devices instantly hit the 2 Hydra soldiers furthest away. The 2 Hydra soldiers twitched and fell. The granny bent down and charged forward like a leopard. She smacked the 2 nearest Hydra soldiers in the chin. Chins shattered, they flew to the sides and passed out. The granny raised her right leg and kicked a Hydra soldier on the right between the legs. At the same time, she stretched out her left hand and grabbed the hand of the Hydra soldier on the left that was holding a gun. With another crack, the Hydra soldier's fingers turned into chicken claws, and the gun fell into Holly's hands. Pa, 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 pa. After she obtained the gun, she fired without hesitation. The last 2 Hydra soldiers had barely moved away from their fallen comrades when they were shot twice. Pa, pa, pa. The 2 people who had been tasered at the beginning and the man who had his gun stolen were shot in the head. Only then did Holly turn and point her gun at the last Hydra member in the office. Stumped, Pierce looked at the old woman who was pointing a gun at him and immediately realized what was going on. "You're not Holly." In front of him, Holly sneered and pressed her left hand to the side of her neck. She then ran her hand over her face, and a translucent nanomask was taken off. She threw away the brown wig, and a young and beautiful red-haired beauty appeared in front of everyone. She said with a smile, "Sorry, did I interrupt your party?" As she spoke, she raised her gun. "Hey, raise your hands, Mr. Secretary." It wasn't a baseless action. He could do a lot of small things with his hands by his side. It would be very easy for him to send a signal. Pierce, however, was unmoved. and the surprise on his face faded. He wasn't a rookie. He had stared down the barrel of a gun too many times in his life. With a calm smile, he slowly raised his glass and took a sip of the champagne. "No, Agent Romanov, you put your gun down first and stand aside." Natasha casually handed the gun to Council Member Yan. Without any hesitation, he took the gun and continued pointing it at Pierce. This council member was from China, and was the least likely to be controlled by Hydra. At the same time, he was only 30 years old and had field experience. At a distance of several meters, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Pierce with a few shots. Walking over to the desk, she asked, "Why?" Pierce gave an odd smile. "Because of this." With that, he ducked out of firing range. The 3 council members twitched and fell at the same time. Yan couldn't even get off a shot. Pierce then smiled at Natasha, and their eyes met. For a moment, there was silence. When she noticed Pierce's gaze, she subconsciously glanced at her left chest. She waved a hand in front of her chest, and a small tool stretched out of the mechanical glove to send the silver pin flying. Pierce had gotten the 4 of them to wear this pin, which acted as a temporary access pass. It was understandable if he had done something to it. It was a pity that Natasha was wearing the nanosuit, and the left side of her chest was well protected, which was why the pin had been useless. Pierce's expression changed. He took 2 steps forward and bent down to pick up the pistol that Yan had dropped. Chapter 1646. Trump card vs Trump card. But the aging director Pierce couldn't compare with an athletic female agent. He had barely bent down, when the gun was kicked away by a high heel. A white calf was right in front of him. The director had a helpless expression on his face as he slowly straightened. "Agent Romanov, you're really good." Natasha picked up the gun on the floor and walked back to the table. "Thanks, but do you have anything else to say?" Even as she moved, she paid attention to Pierce's expression, eyes and body language out of the corner of her eye. What she saw wasn't comforting. As a top-secret agent who specialized in spying and gathering intelligence, she knew much more about big shots than regular agents. Right now, Pierce certainly wasn't acting like he was at the end of his rope. He might be faking calm, but that was unlikely. The most reasonable answer was that he still had a card up his sleeve. She didn't think that a wily old fox like Pierce would only have a strike force team in the pin. It was a common tactic. In fact, she hadn't underestimated Pierce, but had overestimated him. Pierce didn't expect his subordinates to fail to take control of the command center, while the super soldier couldn't break away from his fight with Steve. Natasha's assumption didn't affect her judgment. More than 20 strike force members were rushing over. This was the simplest and most straightforward trump card. But, right now, Pierce had to reveal another trump card to prevent Natasha from shooting him. He sneered. "Oh, it seems the pin was useless on you." However, glancing at the 3 council members on the floor, he said unhurriedly, "It's not hard to kill them." There was no doubt about that. The 3 council members had probably been knocked out by the intense electric current from the brooches. Given Hydra's style, the effect definitely wouldn't be so small. Apart from this subduing function, it had to have an instant kill function. But Natasha didn't think much of it. "Go ahead, it has nothing to do with me." Given the current situation, she wouldn't kill Pierce, but it wasn't a problem for her to shoot him in the legs a couple of times. If the 3 council members survived and saw that Pierce was unharmed, they might hate her. If they died, she wouldn't have to worry about them complaining. At the very least, she had saved Council Member Holly, which could be considered leaving the World Security Council one last hope. Thinking quickly, she went to the table and put her gun down. She then opened the virtual screen. Pierce couldn't help but focus on the screen. Seeing what she was doing, he had a strange expression on his face. "Putting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal files online, are you sure you want to do that?" Looking at him out of the corner of her eye, she said calmly, "Can't I?" Pierce said, "If you do that, the whole world will know about the suspect things S.H.I.E.L.D. has done. It'll be completely destroyed." Natasha sneered. "If S.H.I.E.L.D. is left standing, it'll just be a tool for Hydra. Now, let Hydra be buried with it." Pierce's expression was awful. In fact, he didn't really care about the information going public. If Project Insight was successful, it wasn't important whether or not it was revealed that Hydra was in S.H.I.E.L.D. If the project failed, the heart of things wouldn't change even if he escaped, and whether S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed or not wouldn't affect him much. What made him uneasy was her attitude. Just like how Natasha was a veteran agent who was good at reading people, Pierce was an old fox who had seen much. Natasha was calm, as if everything was under her control, just like how she had sensed that Pierce still had a trump card. But Pierce was one of Hydra's top leaders, a member of the World Security Council, and a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter how good Natasha was, she was just a field agent. She hadn't killed him and cut off the head right away. What gave her the confidence to compete with him? Nick Fury. The thought flashed through Pierce's mind, and his expression turned ugly. Nobody knew better than he did how difficult it was to deal with Nick Fury. Pierce regretted handing over the position of director to that monster. A moment later, Pierce's expression turned even more unsightly. The strike team that had been on their way didn't show up, and there was no response to his orders. He had lost this first round. The 3 council members were a life-saving deterrent, and couldn't be casually thrown away. Pierce had to play another card. He cursed inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that Hydra had lost a lot of manpower in S.H.I.E.L.D. recently, the people on his side wouldn't be stretched so thin. In terms of combat ability in particular, not only had the elite strike force lost more than 50 people, even the captain, Rumlow, had died last night. Thankfully, Pierce had more than one trump card. As he activated the emergency rescue order, he noticed that Natasha was actually thinking of opening a classified document. He couldn't help but say, "You can't open that. It requires 2 A-level clearances." Only 2 people at HQ had this so-called A-level clearance, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director and the American member of the World Security Council. A few days ago, that had been Nick Fury and Pierce. Now that Nick Fury was dead, his clearance had naturally been cancelled, and there was just Pierce. Unless the council acknowledged a new director, these files would just be sealed in the database. Natasha just gave him a glance. "You don't have much time left," she then said. "Didn't you say that you could help? Come over now." Pierce subconsciously looked around. Clearly, she was talking to someone else. Soon, a guy wearing a combat uniform and a black hood over his head walked in. It was the Level 2 clone. The Level 1 clone was in the command center, so the Level 2 clone naturally had to come and take a look at Pierce. This was basic respect for this Hydra boss, and had nothing to do with experience and credit points. Why was Natasha so calm? Because this John Doe guy was a big-shot middleman, whom Tony had guaranteed was the strongest trump card. All she needed to do was make an equal exchange. They could talk about the price later, but for now, she had confidence. She had only started decrypting the files after asking John Doe. Luke wasn't in a hurry to take a look at Pierce. Instead, he gave a small box to Natasha. "You can use this." He stood 2 meters to the side so that the 2 of them just so happened to be facing the decryption windows on the virtual screen. Natasha opened the box and found a cold, preserved eyeball. She held it up to the decryption window. A-level clearance detected. Nicholas J. Fury. Both Natasha and Pierce looked at Luke in shock. Had Luke turned the one-eyed creature into an eyeless creature? Luke, however, calmly had the decryption window scan his right eye. A-level clearance detected. Alexander G. Pierce. A-level clearance confirmed. Encryption unlocked. Safety protocol cancelled. Chapter 1647. Dead, just like that. Pierce's eyes widened. That's impossible. He came back to his senses. He had cancelled Nick Fury's clearance, so it was useless even if this person dug out that black egg's eye. What was even more frightening was that this person had used Pierce's eye to pass the verification. This was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest security level, not a movie. It was impossible to fool the system by wearing contact lenses. The biometric recognition system would automatically confirm that the eye belonged to a living being, and would conduct a dual DNA and iris verification. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and his face was full of disbelief. "You cloned me." However, Pierce found it unbelievable. "That's impossible. I've already cancelled Nick Fury's clearance. How can he still have it?" Luke, who was wearing a black hood over his head, naturally wouldn't tell Pierce that there was a failsafe in the database. He actually had 2 clearances, one in each eye. Nick Fury, who was monitoring the situation, was also dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, the crippled eye under his eye patch was the first clearance, while the ordinary eye was the secret backup clearance. Only after the first clearance failed would the second clearance be activated. In other words, even if someone could clone his genes, and used his intact eye to unlock HQ's database, they would fail, and an alarm would be triggered. Once the first clearance was shut down, there was a bigger back door for the second clearance. Except for the top secret information at the highest level, This second clearance could bypass defenses and obtain 90% of the classified information in the database. Initially, Nick Fury had planned to take advantage of the chaos to plunder the database. In the end, Luke used a super disguise to turn one of his clone's eyeballs into black eggs, and the other into Pierce's. Naturally, it was to save time he wouldn't ask Nick about his other eye. Thanks to that, the database was opened completely. For a moment, the former director and current director were both a little lost. Unaware of all that, Natasha got busy. She wouldn't make the classified information public, but would pass it on to Nick Fury. Of course, she didn't notice that Luke was secretly making a copy. The system couldn't protect something as abstract as information, whether there was clearance or not. Besides, most of the things in this database didn't belong to Nick Fury nor S.H.I.E.L.D., much less to the American government. Luke had no qualms taking the information. Seeing that his side had also started to receive the data, he stepped back and let Natasha do whatever she wanted. He turned around and smiled when he saw Pierce. "Can I kill him now?" Natasha paused for a moment before she shook her head. "It's more convenient if he's alive." Luke. Sure enough, anyone who could survive in this circle was a master at shifting the blame. However, he still insisted, "Cut off one head, 2 more will grow. If we don't cut off this big head, will 4 more appear?" Natasha said helplessly, "Did you hear that? What do you think?" A moment later, it seemed she got a response. She nodded at him. "Okay, kill him if you want. In any case, I can't stop you." Seeing the masked man draw out his gun, Pierce coughed and pointed at the 3 unconscious council members. "Do you want them to die with me?" Luke slowly raised his gun and aimed. "For love and justice, for world peace, their sacrifices will be worth it." Pierce. "What, Natasha?" "Pa." Pierce slowly looked down at the bullet hole in his chest. His mind was full of questions. "This is how I die, just like that. There's something wrong with this script." Then, he started to feel dizzy. His consciousness turned hazy and he mumbled, "So, this is what death is like." Even as she paid attention to the data transfer, Natasha looked at John Doe suspiciously. What was wrong with this guy? Looking at Pierce and John Doe staring at each other just 1 meter apart, she felt that the atmosphere was weird. Pierce was already in his 70s or 80s. Even if John was gay, he would have better taste, right? She couldn't help but swallow bile. The thought was too stimulating. Even as a seasoned female agent, she couldn't take it. She couldn't see that Luke, whose back was to her, had already closed his eyes. His eyes were still moving under his eyelids, which was a sign that his mind was working. For a moment, one person was busy, and the other stood with his eyes closed. The office fell silent. 2 minutes later, the office door suddenly opened and 2 people rushed in. One of them charged at Natasha and the other at Pierce. They were very fast. Before Natasha could react, a black metal fist was in front of her face. She raised her hands without hesitation. Dwang. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the person who had attacked her. He didn't stop as he swung his other fist. Dwang. The impact forced Natasha back 7 to 8 steps before she could regain her balance. The man opposite her was even more surprised. After a brief hesitation, he shook his hand. Clang. A sword about half a meter long popped out of the armor on his right hand. He lunged forward again, and the sword was as fast as lightning as he slashed down. As Natasha retreated, she dropped her arms. The unassuming mechanical gloves immediately transformed and extended out from her wrists to form a second protective layer over the nano gloves. The assailant was too fast. It had only been a second since the man entered the room. She could only use the flexible nano armor to withstand the 2 punches from the enemy. She was instantly at a disadvantage, and could only retreat to reduce the impact. Her wrists felt like they were going to break, but that was all. The enemy attacked quickly, and Natasha reacted quickly. Almost instantly, she charged forward. At the same time, she raised her hands as if to stop the next slash of the sword. The man sneered. Catching a sword, wasn't she afraid of being cut in half? Even as he thought that, 2 shock devices flew out of her hands. The man didn't even have time to dodge before he collapsed, twitching. After working as Tony's secretary for a period of time, she had gotten some benefits. For example, these shock devices that she generally used weren't just more convenient, but also several times more effective. Ordinary shockproof layers very likely couldn't stand up to them. The opponent in front of her was clearly kitted out in metal, and had very ordinary shockproof defenses. Perfect KO. Natasha took out 2 more shock devices from her waist. She turned around and saw that the assailant who had lunged at John Doe was already on the floor. Surprised, she nevertheless threw the shock devices at the twitching assailant again. In any case, the nanosuit's storage function was pretty big. She had dozens of shock devices on her, so she didn't need to be frugal. Instantly, the assailant twitched even harder because Natasha had chucked the shock devices close to his groin. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.